All right, let's see. Am I live? Am I live? It claims that I'm live. I'm probably live.
Nobody noticed it till you did. It must be yours.
Hello, folks. Hello. It says there are 0 viewers, but I see some people in the chat. So, now there's 3. 0 to 3. Right when I said that. See, 3 makes sense. But anyway, my schedule is utterly destroyed. I got up at 5 p.m. yesterday, today. I don't know what that counts as. Usually, when my schedule's this messed up, I like to just stay up all day. I don't like it. I hate to do that. It's bad for you. Don't do it if you can help it. But me, I get into that position sometimes. And when I do, when your schedule's that messed up, there's really nothing to do but pull an all-nighter. So that's what I'm doing. Because the alternative is just me sitting here, for 6 hours all throughout the night alone, just being like, I sure hope it's daylight soon. And I don't prefer that. I would like to have a bit more fun. And luckily, I'm in the Thomas the Tank Engine community, which has people from all over the globe in different time zones. So the hope, is that it will be daytime for the people watching right now. Now, I understand that won't be the case. As you can see from the title, it is not my intention to make anybody stay up in the middle of the night so they can catch Lemmy. And I don't want that to be the case. All right? So I'm not Santa Claus. You don't need to stay out and put bells and whistles and try to make sure that you catch me before I disappear. If it's late for you, if it's 3 a.m. for you, then go to sleep. Please, just go to sleep. Go to sleep right now. Sleep. Unless you yourself are trying to fix a disastrously broken schedule, please sleep. I don't want anyone not sleeping on my behalf. I will be here when you wake up. To answer a question from the chat, I'm going to start screen sharing in a moment, doing some fun stuff, which is why I had the 2 me's up on the screen. But right now, I'm not doing that, so full screen. Anyway, so somebody asked in the chat, how long is this going to go on for? Who was that? Got a lot of comments now. Let's see. Great Western 11 said, so how long is this stream going to last? I don't know. It could last 3 hours. It could last 10 hours. I don't know. I know this. I'm making a decision right now not to break the stream record for 2 reasons. One, the Lemmy challenge is dangerous and stupid, okay? I have no respect for anybody who does the Lemmy challenge. That includes Dustin, all right? Except if he was doing it for good reason, which he was, because he was trying to fix his schedule. Okay, all right. But just, there's no pride in doing the Lemmy challenge, okay? Don't do it. Don't do it. Really, though, don't do it. Anyway, so that being said, could go on for quite some time, but it's not going to go on for more than 17 hours. I've decided that. Even if we get to 17 hours, I will stop right before the point that Dustin broke the record. The reason is I don't want to start an arms race, and I might if we keep at it too long. Now, let's see. Now, what are folks saying? William Politeski. Okay, well, it's like, all right, I guess you could be up really early, but I'm not definite on that. All right, let's see. Who else is there? I see Scarlo the Old Engine. I see Alex, Famous 8. Hello, Alex. I see, let's see. Station Pilot says, who needs sleep when you've got the power of cardboard and masking tape on your side? That is absolutely right. No, it's not. Everyone needs sleep, okay? There's no substitute for sleep. There isn't, okay? The only reason I'm foregoing sleep right now is to get more sleep in the long run, right? That makes sense. It makes sense. Let's see. Lemmy, will you invite people into the stream? Asks Scarlo the Old Engine. Absolutely. That's the whole point of this shindig, if you can call it a shindig. I will invite people in. I should hope that the people I invite in in the beginning of the stream are from Britain or something, so that they're not, because I know like the East Coast time is 3 hours ahead of me. So at most it's like 5 for my friends on the East Coast, which still a little bit early. That's still in the period where I'm like, okay, are they up really late or really early? Because the context matters there. Anyway, hello from Belgium, says Andreas Train Production 2004. Hello from California. Let's see. Delicious, says the famous 8. No context, just delicious. Something's delicious about this. I'm glad, Alex. I'm glad something about this is delicious. That's great. Floating Vessel says lem. What time is it for you, Nick? Is it like I have no clue. I know that you're in one of the, I don't even know what to call this bracket of countries, like an Eastern country, like not somewhere in Europe ish. I have no idea. But it must be a much more decent time for you right now. Let's see. What are the results of the model you spray painted, says the new storyteller. I have to sneeze. I lost it. Anyway, to answer your question, very good. It's really cool. This model is amazing. Let me tell you. I sprayed it white, then black, then white, then black again. When I pick the thing up, it's like a tank. It's so like it's so rigid, and like it's got this cool texture to it, and it's all black, so it actually looks the part, and it's amazing, right? So I have no doubt that thing's gonna hold water. The problem is gonna be when I put in the rudder, and when I put in the propeller, and when I put in the little hooks on the bottom to hook onto the the big old. Here's the one for Blue Nose. You've been asking about this floating vessels. This thing is the weight that goes underneath Blue Nose to keep him upright, because that thing was not designed to float on his own. I tried to put weight inside the hole to like keep him upright. Did not work. That head is way too big. He'd flip right over, right? So I have something. This right here is the safety net. You put this underneath a Tugs model that floats, and it will just bob right back up like one of those punching bags that has water in the bottom. It just like whoop, just whoop. That's Blue Nose, right? So that is what I'm gonna do for whoever this current one is. I'm starting to think maybe make it Zebedee again. I like the idea of Top Hat, but now that the hole is sprayed, for some reason I'm thinking Zebedee again. I guess because it's all black and it looks like really kind of cool and rugged, and I don't know. I'm going back and forth. It might be Zebedee after all. I'm not sure. I'm here's some news though. Is I'm probably gonna have to forego the tutorials for a few weeks because I'm all out of StreamYard hours. I was gonna stream yesterday, but I was not feeling it. Also, I was very asleep, so I couldn't do that. Then I got up at 5 p.m. right, and so that was a thing. But then after that, I could have streamed today. But one, I would have to fix my schedule first, and I'd probably get up after 3 hours of sleep and then stream at like 10 a.m. And I'd be so tired the whole stream. And that may be fun when I'm streaming with Dougie, but not when I'm doing a boring ass tutorial the whole time. So for that reason, I did not want to do the tutorial today. And I was like, you know what? Instead of using up my remaining StreamYard hours, because I've only got 2 more hours, you can go over, so I could do 10 hours using these 2 hours if I wanted to, which is a little bit of a cheat, but that's how they built it. So, so I've only got, so much time left. I basically got 1 stream left this month, and then it resets for me on the 27th. And so that means that I'm foregoing the tutorial today, and I'm foregoing it next weekend. But then after that, we're going to get right back to it. I'm going to show how to, make the model float and all that. Probably get some things ready in the meantime. But yeah, I kind of needed a break from it anyway. It's becoming a little bit monotonous doing the tutorials. It's going to be a lot more fun when we get to the superstructure. Anyway, I digress. Let's see. So yeah, it's what was it? What was I even saying before? Oh yeah, so the results very good. The hull is very cool right now. It's all black and it's waterproof and it's brilliant. I haven't tested it yet, but I just have a hunch that it's gonna float perfectly fine. So it's really cool. You know, it's probably the best hull I've ever made. You know, I'm excited for you guys to see it in a few weeks. You know, whenever that is. Let's see. I hate it when you can't sneeze, says Scarloy the old engine. I agree. Let's see. 12 in the 12 in the morning, says Floating Vessels Guy. I assume that's the answer to what? To my question of what time is it for you? 12 in the morning. What does that mean? 12 in the morning. You mean like 12 like lunchtime, or do you mean like 12 in the morning as in 12 a.m. as in like midnight? Is it lunchtime or midnight? Also, Sam, it's 10 a.m. over here, says Blue Tender Engine. Yeah, I that's the first kind of calculation I learned in order to figure out how my friends' time zones differ. Is you know, how does my time zone differ from Matt's? You know, so yes, it's a perfectly reasonable time for you. Not so much for me. But anyway, let's see. You said don't watch at 2 a.m. I am watching at 5 a.m. with no sleep. That's so much worse. Matthew is the person who said this. Go to sleep. It's not, I mean, maybe it's funny to stay up when you're younger, but when you're 22, it's not so funny. You know, don't form those habits. Break them when you're young, because they become depressing when you're old. You know, anyway. Let's see. Everyone asks, where is Top Hat, but not how is Top Hat. I think how is Top Hat is implicit in where is Top Hat, the station pilot. Will Thomas 199 says hello. Hello, Will. Let's see. Dude, I'm busy. Sorry, says Will Politeski. You're busy, so you're up late. That, I know what you mean, Will, but the structure of that sentence, there's something strange about it. Let's see. Cleanliness, says Will Politeski. What? I don't understand. Why cleanliness? Let's see. I don't know. Morning breakfast 12. Okay. Okay, so that sounds like noon. But that's not really morning. That's like noon. I don't know. Okay, but I get what you're saying, Floating Vessels. That's interesting. So you're like 10 hours ahead of me then. That makes sense, honestly. Yeah, it does. Let's see. Would you say, the new storyteller asks, would you say that where's Lily's face? When you look at my Tugs models from wood, would you say that where's Lily's face? I don't see what you're asking. You're probably gonna have to rephrase it. Let's see. Tomorrow is the last day of the holidays for me, says Scarlo with the old engine. That's well, make the most of it. Let's see. Star Tugs Trust is worse than Drayton Manor. No, they're not. No, they're not. Josh Productions 07 says this. I saw this horrible, scathing video about the Trust the other day. It was just so vitriolic, and I suppose we want every perspective out there, but I did not agree with it in the slightest. Look, the Trust withholds information. Yes, that's true. And the Trust has been careless with the models at times. That's true as well. But firstly, remember that it was either the Trust or the models get split up all throughout the world, and then they're never reassembled ever again. You know, we all you know, threw a ball when the A4s all got together. You know, the Great Gathering. Remember that? Well, we would have a great gathering for Tugs models in 20 years rather than seeing them all together all the time, right? So, you know, even if they have a few busted funnels and cracked faces, I'm glad that they're all together. And secondly, they could have been destroyed in totality. You realize that? Like, for years. I became a Tugs fan in 2008, and the Trust formed in 2012, 2013, around there. So there was a solid 5 years where I totally believed that the models had been destroyed, like that they were in a landfill somewhere. It was a shock to learn that they existed at all, let alone in such great condition, right? Like, you know, so when I see somebody look at Hercules' mast and they're like, oh, boo-hoo, the thing is snapped in two. It's like, okay, I thought Hercules had snapped in two. and was then underneath a landfill, and then there was concrete over it, and then he's next to like old worn out bootlaces and cans of Dr. Pibb. That's like what I thought was the case, right? So I'm just saying, you know, the trust is not the bad timeline. It's not perfect, it's not great, but we're very lucky still, I would say. What I take issue with is the fact that they can be a little manipulative when it comes to you know, their assets, and the fact that they withhold things that should probably rightfully belong to all of us. I do take issue with that. But you know, I don't feel, I come from a generation where we had 3 behind the scenes pictures for Tugs, like 3, literally. I can picture them in my head. I can visualize the 3 behind the scenes pictures that we had. So that being said, I don't feel entitled to all this stuff, you know, to all the behind the scenes information, to all the trivia, to the models, to pictures of the models, to all that. It'd be great if it was all available, and it should be. But I'm not angry when I can't have those things. Anyway. Lemmy, I'm out of masking tape. Help, says Floating Vessels guy. Yeah. You know, I have a ton of masking tape. I started, took me years to do this, but I started buying it in bulk. I literally have like 36 rolls just waiting, and I've already gone through a fourth of those. Before it was, you know, I think I bought 36 rolls, and really, well, what's a what's a fourth of 36? It's 9. So I went through 9 of them already. So that's a lot. I go through masking tape quickly, so it's good to have a lot on hand when you're constantly using it, and it's the lifeblood of all of your operations. Let's see. Let's read the chat some more. TWR Productions 4 literally just says of. Will Politeski says public. I'm not sure why. I've missed a lot of stuff here. Let's see. Star Switcher says the Trust are horrifying, bro. Look, I know that's a lot of people's opinion, and they have zero good intentions. Yeah, maybe at this point. I mean, I don't know. Let me just say this. You know how is anyone a Tugs fan because they're an opportunist? Like, really? Is anyone a fan of Tugs just because they want power over other people? No. We definitely have Tugs fans in this community that do try and seek power over others. The Trust are some of those people. I agree. But there's still Tugs fans, right? You don't think they were excited when they got the models? You don't think they were, you think really the only intention they had was, oh, we've got to get them so that we can possess them and they will be ours, and then we will have all the power over the fandom. That might have been part of it, right? But they're still Tugs fans, and they still probably personally wanted the things protected. I don't like making a boogeyman out of them. They've made a lot of shitty errors, right? And probably been, very manipulative at times, but I don't know. We dedicate so much energy to hating them. And I'd rather not dedicate that energy. I'd rather dedicate it to just building what they have all over again, but it's good to call the shit out as well, Star Switcher. It's good to, to bring it up, bring it to light, whatever. Let's see. They should have split across the world if it meant that 18 owners would be caring for them. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, right? Because they're no good if they're on their own, if they're not a set, right? They're fleets. They've got to be together. Even if they're in bad shape, I feel like it's better for them to be together in bad shape. Also, I feel like they can be fixed. I haven't seen any damages that are truly unfixable. Like, you can fix the chip on Tencent's nose. You can fix even cracks in funnels and stuff. Like, I feel like they can be glued together. Even, it's like there's some bad ones, right? I'm not going to deny it. But I mean, I don't know. It's yeah, I don't know. I would love to have a conversation with some of the people who really have a lot of issues with the trust. Just have a full, flat out conversation. Um, that would be interesting. Let's see. The best year was 2011 when they were mint, says the Star Switcher. Richard restored them beautifully before he sold them to those bastards, says the Star Switcher. Oh God, the passion. I have to respect the passion. Let's see. New Storyteller says, what do you like of Warrior's face detail? Like his hair showing when I made them out of modeling clay. I haven't seen your models in a very long time, not Star Switcher, the New Storyteller. I will try to look at them soon, but I don't have them fresh in my head. You have to realize I see a lot of different models. Yours were some of the first I saw, when I started kind of looking at people's stuff. Technically the first ones I saw were in like 2009, but in recent memory, when I was in like the community, they were some of the first that somebody showed me, and they were really good. But I also don't have them in recent memory, so I don't remember the details. I'm sorry. I'll have to look at them again. Let's see. These are still movie film props over model boats, and they're treating them worse than either of those upholding standards. Hi, Beavis, says the Star Switcher. Those are two different messages. I guarantee you they only got the Tugs models so Sam could look good in front of Mattel to go play with the trains at Drayton Manor. I guarantee you they only got the Tugs models so Sam could look good in front of Mattel to go play with the trains at Drayton Manor. Will is texting me. Will, you are like right at the top of my phone there. Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll bring you in. I have to boot up Skype first. That's the hierarchy for you. Will has my private phone number, so he's able to just let me. I want to get in the stream. Well, you could spin it that way, couldn't you? Let's see. When is the last time I messaged you, Will? God, you're all the way down there. Christ. All right, let's see if that works. Anyway, I'd love to have a call with you sometime soon, Star Switcher, and like go have a debate about this. A good debate, a fun debate. But because you might be able to turn me against the trust a lot more. But for the time being, I'd say I don't despise the trust. I definitely highly disagree with their way of managing things. But I don't know. It's hard to beat the models being in a landfill, right? For me, which is what I'm prepared for, right? I don't. I see. I'd be interested to know what the beliefs are of people who became fans of Tugs pre-trust and post-trust, because it's easy to hate on the trust when they've always existed, but when you know a world where they didn't exist and where you thought everything had been destroyed, when you lived in the bad timeline and then all of a sudden these heroes come in and save everything, that's how it felt to me, right? I was so excited in 2012, 2013. I can't remember which is which. It was messy because first the models showed up on the internet and then the trust announced their existence. and then they changed their name to the trust, and so they were like, please don't call us the trust anymore. We are now the group formerly known as the trust. It's a Prince reference. The point is that now they're the Star Tugs company, but they're not. Hold on a minute. Quittin/TWR Productions. What's that? Oh, all right. I see what you've done now, Will. I see. You're being a trickster, aren't you? You're being a little ditcher. That's what you're being. Okay. All right. Well, I have to guess which one of them is you. This looks like you, but I don't trust that it is. Is this you, Will?
Yeah, this is me. What's up?
Who are these other two folks, Will? That have
What are their names?
well, there's Miles.
you should add him and see if it's Miles.
Well, what if it's not Miles? What if it's
No, I swear on the Pope, it's Miles.
swear on the Pope? Leave
Yeah,
the Pope out of this.
let me hold on. You want to hear something absolutely heinous right now? It's 5 a.m.
Yeah, I know, Will. I know.
I had a fit when I saw you were streaming. That was very funny.
Will, have you not slept yet, Will?
No, I haven't. I've just been up.
Will, you gotta sleep, buddy.
Miles is in the same boat. I'm sure he has a lot to say about that.
Why do I do this? Why I drag all these innocent children into my escapade, my nighttime shenanigans?
What's the other one? What's the other one's name? What's the other one?
There's Quentin/TWR Productions. So I wonder who that is. Alex Townsend. I have to bring Alex in immediately. We have been trying to talk to we've been screaming at each other in messages for like 3 weeks. Like, we need to talk to each other. And he's like, yeah, Lemmy, I agree. You're amazing. And he's like, yeah, I agree, Alex. You're amazing too. We keep going like that. That's all. Literally, our entire messaging history is like that. Anyway.
That sounds
Alex,
very
really
violent.
OMG, am I here? Oh, hi. Hello.
Brilliant. Well.
Oh.
Well. This
Well,
is
well,
a
well.
long time coming. Hello.
Yes, it is.
I feel
Howdy.
like I'm intruding on an important conversation.
Well, you were here first, so that has to count.
No, that definitely does. I could sell that for like 5 shillings if I tried.
Shillings.
I don't even. What even is a shilling? How much is? Is that like a penny? It's probably less than a penny.
It probably
right?
doesn't exactly equate to any U.S. currency, I would say.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
You guys are way too quiet. I gotta put you on my computer, but how do I do that if...
I'll just sell my wares.
Mama. Oh, so true.
How do I make
Miles
you-
is so
This
upset.
people-
Miles is so upset that he's not included.
Poor Miles.
Lemmy, I want to say that
Yes.
that you have. I'm just proud of just that how much of a loyal fan base that you have gathered for your streams, because
It
you
is
were
so
able to
delightful.
equate way more viewers than me at fucking 2 a.m.
I do really love it, because the thing is, I actually recognize all these people. There's a few new people here and there, but mostly I recognize all the names.
Yeah, that's
Camaraderie.
really cool. And then I even see people are so disappointed whenever they miss your stream. Like, damn it, dude! I missed the Lemmy stream.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah, that's true.
it's kind of like when Rob used to do all those streams. He would do a stream every weekend. It's that's what you do now. You're just taking over the streaming game.
That's true, honestly. It reminds me a lot of what Rob used to do, because I was so into his streams back when I first discovered the TWRC. And I feel like in a weird way I've settled into the same. I can't talk. Not with. There's an echo here. I can hear myself off by a second. There's got to be a better way to do this.
Yeah, that
Here,
sucks.
what if I attempt to?
The problem is because you can't turn your volume all the way down the iPhone. It gives you one tiny bit left, and you can't turn it down. Alex.
Hello.
Townsend,
Hi.
what's up?
Oh, I am
My
just driving.
Profile picture is
Okay.
so much cooler than yours.
Oh, I think. Okay, hot
Mine
take.
is
I
from the
think
best
season
Chris-
12 is nice.
All right.
Episode, and guess
Oh.
what, Alex? Guess what, Alex? Mine's for the
Yeah.
best Christmas episode, and
Mhm.
I won that battle.
Yeah. Your
TTT
pictures from the
community
best
battle,
Christmas
didn't I?
episode that isn't about Christmas. Oh yeah, yeah.
That's true. You got you.
Totally wasn't. Wait, what was yours? What was your favorite Christmas episode, huh? What was your stupid?
I think it was
episode?
Last Train for Christmas, or Thomas and the Missing Christmas Tree, or an episode about Christmas.
Dude,
you know.
okay. No, dude. Okay, I'm saying Last Train for Christmas is carried on Connor being an absolute awesome guy. The slip coaches just being there for fan service, and then also, you know what's weird? The slip coaches are fan service without actually being fan service. Duck is fan service because he's been the show before, so they're oh, I remember that. But slip coaches is fan service because that's a real thing that I know. so it's like different type of fan service. It's
Oh,
like
true. They're
it's
built
elevated.
different.
It's more. It's like a fine wine. It's like a
They're
fine wine.
not like the other girls.
The
A
slip
master,
coach.
a master debate has formed here.
They,
that I
they are not.
They're
They
they
are
are
not like the other girls. Yeah, Alex just ruined it by saying that line, which sucks. No, I'll get over it.
Hey, here's some questions here. I should attend to the chat, or else the people will be sad. Let's see. Scrapyard Studios. Lemmy, do your parents watch your videos? Yes. To a degree. They're very aware of them. I have to tell my family every time I do a live stream, except if it's in the middle of the night. Because if they walk right in, all of a sudden now they're on the internet forever. So naturally, I want to inform them of that. Let's see. And if it's something I'm proud of, then I definitely tell them all about it while I'm working on it. And they probably see it at the end, unless it's 7 hours long, which is very possible with me.
Yeah, I doubt they watch a full 7-hour stream.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
It's always impressive to see the lengths. I'm always like, oh, that's so nifty.
Yeah, I'm kind of proud of it, but at the same time, not. Like when I first started, like the tutorial stream, or the tutorial, like the 7-hour edited tutorial, the Wooden Railway Tugs one.
Hey,
I was
I
like-
don't know if this is just on my end. I'm just saying this just so you can fix it. There's like a little popping, like every time you talk, it's like crackles. It's like
Let's see.
it's like snap, crackle, pop.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Is it doing it right now? Wow.
It's doing it for me. I don't, Alex is
Doing
it
it
for you.
for me too a little bit.
Nice. Let me
Might not be-
investigate what's wrong here.
Here, Lemmy, I might not be here for that long because I gotta go to bed soon. But
Yeah, you do. You really do. Well,
But,
go to
no,
bed.
here, you gotta let Quentin and Miles say something. Come on, they're just begging.
Yeah, I'll bring them in. All right, they're waiting in the wings, aren't they? All right. Is the popping still happening?
Yes, it is actually.
Oh. Insufferable.
Well, is it for the chat too? It might just be for me. I can get over it.
So what about
I
now? Hold on, is the popping still happening?
Yes.
Pretty
This
big.
awful
It's like someone's
godforsaken
slapping their lips.
What is? Does it happen when I'm not speaking?
Oh no, it's fine now. I can't hear it anymore.
Oh, has it
Yeah.
vanished?
Yeah, it's stopped.
Okay. Suspicious. I'm entranced with suspicion.
Why did you not change anything? It just stopped.
So I changed the setting. There's this mysterious setting on the back of my microphone that I just click a button and then I don't know what it does, but it changes something and it consistently does affect things. Right now I'm going to rejoin as myself. Hello.
Hello.
All right. So, is it happening again?
No, you sound fine. There's just a teeny bit of echo, but I can live with that.
Okay.
You know what's
Good.
also really funny?
What?
I tried to say praying. I tried to say praying to Quentin and Miles, but I said praying as in like pray, like Prey, and that's not. I was like, that's a different connotation.
That's pretty funny. Now, Will, please go to bed. Go to bed, okay?
I'm going to bed.
Go to
Bye,
bed.
Alex.
Bye, Will. Good night. Sleep well.
Good night, Will. Love you, Will. Good night. All right. There he goes. There he goes. Off into the
There he
distance.
goes.
There he goes.
How delightful. How are you doing, Lemmy?
I am doing swell, Alex. It is nice to do a 2 a.m. live stream. You, however, are also. I know for a fact that you're up at a crazy time as well. But that's
I'm up at 2. I'm like we're in the same boat. We're in the same time zone.
yes, very quite clearly. Well, it's definite. I expected us to find a reasonable time to do this, to have a nice conversation, but it seems as if it happened late.
Yes.
So, we'll have another call. We'll have another call soon that isn't in the middle of a live stream, but it's very, very nice to hear from you, I have to say. Because,
Very nice to hear from you too. And
yeah,
you're right.
It's been far, far too long. You're one of those people who's always on my list of people to talk to that I never. Why is Will still waiting in the wings? He's gone.
Are they
Right?
waiting for Quentin and Miles?
All right.
Well,
Well, Miles and Quentin were not invited. Strangely enough, they just appeared And so did you.
Oh,
Hey, it's very mysterious. I don't know how it happened exactly.
it is so mysterious. Well,
Yeah.
I have a friend who hacks things.
Oh, it might be what it is.
Absolutely, of course. That is 100% the reason.
Yeah, of course. Let me read a few more of these comments here. Gotta keep on this, or these poor people will not be. Will feel as if I am ignoring them and they don't exist, and that would be sad.
Uh-oh. That's very...
Indeed. I also have to make sure that I don't get so close to my screen that it's just my hair, which is not the most photogenic angle. Let's see. Star Switcher says, I'd be totally down for that, bro. Your main man is going to be BB Swaz Good and MK Inst. Okay. Is going to be, your main man is going to be these two people. All right.
That is going to be quite a fun discussion, I must say.
Yeah, I have a lot to talk about with Star Switcher. I'm sure it's interesting. Let's see. Floating Vessel says, Lemmy, let's talk about. Oh, there you are. There's your beautiful face. All right, bravo. Why does it look so much more daytime where you are?
Because I have this very, very, very lovely bright light. Because
see, my light is. Oh. Well, it's dark now. It's one of these lights where you touch it and it does the thing. Like you just touch the metal.
Oh,
it's pretty great. But mine is very yellow, as you can see. So
very warm, very ambient.
It is. I used to have. I don't like yellow lights at the very top of the room, but if it's like right next to me, like a desk lamp, that's like really nice. I like it. Like I've got my lights off. Like if I turn my lights on in my room, then it would be like this, and I guess it would look more like daytime. But it just. I don't know. I prefer something cozier. I think it's more cozy.
Yeah.
If I do this,
I think warm lighting makes things so much more like just happy and like cozy. Like
yeah, totally. It feels more like There's nothing more to be said. It's cozy and I like cozy, so that's why I have this going on. And of course, it's cool that it has the magical feature of me doing this. I'm not even pressing a button. It's just doing this. Amazing. Wow. Yeah.
Going bananas.
Yeah, that is. It's mainly me who's making it go bananas, but still. Oh, Miles has I think Miles has decided to go to bed because he's not waiting anymore, which is probably wise. At that
look at my eye.
Reasonable Miles. What is Miles doing up at 5? Miles goes to bed at like 10. What is
that? Who knows? Maybe he's trying something new.
Apparently he's trying the madness of staying up until 5 in the morning. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Let's see, what else are people saying? I'm trying to keep up with this chat. MK the Instrumentalist says it's only 7:30 p.m. here. Lol. That is amazing, actually. That's exactly why. I'll probably bring you in a little bit, MK, if you're still interested. I think you said earlier in the chat you wanted to get involved. We'll bring you in. Why not? Let's see. All right. I think I've read enough comments that we can have a proper conversation. You want to talk characters, Alex?
Please. Okay. How should we dive into this? Which character? There's so many.
We should ask the chat. Let's ask the chat.
Oh yeah.
Who do you want us to talk about? Because we can spin a yarn. You want us to spin a yarn? We can spin a yarn.
Oh, just like Salty.
I wish I could just have my like audio without. Okay, I guess that's a little bit better. It's just weird that there's this second me that doesn't need to be on screen, but it's just there so that I can talk. And also, I'm probably slightly out of sync. That's a feature of this as well. So
I only now just realized that there's a second one of you that's muted. So perfect.
All right, I shouldn't have brought it up then. That would have made it much less noticeable. But I've made it very noticeable. Floating Vessels guy says Zoran. I don't think we're looking for a Tugs character to talk about.
I don't remember that much about Tugs. I should probably rewatch it.
Mr. McHugh says Gator. Matapaka says Duck.
I love like every Thomas character.
Yeah, me too. Like that's the thing. Like they all have potential. Like they're all fun.
They're all. Yeah.
it's about the context though. I think like it's a lot of characters get a bad rep because it's like they just had one episode. Like Billy just had one episode where he was annoying hanging out with Thomas. But like he only had that, right? He doesn't have a lot to work with, just hanging out with Thomas all day, right? You gotta like give him more credit than that. If you put him with other characters, it might be a lot more interesting.
Yeah, I feel like the Thomas-centric focus for a lot of the hit era characters kind of dampers things because it's always Thomas Thomas is always the one with the flaw. Thomas is always the one who has to grow and change. So that those characters just turn into like set pieces, and it's just sort of like.
Yeah, precisely. You know, it's the fact that like they kind of Thomas sops up everything they should have gotten, and I think you know, so to like look at like we're not taking any of the suggestions yet, it seems, but this is an interesting topic. Is just the fact that like. I think a character is oftentimes defined by the characters that surround them. So it's like, you know, if Thomas isn't really anything without Bertie and Annie and Clarabelle and Percy and Toby and like everyone and Gordon and everyone that surrounds him. Like he kind of needs context. He's not really anything without this greater context. And so I feel like you need to be able to draw like you need to be able to draw kind of a character web, if you will, where you put up all the pictures and then you could draw lines between certain ones. And that way, you know, each of them is actually significant. Like if you're writing a story and you need a character to be an asshole to Percy, you can't just use everybody interchangeably. You have to pick somebody, you know, who actually fits the bill. Anyway, let's figure out how to talk about Duck and Gator. I think Duck and Gator both have something in common, which is that they're both big green escapes for Percy from Thomas.
They kind of are.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
I think they both fit into that category of like Percy's surrounded by engines that are like treat him better than Thomas, but for some reason he doesn't become best friends with them. Instead, he just kind of keeps hanging out with Thomas.
I think the best friend. Oh, sorry.
No, go on. Please interrupt. Interrupt to your heart's content. You must interrupt. I will cut in forever if you don't interrupt.
Oh, no worries. I think it's very interesting that they push Thomas and Percy being best friends so hard. And I've always thought this because like they never ever have like a connection in the show that's like that deep.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Like they don't like there are a lot of really profound relationships in the show. But Thomas and Percy aren't really one of them. Like Thomas and Gordon have a very deep relationship. I mean, obviously they wouldn't be best friends for obvious reasons. But like, you know, they are like those two have a lot of history. The show literally started with their rivalry. It's like that makes sense. They're a big deal. Likewise, the big engines, Gordon, Henry, and James are all very close. They're all very connected in very important ways. Edward kind of has a mentorship role to Thomas and to Percy. There's a lot of very deep relationships just within the first 6 engines. But then for whatever reason, like say Thomas and Percy honestly has more roots with like Gordon and like James and like Henry than he does with Thomas. Yeah. Because like in the Railway series, right? Like he doesn't like Toby meets Thomas before Percy. Like, you know, Toby goes to the branch and then like 5 years later, Percy arrives. It's like so late that he actually enters the picture. But it's interesting because I really do like Thomas and Percy's like friendship. I think it's a really cool element of the show. And I think the reason why it works so well, even though it doesn't seem like an intuitive fit, is because I think it's not a particularly deep relationship because Thomas is not a particularly deep character. Like, I don't think that he has deep thoughts. I don't think that he's really, that's not who he is. You know, he's like, he's kind of just, you know, he thinks with his heart and he just rushes into situations. He has no philosophy. He doesn't kind of dissect his own psychology. You know, Edward probably has a deep understanding of his own tendencies and everything that he does relative to the people around him. Thomas doesn't do that. Thomas is literally just like, I don't know, I like that guy. He tells funny jokes. You know, that's it. That's who Thomas is, right? He doesn't question it. And so I think for that reason, right, like him and Percy, it's almost like the two guys who just go out on fishing trips and just hang out on the boat and don't say anything to each other for like hours, but it's still very worth it, right? Like that's kind of how Thomas friendships can be. It's interesting too, though, because it seems like Thomas has a few different types of friendships that he really needs. Like Percy is one of the only characters who is consistently nice to Thomas. And most of the time, he surrounds himself with characters that he forms some sort of rivalry with. Like, think about him and Birdie. It's literally them like yelling at each other about being road versus rail and racing each other and constantly trying to show off to each other and compete with each other. And I feel like by now, Thomas should have figured that out. He should have been able to work that out. But I don't think he wants to. I think deep down, he likes the rivalry. He needs rivalries in his life. He's kind of a fighter. Thomas kind of wants to put his dukes up, right? And it's interesting because Percy, I think, is the opposite of that. He's his anchor. He's the one who kind of calms him down. When Thomas is ready to brawl and ready to fight, and he's about to go to Tidmouth and give Gordon an earful, Percy can calm him down, which is really necessary sometimes. So I think that's like a key element of their friendship. And I think the fact that they don't necessarily fit very well is actually exactly why Thomas needs Percy, because he kind of provides a side that he wouldn't get on his own. Like it wouldn't happen otherwise.
Yeah, because Thomas is way more impulsive, and I think the whole entire like Farquhar ensemble cast of characters. I don't think that's the right word, but I'm tired.
Yeah, and it sounds right.
Yeah, all the characters on the Farquhar branch are so interesting, and how all the dynamics work, and how everything like fits together. And I don't know. I think you said something once about how the Farquhar branch is kind of Thomas recreating the dynamics that he like experienced on the main line, but he's Gordon.
Yeah,
and I think that's really, really deep and insightful.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you remembered that. Like that's that's very much. I think Thomas is doing that, where he wants, and we know that Thomas kind of looks up to Gordon on some level, wants to kind of be him, and he would never admit to that. But we know Audrey just tells us straight up in Thomas the Tank Engine, he was like, but this time he wasn't trying to be like Gordon. He really meant it. It's like he just says, internally, yeah, Thomas wants to be him, right? He looks up to him. And so I think that, but the thing is, it's not really a healthy environment either. Thomas is constantly bullied by Gordon when he's at Vickerstown and when he has to put up with the big engines, and he's constantly at the bottom. And I think when Thomas finally gets his branch line, the reason we see kind of a personality shift and the reason he becomes kind of this pompous asshole after Thomas the Tank Engine is because Thomas is now in Gordon's position. He's in charge of the branch. He's the premier passenger engine. He can boss everybody around. But it's interesting because Thomas's version of the main line on his branch, like I'd say Henry is probably the one who gives Gordon advice and keeps him in check. Henry is Gordon's Percy. But Henry is not nearly as willing to stand up to Gordon as Percy is to Thomas. And I think that shows like a generational improvement. That shows like Thomas comes after Gordon kind of in the generational cycle, at least in storytelling terms. And so I feel like he gets a little bit better. He's a little bit more open to advice. Thomas is wrong more often on the Farquhar branch than Gordon can be on the main line. Gordon generally doesn't admit to his wrongdoing. Thomas does. But the two of them are very similar. They line up in kind of the way that they domineer. So I totally see that being the case. Is I think that he is recreating what he grew up with, which is the Vickerstown situation. It's how he was treated there, and then kind of projecting that and saying, "Look who's in charge now," right? But at the same time, it is a much healthier situation than what is on the main line. Still not super healthy though.
Not the best, but not as bad as it could be, because there's a lot more neutral characters to sort of even things out a little bit.
I really love Toby. He used to be my least favorite of all the main 11, but I honestly think he's rocketed up a lot higher because I have a lot of respect for him. The fact that I think out of all the main 11, the only character who would be okay with me saying, "Oh yeah, he's my least favorite," is Toby. And the reason is he doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. He's like, all right, fine. He didn't just go back to what impartial. Doing. Yeah, he's very impartial. Yeah. Right? He just wants to be left alone. He's the old man who's lived in the same house for the last 50 years, and he just wants the kids to stay off his lawn. And if they get on the lawn, then he'll get pissed off and he'll come out with his cane. But if they don't get on the lawn, then he will never bug anyone. He'll just sit there and read his paper on the porch for 50 years straight. And it just, nobody's going to move him. Nobody's going to, affect him. He's going to sit. He has ultimate patience when he's, when he's doing something. But if somebody else is annoying him, then he has no patience. That's the interesting thing. It flips. It's like when Toby Toby could like read the same novel, like a 1,000-page novel. He could read that for like a week straight, just sit there and just, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. And he'd just do that for a whole week, right? And he would never get bored, and he would never be impatient. But then the second that, like, you know, imagine if Thomas is right next to him, right? And then Thomas coughs. Toby would be like, do you mind? You know, he'd immediately snap, right? Like, that's Toby, I think. He just doesn't want to be bugged. He wants to be left alone. And I think the reason that he meshes so well with Henrietta is because she knows exactly when to leave him alone. Or at least exactly when to, like, not bug him, right? She knows what sets him off. Whereas, like, Thomas and Percy are constantly doing stupid bullshit, and then he's like, for the love of God, you know. You know, I love that whole dynamic. Because Toby's just... Percy and Thomas are such exciting characters. They're constantly getting up to shit. Toby is the opposite, yet he gets dragged along. In a way, it's like SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward, except if Squidward was like the same age as SpongeBob and Patrick, and also if he was just boring instead of being like a grump, right? Like, he's not, no one blames Toby for the way he acts. He's not really wrong. He's not at the butt of the joke. If anything, we empathize with him because we're like, God, all right. So Thomas just shot Percy out of a cannon into Toby's party, and we're seeing his reaction to this, and I don't blame him for being pissed. Like, that's his situation.
It's taken me a long time to sort of not necessarily understand, but like, actually no, yeah, understand. It's taken me a really long time to sort of understand Toby, and I think he's a character that gets better with time. If that makes any sense? Like,
yeah, ages like a fine wine.
Ages like a fine wine. Like, I feel like the older I've gotten, the more I've appreciated him. Like, as a kid, he was just like the box one. And then, like,
exactly.
Like a few years ago, it was just like the one that I don't know what to do with. And then, like, when actually writing for him, it was like the personality someone on Twitter told me.
Right. Yeah.
And then now it's just like, oh, okay. So he's just kind of like neutral and doesn't really want to be fucked with, but also, doesn't want to be screwed with.
Yeah.
But I remember watching season 2.
I want to say I don't have any problem with swearing. So
okay.
if you want to include that,
Splendid.
We can.
Splendid. No worries. I remember I was rewatching season 2, which isn't the Railway series, but and I remember in Percy's ghostly trick, I was very amazed at how, like, just impartial he was. Or one of the season 2 episodes, just like how he just sort of went on both sides because he thought it was funny. And I think that was.
I think that really shows through in the one where Thomas and Percy are fighting about the coal.
Yeah, Double Trouble, or the Thomas, Percy, and the coal.
which that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, he can be very, like, impartial that way. I think, you know, what you're saying about Toby, getting to, like, appreciate him with time, I totally agree with that. I think that it's like, I've gotten to know Toby in the same way that you get to know, like, a grandparent over time. Where, like, when you're like a kid, you, like, don't know anything about them. They're just the old one, right? And then slowly you get to understand them, and you're like, oh, I respect this person, right? Like, that's what Toby is. And the thing is, what really makes me think of a grandparent is the fact that Toby doesn't mind. Like, he understands that we don't know who he is yet, and he doesn't really care. He's like, you know, it's okay, you'll get around to it. And then by the end of your life, you'll respect me more than all the others. And he's right. You know, eventually we'll look at him and be like, you know, I think out of all the main 11, Toby has it the most figured out. Because the thing is, Percy's a total sweetheart. He's great, but he is a little bit too excitable, and he can get a little bit too annoyed, and he can take on baggage a little bit too quickly from others. He gets forced into situations he doesn't want to be in, right? Toby would never, right? At the same time, though, you got Edward, who's a saint and who is brilliant and who can, who can really help the characters around him, and who is the source of wisdom for everybody on the railway. But at the same time, he's constantly burdened by everything that he has to put up with, all the problems he has to fix. He's the last line of defense for any crisis on the railway.
His greatest flaw is taking more than he can chew.
Yeah, no, exactly, right? And so it's not really fair to him. So he's not healthy either. And then, Thomas is obvious. James, Henry, Gordon, they're obvious what their problems are. The twins, are a little bit too eager to, I don't know if they're too eager to brawl, but they're a little bit too they're a little too passionate about things at times, I think.
Yeah.
You know, they're not quite like Thomas. I feel like Thomas is more like that than the twins are. But they're still, you know, they'll jump to conclusions sometimes, I think, if they feel threatened, which I don't really blame them considering what they've been through, but that's the case. And Oliver, I think, is a little bit, he's kind of got like shell shock from his BR days, and so he's always going to be kind of, like, have like a rough exterior, even though like he can totally chillax and just not worry anymore now that he's on Sodor. He's just not going to be able to do that ever, and that's a shame.
I love Oliver so much. I don't know.
He's great. You know, I do adore Oliver. I was gonna say this earlier. It's I hate to say this. I think out of the main 11 though, Toby used to be at the bottom. Now I'm afraid that Oliver's at the bottom. I think he might be.
Intriguing.
Yeah.
I get it though, because I always forget that he was only in like one original Audrey Rella series book.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that you know, he's like he can be removed the most easily out of everybody. And as a writer, I like to go back to like the 50s and stuff and write. I really love those eras. I can't do that with Oliver because he arrives at the very end. He's basically a Christopher character in terms of like what stories I get to write him into. And
he feels very conclusive and representative of sort of like an ending point, at least. I don't know, I tend to always forget that the Christopher books exist, so I see Oliver as being like sort of near the end as a representation of like steam persisting, which works more as a plot device than like an actual character, even though I do love him to bits.
You know, and the thing is, like, he has immense potential, of course. We both that. He's very tricky to like he's trickier than most engines to put in. Like with Thomas, you can put him in any story in any era and it's gonna work. Whereas with Oliver, like he's a little bit more high maintenance in terms of like what you can write him into. But I would say that so that's the main 11. But see, Toby, I think Toby's got it figured out. He's got the right balance of like don't fuck with me, as well as like, you know, being chill and calm. Like I think like he's got like he's not gonna, if somebody asks him to do something unreasonable and unfair, he'll just say, no, I'm not doing that. Fuck that. And he'll just go about his work, right? But also he'll make sacrifices for others. If Thomas has fallen off the side of the watermill and he is upside down in the pond next to the watermill and he's been shouting out to passing trains for the last 7 hours, someone help! I am in the pond! Help me! And nobody's been doing anything. Toby will pass by very slowly, and then first of all he will laugh. Are you kidding me, Thomas? Don't laugh at me. And he'll laugh for like 17 minutes. But then he'll stop and he'll be like, and by the way, he stops after the laughter for 17 minutes, meaning that he's going at such a slow pace that 17 minutes.
Oh my God.
17. But I digress. So then he would help Thomas out, right? So like he's gonna be able to laugh at others, and he's gonna like Toby's gonna have to go get a crane. He's gonna have to waste the rest of his day lifting Thomas out. It's gonna be a huge pain, right? But he knows he has to do it, and so he's gonna do it. But he's gonna get a laugh in first. He's not just gonna do it for free. He's gonna be like, all right, well, I better get something out of this, right? But he'll help.
Yeah.
I think that's the right balance, honestly. I think that's like Edward would just help instantly without chewing Thomas out. He'd maybe give him a look like, are you kidding me? And Thomas is like, yeah, no, I know. I'm sorry. Okay, I don't know how it happened either. Just get the crane. But then he would help him without really anything else in return. Whereas like Gordon would just laugh and then pass by on his way to Farquhar and collapse several bridges, probably fall off another watermill, and then be like, help! I'm stuck! And no one would help him either. And now you've got Gordon and Thomas just off the rails somewhere along Thomas's branch line. And then they close down the branch. The beaching axe happens immediately after this. And they just never talk about those two again. That's why we need Toby there, because he'll get the breakdown train. You know what this reminds me of is the one CGI series episode where James is like the rescue engine for the day, and he drags Toby around with him. And Toby,
oh my God,
that is one of the best Toby episodes in the whole damn show. I love that episode. Toby just sits there. First off, Gordon is off the rails. He's gone over the Fenland for some reason, idiot. And then the track is broken underneath him. Now he's literally at a V shape, angled. He's never been in this shape in his life. And the way he's sitting there, he's not like, oh goodness. Instead, he's just sitting there like, Like, he's been there for like 2 hours. Like, this has happened a while ago. Right?
Wait, is that the episode with like that crash where like
Yeah,
where,
where
like James goes into Gordon?
James's answer to this problem, rather than getting the fucking breakdown train, instead he's like, I know what to do. I will ram Gordon out of there on my own. And Toby's like, James, let's get the breakdown train. And James is like, no, it's fine. I've got this. I can do it all on my own. Watch. And he just slams into Gordon, and they just both end up in the Fenland. Like, it doesn't work.
It's such a brutal crash.
I know. It's ridiculous. They're covered in mud. It's so stupid. They're idiots, right? And then Toby's just there like, fuck. All right. And he goes and gets the breakdown train. Like, what was the point? It was I just love that, right? It's basically like, the only thing that would make it better is Henry being involved somehow. Like, I just love the fact that Toby with the big engines is so funny because he doesn't even humor them a little bit. At least Percy would humor them a little, and Percy would be like, well, maybe that's a good idea, James. And then when James actually like causes the crash, he's like, all right, no, it wasn't. I should have spoken up. But Toby's literally just like, I know this is going to go poorly, but I also don't have the mental energy to stop you. So I'm just going to let it happen, and then I'm going to clean it up later, once you're both immobilized in a pit of goo. And he lets it happen.
Oh my God.
And it's like, you just gotta love it. Like, so Toby's great. I love Toby. I'm getting to know him. It took a long time, but he waited for me, so that's nice.
It takes a while. I feel like he's slowly starting to set in for me. Like, very gradually, I'm starting to think, how could I write a story about Toby?
Yeah. I've finally gotten to that point where I'm writing stories about him, and it's like, I really like Toby now, but it took a long time.
He's very comfortable, Yeah,
he is. He's very comfortable. He's the one character who I think is not changing at all for anybody else, which is why he looks like he was built 50 years before he was built. Anyway, so MK the Instrumentalist says, I want to spurg out before it gets too late here. Don't want to disturb anyone else trying to sleep over here. Insane, not bad. Says, oh, he's responding to Sam. Okay, I see. Let's see. Are you still in a position to join MK? Because I'll bring you in right now if you still can. We shall see.
We shall see.
We shall see.
Okay, deep question, and this is a very, very. How do you feel about the character Charlie?
I love Charlie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because the thing is, Charlie is so interesting because he has this outside veneer of like, all I do is tell funny jokes all the time. No need to be suspicious of me. But then you look at the way he behaves, and he's actually like a really controlling guy. Like, look at his episodes. Like, he peer pressures a lot. He really kind of he makes people feel like they're not fun, and then they do what he wants. I think Charlie is constantly looking for entertainment. He constantly wants to find somebody to bounce his jokes off of, somebody to give him a good laugh, right? That's really what Charlie wants in life.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time, he's looking for that laugh in order to run away from his responsibilities. And so it's very threatening to him when it's like he's having fun with Thomas, and then Thomas is like, okay, Charlie, this is great, but I've got to go and take this train. And Charlie's like, well, hold on, Thomas. I thought you were fun. What do you mean you're taking a train? And Thomas is like, well, I mean, I'm fun. I'm really fun. I'm the funnest engine on this whole damn island. Well, prove it then, right? He kind of cocks an eyebrow, and he's like, come on, I dare you, right? Like, that's the way that he kind of keeps people in his sphere. He's actually a very skilled manipulator. So where do I sign up? Well, says MK. I forgot that. Here, I'm gonna put the stream link in the chat, or should I? Should I do that today? Yes. All right. Now, a lot of people who are not MK are going to join that, but I'm only going to bring in MK at first. But then I'll also be building up a queue of other people who want to join. So that works. That works.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, I love Charlie for that reason. He's actually a very deep character, I think, because I would love to see where he finally has to confront this, where he finally imagine Charlie and Toby. That would be great because he couldn't.
That would be fun.
Yeah, like he would try to like kind of be, he would try to have a blast with Toby. Already Toby, like imagine the two have to work together on some job, right? And Toby would just be so annoyed by Charlie right off the bat. So already none of his zingers that get the other engines work on Toby. So already he's kind of, Charlie's starting to sweat. Like, oh geez, this guy doesn't, I'm bombing out here. I don't know what this is about. But then, when they finally get to the point where the job is almost over and Charlie still hasn't made, Toby laugh, right? He's already feeling bad about himself because he prides himself on his comedic ability. So then when Toby finally, when the job's over and Toby's like, all right, well, that's a job well done. Good day, Charlie. Wasn't fun considering you constantly interrupted, but and then so they would part ways and Charlie would try his whole thing. He'd be like, Toby, you haven't been really fun either the whole time, and I think you still gotta. I mean, come on, you have to have a little bit of devilish spirit in you. I mean, you gotta know a good time when you see one. You would try to like get him to stay and like do some sort of prank with him or do something. And Toby would be like, Charlie, I have no desire to go prank anybody. I have no desire to run away from my work. I've got everything that I need. But do you, is the question. It seems to me that you're running from something, and I'm not going to help you run from it, especially because I'm not fast enough to do it. Good day. And he'd just leave, right? And Charlie would be like, oh, shit, that's the first time anyone's ever, like, stood up to me. Like, he's right. I don't have anything figured out. He'd, like, it would be a kind of a wake-up call that he'd really need. But he would never, like, never what? He would never, he probably wouldn't get it for a really long time because he's too fun. Like, the characters around him actually do really enjoy spending time with him most of the time, until it's time to go and he kind of keeps them too long because he, doesn't want the fun to end. So no one really stands up to him. No one tells him, hey, Charlie, maybe you need to be a little bit more mature and responsible. No one says that because they enjoy his comedy. But they don't realize his comedy is kind of a mask, and really, he's kind of running from responsibility. And so
very insecure.
Yeah, no, I think he really is, right? I just find that fascinating. That difference, the way the community sees him as kind of a comedian and nothing else, the way he wants to be seen, really, versus the way he actually is, which is really a quite insecure guy who probably doesn't have a lot of faith. Probably has a small tank engine, feels as if he has no way to contribute in an engine fashion. He can't, he's just a small shunter. He probably, he looks up to big express engines and thinks, well, damn, I'm never going to be like them. I've got to, do something else. I've got to be impressive in some other fashion. So he relies on his comedy, right? And deep down, he's like insecure about that. And I think you've got a lot of tank engine complexes throughout all the characters. Thomas being a tank engine affects him greatly. And the way, why have I vanished on my phone? Have I lost the internet? Am I still?
You are still speaking.
That's good, at least. Also, I see MK down there. This is a very spicy Charlie conversation. We may continue it later.
Oh, yes.
There I am again. All right. I'm going to bring MK in now. Hello, MK.
Hello.
How should I refer to you? What name should I call you in this stream?
MK or Max is fine. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. You're coming in.
Okay.
This conversation is a long time coming. I've actually been looking forward to having a voice discussion with you because we've talked a lot.
Honestly, I've honestly looked up to you for quite a long time because it's like you're like the only you're pretty much the only one who could give the trust a run for their own money.
I gotta say, I love hearing that.
like legitimately, the thing about like the tissue box painted with water that you put Blue Nose in to make it look like you're in the water. That's fucking genius.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was like the one part of it that I didn't plan from the beginning. I was like, I don't know how I'm going to store this. I guess I'll just make some flimsy cardboard thing to set them on. And then at the very end, I was like, oh, you know what? What if I made like a base that he actually slots right into? I was thinking of like the Theodore models. You know how they have those?
Yeah.
Little cut out. Those are the best, right? So I wanted to do, like, do you remember this was a long ways back. What year did you get into Tugs? Would you say?
Okay, so this is going a long way back. I used to lurk on Sif, I think, like maybe around 2012, 2013.
Right.
I think before then I was like aware of the fandom a little bit on YouTube, but I never like officially joined the forums.
Right.
And of course, at that point, everyone thought Sif was the bee's knees. And
I remember that. I remember back then. And the thing is, I wasn't involved enough in the community to see where the shift happened. I joined the TWRC, and all of a sudden, everyone that I talked to hated Sif. And I was like, my heroes, what happened? I feel like it felt like everyone hated Elvis all of a sudden for some reason. That's
okay. So there was a lot of stuff that went down.
Right, right.
I was only there for like the sort of public facing side of it, but like I know someone who used to be a mod on Sif who told me all this incredibly juicy tea about what was happening behind the scenes. And Jesus Christ.
I imagine there's a lot of juice and tea.
Okay, so did you know the Tugs fandom predates the Thomas fandom?
Whoa. That's juicy.
The reason I'm having a headache right now is because I feel like that makes a lot of sense, and it's very disturbing.
So, I can't remember if it was, I think it was 1996. The Star Tugs Peer Forum was established, and I can't remember if that was first or if Clearwater Forums was second. It might have been the other way around, but basically, Star Tugs Peer started, and there were like 3 main mods. The initial site was started by an Australian, fun fact. Chris Tulloch reached out to that site.
Okay.
And
I know this isn't the point here. It is Tulloch and not Tullich, right?
As far as I'm aware, it's Tulloch.
I've been saying Tullich my entire life.
Oh dear.
I was worried it was Tulloch. I said it a few times. I said it and I was like, that sounds right, but I didn't.
It's not as Welsh as it looks.
Okay. All right. Proceed.
So basically, someone started this like little Tugs fan site. Tulloch found that and reached out to them.
Right.
And then that started like a little Q&A chain going. And then Tulloch eventually went on to the Clearwater forums. And then Ryan started crying, "Oh, I've found Tulloch."
Yeah.
Which is actually not the case. And I want it to be known that that's not the case.
Right.
But basically, Clearwater was first. Then that sort of was its own thing for a while. And then Sif. So that was like in the late 90s. And then Sif started in 2002.
This is like learning that Thomas was built in 1915 and that there were 3 railways that predated the Northwestern. It's like, okay, all this stuff got written after the fact. It feels like I know it was always there, but it doesn't feel that way. Like I was so sure.
Yeah, Ryan is
like the 2000s.
Ryan is a massive revisionist, and he likes to pretend that he founded the fandom. Or at least that Caesar founded the fandom, the rare occasion that he comes up. Have you ever heard of Caesar?
No, I have not.
So Caesar was the one that Ryan inherited the Sif mod chip from.
Huh. Interesting.
So Caesar was the one who started it.
All right. The 90s, you say?
Yeah, this was like 1996.
God, David Mitt was very alive at that point. Fuck. Oh.
Gosh.
Nutty. Isn't this nutty, Alex? I don't mean to.
This is bananas. I'm still processing that there were railways before the NWR.
I know.
That's bananas.
Yeah. It just
okay. So, I went off on a bit of a tangent there.
Delightful tangent, though.
So yeah, it's I am full of mind blowing surprises. and I
Yeah,
wish
you
to
are.
share
You showed me that. I would say.
So
I feel like it's so weird because I felt like I knew everything about Tugs, right? Around, I felt like I'd learned everything there was to know around 2013, 2014. I was like, okay, I know everything. And now there's all of this stuff. There's so much stuff that's not like, it's like Tugs is like my baby, and then it's like my baby, it turns out, has like 7 other fathers that I didn't know about. It's very complicated. It's exciting, but it's also crazy. Like, your reality just blows open.
My favorite thing about Tugs, is that it is emphatically not a kids show.
Like, this blew my mind the other day to hear that description for the first time of what Tugs is like an adult
drama adventure series with models.
Yeah. Like, that's what it is. Like, that's why it's so cool. That's why we're all like, wow, this is so much better than Thomas, because it's a totally different genre. It's
exactly. And the really interesting thing is, even what we see in the 15-minute cuts is incredibly toned down from what it originally was. That's probably the biggest example of this is retconning Big Mickey's death.
Yeah.
Because in the 20-minute cuts, he dies. In the 15-minute cuts, it's like, he was saved by falling in shallow water.
Very shallow water. That's a good place to build a harbor.
and then they also have in Ghosts the whole thing where it's like OJ heads down that crane inlet, and there's that very deliberately silhouetted Big Mickey looking crane in that establishing shot. And it's like the shot deliberately draws your eye to it. They backlit it to deliberately like highlight it, and then they cut like this crucial shot.
It is amazing that already so much thought went into Tugs that we are seeing a chopped up version of it. Like, it really was. I remember there was one interview.
Salty's Lighthouse, right? How that's chopped up to shit.
Yeah.
Tugs is like that too.
And
the sooner that people realize that, the sooner that you realize just how deep the rabbit hole goes.
It has not ruined. I still adore Tugs, with all my heart. Still my favorite show of all time. However, now that I know how chopped up the show is, when I watch it, I see it all the time. It's like, this is a weird cut. Why does it stop here? Like, there's a lot of
Quarantine is the biggest offender for this because they legitimately 100% finished the 20-minute cut, and it was the very first one cut to 15, and they just did it straight from the 20-minute cut. They just cut shit out of it and didn't make anything new to cut the cut.
How much stuff from OJ's Bad Day was actually in there that we don't know about? Like,
that is a very, very good question. I think there is something that they did refilm from it, because if you look very closely in the background of the ending with Burke and Blair when 10 Cents and Sunshine tow him in, you can see the fire barges disappear and reappear in the background. So there's some shots that they did at a different time in that scene.
Tugs is so unsettling in the best ways. It's like, it's always, I felt just, there's so much about it that makes it this way. One of the biggest things is like just the fact that it's filmed in water. There's so much mystery already about the fact that every tug basically has this big apparatus immediately underneath it in every shot. That somehow we've never seen one of those until like a year ago. Like, Jesus Christ, right? So the whole show is just cloaked in mystery. And the fact that, like, this came between season 2 and season 3 of Thomas. I was watching those when I was 3. And this comes in between, and I had no idea, right? And so take all that, right? That was how I felt 2008. Imagine how I feel now that I know that there were enormous changes made to the episodes. That there was stuff that never got shown to anybody.
The fact that not only were scripts originally written to 30 minutes, but the fact that at least 3 episodes were combinations of 2 scripts mashed together.
Wait, what? I have not heard this one. You gotta explain this.
Okay, so Quarantine is a mix of Quarantine and OJ's Bad Day. If you have the 1990 annual, there's a story in that called Quarantine, which basically begins word for word as the episode begins and then deviates quite wildly. The same is true for Naval Maneuvers, where the opening dialogue is almost exactly linked to the opening narration of Munitions.
Ooh, weird.
Okay, so let me highlight the exact bits for you because I made a little comment about it to someone.
All right.
Krakatoa, here we go. So, the opening dialogue of Munitions. To run a fleet of tugs, you have to be prepared to take on any job. One of the most difficult and dangerous was handling the big naval munitions ships. Naval Maneuvers begins. One of the most difficult and dangerous jobs that Captain Star's fleet of tugs had to handle was moving the great naval ships around the harbor.
Jesus Christ. All right.
And beyond that, Hercules had towed the naval tramper Krakatoa in from the base up the coast. If you look at Captain Star's briefing in the next paragraph, the Krakatoa, a huge naval tramper who's coming down to the harbor from the base up the coast.
So weird. So now, do we know though that's not that we don't have it backwards, and that they for whatever reason split one episode into 2 annual stories, or one annual story and one?
Well, here's the thing. If you look at OJ's Bad Day, not a single plot beat in that has anything in common with Quarantine in the annual.
That's
or
true.
The VHS blurb. The VHS blurb for Quarantine follows the plot beats of Quarantine in the annual only. It does not mention anything that comes into play in OJ's Bad Day, which comes into play in the episode.
Yeah, this is that's what's so weird about Tugs. This could only happen with Tugs, because it could never happen with Thomas. We have the Railway series. We have the original blueprint. It could only be, an alteration of it. This was all from scratch. So Tugs could be the original blueprint for Tugs. We have no idea what that was. It was all from scratch. That's really weird. Hold on. You say there were other episodes that were like this. So
So there's Munitions, which was originally Munitions and Naval Maneuvers. There's Quarantine, which was originally Quarantine and OJ's Bad Day. And probably the most easily recognizable is Regatta, which was originally Regatta and 4th of July.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why it keeps switching titles on the VHS tapes, because it actually
I thought it was like
so late in production.
I thought it was like an American dub, British dub thing. I know that doesn't make
No.
sense.
If you look in the Salty's Lighthouse footage, because it's hard to see in the tape footage, if you look in the Salty's Lighthouse footage of the Regatta Parade, there are Star Spangled Banners everywhere on every crane, every building. Sally flies one on the front, and she has an RAF accent, so it's deliberately American.
It's funny to me that I've always noticed that stuff, and it's funny to me that people can ignore it and still look at the Tugs like they're British just based on the voices, because they look at their stacks, right? Just look at them alone. I gotta say, I love how aggressively American Tugs is. There's something good about that. It's ridiculously American, way more than it even should be.
Fun fact about that, the Japanese intro of Sunshine, where it pans past that lovely night shot of Top Hat from the rear?
I don't agree about that shot.
The Japanese narration of that scene says, "The red stack is a landmark."
That's a really badass line.
It is a lovely line, especially paired with that shot.
Yeah.
But my other favorite translation tidbit is that in the Finnish dub, they introduced Hercules as Hercules the Ocean Dragon.
Whoa.
That's brilliant.
That is badass.
Yeah, it is. That's great.
Hardcore.
Ah, I love it. I love it.
So,
Tell me, MK, how much of what you've told me am I allowed to say? Because I always err on the side of caution. I don't want to reveal any information to anybody that somebody told me in confidence.
okay, I can't actually remember what I've told you.
That's the thing, right? You know, so what about like the episode that High Winds replaced?
Yeah.
All right.
So basically, let me think. Yeah, that's the 3-liners one, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, whoa! No. Hold on. I've heard 2 trampers. I've heard 2-liners. I've heard 3-liners. Okay, you got to set this straight right now. Did I start a rumor by accident? Because I've been going around saying, I always envisioned that Hercules pulled 2-liners or something. I said that to people.
Tulloch apparently said 3 at a Brighton event.
Holy fuck. Okay. Jesus Christ. All right. So I just predicted that, and I guess that's what it was. Before I knew about Hercules, like that episode, I thought that I thought that, like, say back like the first time I became aware that High Winds was not originally intended to be the episode in that slot. The first time I think I found out about that was maybe 2015 or so, 2016. There was like a page. Chris Tulloch has a page. I'm saying Tulloch now. Chris Tulloch had a page somewhere on the internet that I discovered somehow.
Oh, you remember it too. I am so glad you remember it, because that is nowhere online now.
Is it?
Did not find it? Is it gone?
I didn't find it. It was like kind of had like an orangey golden tint to it. It was like a very small, like, site. It was like it was like his reel, except it didn't have all that much on there. And he had like a blurb on there where he talked about his time on Tugs. And part of what he talked about was like how he had to impromptu write kind of a replacement episode. And
when I remember
the depth of the tank did not allow for it, I think is what he said, or something. The dimensions of the tank, something like that.
That's right. Oh, I'd forgotten about that, but you're right. What I remember was that he mentioned in passing that they had a script ready to film, and that I specifically remember this quote: the script made its way as far as the T stage floor before it got axed.
Yes.
I specifically remember that phrasing.
Right. There's some. I love the fact that there are other people who latch onto the phrasing. I try to quote interviews for word sometimes because I just love the way they put it. It's just so like cool.
Yeah.
Like, I love it. I love it so much.
Yeah. So with that, I think he had said it was 2-liners, and then in Brighton, when someone asked him about it, it was 3. Because I remember there was like the few people who remembered this interview, there was like a warring thing whether it was 2-liners or 3. But I specifically remember that it was like deemed too over budget.
I don't remember him. He didn't clarify on his little blurb on his page that liners were involved. I think he literally just said the dimensions of the tank were not suitable or something like that, right? And so what I then thought, reading that, I thought to myself, oh my God, does an ocean liner sink or something? Like, what is this, right? Because when I heard dimensions, I think I thought depth, and now I'm remembering it, and I quoted depth. I don't think he said depth. I think he said dimensions, which makes sense. It's not about depth. It's about length and width. You can't
they wouldn't be able to fit 3-liners, because if you've seen the pigments on the back of the publicity pack where they're filming the Duchess coming in, they've literally had to ram her rudder up against the Coast Guard's dock just to fit her in the shot.
Yeah, that's great. I would love I would give anything just to walk through the tank for 10 seconds. Just like, that would be so cool. Just imagine that.
I want to walk through the tank and just take photos of where the Big Boulder Rock Company is, because there is literally no shots that show that area.
Interesting. This is something I want to talk to you about, because you've actually mapped a lot of this out, and I've never paid attention to it. I always assumed that apart from like the Star Dock and the Z Dock and like Lucky's Yard and like the seaplane hangar, everything else changes around and nothing else is consistent. I never really realized how much stays in place when they're filming Big City. And it's
yeah,
like,
there's a lot that stayed the same. And in
Huh.
fact, the few times that it changes are incredibly useful for figuring out what scenes were like filmed before or later.
yeah.
And this is actually part of a very, very, very weird theory, and it holds a surprising amount of water, which is that Izzy was not the one who saw Zoran Ram Sunshine. It was Sally.
That makes a lot more sense narratively, for one thing, because they introduce Sally kind of awkwardly in the beginning, and then she never comes up in the show again.
So here's the thing: all the scenes leading up to like Tencent's finding Izzy at night,
right,
just cobbled together from like completely unrelated scenes. Because there's like there's one very foggy shot where you can see him towing a barge. And it's like that is like the only shot remaining from this entirely cut plot thread.
Huh.
The other shot from that plot thread is that night shot of Top Hat panning from the back. Because in the Sizzler, that shot pans all the way past the fire station, and you see Tencent approaching camera towing a barge.
That makes so much sense. All right. I was wondering that because that is such a beautiful shot. And I was thinking about this like a week or two ago. I'm like, where the hell is that from? Like, what is that? Like, that's cool. That makes a lot of sense.
Here's something as well. The Duchess threw a big party was never in the original draft. The way they originally had that scene, that was meant to look exactly how it looks in the photo book.
Hold on. Let me see.
This is so interesting to be a fly on the wall for. Oh my goodness.
That looks. What you mean? This here?
Yeah. No fireworks. Just still, quiet night.
Interesting. That's fascinating. I know we're having a conversation, but Jesus Christ, these models are just breathtaking. I want everyone to do this. Like, look at Hercules is gorgeous.
It's one of my favorite shots. It's one of my favorite shots, honestly. One of my favorite things about that shot is that it is the only fucking time that you can see the numbers on the liner terminals.
Is that true? Hold on. What do you mean liner terminals?
Look just behind Hercules' mast, and you can see a 2 on the brown dock, and just past his stern, you can see the 3 on the rear dock.
Interesting. God, so much thought went into this that we didn't have no concept of. Like,
the only time you ever see Terminal 1's number properly is the 15-minute exclusive shot of Sunshine at the end of Pirate.
Wow. Okay.
It's like they've really underutilized that part of the set.
They really did build the set for a long-lasting show. They didn't build it for one season at all.
So here's a really fun fact for you. There's a Lego set of Liner Terminal 2.
There's a what?
There's a Lego set of Liner Terminal 2 from Tugs, and it's because of Spider-Man.
Why?
Okay, so Liner Terminal 2 in Tugs is based on either Terminal 54 or Terminal 56 of the Cunard Line's liner docks in Brooklyn.
Okay.
And they are historically known for being where the Titanic's survivors were brought in.
Right.
And if you look up photos of the dock online, it's a dead ringer for how it looks in the show.
That's crazy, because we don't see a lot of stuff like that exactly lines up in Tugs. It's not like...
You would be surprised. You would be very, very surprised.
For Tugs TWR, I gotta have these discussions with you to figure out what. Like, I don't want to just like make a bunch of random buildings now. I want to actually they should all be significant. because they all.
Okay, so the Fulton Ferry dock is basically 1-to-1 to a real terminal, and it's next to the Brooklyn Bridge.
That's really cool. Wow.
And in fact, there's a BTS, and there's a behind-the-scenes pic, and it is shot from almost an identical angle to this one photo showing the back of it.
That's amazing. Like they probably were well aware of. Like they probably had a few photos to go off of.
Yeah,
I would love to know. I would just love to know.
Terminal 2.
So, imagine being a fly on the wall for David and Cardona's first name, last name trip throughout the States to do all their boat research. I would love to know what they picked up while they were in the States. Like, where did their inspiration come from? How many photos did they have, and what were their photos? And like, did they have specific boats in mind when designing all the tugs and that sort of thing? Like, they clearly did so much research. Like, it's just nutty how much research. It's crazy.
Speaking of research, I'm going to tell you something, and I'm going to say this on the stream just to piss off the trust.
Hold on, Max. I don't want to cause any trouble. I don't want to cause any trouble.
There's a book they have on display, which is apparently from one of the crew, which is one of the reference books that they used, and it's the one with pictures of Billy Shupak's basis in it.
Okay.
We identified which book that was. So for everyone listening, it is The Steamboat Era in the Muskokas, Volume 2, The Golden Years to the Present by Richard Tately.
That has no meaning to me, but I assume it has meaning to some people. So
basically, there are photos that show. This is basically the Tugs Upriver book, and basically it shows exactly what all the Upriver stuff was based on.
Oh,
and it basically proves that Tugs Series 2 was going to be set in Canada.
Okay. Can I say that I'm kind of glad in a way Tugs didn't get a season 2, because I don't know if I will want the rest of the show to be upriver. I understand that Dave kept bumping his spine on Big Mickey's hook or whatever. Like, I get it, right? I get it. It's difficult to film in big city port.
Especially when they fill the water with fake ice. That is what did it for David.
That's true. That would be a huge pain in the ass. Because you would have to try and not disturb parts of it. That would be
that's why it's like that those two shots at the beginning of Ghosts, Big Freeze, and Upriver with like Zoran frozen to the dockside. It's like that's why they only seemingly shot those two shots of that scene and then aggressively made as much use of them as they could in like 3 episodes and the intro sequence.
They're really beautiful shots. They are.
They are. You can tell they went, bugger this, we're not filming anymore. Let's just make use of what we got.
That's crazy. I just, that stuff blows my mind. It all sticks out.
That is actually, that shot is what Big City Freeze was originally going to be, because you can see in the background of the other B-roll they shot around and it gets used like in the beginning of High Tide. That is what you can see, the Vienna in the background. And it's like they would not have painted the liner into Vienna if they had not already intended to film her. So it's like, why the hell is she in the port set 3 episodes before Big Freeze? Yeah,
that's really trippy. It's so weird how the book titles mean something. Like, I always assumed it was just some dumb intern that was like, Big City Freeze, Big Freeze, same thing. It's like, that was the original title. It was
meant to be in the city.
That's so crazy. Jesus Christ. I should pay attention to the chat. I should respond to the chat. If I don't respond to the chat, then these people will all cry at the same time in synchronization.
MK, I'm full of surprises.
Let's see.
Let me get the Tugs Bible. Tugs Bible.
Oh, God. Sadrian Cyan says, I'm still processing that Thomas is older than Gordon and Henry. I'm not. I processed that a few years ago. I'm over it. I figured out how to make it work. It's good. Let's see.
Wait, Thomas is old. No, no. I reject that.
Rolling Duck Studios says Alex just chilling while Lemmy and MK nerd out about Tugs. Yeah, that's true.
MK, what private Tug stuff does the Trust own? Oh boy, who wants to talk about the Brian Blessed dub?
Okay, what is that? Here, we'll talk about that when I read a little bit more of the chat. That's going to be a rabbit hole. You better, I swear, you better not get me on the Trust's blacklist by spouting all this shit on my stream. Look, I am having an absolute ball right now. I have to say, this conversation, long awaited. But I just don't want to end up on any blacklists. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If the Trust is watching, the Trust isn't watching.
I can tell you it's probably no big loss if they are, because they wouldn't give anyone anything anyway.
Oh my god. Let's see. How the station pilot says, how come there isn't like a 90-page document out there detailing the history of all this? That would take a hell of a long time to write, wouldn't it?
A 96-page document, perhaps.
Don't you even.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. It was right there.
We have to have a more private conversation about this matter later. I think. All right, let's see. Fonse looks like what's his name? Jacob Jarrett's picture, but that might just be the style. But Fonse, good name, says my rare Australian munitions / 4th of July VHS got stuck in my VHS player. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, you know what? True story. When I was a kid and I first found out about Tugs, I was legit begging my parents to buy me a British VCR just so that I could play the PAL tapes. I desperately wanted VHSs, and I couldn't play them on my US VHS players. And I was like, well, what if I get one of the ones from over there? It's never actually happened.
Funny thing about that, the Australian tapes have the best source for the footage.
Interesting.
They have the worst audio. They have the audio on it has so much noise on it. It's like a sonic weapon of torture. The UK tapes have pristine audio, but except for Trapped, but I'll get to Trapped in a minute.
I wonder why it would be different. That's interesting.
They used slightly different masters, I think. They used a different copy of it, and then the people in Australia completely buggered up the mastering.
We are so lucky. We are so lucky that Tugs had VHS tapes. Can you imagine a world where maybe one of the episodes didn't make it onto VHS? That would be devastating. I remember back.
You do have that for the four broadcast exclusive 15 minutes.
Okay, I know we do. All right, I know that. I know we are in that position already. But I mean, work with me here. At least we have something.
Wait. What's the 15-minute broadcasts?
All right, you go into this, MK.
Okay, so the 4 20-minute cuts that were put on VHS. They were the first ones released, and they were actually released before filming had finished because they ran out of money.
Alan peppering it all the way to the bank.
Shadow missing the naval destroyer's lines because they legitimately had not finished making the episode. They just rushed that shit out. What we got on. Okay, so Sunshine and Pirate are technically more complete. Pirate is the most complete because it was the very first 20-minute cut they made. You can tell by the music and the reverb effects.
It's interesting because I was watching Pirate the other day, and I felt like it was a lot better for some reason than most of the other episodes. I was just watching it, and I was like, this is really good. This is feels more polished in a way. I guess
so if you want proof that Pirate was the first episode completed, listen to Tulloch's voice for Zoran in the briefing scene. Just listen to this. This is a comparison between the 20-minute dub, which was the very first one done, and then the 15-minute redub where they cut out a line and he had to re-record his line for Zoran there.
interesting.
We're wasting time. Silence.
I've always thought that was weird.
Yeah, just listen.
We're wasting time. It's like got this like very throaty gruff, you know. It's
Yeah,
not like
just
wasting time. We're wasting time. Like what's
yeah,
that?
just listen to the comparison because I play them back to back.
We're wasting time. Silence. 10 cents barge is the only one's gone. We're wasting time. 10 cents barge is the only one's gone. Quiet.
That's so much better. The second one. That's like so much more Zoran. That's
So it's like you can tell that is Chris Tulloch basically his first time officially doing Zoran, and it shows. It's like that legitimately sounds like they just took that from the 10th track.
It's so weird that we are hearing something that was done in a recording studio 30 years ago. Like I feel like learning that I'm hearing him, not just hearing like a 30-year-old dead recording, but hearing him, having that context, having that knowledge. It's so trippy. It's like, Jesus Christ. That's great. It blows my mind. Blows my mind that there's so much still to be learned. I'm going to read a few more comments so the people don't cry. Let's see. Scrapyard Studios. Lemmy, where the fuck did you get the 1990 annual? I can't find it anywhere. Grrr, is what they say. That was the very last Tugs thing that I bought. I stopped buying Tugs stuff along maybe 7 years ago, I want to say. I kind of got everything I wanted more or less, mostly books. But the 1990 annual was that was the last kind of big gap in my collection. I'm still missing a few photo books, but I don't really care too much. But the 1990 annual I really wanted. And I took a gamble. It was one of those listings on eBay where there were literally no pictures and it said spiral bound and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Right. And so I was like, you know what? It's worth the risk. And I bought it, and it was the 1990 annual. It wasn't the 89. I was so happy. That was the best thing ever. So I got really lucky with that. So I think I earned it.
I've actually got a copy of that coming in the mail, and it is the most pristine copy of it I've ever seen. So I'm going to be completely destroying the spine on it to scan it for everyone.
Look, this is the only time I'm okay with somebody destroying a rare item because it's for something even the thing is I feel terrible about taking apart a book, and the reason is somebody else could have it, right? But you're doing it so everyone else can have it, so it cancels that out. But it's a very, very tricky philosophical trick that you've just pulled. It's very clever, I must say. But that's
I must say, I feel like absolute shit having to do it when it's in such good condition because I've already done it for the Buzz books.
Yeah, true. I mean, you've got to, somebody's got to do the dirty work. Somebody's got to do the.
For me, it's like the trust will never make anything they have public. So the least I can do is make public everything that is already in public domain.
Right. And to be fair, deep in my soul, this is interesting. We got to get into a little trust debate soon because that'd be amazing between you and I.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. But I think that in general, the things that I really love, the kind of materials, like the books and stuff, the photos, I don't really need any more photos of the models. I don't really need any more information about. It's cool to get new information about Tugs. I love it, but I don't really need it because what I really resonate with is the photo books, the Buzz books, the 2 annuals. Those are my childhood. Those are what I really love. And so to see high quality versions of those available to everybody, that was enough to get me into the show. And I think as long as we have that, the Tugs culture will stay alive no matter what the trust does. It cannot be destroyed. So for that reason.
The big problem at the moment is that I've already disassembled the first, or I think I disassembled the second one by mistake.
Disassembled. I've never heard someone use that term with a book. Disassembled. That's such a meticulous job.
So basically, it's actually relatively easy if you use a hairdryer because it literally melts the glue and the pages just come out completely unharmed.
That's really good. Okay, well, you clearly know what you're doing. I would have just ripped the things out.
Oh God, no! That is how you do not disassemble a book.
That's why I'm not a preservationist or a historian or a researcher. I'm a model maker. I build shit that I can drop and it's a-okay. That's what I do.
Yeah. So with books, you have to melt the glue on them really carefully, so the pages literally just slip out. and
Right.
you can scan them right down to the middle and get the entire image, and then just
That's amazing. And then just
literally eradicate the theme.
That's great. I love that. Mm.
Yeah. My problem at the moment is that I have discovered a perfect way of scanning the pages so that the paper grain does not show up, and you just get the raw ink on the page.
Right.
And the problem is, got some fish. The problem is that it is perfect in theory,
Right.
but it is impossible to get to work perfectly in practice, because what you need to do is you need to make 2 scans that are exactly 180 degrees rotated, so that the scanner light hits every crease and bump
I
from the
see what
opposite
you're saying.
direction.
That would be, even if you could do that practically, that would be a monumental pain. And you got to remember, there is a point where most people don't care about quality anymore, where it kind of passes that marker. So it's like, you don't want to destroy your own psyche doing this. There's a point.
The thing is, though, I want this to be like a definitive thing, because I don't want anyone else to have to destroy their books.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, just
So
like
I want this to be like a
once and for
definitive
all.
be-all, end-all.
the scan to end all scans. Yeah,
Exactly. I want this to be like ebook quality, as if it came off the original like master copy.
Yeah, that I get. I really admire that philosophy, because that will just end this whole thing. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna read a few more.
No more shitty like moi patterned scan like photos on the Wikia that look like Zoran has gout.
Oh my god, that's true.
Like, have you seen that one scan of, I think it's like the end of what is it? I think it's like the end of Kidnapped, and it's like there's a scan of Zoran, and it's just got green and pink spots all over.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I relate heavily to this this sensation that you are describing.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So the way I'm doing it, there's none of that. There's none of that.
That's good. That's
It's
really
like
great.
the original artwork.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's going to be a welcome relief from what we've had to deal with.
Definitely.
I'm going to read a few more comments here to keep people involved. Let's see. Andrew Rose Cole says, "Hey Lemmy." Hello, Andrew. Let's see. Station Pilot says, "If you do release some big document on all this, I'll become your personal shoe shiner," says the Station Pilot. All right, that's a pretty sick
Better
name.
a shoe shiner than a bootlicker.
True. Pretty good phrase. Just Another Fool says, "You live inside the blue eye of a giant. His pupil is the black hole sun. A hole when looking from outside, but the source of all light from inside. Hugh man, made of light, in his image, in his eye." All right.
Deep.
Any thoughts on that, either of you?
I think it's profound.
Man.
Reminds me of season 5.
Oh shit.
Floating Vessels guy says, "If I'm being honest, Tugs is the fucking best and interesting show in the whole history. Change my mind." I don't think anyone here wants to.
No, I don't think I'm going to change your mind, because I agree with you.
Yeah. Oh my
So
god.
my favorite thing about it is, like, you know, that one Japanese toy, the sort of like L-shaped dock set with the
Right.
big
I
middle.
do.
Yeah, so basically on the sticker sheet for that, and it's they've got like these little stickers that you put on the crates, and it's like half of them say whiskey. And it means the thing is like, yeah, you laugh, but you realize that means somewhere there was a reference photo that they looked at.
Yeah, that's true.
with
There is
whiskey
a
on.
crate that we've probably seen several times but couldn't make out on the set that says whiskey on it.
Yeah,
Probably several-
but remember, here's the thing. It's like everyone everyone shits on like really grim dark Tugs fics that like go like really overboard into the setting, but that is imbued into the show itself. These facts are literally
now.
Cat Mafia.
I don't think there are enough Tugs fics to even shit on. I think there's like 2 that I've read. I mean,
Oh,
where
there were a decent number on SIF back in the day.
Yeah, you with your
Don't
information.
tell Ryan, but I
Better
stream
than
cap
90s. Yeah,
spear.
I'm working off the assumption that people didn't start writing this stuff until like 2005 when YouTube.
Oh no! People have been doing this since the 90s.
Jesus Christ!
I can't even
I
process
mean,
that fandom was in the 90s. Oh my god.
how it is. Wow. I don't know how.
The Tugs fandom has literally existed for at least 2 years longer than I have been on this earth.
Oh Christ, that is nuts. All right, another topic. So my brain doesn't totally explode. What are your thoughts on Big Mickey having a face? The idea that was intended at some point. What is just? I don't even know where this question is going to go. I just want to hear where it goes.
So there's something really funny about that, which is that someone actually asked Tulloch about that back on the Clearwater forums.
Right.
And his response began with cranes with faces? Perish the thought, ha ha ha. And it's so clear that he knew they planned it.
Right. Okay. That's pretty great. God, that's crazy that was like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So
something really funny about that, in the same interview, Ryan edited this out to throw people off the scent because God forbid the fandom get anything nice. But one of the other things he said in that interview was he just mentioned in passing this little detail about how Sunshine was meant to stay in his white livery with the black stack base, but they changed it at the last minute. And the fascinating thing about that is that at that point, no one had ever seen Sunshine with a black stack base before. And it's only when Tulloch and Brian Mount brought a whole bunch of photo albums to Brighton that any photos of Sunshine with a black stack base surfaced. Sunshine was made in his original white livery first, with no white rim on his hull and brass handrails. And
I always thought that was just because he was in progress, because he's also like
no, he if you look closely, he's weathered. He is finished in that photo.
Can we just talk about how let me look at the photo first before I make before I say anything here. Is this the same photo where Sunshine's up on the wooden thing and he looks really creepy because his pupils are fucking huge? Is it that one?
Yeah, they gave him anime eyes. Yeah, this is a little bit after that. There's a shot of him in the water that's like a little bit after that.
All right. Okay.
But
okay.
Basically, if you do a side by side between that and how he appears in the actual Sunshine episode, he is very clearly weathered in the behind the scenes.
So weird. Okay.
My favorite thing about that, look at his bio in the annual. Sunshine is regarded as an orphan tug.
Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, that fits very well.
So the whole thing about that is that when you rewatch Sunshine with that single line of his bio in mind, it puts an entirely different spin on the episode that makes it like it hits you in the face how dark it was originally aiming to be.
I don't know. I always got that impression. I mean, I always got the impression that Sunshine was kind of that he was running from something, right? And that he was
not just running, but so you know the shots that accompanied the Duchess having the big party. So that's a complete stitch up. That scene did not exist as it is in the 30-minute cut. Right. The shots of Sunshine, he's not looking at the liner docks. He is looking at the star dock.
Interesting.
And he is very clearly hesitating, and then he slowly moves towards it. And then you remember the back of the VHS tape that says Captain Star orders Sunshine's dismissal. And he runs away.
orders his dismiss. Okay, well, that's pretty fucked up. All right.
That is very fucked up. And then Tencent, oh, he'll never forgive me. Tencent wasn't there at the dismissal to defend him.
Okay. All right. Wow.
So Tencent, Sunshine
this
basically
is like from the 30-minute cut then. So this is like wow.
So Sunshine basically got ganged up on by all the other big tugs and the captain, and basically told, "You're a disgrace. Get the fuck out of here."
That is terrible. That's why they feel so bad. That's why they all feel so bad. They didn't do anything in the one we saw.
That's why Warrior said, "Oh, Sunshine, we done him wrong."
Wow. Damn. I mean, I guess there has to be something filling up the extra 10 minutes. That's a lot of time.
Not just the extra 10 minutes, but the massive fucking time skip between when Sunshine leaves the docking, which was implied to be before the afternoon because the Duchess came in early, and then suddenly it's night.
Yeah, that's true. Oh,
so there is a massive chunk of time that is missing there. And then it gets worse because after the dismissal, if you remember the VHS tape again, it says Sunshine runs away and gets lost in the harbor in thick fog.
Right.
Do you know that one shot of Sunshine at night that's exclusive to the 15-minute cut where he's like passing the coal yards?
Maybe. I don't have the laser sharp memory of every shot in the show that you do.
Okay, so basically that shot does not fit into the choreography of any of the other sequences with Tencent trying to find him at night. That is from a completely different scene. And when you know the geometry of the set, so Sunshine is like passing by the coal yard, which is in the background, and it's like there's this big black crane in the background. He's passing by, and then he looks to his right.
Yeah.
Quite suddenly, as if like his attention was called over there.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the zero dock is.
Oh, interesting. What happens there?
So the really interesting thing is how I'm just trying to gather my thoughts on this. So basically, do you know that Japanese coloring book?
Yeah.
There is an illustration in that of Zoran, Zack, and Zip ganging up on Sunshine. And the caption has Sunshine saying, "I was surrounded by the Z-Stacks. What should I do?"
Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of...
Basically, not only did he get shunned from the Starfleet in disgrace, but then the Zeds went after him.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He got no breaks that night.
Yeah, no, clearly. His behavior afterward makes a lot more sense, too, because he seemed to have a rather extreme reaction. But
not just that. But let me pull up the photo book again. I've got photos of it on my computer. Let me get the exact line, because this always freaks me out when you read into it.
Yeah.
So
freaks out is the right term. A lot of Tug stuff is just freaky. Like, it just isn't.
So here we go. This exact page 23. His engine faltered and his main searchlight went out as he slowly set off upriver. Why would he be having mechanical troubles?
Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, God.
Notice as well, he looks relatively fine in all the scenes in the port.
Yeah.
But then when they find him on the sandbank, He's covered in seaweed, and all the lines on his stack are broken.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I
He-
like this.
The best part is that, remember, the Japanese illustration has Zoran, Zack, and Zip. They are the three that Zero chastises at the end, and Zack specifically apologizes, even though he did fuck all during the episode.
That makes sense. Oh
No, sir. No one saw us.
Jesus Christ!
Ooh.
It's very dark.
Very dark.
All right.
But it lines up. It makes sense.
Lines up very well. That's definitely a solid line that you've drawn. It is fascinating to me how we both celebrate this hobby so differently. Like the ways you can be creative. You have shown me a new way of being creative, which is tying things together that are already there. Like what I do is I make things from scratch, right? I could never think to take what's already in the show and give it new meaning and context, because like that is in really old meaning, but without the helping hand of the episode being in the right order already. Like you're taking this information and just assembling it. Like, I don't know how you do that.
Well, for me, literally the entire fun of the show is figuring out what it was intended to be. Because, like, let's take 15-minute Regatta as an example. Pretend you've never seen the 20-minute cut. 15-minute Regatta is fucking atrocious. It is awful. It is awful. And it's like, imagine if you had only ever seen the 15-minute version, and then suddenly someone presented you with the 20-minute version, and you're like, oh, now this makes sense.
Right.
Like, I'm basically trying to reverse engineer the show like that and figure out.
Most of the episodes are like that. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's 5 minutes missing from most of them. Like, at least.
Yeah, and then when you consider that some of them are mashups of 2 episodes, suddenly that 5 minutes becomes either 10 or 20, depending on if you're counting them as 20-minute scripts or 30-minute scripts.
That blows my mind. Jesus Christ.
So my other favorite thing about this, Tugs was meant to have really solid continuity. And I know that's a hard concept to grasp, but literally every episode
compared to Thomas
progress past the other.
Like compared to Thomas, Tugs has incredible continuity, even with everything being chopped up, and that's very clear. Like it's just the fact that they would reference one episode in another, the fact that there are moments like mentioning the steel contract and stuff. It's like Thomas would not do that. Not without the reality series.
That moment with the steel contract only survives because the 20-minute cut of Munitions was put on VHS. If it weren't for that, we would not know about it. So keep that in mind, because literally every episode has a tie to the next one. So like Jinxed was meant to come after Sunshine because they were going to bring the Duchess in again and have like a callback to them winning the contract.
Right. Wow. So like each one links to the last. That's crazy.
Yeah. So when you keep this in mind, pay attention to Top Hat in High Tide and Munitions. So in High Tide, he's like cracking jokes at Big Mac, and it's like Big Mac's like not taking any shit, but the others are sort of joining in a bit. And then they say like, oh, to be fair to him, he does work as hard as we do, really.
Right.
And OJ's like, yeah, but his attitude just gets a little much sometimes. But it's like generally they're okay with him. Then fast forward to Munitions, and they fucking hate the guy.
Ooh. Why?
There's a clear progression, because it's like, oi, Captain Star, we've had just about enough of Top Hat's insults. He's more trouble than he's worth. But and you said that wasn't very much, didn't you? 10 cents.
I love that line, by the way.
I know.
like the fact that I don't see why that progression is there though. Why do they after Tom Hack does what he does, you would think that they would love him.
Here's the thing. That progression is building because that was meant to be part of like this little trilogy, and the payoff got cut because munitions got cut, because Quarantine got cut down to shit.
Right.
Quarantine was meant to have Top Hat's redemption. Because if you look in OJ's Bad Day, he's never mentioned in the dialogue, but he is in the background of every shot of Burke and Blair.
He is. That is weird. I remember that.
With his mouth open in protest.
Yeah. That's really interesting. Weird. Do you think the artists, this may be an obvious question, but do you think the artists had access to the full versions of every episode? And
they absolutely did. They absolutely did. I think someone wrote to Heinemann Publishing a while back, and they actually got an answer on like which scripts they had used, and some of the titles stuck out because obviously they'd used Warrior's Longest Day and Big City Freeze as reference to the scripts.
Yeah, like, and they're not. That's weird because that's showing the buck doesn't stop with the book. It's the fact that they actually received that information from the show itself.
Yeah, and then you realize, oh shit, they had the same material for OJ's Bad Day, and even though it's like a sticker book and they've like really simplified it, there's still so much that was cut that even the simplified sticker book has stuff that we haven't seen.
How does this work with taking scripts and meshing them together? Because I mean, the show is always intended to have 13 episodes for the first season. I imagine that's a very standard, So how would that have worked exactly? Why would they write the show this way and then realize it didn't all fit and then chop it down?
Basically, so from something that Mike O'Donnell said in his interview with Moosh, who shall not be named, he said that they basically made a full 30-minute cut episode, and then they realized this is really boring. Like,
interesting.
It worked, but there was no way that it would hold the interest of the demographic that Cartlevision was pushing them to aim for.
Interesting.
Because they basically wanted to make EastEnders with boats, and Castlevision wanted them to make Thomas with boats.
Right. Interesting.
And that clash is what basically doomed the show. Because like, just listen to like the extended Tugs theme from the Sizzler bootleg. It is literally a takeoff of the EastEnders single. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, literally, it's like, what was it called again? There's a lyrical version of the EastEnders theme, and it's called "Anyone Can Fall in Love." And it's like the basis of the Tugs theme is called "Why Do You Have to Fall in Love?" It's like literally there.
Right. Jesus Christ. That's nuts.
Yeah.
I feel like I have one big question or a couple big questions that are in the back of my head that I have. Oh, this is something I thought of earlier. Do you have any idea, if anyone's asked anyone from the crew, this is my biggest question about Tugs, is why are humans not visible in the show? This is a question old as time, but I've never heard anyone actually ask anyone from the crew. Like, I know I have all these theories, and I know that it's a stylistic choice, and they're obviously there and all that, but I'd love to know. Like, has anyone actually asked anyone from the crew? Because that should kind of be at the top of the list, I would think.
That is a good question. I think I'm struggling to remember here. I think there's
not a good sign.
No, there was something about it. I'm trying to remember it. I think when Tulloch was at Brighton, there was something in the folder of concept art or something that had a person next to one of the tugs for scale. And I think that's about as far as it got.
It baffles me that we have apparently all these conversations have happened with the crew and nobody has asked anything conceptual. It's all about what was filmed when and not about like, okay, what was the rationale between having literally no human beings visible even when it's awkward that they're not there? Like
I think it was more of a thing that what was it? I think it was more a thing that it would have looked really awkward to actually have them in scale with the tugs, and also the fact that the tugs were the characters themselves.
Yeah.
Like if you think about it, Lucky is a character. Lucky is supposed to be a human character, but he never appears.
Right. I get stylistically why they didn't do it. Because it would have been, in a way, it would have been hard to take it seriously. Like the having human beings walking around. Firstly, deep down in my head, this is something that comes from my heart that doesn't come from my head. I feel in my heart that if Tugs had ever done humans, they would have done them live action. There's something about it that feels like I can't imagine Tugs doing model humans. That was such a Thomas-y, cartoony thing. Like the flipper hands and stuff, you know, the fact that like it just doesn't. I feel like if Tugs was ever going to do human beings in the show that were visible, it would have to do it differently. I don't know how that would look, but it just.
Tell you, let me find. There's an image that I edited. Let me find it.
The Star Switcher says humans and Tugs probably would have been puppets like Thunderbirds. That I thought about that. That could totally have been the case. Like
so let me find the thing because I was just pulling that up because I did an edit where I literally did Jeff Tracy wearing David Mitten's captain hat, and it dead ass. It looks exactly how you would imagine Captain Star to look.
Interesting.
Let me pull it up because I'm trying to find what my file name was. Here we go. Okay. Can I put something in the chat?
I don't even pay attention. Private chat, 71 people. My God. A lot of folks in here. Oh, that actually, yeah. I could like see that working really well.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. Yeah, like that makes sense. That lines up with like David's experience and like his.
So here's the thing. I always had like my own little headcanon that like maybe if you ever did like a Shining Time Station version of Tugs where it had like bookend segments.
Right.
You'd have like Captain Star, Captain Zero, and Lucky just like be drinking buddies in the Bridge Cafe.
That would be amazing. That would be perfect. Like,
and it's like my idea would be like you'd always have their faces obscured for some reason.
Yeah,
so,
they would all be like from behind or something. You know, they would be like
they'd either be like from behind or they'd be like a conveniently placed fern in front of the camera.
Yeah, exactly. That would be pretty funny. I could see that. That'd be great. Anyway, let's see. I should probably. There are some people waiting in the wings. I should probably pull them in. They've been waiting long enough, I should say. I think the stream can handle a few more people. What do you two say?
I agree. I'm probably gonna go to bed in a little bit.
You probably should. It is 4 a.m, Alex. I know that.
Past 9 here.
I'm almost done with this building, though.
Yeah,
that's really sweet.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Thank you. Ugh. For some reason, they never use this building anywhere that's not like in a far blurred background. Like this building specifically, yet they use the other cottages.
That is like the epitome of like our pain as Thomas and Tugs fans is that there's so many models that are just gorgeous that we don't realize how good they look until after they're like rediscovered 30 years later. Like,
Yeah, so a good example of that, the church, and it's at the very back of the set in Tugs,
right?
ended up in Thomas with the spire removed.
Wait, is that the season 3 like church they use in like
Yeah,
with Trevor and stuff?
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't
it's the white
realize.
one. They replaced the spire at the front with a stone one from Series 2, I think, but the back end of it is from Tugs.
Wow, that's crazy.
Ooh.
There's
So-
actually a lot of things from Tugs that ended up in Thomas.
Do you think? Yeah, I think we all know that one, Max. But
Yeah, but
do you-
it's like there's some that are really surprising.
yeah, no, I get that. Do you think? How much do you think has still survived? Because I like to believe that anything that went on to Thomas is still around in storage, like Izzy Gomez. I know we haven't seen him in an uncomfortably long time. Maybe he's in storage somewhere. What do you think?
I have a feeling Izzy Gomez is a pile of splinters in Canada.
Okay, yeah, I know. That's my thought as well.
Yeah,
Along with most of Big Mickey.
and Fulton Ferry and the Coast Guard.
Okay, yeah. Well, the Coast Guard had already been destroyed, though, hadn't he? He was painted brown and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
is it? You know what really freaks me out? This is the last thing I'm going to say before I bring in a few more people. What so freaks me out is that the Coast Guard's. You know the shot of like Arlesborough in season 3, the beautiful one.
Yeah,
with the
you can still see the
Yeah.
nameplate.
His face is probably still on there.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Isn't that weird?
that
Duck
is a very
is
weird thing to consider.
Yeah, Duck is passing by, looking down, can see the Coast Guard right there. Not
Yep.
just the Coast Guard's model, the Coast Guard.
Yeah,
It's like the water. That's the weird thing. Tugs out of the water. I'm shell shocked. I'm not a post trust guy. I remember back when Zoran on the Rocks was freaky and Big Mac out of the water was. Let me get the picture.
Yeah. I know the one.
Yeah, it's just like.
Yeah. Remember when Ryan used to try and say, "Oh, they never shot they never actually filmed anything that was in the photo books. They were just publicity stills only."
Oh my gosh.
I hate.
Yeah, he actually tried to say
You know what
that
I
at one point.
I hate a term that I've heard before, that I've seen on the wiki. I'm glad the wiki exists. The wiki's, a very useful tool, all that. But a term I've seen on the wiki in the past is prototype model. Have you seen that before? When they take like the pictures, the ones of the models right up against the sky backdrop. You've got Warrior with the really big pupils, that sort of thing, right? One of everyone. That I've seen those described as prototype models, as if people legitimately thought that they made a model. They're like, okay, checks out. Let's make an identical one that's slightly different and then film with that. Like,
They did that with Sally.
so how does that work with Sally? You know what? I'm going to bring in a few more people.
So you remember that spare model?
Yes, I do. Hold on, thought. We're going to bring in a few more people. Let's see. I'm going to bring Asher in. Hello,
Hey.
Asher. All right. It's about time that I brought in some folks. And I think
How old are you?
that's the question of the hour.
Pardon? I don't think
But yeah, I've got my audience is like really has a large range for whatever reason. I guess it appeals to a lot of people. I bring everybody in regardless of age. I think
Remind me.
I'm 14, so
Oh my god! Get off the internet before it's too late.
the way I see it, it's better to be. I don't know. I've lost my entire train of thought. But at any rate, glad to have you on the stream, Asher. Let's see. I'm
Thanks,
also going to bring on, in the spirit of young people, here's Sam.
Hey!
You've got Oliver perched.
I have
right
my
there.
Oliver.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
my
what
God.
I am using in my production.
I love seeing that book, I gotta say. And I love seeing other people hold it up who aren't me. Like, you don't realize, when I was young, when I was in elementary school and a Tugs fan, I would go up to other people and be like, hey, do you know about Tugs? They're like, what are you talking about?
I try to hide it.
No, like I found this on eBay for like $7.
Oh,
And there was, like,
yes, I knew
It had
that.
it had
So
two
what
options. It was a buy it now or a bid. The bid was like $4 and the
Speaking of
Australian, and
Good.
the buy it now was like $7, so I got it.
Good on you for not spending like $50 or something insane.
Speaking of $50, remember Lemmy?
Oh, look
The
at
break van
that.
didn't come though. It's not. It was supposed to arrive 2 days ago, but didn't.
You mean
Thanks,
it didn't
Royal
come?
Mail.
Well, hopefully it's just late. I would hope. I would guess.
But
We
hang
shall
on,
see.
Oliver has something to show you guys. Hang on, I'll just get him to bring it. There, the
Oh,
original
that-
20-minute VHS
Oh.
of Sunshine.
I would love
Oh, no.
to have one of those. Not even to play. I
Ooh.
can't play it. I know that. But just as a thing, just to have in my hands would be so cool. Wouldn't it?
I think I've told you before, Lemmy. I had the what was it? The Jinxed Quarantine and Upriver one. I had that book. I had that VHS,
Right?
but I lost it. I don't know what happened to it because we got rid of it because I'm in an attic, as you can see. But
It is-
downstairs we had a big massive cabinet full of DVDs, VHSs,
Right.
everything, all Disney movies and stuff like that. And we had the Jinxed Quarantine and Upriver thing. This was my grandpa's. He kept hidden,
Right.
but we don't know where it went.
I
It just seemed to.
I finally.
It seemed to do a
I-
diesel and just pop away.
There's a few things, Sam, that have been in that boat for me for a long time. Boat, huh? Like there's like a few. I think this is in the stream. Ghosts. I have Ghosts back finally. I assume this one also, Max, was the original title.
It was either Ghost Fleet or The Ghost Fleet, I'm assuming.
Interesting.
Because
Tugs
if you think about it, so like the Tugs title system that we all know and love is like this really distinctive 1 or 2 word phrase, and it's just like really
Yeah.
iconic. But
Right.
it's like when you actually look closely at what evidence there is, they originally went for a uniform 3-word title. So you had 4th of July, The Ghost Fleet, Warrior's Longest Day, Big
Mhm.
City Freeze, OJ's Bad Day,
Oh my
The
god.
Unlucky Tug.
Oh yeah, that's what it was called, wasn't it? It wasn't called Jinx. It was called the Unlucky Tug.
That's freaky.
Oh my
That's
god, is that the YouTuber?
No,
Oh my god, is that a YouTuber?
What's the guy's name? What's Unlucky
Big
Tug?
User.
Let me just show my Peter Sam.
That is an awesome Peter Sam.
It is. I do
Thanks.
like stuff like that.
I
Uh,
I'm gonna
this
make mine
is
look
compared to a
nice.
Winrow Bulker, so
Whoa.
You can go
Oh, that is
Size.
huge.
and then also just one more thing.
Oh yes.
It's
Love
meant to be a railway series Percy in TWR, but it's for my Percy movie I'm making.
Hold it up again, Asher. I want to. Let's see.
It's in its very early stages, so that's what I've got of it. So
Great. No, it's like it's got all. I can just tell at this stage of the model that it's got everything it needs. Like it's gonna look brilliant. Like that's awesome. I love it. That's so
Just
cool.
thanks.
Can I just
I'm
say,
I'm
probably
get
gonna
rid
in a
of-
minute
oh,
because
go on,
I'm,
man.
I'm just using the Hornby case.
Fish is getting cold.
What about food getting cold? Someone mentioned something.
I've
Do not waste the food.
I've got a plate of crumbed fish.
Aha, I see.
I want to skedaddle off to bed because it's
Yes.
4:20.
Go to sleep, Alex. We will have proper one-on-one conversation for 2
Oh,
hours
yeah.
sometime soon, for sure. Thank you for joining.
Of
Thank you
course. Thank you for having me.
Alright,
This was like beyond delightful, and so hearing you guys talk about Tugs blew my mind.
Yeah.
Just to say,
That is the literal tip of the iceberg as
I
well.
am.
Yeah.
It is.
I
Max has been blowing my mind for a long time.
It's the
I-
tip of
I
the
just-
iceberg.
I need to rewatch Tugs because I watched it like in 5th grade and I barely remember it.
Yeah.
And oh my god. Okay. So yeah, have a very good night. It was nice talking to you guys. Toodles.
Toodles, Alex. It's been a lot of fun. Take care.
See you
And then
kids.
there
You
was
should probably
the waffle.
get off the internet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look,
that's
the
what
way
I
I
wanted
see
to
it,
show
I
you.
remember my thought from earlier. The way I see it, it's safer for the kids to be here in the limelight in a safe live streamy environment where we talk about boats than in some shady Discord server somewhere.
You really hate Discord.
I mean, true,
You really
but
hate
also
Discord.
I feel like it's
Let me dislike
on
Discord.
reflex. So.
Lemmy disses Discord.
I do. I hate Discord.
Oh wait,
too many bells and whistles.
It's
wait,
better
let
than
me
it's better than Skype.
let me.
You may say
Do you
so.
remember?
Yeah.
Go,
All right.
go on, Ashley.
Let me-
Go on, Ashley.
Do you
It's
remember
better than
that
Slack.
Invincible I made?
What'd you say?
Do you remember that Invincible I made?
Yes, I do.
This is it. At the moment.
What
That's
is
looking
Invincible?
great. That's brilliant.
What is Invincible?
Thanks. I've got little magnet things.
That's cool. Yeah, that's like aluminum. Are those aluminum foil?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a pretty good material.
I'm just having flashbacks to the old A3 models like that you made like 10 of.
Yeah, those are a lifetime ago. Those are
The thing I don't know it. How you did you connect the magnets to the foil
I know what,
when
you
you
can actually
when you were
see- hang
using
on,
it in your
I-
series?
I'm sorry, I'm going to go spill the beans because before he ever says anything, I know how he did it and he hasn't told me.
I did what exactly,
You
Sam?
put a piece of tape underneath the magnets because you can actually see
I'm
it
told-
in your assumptions.
I've told everybody. All right, it's a
You
pretty
haven't told me
knowledge.
yet.
You didn't even give me the chance to say it. But yeah, I do. I just took the tape because in my mind it was like, okay, as long as it looks like they're connecting, it doesn't matter what I do. So I was like, okay, I'll just put a strip of tape underneath. That did the trick. So yeah, sometimes this is another line I like to quote from the Tugs interviews. I think it was Chris Tulloch who said, sometimes it's the simplest solutions, or in special effects, it's always the simplest solutions that work the best. And he said that in reference to using fishing wire for to pull the tugs through the water. And it's true. It's like, why make it more complicated than you have to? So that's what I did in that respect. And I did not regret it, except for the few shots where it was visible.
Oh, I'm
Just
probably
to
going
get-
to fail so I can eat my dinner. So
Yeah.
I'll probably rewind.
See you
Well,
later.
this has been a real blast, Max. This conversation's been a long time coming. And we got to have another conversation sometime soon privately. There's probably a few things that I'm not sure because I'm trying to censor myself here. I'm trying to not say.
Protect himself.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, go eat your dinner. But this has been a blast. Thank you so much for coming on. It's been such fun.
No worries. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, for sure. All right, take care.
All right, see you guys.
See ya.
Yeah.
And now it's Lemmy left with two 14-year-olds.
I was wondering how he'd react to that. It's like I'm so used to kids popping up in my streams, and I have great conversations with you guys. I know that sometimes not everybody develops at the same rate. Sometimes you can have a kid you can have a talk with a 14-year-old kid that sounds like you're talking to like a 24-year-old. It's like you have really no clue in this community, and I've realized if I'm just going to randomly bring people into my streams, I've just got to be fine with that. So,
When I turned off my camera,
one of
you
my
wouldn't know.
friends, he's like 15 and he sounds like he's 22. Like I've met up with him before and he is 15. He just sounds like he's 24.
that's
Okay.
crazy. I mean,
just
that's the thing, though. That's like everybody develops at a different rate, and some people just. It's like the Percy complex. Some people are in their 30s, but they still have the heart of a child. That's just.
Yeah, this is the point. Lenny, you are an age.
I'm an age. I am an age. That's true. That's so.
However, we basically still have the mental age of the day we found out about Tugs. We still have that mental age when we talk about Tugs.
Yeah, exactly. You have a childlike giddiness that never leaves you.
Exactly.
God,
Like when I found, I didn't actually know until you were talking about it on the stream. I didn't know. I'd never seen the behind the scenes pics of Hunt Sunshine Out the Water.
Right.
And I saw that, and I was like, "Hang on, what pictures are behind the scenes?" Because I know you had one, the one
Right.
that was The one with the massive pupils, and he's on the struts.
Yeah,
out in the water.
I hate and love that picture. Those pictures, they're so
He has like
weird.
the weird Pac-Man eyes. Those are
Yeah, like, what the hell is that about? It's so weird.
like how
Oh,
the
look at
Henry.
you.
Here's Henry.
Speaking of
He has
Henry,
Pac-Man on.
right.
Yeah,
Hang on, can I just go story time now? Basically, when I was little, I had a I had a Gordon, a 1996-ish Gordon and Henry, and both of them lost their tenders somehow. I was like
Right.
2.
Somehow. Oh, I remember. I'm going to interrupt your story time with a story
that's
time
fine.
that I brought up earlier. How did I get on this? Oh yeah, you were talking about how you lost certain things, and I'm so happy. We've been going through stuff in my house, and my mom found this behind the piano or something, some crazy spot.
I remember in the middle of your stream, you found the Nothing to Declare.
Yeah, yes, I remember that. That was amazing. I'm glad that happened on camera. Let me see if I've lost.
Just suddenly, in the middle of doing the splash rails, just the hand of God that appeared in the 1953 Sad Story of Henry just appears and hands this book down to Lemmy. God hands him the book.
Yeah, exactly.
God has answered Lemmy's prayers.
I so love. For years, I just had Kidnapped. Right, I didn't know where the other two were.
I
but
really
now they're
want
both
to
found.
read Kidnapped. Like, I really want you to, like, show me
Kidnapped
the
gang.
pages, because I've never actually seen it.
I've
never
got
actually seen it.
Kidnapped. I've got the on the Tugs community archive. I've uploaded all the pages of Kidnapped.
Oh, yes. Hang on.
Yeah, so that should
I was
probably be
thinking
checked.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really I think that's the only one I've got on there at this point. But
Every time,
When I was
the
a
only
kid-
way I can get there, though, I can only get on the archive, is watching, like, going onto the thing, and all I see when I log on is this. Hang on, share screen.
all right, let's see what this is about.
Oh, wait, sorry, just to
select
interrupt.
window.
I have 2 factory
Yeah, it's
errors.
See, what
Oh, yeah,
makes
that is
what makes
Paxton.
Fergus a factory error?
His
That is definitely
upside down.
Paxton.
Oh my! Look at that.
This is the Nakayoshi one. I got this new in box.
That's pretty cool. the fact the truck is funny. Paxton.
Hey,
And, like, the worst part, the funniest part of that is his face in the corner. Like, he has no idea. He's just there like, what's everybody looking at? Like, oh my
Like,
god.
hey,
if you look in the,
oh,
if you look in the background,
it's season
Lemmy, you
25
can see it.
Paxton. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, if you look in the background, yeah, look, we have
Look at my hair. Right, it chopped off like, right here. Ooh, that's crazy.
oh, hello, Blue Nose.
Anyway, you were saying, Sam? Sorry, what was
Oh
the
my
point?
The only
gosh,
way I
the
can
amount
get
of
onto
tape
the
you have,
archive
Lemmy, can
is
stretch around the
drastic.
whole world.
I know.
That's the only way I can get to the archive, is I just click on this, and then
Right.
you go, that you can just see that, and then
Yeah.
you have to click on that.
That's
So
the
all I
thing,
see
it's
is
really-
this.
There's
This
really
space
no other way.
constantly.
I think we can get there through the Twitter for the archive as well. But it's like very hard to get there. Like, it's basically just a random file on the internet that I had to direct people to. So I'm glad there is a consistent way to get there, but it's not the cleanest. I wish you could just type in Tugs archive and then some fancy website would pop up. That would be
Oh, I need to have a good read of that. At least he hasn't got measles. Oh, he's got strike measles. No.
Wait, is that? It's Big Chin.
Yeah. You know, it's a funny
Giant-
story on that. When I sculpted Zoran's face for like the O scale-ish Zoran, that was like his chin was the one part I would redo on that because it didn't go out quite as far as it's supposed to. Like his eyes too, they really slant. Like they basically designed Zoran to just have very imposing, like slanted eyes like this. And that's what the eye mechanism problem is all about. That's why his hat raises, is because he's the only Tug to have the eyes literally on a diagonal. Like, so naturally, imagine if you take a half cylinder, right, and it rises up, it's gonna push the hat up, which is what happens.
Yeah.
So it's really trippy that that's the case. And I love building models because you learn that stuff. It's really cool.
Right.
I just want
Speaking
of face
go on.
masks. It's Donald Trump top hat.
That looks amazing. Hold on. Hold that a little bit closer. Jesus Christ. That is like almost flawless. Like the kind of...
There is this I need to fix.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's paint, right? Paint is easy. Getting the shape right is really hard. That's impressive.
There you go.
Oh, that's so great. Look at that.
Oh,
All I did was I just
Oh, that looks
where is
great as well, Sam. I'm just now
I
seeing
just
it.
wanted to show my latest full hull. It's not brilliant because I've actually, if you look at the bottom, it's actually
Oh gosh, that's
a
actually-
bump, so it's not a
Yeah.
full hull. So
That's-
this one I am probably going to bin because I'm not really proud, especially of the back.
Yeah,
Because I
if
don't
you
really-
want to, right? I mean, you could always see it through to completion and then try again next time
Yeah.
to make it even better.
But I
you know,
think at this stage it's the best way. At this stage is the best time to bin. It's the best time to throw it away because when you put the superstructure and everything on, it kind of. But
Yeah.
I'm planning on making a lot because I was making this while you were making on the stream, like as you were making it.
right.
Especially also, a undisclosed brand of pizza box is now the hub, so it smells like pizza. So literally, it smells like pizza. But
That's great. Oh my
and
god.
then we have my first full whole Tugs model. That was supposed to be
honestly,
10 cents.
I really respect like the fact that you just have different iterations because that's exactly how it was with me. I start one and then I make another one and it looks a little bit better and I keep just going like that. Like I've got either pictures or the actual model of everything I've ever built basically. And I should one day I should just do a video showing it all from beginning to now because it's really interesting progression.
Basically, you should do
I
another.
worked on this guy a while ago.
Whoa!
Oh wow, that's great.
Oh yeah. I think I got Slemmy. If you want, I'm gonna.
I mean,
just look at the chat.
models
Because
I
some
make
people are
now,
gonna start crying.
this is top at where he's at now.
Uh,
And this is OJ.
God.
that
You can
is
see how much bigger he is.
that's now registered that it's a lot easier for me to build like a show scale tug than it is for either of you. Like actually really like he's almost your like half your height. Like my god.
Wait, what?
I love
Well, I
these
am
making
a lot-
these like I've
Just
decided.
compare
I've
He's
decided.
at least up to my waist.
I'm very impressed. Very well done. That's amazing.
Thanks.
This is the thing. It's also it's talent on some like some scales. It's talent, but it's also experience because you've been making Tugs models for years.
No, exactly.
That,
And
my
that's
first ever Tugs model was that waterline sunshine I showed you
right.
on my first stream. That was my first ever Tugs model,
Right.
and this is my latest. This is Hercules. I decided to make 3. I was planning on making a Harbour Tug, a River Tug, a Switcher, and Hercules. All as my model things for Tugs TWR.
Right.
However, I decided not to do the River Tug because I've already got 3 and it's a bit much. Because look at the size difference, right? I also decided to do it like this. So you have the
God,
zip hole,
built
which is
so
my
much.
hands.
That's crazy. Those are beautiful.
I didn't want to do 10 cents of Warrior and Hercules. I thought it's a bit. So I decided to do Zip because Zip is my favorite Z stack.
Right.
That's how
so
small
cool.
it is compared to the Harbour Tug. Literally in width
That is
Heck,
brilliant, Sam. That's
and
really
height.
right.
I decided to do it like so each tug is like a step.
Not a real top hat. Look at my
But,
hair while I
Like
did
we
that.
have the.
That makes me think of actual pictures of the trust doing that with the hats, which I know people hate, but I can't help but laugh at those.
There. If you look at this, we have like the switcher hull then steps up to the harbour, and then I'll move that. Then it steps up to the ocean liner with a big thing because it actually did that in the show.
Right.
What I kind of think is quite cool.
That's
However, Warrior is the furthest along because he's got what superstructure is. That.
Right.
But I
Yeah,
can't
that's
really fit how it fits. Like I can't see because I know how Zach is basically all the way up there.
Mm.
And like
Yeah, that's really
Warrior's
good.
like in the middle, but I don't know where.
I think he's a little bit further forward than you're putting him. Like just a little bit.
so around like there-ish.
Move forward a bit more. Like right there, I would say is
Right,
where
where's the pencil? Oh, there's a pen. I'm just gonna mark where the back of the superstructure is. Just with a bit of a
that
pen.
looks brilliant as well, Asher. I love.
Oh,
and
I love that.
I'm seeing some color on
I
it.
can take him.
Oh, Bailey's in the chat. Bailey says, manual mass I can't say that. Lemmy needs you to look at ZDMs.
I need you to look at ZDMs.
Clean up on aisle 4, please.
Masculamy. No, masculamy. I think that's what he's
Oh!
trying to say.
Anyway, you were in story time, Lemmy.
Oh yeah, right. So I had so I think I was talking about the books that I lost and then found.
Yeah,
and
that was it. Because it was in regards to the VHS.
Yeah, and it's like it's there's something very sinful about losing rare Tugs stuff. Like you were entrusted with it and now it's gone. And I've been missing these for the last few years. Worst part is I thought I could have sworn that Ghosts had been like crunched in half and folded and then like they're crushed under like a car seat. I had this vision of that, but I don't think that's actually what happened. It's fine.
Put it on top of the piano and then
That's no Raven goes to the island.
That the spookiest Tugs book, Ghost Fleet, has Top Hat with literally the face that he's in right now on here.
The one that you can't find.
Yeah. Isn't this so weird to look at? Just like seeing him in his face. Like,
I'm gonna make. What I'm gonna do? I'm going to make a large scale puppet. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get resin. I have resin. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a resin mold of this face, and then make his shocked, angry, his smug, and his sad face out of this.
That would be really cool.
I've done it. Me and my dad were planning on doing it. I was waiting for you to do that tutorial because then I was gonna make cardboard models first, make a silicone mold of it, and then pour resin into it. And then put obviously the other silicone mold of the inside.
So expensive though to make casts.
It was more. We were planning on making the holes out of expanding foam stuff and then sanding it down. So it was
talked about. Yeah, if you could find a cheaper way to do it. Also, make sure it's safe. Be careful.
Yeah.
Don't do anything crazy.
Sudrian Signalman says, "Lemmy, are you intoxicated?"
Let's see.
That iced tea is spirited. It's spirited white. Oh no! It's the white. It's the iced tea from The Big Bang Theory. Iced tea.
Oh my god!
I dropped it and then I tried to catch it. I flipped it back into my hand.
This is exactly when Tugs models become slippery, Lemmy.
All right, true.
Oh wait!
I'm gonna bring in Bailey, Lego Spaceman. He has to be involved. Let's see.
Wait, you know how OJ was repurposed for that lakeside
lakeside of
yo, what up, everybody?
Yeah. Let me just compare OJ to Peter Sam.
Oh my god.
This is meant to be show scale. Like, wow. This is show scale.
It looks like it. It looks like it fits to me. Like that's about right.
Oh god, I've been laughing.
Oh my god, it's Titanic. Deleted scene from Titanic.
Sorry, what'd you say, Bailey?
Good old Lakesider and his friend Peter Pan.
Peter Pan.
All I can imagine is Lakeside just like rises out the water and starts flying off to the second star to the right.
Oh my god.
Flies off.
Think happy thoughts.
So let me.
Yeah, Bailey?
I've discovered a problem with my model building, and I think I need to improve on this. So, you know how I have a lot of experience with stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've discovered something about my models, which is the only flaw that I think is majorly crippling me here.
Okay. I don't think there's
just look at Asher for a minute.
Oh my god. At first, for a split second, I was like, I don't know what's wrong with that. And then I was like, no, wait, no, never mind. That's
Go back.
Anyway, you were saying
Top Sam! Guys, it's Top Sam.
Basically.
Well, my name's Sam anyway.
Wait.
Anyway, you were saying, Bailey?
Wrap it up.
I was working on a model of Warrior, and the problem was, I made the hole too wide.
I saw this.
I was originally too lazy to change it back to anything, so I may just turn it into a barge or something, or a schooner.
A barge. I don't know if it's going to be, if a barge is going to work.
But I made it an inch too wide, which is pretty wide in this scale.
Yeah, that's pretty dramatically.
That is way too wide.
Lemmy, I was on a call with Will when Betty told us about this, and his warrior, here's my warrior. It can actually fit inside Hercules.
Yeah.
However, when Bailey showed it me, it was about an inch wider than Hercules.
Right. Yeah. No. This
To
is,
get
this
a
is
size
something that you.
comparison.
This is something that you very commonly do, Bailey. Is you make tug
Exactly.
models wider than they really should be, and as a result, they then look shorter than they're supposed to. When really the problem is that they're wider. But
Like I came to notice that, and like I think the only one that I actually got close in width was my warrior. But
it's what you got to do. It took me a long time to learn this, and it was very difficult to kind of accept. You kind of the dimensions of the hull are the one thing where you can't do it by eye. You have to if you can, but it saves you a lot of heartache if you just go, okay, it's 28 inches long and it's like 8.5-ish inches wide. Now adjust that for scale, exactly. Because what if the hole is right, it won't sound right. It will seem too wide, it will seem too long, but by the time it's done, it will be perfect. Because we're not used to seeing the hole without the superstructure on there. So naturally, it's going to be weird. It's going to look too big until you're done with it. And then you're like, okay, that fits. That's something I took a long time to learn. And I think for you, it seems like it feels too narrow. When really, when you're done with it, it's going to look perfect. The problem is, as model makers, we have the plight of seeing the model from angles we never saw them on the show. That's why it was so enlightening when the Trust came along, and all of a sudden I saw all these pictures of the models from new angles, and I was like, whoa, they're that wide, they're that long, they're that, it blew my mind. So yeah, I think this is a good thing you've discovered.
Yeah, and I think the only one, as I just said, that I have gotten to a T was my warrior's hull. Although it was because I was an idiot back then, I didn't put
because you were an idiot back then. I don't know if I would say that, Bailey.
I didn't put supports at the bottom of it, so it literally became flatter than your mom's foot after doing a long jog. It was pretty tragic.
I will return. I just need a minute. Hang on.
All right.
But basically, I mean, I don't really know, because I made 5 holes. 5 holes, and they were all an inch too wide. And I'm like, what am I doing wrong? It looks too wide. And then I was like, oh, crap.
5 holes. So were these wooden railway styled, or?
Yeah, these were wooden railway style, all of them. Because I was gonna make I was just gonna try to make Big Mac, Warrior, and Lily Lightship. And I was like, man, what is wrong? What am I doing? Surely I'm right. I usually get this right. What's wrong? And I looked at it and I was like, oh,
right.
Make all my models too wide. Like, that's why my 10 cents I made, because my 10 cents really would have not been too bad if I didn't make it 3 more inches wider, because my brain told me it looked too narrow.
Right. And it's you really have to be prepared for things to look wrong at first. And then it's kind of like how, I do a lot of estimating when I make models, where say when I'm putting in the supports for the deck, my brain tells me, well, make them the height of the deck. But I know the cardboard itself has thickness as well. So if you put the cardboard on top of those supports, now the deck is too high up. So you've got to undershoot it. And that's very unintuitive and weird. But it will make sense in the long run. There's a lot of things involved in modeling like that, where you kind of have to project, okay, this doesn't look good now, but it's going to when I'm done. And so, it's a very tricky thing to do. But you get a hang of it eventually.
I would just like to say, this is my new tripod.
A
hairdryer box.
Oh, okay, I see.
And that is now a better angle.
Quite clever, Sam. Quite clever.
I will just say, can I quickly go on to my story time about this guy?
Sure. Hold on. Let's cap off what Bailey was saying first.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, completely. Damn it.
Yeah, the reason why I was telling you this is because I have good news on it. So, it was in my art class, and the art teacher wanted us to make a sculpture, and I really rigged up out of masking tape and cardboard a Tugs hole.
Right.
And he said, I want you to make me a Tugs character, and I'm going to display it at the school. So I have to make a Tugs character that's going to be in a display case for the rest of my school history.
You are so lucky. I get harassed at my school.
And now
I turn up with a Tugs model to work on. I put up with a Tugs model to work on in break time, and I end up. I got mine thrown out the window. You get it displayed.
That's just such a terrible shame, Sam. I don't know.
I had an
know how you keep the spirit that you do.
I had a gauge 1 eyeball the engine built, and it was show scale. I loved it to bits. It was free rolling, so you literally could push it along the desk and it would actually roll. The side rods would move.
Right.
And we were actually planning on eventually doing a chip. Like we were going to put an actual DCC chip. We're going to steal one off an old engine my grandpa had.
Right.
Change it to the chuffing sounds of eyeball the engine. Put it in, and we were actually going to have it so it would move along. And I loved it to bits. And I literally was standing on it on the bus. The one time I've ever taken the bus, and I will never do it again. I got it literally taken out of my hands, thrown on the floor, jumped on by 4 people, and then thrown out the window. I went ballistic.
I don't blame you.
I never want to remember that day again. So
I wonder how many things those assholes have made in their lives. Probably not.
Probably nothing. They probably bought it from like freaking Sam's Club or Kroger or something. They need to
That's
shut
why
their
you get
faces.
ahead, Sam. Right now,
I hate my school. I just look at home. I'm just like in this room. I just hide.
Man, look.
I have
Here's
my
the
own
thing,
Tugs
Sam.
stuff.
Sam,
we
you're
all find
talented,
you
okay?
impressive here.
If you were stuck in a place, Sam, where they only had cardboard and masking tape, and you needed furniture, you can make them. Their dumb self are like, "Where's the IKEA? Where's the Walmart? Nah, we got duct tape and we got duct tape, masking tape, and cardboard. We can make anything."
Exactly. We are creators, right? We grow up. People like us. You're gonna grow up to make the things that they depend upon.
Exactly.
And they won't be making anything.
We're going to make food for people out of cardboard and masking tape.
Just tell them like
eat this apple. What's it made of? Cardboard and masking tape.
I'm actually
no
sure
ham in
that
the
couldn't
burger. Why do
cardboard.
you call it a hamburger? There's no ham in this. It is beef.
But
It's a cardboard burger.
I don't get that.
As I was saying, let me.
Yeah, sorry, Bailey. Undisclosed.
So he assigned me to make this model, okay, and I let him look at all the Star Tugs, okay. He picks the one I know he's going to pick. It's Hercules, okay.
Right.
And this is not like I can't have a choice not to do this. This is 5 test grades, Lemmy. This is the rest of my art semester grade.
Wait,
if I mess this up, I fail the class.
Literally replacing your next 5 tests with this.
Yes.
I wish I had that.
What a sweet deal! Oh my god.
Lemmy, if I mess up on this model, Lemmy, I'm going to fail Art 1 in college, Lemmy.
Mess up by whose standards, right? I don't think I'm your art teacher, Bailey. Okay, well, I probably am, but not in the same way. So
this is not good, Lemmy. And I talked to him. He said you can do anyone, but I prefer if you did Hercules because I like his mustache. He looks cool. And I'm like, oh god.
Wait, does your art teacher know what Tugs is?
I don't know the difference.
He does,
funny, oddly enough, he doesn't know what Tugs is, but he did remember Salty's Lighthouse. So.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's the only person of all time who's done that.
He literally remembers Salty's Lighthouse and Theodore, but he does not remember Tugs, the show itself, standalone.
I will say, my art teacher is brilliant. He'll never watch this, but thank you, Mr. Dolan. But anyway, when I was back in December, as Lemmy knows, I was in a real rut, god awful.
Right.
And I lost the main Tugs person in my life, my dad. And he literally, I was taken out of all my lessons. He took them all away from me and just said, we got a massive delivery. Here's 15 2-meter by 3-meter cardboard boxes. Build whatever the hell you want. And just gave me have you seen your masking tape? What's your masking tape stash today?
I've got about, I want to say maybe 27 rolls right now.
I got 38. I literally counted.
He gave me 50 rolls. School supply of masking tape.
Brilliant.
And I built these 2. Hang on, I've got to go get them. And oh my god, here are Japanese chain. Hello.
I gotta.
God, Lemmy, says Hero the Japanese.
Matt Twillman, I've been messaging you on Twitter. Can you please reply?
I will go get the stuff I made.
Wait, okay.
Excited to see it, Sam. We'll be here.
What was I gonna say?
Wait, what'd you say, Asher?
Okay. I was gonna show off my Tugs scale stuff. earlier. This is the switcher hole.
Oh, look at that.
Then here's the harbor tug. You can.
I love the scaling difference. That's great.
And then here's Hercules.
Oh my god! Brilliant. That's great.
And
How does Hercules look next to the switcher?
Pardon?
How does Hercules look next to the switcher?
Giant.
Jesus, he's almost twice the size.
Yeah, I'm making a tug series out of these in Tomy scale. I've tried to make Puffer.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, keep at it.
Yeah, I've had to sand off the buffer beam. I've had to cut the foot plate and put it down here.
You've already done more modification than they did on the show.
Oh my god!
Oh.
So
someone needs to make an MMD Bertha model. Seriously.
K9. Hello, Doctor. Hello, Doctor. I'd like to
Hey.
inform you that we are creating Tugs models. My database sensories. Read.
Here's my prop accurate, well, prop scale accurate K9 from Doctor Who.
I love K9. I actually have a K9 collar that I put on my dog.
Do you know what this brings me back to? The size of that model reminds me of back when I would try to make life-size R2-D2s. When I was like when I was really young, when I was a huge Star Wars fan. I could probably actually pull it off now. That's a lifelong dream. You just reminded me of that. I would love to build an R2-D2 that was actually like the real size.
Hey Lemmy, what we have to do is, if you ever come over to the UK, we're gonna do. I was gonna take you to Shepperton Studios.
That would be amazing.
And because that's basically a Thomas and Tugs pilgrimage, because they were basically
Yeah.
next to each other.
Basically,
And
yeah.
I would literally invite you around to my house, and all we would do is we just come up to this attic and just build like a Tugs model or an R2D2, a full size life size.
I've got to go on some sort of grand tour around the world and literally build a Tugs model with every person that I've met. Like, that would be amazing. Can you imagine?
Or if we could actually get, if we could set something up like Shining Time here in the UK, all we do is we just do like competition. It's not a competition. It's just like a thing where you give a load of people some cardboard and masking tape and build a truck.
That would be pretty great. I've actually thought about doing this. I've thought about doing something like this online. Is like give it a year maybe, and once we have a lot of people building Tugs models, because I think that my tutorial and stuff have encouraged people. I think that we'll have a lot of people who do this sort of thing, and maybe then we can do some sort of not competition. Like it wouldn't really be judged so much, but it would just be like kind of a thing where we all build models and then put them in some sort of show together, and just like it's like here's this guy's model, here's this guy's model. Like that would be so fun, wouldn't it? For all of us to like go and try to tackle the same thing and see how we do it differently. That would be a blast. I would love.
You talk about an online show. Remember who's making an online show?
Yeah, that did come into mind. That could.
July 19th, everyone. Shameless plug.
That's pretty nearby now, isn't it? It's getting close.
It's 3 months away. This is the thing, though. I've got so much to do in July. It's my birthday. The day before. Well, the day we do this live stream is the day before my birthday. So I'm hoping to do it. I really want to continue the live stream until midnight, and then it becomes my birthday.
That would be amazing. Fun. Yeah, that would be really cool.
And then after my birthday, well, I break up from school on.
Oh, he's frozen.
So, Lemmy, I wanted to tell you.
I'm sure he'll be back. What were you saying, Bailey?
I wanted to tell you this. Okay. So I discovered a new method for making faces that actually is a little bit more brilliant than your way, not gonna lie.
Bailey, I don't. You seem to think that you're in
look.
Hold on.
Look, man, I discovered.
No.
Acrylics work.
No. You're poisoning the well. Don't poison the well. Here's the thing. Right here, I just want to say, I don't think some methods are more brilliant than other methods. We don't work in some sort of enormous R&D department, Bailey. We're all just artists doing our own thing. It's not like you're going to beat me out for the contract, all right? So I think both of our methods are A-okay. That's what I think, right? Let's not let that competitive spirit in at this moment. Now, that being said, I would love to know what alternative method you have come up with.
So you know how the faces in Tugs have like a sheen to them, right? Like a sheen.
Mm.
And I can never really replicate that shininess.
Yeah.
What I discovered is painting the face with nail polish
Interesting.
makes the face stay together. It makes the face not chip as much.
I'm thinking about doing that with Mod Podge. I'm gonna attempt that on the next face that I do and see how that goes. Because I think if you do it right and you avoid brush strokes, it could improve it, and also it could serve as a really great sealant. Because otherwise you do get a lot of chips. Blue Nose has a few on his head that you can't really see, but they're there.
And I discovered this because I actually ran out of paint for like color face paints. And I was like, hey, you got any paint? And my grandma was like, no, I only got some nail polish. And I was like, you know what? Let's try that out.
Don't worry, Bailey. I got you covered.
That looks like those red and yellow look like ketchup and mustard. Like, don't worry, I got your condiments here.
Like the red one looks like Tabasco sauce.
$5 each.
But
speaking of condiments, here's Warrior.
I don't see how that relates, but that looks amazing.
It worked for me, and I'll have to send you pictures and stuff. But also, I need you to try out the art acrylic paint idea with the flex sealant, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Look, I've done so much testing.
I've been using the same materials for the last over 14 years. So
Sam's PC crashed, I guess.
What did you say, Asher?
Oh, Sam's PC crashed. He said it in the chat.
Okay.
But my
PC crashed. Well, you'll be welcome back in if you crashed like it's broken, or crashed as in like you have to reboot the computer.
Like,
not the former.
Like, the thing is, Lemmy, it works. Recommending you gotta try out the acrylic paint method. I've done so much rigorous testing to make sure it works, and it works. The only complaint about it is that, like Flex Seal, if water gets under it, it creates bubbles, and it's not fun. It's not pretty.
Right. Bubbles. I've never had the bubble problem with
Flex. So basically what happens is, Lemmy, let's say you're floating in the water, right? And there's like a stick, and the stick stabs you. Basically, water gets under the paint layer, and it doesn't just like Flex Seal doesn't just like create like a bubble layer under there. What ends up happening is when you jab it, bubbles form all around that side of the hole, and then like a huge water pocket comes in. And
How
then
long did you wait for the Flex Seal to dry before doing this?
Like, I mean, when I did the acrylic paint test, I actually did it because I made a small scale Krakatoa, and I was going to explode it in a lake, and it worked. Right. But I couldn't, for the life of me, get it to sink. It kept floating, and I was trying to figure out why.
Right, but I return to my question I just asked you, Bailey. What's the answer?
What's the answer? Wait, what'd you ask me?
You're so in your own world.
Also, hi, I'm back. My PC crashed.
Yes, hello, Sam. I'm very glad.
What if I'm in my own world, Lemmy? My world's beautiful. I'm tired of the depressing world I live in. I'm depressed, man. Cut me some slack.
I don't.
That will make you feel better.
True.
The only thing that gives me joy is my friends, my girlfriend, and my cardboard Tugs models. Okay.
Answer the question.
So,
okay, what is the question, Sam?
So, how long did you wait for the Flex Seal to dry before testing the model?
I literally waited 4 days. I actually forgot about it.
Okay. So, because I haven't had the bubble problem, but I've also, I don't know, how do you get like a rip in like the, like what treatment were you giving this model that you?
Okay. Look, here's what happened, Lemmy. As I said, I was trying to sink the model. Okay, I made a smaller one with Flex Seal, and then I made a bigger one, and I was too lazy because I wanted it to sink better without any Flex Seal. I just put paint on it, right? and I already put like explosives in. I literally put explosives. I ran a huge little charge line all the way out from this lake, all the way back to shore.
Fire!
And I literally
3, 2, 1, fire!
I literally had it there, Lemmy. And I because I'm actually saving it for not April Fool's Day, 4th of July. Because it's not just a normal explosion. I'm talking. I put like a buttload of explosives in this thing.
That sounds amazing. You were
And
careful, though, weren't you?
I was a little terrified because to make the explosion look more realistic, I put like little debris of little shredded pieces of plastic, to make the explosion look like there's actual debris flying out.
Jeez, how close to this were you? I would not have done that.
I was a couple. Okay, so the middle of the lake's pretty huge. I just had this in the middle of the lake, and I had a camera zoomed in all the way on it. Okay, and one of the debris pieces actually flew towards us, and I can't make this up. Like a piece of it hit me in the head, just like Warrior from the same episode.
Hold on, Bailey. No.
It worked, man. It worked.
We're going.
Hit in the head. It doesn't work. All right, don't do that shit.
Look, I had safety goggles on, Lemmy. I had safety goggles on.
We're now going into protective land.
Nobody blows stuff up, okay? None of us are David Mitten. He's dead.
Oh no, Lemmy.
Okay. Wait, I need to. There's an
Yeah.
episode of my series, and I need to set something on fire. So
Don't.
Lemmy.
it'll just be made of like paper or something.
Okay, it's a
Here's the
stupid.
thing, Lemmy.
I don't.
What
I
say-
Do what Mythbusters do. Have at least a
suggest
protective
that you don't
screen.
do that. I suggest you use smoke effects or something to
What-
achieve the effect. If you've really got your heart set on it, just make sure that you have like an adult with you, please.
Yeah, I had an adult with me. I had my grandfather, me, and
Really, I'm talking to Asher.
I had a cardboard shield, Lemmy. I
Bailey,
was
you're
protected.
too old for me to worry about you anymore. If you blow yourself up, blowing up Krakatoa, I will be there to pick up the pieces, but I can't control.
Are you gonna put me back together like William Afton?
Okay, before we continue, I just wanted to show you that this actually goes in there.
Oh my god!
It's like
It
that
comes
big
back out.
Tommy.
I know. I was about
Big
to say,
Tommy Thomas.
like the big Tommy Thomas, but I do want to clarify, Asher. Do not set anything on fire without a parent there. Okay?
Yeah, man.
I
I'd
will
recommend.
have a parent there.
Yeah. Okay. Don't like. You could burn down. Always respect fire. If you don't, it will destroy you, your surroundings, and your friends.
That was epic. You realize I had
Tugs.
all I had for
Can I
Tugs
just get my
for-
big Toby Thomas?
Oh my god.
Jesus, he has that. But all I had
I've
for
always
Tugs was
wanted
so long, Lemmy.
Wait.
These two 20-minute episodes,
Right.
and the 3 20-minute episodes of not Sunshine. Quarantine, Upriver, and Jinx. That was it. That's all I ever had for Tugs. I had 5 episodes until I not until I met you. Until I actually
Tugs
found
on
your
VHS?
content.
You saw Tugs on VHS before you saw it on the internet.
Well, remember, I've told you this. My dad was on Tugs way before me, and also I was watching these VHSs when I was 3.
I'm still
I'm hiding under the covers for when Billy Shupak blows up.
I am
Almost
still
close to
registering
Sunshine.
it, Sam. It just blows my mind that your dad literally was a Tugs fan. Like that's
He was.
That's
This is the point. He was a Tugs fan 10 years before my brother was born. And my brother's 13 years older than me.
I'm learning that Tugs
It's like this.
existed for so much longer than I thought it did. It's literally
like
You know,
He got
my
this
cousin
when
in England,
they came out. When they came out.
one of my cousins in England, I think, used to have one of the Tugs VHSs, and he'd watch it every time my dad would go over.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's like this, Lemmy.
Also, just to prove MK
You
was
know, a
right,
lot of
look at
people-
this bit.
Yeah, there we go.
There, you've
A
got
lot
the
of-
actual blurb on the back.
What's
It actually
Bailey
does say
Bailey?
Captain Star's orders, Sunshine's dismissal. It
I
I think I'm a
actually
little
says
too
that.
quiet. I think I need to be louder.
Yeah,
you need
you are a
to-
little quiet. So Bailey, what do you have to say?
I'll turn my mic.
How about this? Is this any better?
That is actually.
Okay, so hopefully I've gathered everybody's attention.
Yes.
So I got 2 things to say because it seems like I have an hour before I could speak. So I have 2 things to say. Firstly, the thing is, Lemmy, you have to consider, like, my grandfather was the one who got me into Postman Pat and Wallace and Gromit and Shaun the Sheep, okay? I mean,
I have to put
that's
everything on hold. Scrapyard Studios said, "Do you think fire is dangerous? I drilled for a battery to make the stack for my Ertl scale Johnny Cube."
No. I think he means he drilled through a battery.
That's terrible. Don't do that.
That would explode.
That's okay. Look.
It's also unnecessary.
I've done some really dangerous stuff. Okay, I've freaking
Jesus
caught a
Christ,
boat on
husband.
fire in the middle of my public lake at a public fairground. But look,
Jesus
don't
Christ.
drill holes in batteries.
You realize
Don't drill holes in
my
batteries.
public lake is a private lake that is in our local park, and you're not allowed to put boats in it, let alone set things on fire in it.
You're not allowed to put boats in it, Lemmy. Sails Blue Nose.
I haven't, though. That's the thing. I went all the way to another pond that was further away from us to abide by the rules, right? So yeah, I'm cautious. I would say I'm quite cautious.
Well,
Lemmy, what's so funny about the explosive spectacle is that people literally lined up to watch it, and they were cheering while it was exploding. And the only reason it actually
that reminds me of something I learned about recently. They used to, in the early days of American railroading, they had spectacle events where they took 2 steam engines and had them collide head on with each other in front of a crowd.
Yeah.
And then you know what happened at the second event? The things blew up and killed like 5 people in the crowd. Like they were all cheering until they weren't. So I'm just saying,
yay, let's die.
You'd have that one person still cheering even after the engines had exploded. They would still be clapping.
Yeah.
The only thing that's the only thing that's still in thrill today was the blood of people.
Oh God!
Jesus
Hang
Christ.
on. By the way, I will say, I know he's joking, but Flying Scotsman Productions, why would you make an Easter egg out of a grenade?
The other day I made Easter egg grenades.
Why?
No one should ever have a grenade ever in any context. Also, war shouldn't happen. That's another thing.
Lemmy,
Really
you're
is a
more of a hippie
danger.
than I
Yes,
am, and I drive
yes,
a freaking
Monroe
bus,
Edward,
dude.
he is a danger.
Let's all agree to never go to war. If we all agree right now to not go to war, no more wars will happen. Is
I
everyone
mean, I'm kind of gonna go to war against Mattel.
No war.
no war?
People bad.
You already know me, man. I'm retired from my war days.
Why can't I go to war with Mattel?
Okay, maybe war with not even war with Mattel. Not even
It
that.
wouldn't even be a war; it'd be a battle.
Okay, battle.
No, that's the same. No.
No, a war is like multiple fights. This would just be one fight where I'd be standing there punching Ian McHugh.
All right.
Why?
But, but anyway, as I was trying to say, and kept getting sidetracked 4,000 times like a locomotive going into gate rail, okay? Railgate or whatever.
Right, Bailey?
When I blew this thing up, it would not sink. There was a huge freaking explosion. Dude, I put so much charge into those explosives. Like,
I also wasn't particularly heavy.
The last charge, like, it literally had smoke coming out of the funnel. And there was a flame that shot out the funnel like a car exhaust that backfired.
I mean, it does happen in the episode. It does happen in the episode.
Bailey, what I'd do, I'd have one explosion on the, what was it, the Krakatoa?
Yeah, the Krakatoa.
Yeah, I'd have one explosion on the Krakatoa, and then I'd get scissors and I guess jab it into Krakatoa, and then I'd make another clip with it exploding again and then it sinking.
Have you seen? Have any of you seen Terry 55 Stepney's video? If not, I'll stream it. He actually made a Krakatoa, and he didn't sink it, but he actually used it to make. You know, he actually used some sub powder or something, and it actually set fire to it. It looks brilliant. If you want, I'll stream it for you. I'll put it on a share screen now.
But basically, it wouldn't sink, and we were trying to figure out what we could do because it was in the middle of this lake. The boat was already on the trailer. We want to take this boat off just to get this boat to sink.
Right.
And I was like, okay, what do we do? So I had an idea. I got some bread. I threw it out there, and the ducks attacked it and finally got it to sink.
Are you kidding me?
I am not making this up. It worked. They got on top of the boat just to get the bread, and it sunk. And
The ducks are just screaming attack.
I don't know if I believe that, Bailey. It's too good.
All I'm thinking is the duck screaming a quack instead of
I
attack.
have said some crazy stuff, but this, okay, is the craziest thing you're probably ever gonna hear from me.
Yeah,
I can get my grandfather on the phone. He will tell you these ducks got on top of this boat and got it to sink. After all the explosions, after all the hard work I did to directly get it to sink, a duck trying to get bread with a downfall.
Oh my god! Yeah, I would have you screen share, Sam, but I feel like if we literally show someone else's YouTube video, we might
Yeah,
get it.
actually, yeah, that's a good point.
But
I have a story.
Good point.
I
Well
have a
made.
story.
And I'm thinking about recreating it, Lemmy, and hopefully coming up with a way for it to actually sink. Wait, what?
With the ducks and all?
No, God, that was like the catastrophe. It was embarrassing. I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna have to go.
Oh my god. Anyway, you were saying, Asher?
Oh yeah. I wrote a Tugs story. It's I'm proud of it. It's called Dangerous Contracts.
Huh, interesting. What's it about?
It's basically where Top Hat and 10 Cents are put in a job together, which they don't like each other, so they have to work together. And the start's like, I don't usually put this is Captain Star. He's like, I don't usually put my harbor tugs working together with switches, but today was an exception.
Right.
So I wanted to use 10 Cents and 10 Cents and Top Hat not really liking each other into the story. I tried my best, but I don't think I.
That sounds really interesting already. I love
Okay, Asher, if you need help,
those two have been seen together many times in the show, but they've never had like a solo scene with each other. It reminds me, the only occasion I can really think of where those two are together is maybe a scene in like Quarantine, kinda, and also there's this one annual story. Let me see if I can find it. This sticks out in my head.
If you, I kind of count the start scene with Oh yeah.
That one's pretty cool.
I kind of count Sunshine in Sunshine where 10 Cents and Top Hat kind of like arguing, but those are like with the others. But I still kind of count that.
Yeah, no, I guess that counts. But it's like to have a kind of a dedicated.
Anyway.
Too.
But
so I've just wanted to show something which you may cringe at, Lemmy.
now, Sam. I'm so sorry. I have to put the brakes on you, but Asher, continue what you're saying.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's fine. So then, it's something to do with railways. So Top Hat obviously has to go get Frank and Eddie. Speaking of Frank and Eddie, we still haven't seen them, and I really want them to be found. So
I have a terrible feeling that they're not around anymore. They're one of those things that probably got lost. But it's crazy how big they are. Like they're like huge models. It's nuts.
I would love to see
the thing I didn't like. It was like with
put that on Frank and Eddie.
Yeah, really.
There was this one thing I didn't like about Frank or Eddie, and he had it was that he had a very questionable shaped moustache that looked like someone who ruled over Germany one time.
In the 1920s, let's say Charlie Chaplin. I think that's
all right.
Come on, guys. Let's make the VW Beetle and go away with our gats. Come on. Come join us.
So, anyway. They meet up with Warrior. Top Hat just says shit to Warrior. He's like, yo, you're dumb, lol. And then, they go. And then they go to the place where the, buyer, has... Where... I don't really know how to explain it, but upriver, the person who's the buyer is not accessible by track, so Puffer can't go up there and it has to be transported by barges. So that's why Top Hat and 10 Cents are called. So Top Hat's managing Frank and Eddie, and 10 Cents is loading up the barges.
Right.
So what happens is that the contract is logs and dynamite.
Oh my
kind of
God.
put those together, and I kind of wanted to bring in the story of Upriver where the logs cause friction and they catch fire,
Right.
and it sets off dynamite. But
so Big Mac would like chew Top Hat out after this story is over. He'd be like, "What did I tell you?" And he's like, "I wasn't listening to you, obviously." Like,
Well, I every time I was watching, oh, not every time, but when I was watching the Tugs tutorial stream, I thought, Lemmy, you little, because you said with the tape, not slack, but not too tight.
I thought.
Yes. Oh my gosh! Me and Nick, I posted it on Twitter. Can I share my screen real quick?
If it's my stuff, that's probably fair. If it's like as long as we don't show anyone else's YouTube videos, I think we're gonna be fine.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna show like a snippet of Upriver, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, I just need to find the tweet though.
Man, Upriver. The Hillbilly Tugs episodes are the best episodes. Changed my mind. Big City Freeze, Trapped, and Upriver are freaking beautiful.
I'm glad you think that, Bailey, because I think the opposite, and that will balance things out very nicely.
let me. My ginger bearded child. We have to inculture you on the beautifulness of the hillbilly.
Ginger bearded. This isn't.
Oh, by the way, let me. So, guess what instrument I've been learning to play for the series?
What?
The banjo, just to make the hillbilly music a little bit more.
Yeah, that'll be great. I know you'll knock that out of the park.
I'll figure it out.
Can I just say, what I was going to show was Lemmy's old Tugs faces. The old Tugs faces that he'd made on DeviantArt for the stars and the Zeds.
Oh God! Wow.
Yeah, those are a long time ago. The Grampuses are probably the worst. I'll be honest.
Well, I actually made them. I didn't make them. I used them on the sunshine that I showed you when we first ever talked. That sunshine has that sunshine face.
If you put them in context, they're probably a lot better. It's interesting. I made that years ago for people to use, and I didn't think anyone would ever use them.
Can I just say, please make the ones you're doing now public, or at least teach me how to do it.
It's interesting because, I'd be happy to do that in a Wild Nor'Wester way. Like after the series is going, then I can.
Yeah,
really
that would be good. That would be good.
I am like, I'm. The faces are one of the few things that like it's hard to replicate exactly. Right? Like people, even when people follow the tutorial, their models will still have their own kind of flair to them. So they won't look exactly the way our like series is going to look. But the faces, I think, are the center, they're the focal point. So if people literally just use those, then it's, it's just going to look like Tugs TWR. So I think I want to wait a while. Like maybe the first season is out, I'll release all the assets for everybody. But I do want to wait until then, just so that it doesn't spoil the novelty of it.
Oh yeah, that's good. Also, Lemmy,
okay,
I also wanted. Go on. No, you go. Mine's just a thing that I thought it would work for the stream, but okay, yeah, go free.
I'm showing my screen right now.
That's
okay.
I don't. Oh, there it is.
Okay, so I posted this on Twitter.
Hold on a minute. What is your mouse?
Oh, it's his face.
How did you do that?
It's this. It's
custom cursor. Right, I'm doing it.
That's adorable.
You just go into here, and you can do different cursors. This is a Popeye one.
That's brilliant. Anyway,
yeah, I like this as my mouse. Like, whenever you click on something, it goes to the Shock Thomas face.
Oh God!
Oh, I love that.
Anyway,
so
show us what you're gonna show us.
Okay, so this is what I posted.
Not slack, but not.
I think I saw this.
For the tape just right. Not slack, but not too tight.
It's a tricky job.
That's great. Yeah, I knew what
What I noticed.
I'll admit I knew what I was doing saying that line like 3 times. I thought it would be a good what do you call it? Pneumatic device. One of those.
Yeah.
Air and
What I noticed with this scene, look at the logs in the background. Let me just look at the logs in the background. You can take like tiny bit.
There's
so,
a lot of cuts like that they had to make. Probably when the head would jerk and they didn't want that there, or like when when they needed the head to kind of turn at a different time, and so they just kind of you see a lot of awkward cuts like that in Tugs. It's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, Bailey
has vanished for whatever reason.
Shame. Oh, that was it. I've been waiting a long time to do the story down on this guy.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. Tell your story about him.
So, obviously, I've recap. So I had a Gordon and a Henry, this style one.
Right.
And they both lost their tenders, but I didn't care really because I found a Big Jigs, Flying Scotsman and Mallard, and I just used the tenders from them. So these had LNER tenders, which I really liked, like the idea of having LNER on the back.
Yeah, honestly.
So, he's back. Hello, hello, Bailey. Right.
So
because then I got a the middle one, I can't remember what it is, but it's a fat one. It's not the CGI one that you used in your series. It's not like that one, but it's the middle one really, the early CGI, the new style one, the early CGI stuff, the fat one.
Right,
I got
like
that.
the Toby era.
Yeah, that was it, Tomy.
Yeah.
But I had that, so I didn't really need this one, and I really wanted the Flying Scotsman model, but it was just before 2013. This was around 2012. So my grandpa got his label maker, put 4472 on the front, painted the buffers, did the lining, tried to repaint the cab, but failed because it splodged down the side.
Right.
And then stained the face by accident. But he made on the side, he put Flying Scotsman on the side, and I loved it to bits. It was such However, recently although that was the side he messed up with because he tried to put a white cab roof on.
Right.
So this thing, have you heard of Leo Kim videos, Thomas Love? This thing has gone through hell and back.
Yeah, no, for real. That's such a sweet story. I love that. It was like the same thing in my youth. I was obsessed with the Flying Scotsman. I remember my mom and I would do collages with paper, construction paper. We'd literally do a whole big thing. We did a whole big mural with green and red and white construction paper of the Flying Scotsman because I was obsessed. It was the best.
Yeah. I'm British. Oh, I'm Welsh. So this is the funniest bit. People call me Fireman Sam because my name is Sam, my name is Sam, obviously, because Lemmy's call me Sam.
Somebody call the 2025 service. Hey, if you're Sam,
I'm Welsh. I'm Sam. I'm Ginger.
If you're Sam, I call you Trevor Evans.
And also, I'm a fireman on a steam railway. I am Fireman Sam.
That's true. Oh my god, that's brilliant.
I am Fireman Sam.
If you're Fireman Sam, then I am Trevor Evans. I have the bus and everything.
All right, I'll be right back. I've got to get some more water because I'm doing an awful lot of talking.
We are on the stream.
Wait, is it okay if I just continue what I was saying with the Top Hat and Tencent story?
Oh yeah, sure. Also, the pride of my collection.
Yeah, Bailey.
If you need help writing a story, you can just ask, bro.
Oh yeah.
I've already written 2 stories, all on my own. I'll tell the first one, and I might tell the second one. So, continuing with the first one, it's called Dangerous Contracts. So, in fact, nothing really happens with Tencent and Top Hat. In reality, Puffer is more of the main character because he kind of saves the day.
Like that.
So, the logs, the place where they're loading all the dynamite and logs is on a slope. So Puffer comes in, and the logs rock back and forth, which the friction from the friction what do you call it? The friction logic comes in from upriver and sets the logs on fire, which sets a fuse of dynamite to go off. So Puffer realizes 10 cents smells smoke, and then Puffer comes back in the nick of time. He gets the trucks, he shoves them, he runs all the way down to the end of the line with the trucks. And where the line ends, he shoves them off into the water and they explode.
I'm getting Legend of the Lost Treasure vibes from that.
Yeah, kind of. And then 10 Cents and Top Hat see the explosion in the distance and are like, oh, he died.
Basically, like,
well, at least
oh,
he sacrificed his life for us. And then we see
just
Puffer coming back from the explosion. He's covered in soot, and that's basically where the story ends.
Hmm.
And I really
get kind of like, it's kind of like the Legend of the Lost Treasure and the main, what you've told us, the main, like the Legend of the Lost Treasure and the 10 cents bit in the munitions.
Yeah. Should I tell my second story? It's about Hercules.
I was just gonna say, I have my idea of expanding the big city ports fleet, like Lemmy said. Also, Bailey, go on. You were talking.
So
You're trying to talk.
I've told Sam a little bit about this, but I'm actually working on a Christmas special for the Tug series. I'm writing one, and I have a feeling people are gonna like it. I don't know if I should say some ideas. Sam, do you think I should tell people a little bit, or should I?
To you, mate.
Okay.
I'm keeping stuff on the Sprinter my film, the Sprinter Sodor.
So I'm gonna give you guys a mini synopsis. So basically, imagine big city ports frozen, obviously, because it's winter and everybody's upriver. And Warrior is the only one that can go to big city to get a Christmas tree, and he does. But because he was excited, he catches it on fire with his stack. Look at me.
Sparks fly out of his stack.
That's nothing more than a burnt out lodge.
You bloody idiot! You set the lodge on fire!
And basically, what happens is Zoran is brings back Christmas tree for the upriver Zero Fleet dock, and he's basically making fun of the Starfleet. And Hercules comes with a Lily Lightship, and Warrior's like, wait a minute, we could make Lily the Christmas tree. We could paint her green. We could make the light like a star.
Are you talking about your Christmas episode idea, Bailey?
Yes.
This sounds great. There's details here that I haven't heard yet. That sounds brilliant.
And Lily's like, that's not a bad idea, Warrior. Hercules is like, yes, my dear. And they do that. And Zoran is like, oh, we got the better Christmas. And it's like a little flimsy Christmas tree. And just Lily Lightship comes in with lights. She's just beautiful. She has lights all over and stuff.
All I can imagine is like Warrior goes past and accidentally bumps the barge and it just topples. The Christmas tree's on a barge and it like topples over.
I hadn't. Basically, the episode's about to end. Warrior's like, oh, what a great day to be a Tug. And Warrior just bumps into a log. And the log just bumps into the tree and it just goes into the river.
Like a mousetrap effect.
So great, because you could actually have you could actually have the tree fall like into the water.
Yeah,
that would be amazing.
Like it just loosens
the light
soil.
hit the water and it all shorts and all the lights in the yard or something.
Yeah, literally, it just hits like a power line or something.
That's great.
Right.
Like a mousetrap effect.
And I'm actually working on a Christmas version.
What's that?
Oh, you go, Bailey.
I'm working on a Christmas version of the Banbridge Cafe theme for the ending.
Awesome. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
So I've got to go in like 8 minutes. So am I able to just tell my Hercules story real quick?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
go for it.
take the next 8 minutes, Asher. You know, if you've
Alright,
got if you're
so yeah, so the Hercules stories is basically the first encounter of the White Fleet and how he's got the knowledge of the White
That's
Fleet.
I like
Like
I
how he
always got-
knows it's the White
Yeah.
Fleet in how he knows it's the White Fleet in
Yeah.
Ghosts.
I always got the
Yeah.
impression Hercules had all these like epic ocean stories we haven't seen. You know, like that's cool.
Yeah. So this is when he's on the Navy, and actually, what I did was that I incorporated Blue Nose into it as well.
That's
So
great.
Blue Nose is actually the one that tells Hercules about the Ghost Fleet when he encounters it.
God.
That's cool.
So Blue Nose and Hercules had a better friendship back then because Blue Nose wasn't a power hungry tug, I guess.
Huh.
So
I guess that could be the case, couldn't it? Like he could be like he wasn't high ranking, so he was more disciplined and more humble. But then once he got power, he totally changed. That's an interesting reading on Blue Nose.
Yeah. So I've made my own character actually. It's her name's Anna and she's a light ship like Lily. So Hercules has to go out to Hercules has to go out with Anna and Hercules starts to like drift off. He's like, "Oh, what's over here?" And it is very close to the rocks. And this occurred in winter, but there wasn't any snow.
Right.
So Hercules sees these ghost tugs, and these ghostly figured tugs, which is the White Fleet,
Right.
coming towards them, and he's like, what's the line? Let me find it. Sorry, it was like, he said, he yelled out, hello there, what are you doing out at this time of night, right? Because usually tugs don't go out at that time of night, I guess.
Right.
So then Hercules blows his horn and no reply. And he just sees these tugs coming closer and closer, and Hercules is like, "Oh shit!" So then he goes back to Anna. He's like, "Anna, I just saw these things," and Anna's like, "There's no such thing as tugs, ghosts, Hercules," and he's like, "But these are real." Yeah. So anyway, the next morning,
Like a younger Hercules that still doesn't have like all the because he just comes in at the end of Ghosts and he's just so like confident that there's nothing.
He's just like,
it's like in this shows that it's not like he was just built with this utmost confidence. No, he acquired it over the years. The reason he's so confident is probably because he's had the most life experience out of everybody because he's been all over, you know. So that's cool. That makes a lot of sense for him.
Yeah. So it basically ends with Hercules coming back. No, wait. Blue Nose telling Hercules in the morning, that Anna told Blue Nose about what Hercules had said. So then Blue Nose explains what happened and what he saw. And then Hercules is like, "Oh, well, maybe this will come back into play in the future." And then that's where the story ends. And I really like how it turned out. The story.
That sounds fantastic. I'd love to see that at some point because that just sounds. I'd love to see the actual dialogue and like how Hercules and Blue Nose interact and that sort of thing. Sounds like a really solid premise for a story. I like it. I've wondered.
Thank you.
Like I don't write a lot of stories that take place like in the past. I've written a lot of Tugs stories, but they always take place like after the first season. But like I'd love to know what the past is like. Like they probably have a lot of really interesting origin stories and kind of past adventures if you were to look into it. You know, that's great. Yeah.
So I've just got 3 minutes left. I just want to explain what I'm gonna do for the story. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a complete separate Hercules model and paint it all gray. like how Blue Nose
That's
looks.
so cool. Like to see him in Blue Nose livery, because Blue Nose would look so tiny all of a sudden compared to him.
Yeah,
That's awesome. I love it.
elongated,
Nose's head is
elongated
huge.
Blue
I know,
Nose.
it is. It is.
Yeah. So then, what I'm gonna do for the Ghost Fleet, I'm basically just gonna remake 10 senses, paint them blue, and remove the hat, and probably try to make them glowing white.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was looking at pictures of them in the book the other day, and it's really weird where they put the lights.
Yeah. And what I'm gonna do, I'm actually gonna use real water, but they're not gonna be floating. They're gonna be like what the Unlucky Tug did, where he put them in a
Like
pan.
they're sitting on the bottom, and then it's like
Yeah.
it's very
That's
clever.
why the bases are flat.
Yeah, that's great. See, this is the picture I'm thinking of. Like, notice like where the lights are. They're like around like the ventilation pipes or whatever. Like, you know,
Yeah.
they're like shooting up at the funnel. It's just this kind of weird light emanating from like the center.
Yeah.
And it's like it looks really good, but I never really thought about it until a few weeks ago. It's like where the light comes from. You
Yeah.
could really easily replicate that if you wanted to. I recommend. You know what you're gonna use for the lights?
There were these little, what were they? They were very small. They were basically little torches, but bite-sized, I guess. And all I would do,
I would recommend. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you might have what you're using might be better for this, but I would recommend. You can get for pretty cheap these little like finger lights off of eBay and stuff. And they're just these little tiny lights. I use them for everything. They're really.
I
good.
use those too. Oh my god, let me.
They are the best for this.
They're beautiful. They're
So,
amazing.
you know, if this is also always an avenue. I don't know how you'd search it up exactly. I guess finger lights, small lights. I'm not sure what you.
Finger LED small light.
But you know, they come in a lot of colors: red, green. I put these in the green-eyed. Oh, look at that! I put these in the green-eyed Tugs at some point. And they were. Look at this! My production quality has just dramatically changed all of a
Wow,
sudden.
look, Lemmy has become a tugboat. He has the indicator lights.
Yeah, I do. Well, what do you make of this then? Oh, now there's blue in the mix. What are you gonna do now?
Oh no! Oh poggers! Oh my goodness!
Oh! It's a rave! It's a rave,
it's
everybody!
disco time.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
RGB.
so what I was thinking is basically these little torches. They were very small. They were like bite-sized. And they emitted a lot of light actually. And I just put it in the tug and then just light it.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Those will probably do the trick. I can't wait to see how those turn out. That's you should stick with this. This sounds like a really cool idea.
Thanks. Also, one more thing. Well, with the rocks, I'm just gonna get rocks.
Yeah, that honestly does the trick. I've seen some of the best Wooden Railway remakes I've ever seen, if not the best. Are my friend Roman's 2WR Empire does some brilliant sets, and a lot of them just utilize real rocks he got outside, and those are always the best looking sets. Like literally, you can't beat like real rock grain. Like like literally just using stuff from the real environment. So that's a good idea. I think that'll look good.
I'll see you guys maybe another time.
All right. Take care, Ashley.
Brilliant-
Thank you so
brilliant
much
talking
for
to
being
you.
here. It's been amazing. Lots of great
Bye.
ideas. It's been such
See ya.
fun. Yeah.
Thanks. Bye.
Take care.
Before we let if we let anyone else join, Lemmy, I have something I wanted to show you.
Yeah.
It's called iRune Webcam. It's what I'm using. It basically lets me use my phone, which is what I'm using as my webcam, without joining on a second thing on StreamYard. So I'm actually talking to you through my microphone on my PC, but it uses your webcam. So you download the app on your phone, and you download it on your computer. I'll send you a link on Skype.
Okay. You're going to have to walk me through. This sounds really useful, but I don't understand it at all. You're going to have to walk me through it later, Sam. I'm an old man.
Sam, good luck with this. It took me 5 hours to show him how to use a PowerPoint presentation.
No, all I mean is, it just means that then you can have 6, including yourself, you can have 6 people in the chat and still be able to show your webcam.
Huh. That's
That
brilliant.
means you could be building something like OJ or something.
Yeah, that's brilliant, Sam. Yeah, I'd love to figure out how to do that. I'm gonna have to talk to you about that later when we go into detail because that's brilliant.
I'll send you a link now on Skype.
Yeah, please do.
I'm trying to.
Let's see. I think I'm gonna bring in another. Is that what you wanted to say, Sam? Because I'm gonna bring in another person now.
Yeah, I think I don't know who, but
either Thomas Theorist or Rolling Duck Studios. I think I'll bring Thomas Theorist in, and I think as much as I adore you being here, Sam, I think in like 10 to 15 minutes, I'll replace you with Rolling Duck Studios.
You're gonna replace me.
I'm gonna replace you. I'm sorry. It's okay. We have conversations outside of these streams, however few. So
yes. That was one more thing before you eventually boot me.
Yeah.
You asking why I'm gonna say I am allowed to. I'm gonna say this on stream because I don't mind it. This is my latest project, The Sprint of Sodor. My my film. It basically includes
really
this
cool.
guy.
Great name right off the bat, and like I said, I love that guy's face.
Yeah, he's
actually, if I show
series.
you, you've actually seen these throughout all the time I've had my webcam here. I'll show you.
Oh, that's brilliant! I love it. All those different expressions, such character.
They're just blue. If you look at the side, they're just blue tacked to the actual smoke box door. But you were asking me on Skype, why have I gone back from Wooden Railway, which is, by the way, the prize of my collection, to a double O gauge? Basically, because I was watching the. Have you ever heard of Sodor NWR Steam?
Yes. No, they produced some incredible stuff.
Well, I saw that and I just really loved it. The only reason I went back to TWR was because of you with these damn choke models.
Right.
But no.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I'm not a Wooden Railway guy at heart at all. I just do it to keep things simple. Because if I don't have some standard to stop myself, I'm just gonna do super detailed everything. And I fall off the wagon there a lot. You know, it's very easy for me to just abandon Wooden Railways, try and do detailed stuff, and then eventually I go back. So that's like, but in my soul, I didn't know about the Wooden Railway community until like 5 years ago, and I stayed here for the community, the people, not for the actual brand. I don't care all that much about the brand. I like it. It does, what I need to do, but the videos I grew up with were like Cactus 0706. 1907-06, like Henry Blue, I think that his username was like ADJBS Steam, something like that. Leo Kim Video was a big one, but for him, filmmaking wise, there were only a couple videos at the beginning, but they made a huge impact. Scarloey 123 from Sodor Dark Times, those were my inspirations, right? Not any Wooden Railway stuff. But of course, I was tremendously inspired once I found the Wooden Railway community in like 2015. But yeah, in my soul, I'm not a Wooden Railway guy. I just do it as kind of a practical thing, a compromise.
So we have something amazing coming on June the 23rd this year. Will be 5 years since you uploaded Pacifics.
Wow, that honestly feels. I feel like I've known all my friends in the TWRC a lot longer than 5 years, but I feel like I feel like that, but I feel like Pacifics also was a long time ago. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Pacifics does not feel that recent, I would say. It feels so distant. But yeah. Anyway. Okay, I'm gonna bring
I probably have to shoot anyway. I'll probably have to shoot anyway.
Have to shoot. That's that lingo. I've not heard that before. You've got to shoot. You've gotta skedaddle.
I'm gonna shoot off basically.
Okay. Well then, that's probably a good time anyway. And then I'll bring in Thomas Theorist and Rolling Duck Studios next. Yes.
I kind of waved it round in the background, but that is one thing I made back in December.
Yeah, I know you did. It looks brilliant. Love it. Yeah.
It's a hat.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that part. I thought it was Viaduct.
It looks like an M that had an embryo that didn't spread off the spore.
What it is, you realize what it is, Lemmy? It's the Viaduct merch, the Viaduct repairs merch from Ghost Train.
Oh, of course.
Either way, I'll have to shoot off. But thank you very much for having me.
All right, yeah, it's been an absolute blast, Sam. So glad to have you here. We'll talk. I'll try to talk as soon as possible on Skype, maybe in the Tugs TWR group, maybe one-on-one, whatever. But we definitely got to talk more. I'll try to make time. Anyway, it's been a blast. So glad you could be here.
Either way, I'll see you later. See you guys.
All right, see you later.
I
Leave.
have been.
It won't let me leave.
Oh, there he goes. All right.
I've been working more on the Christmas special, as you heard, Lemmy.
Yeah.
I came up with an idea for the engines, like the trains. They have a roof on the front of them, and they have antlers because that's what they used to do.
Is that true? That's amazing. Yeah, I love that.
I've been working on a lot of ideas and stuff.
That's the sort of thing I never would come up with, Bailey, because like I love Tugs. I'm a Tugs fan, not a ship fan. So for that reason, like I wouldn't come up with like ship lore and history and railway lore and like that stuff. I wouldn't contribute to my vision for it. So I'm so glad that like you got that because
your tugboat historians got you.
Yes, you absolutely do. Anyway, I'm gonna bring in Thomas Theorist of Rolling Duck Studios. I think I'll probably keep you on for like 30 minutes more, maybe, Bailey. That sounds about right in my head.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I can leave now if you want me to. I kind of feel a little awkward because I don't really speak that much. And I'm like, oh well.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're doing fine. You know, I mean, you've got the chill Bailey sitting back and interjecting when it makes sense demeanor. You come off as very cool, Bailey. I will say. May seem awkward to you, but
come off as very what?
Cool. You're cool.
Okay, I try. I try. That's all I can say. I try.
All right, I'm gonna bring in the other two now. Let's see. That's Thomas Theorist.
I don't know if I've ever met these guys. Maybe I have.
The first thing I would like to say on this stream is that Lemmy has the best TWR series, hands down.
Well, I appreciate that, but I don't think it's true. But I suppose I'm the one who created
it. Yes. Hello, I am Simon of Rolling Duck Series. It's a pleasure to meet you, rest of planet Earth.
Pleasure to meet you too. Did you say Simon is your name?
Yes, my name is Simon. It's also my name on Twitter at Rolling Ducks Shoe1 if you want to check that out.
Brilliant. Yeah,
I've seen you floating around though.
Yeah.
So
it's good. It's a pleasure to have you on here. And Thomas Theorist, why don't you go and introduce yourself if you haven't already? Oh, you're very quiet, or if maybe not audible at all, actually. Oh, I can just barely hear you.
Like a little of an O there.
You sound as if you're from 2006, which is giving me heavy nostalgia, I will say.
But okay.
Background noise sounds like that. Does anyone remember those videos? I love that.
No, I wasn't born then.
The face Levy's making, man, is priceless. Can somebody take a screenshot of that? That's beautiful. That is some legendary stuff right there.
It looks like I'm putting down a sick rap.
Oh yeah, Levy's part of the Beastie Boys. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Lemmy, you didn't tell me you had a secret career as being part of the Beastie Boys. What?
Yeah, well, I gotta keep some secrets for myself.
Oh my god, Lemmy, it's Drake himself.
Man, Eminem's been quiet since Lemmy was on air.
All right, I still not. So let's see, Thomas Theorist. Are you let's see, try thinking now. I can just barely hear you, but like not really. I can't make out what you're saying. I wonder what that's about.
So, I wanted to ask a question, Lemmy. So for this Christmas special, I need to do three things. I need to come up with a motive for Warrior to want to get the Christmas tree and everybody else not wanting to. Because let's be honest here, the Starfleet would not let Warrior get the Christmas tree normally.
I wouldn't.
Interesting. Maybe there's more important. I don't know. I don't know what it would be.
Like, the idea is simple. Warrior goes like through the ice and everything after triumph. I'm talking blazing snowstorm just to get this Christmas tree. He gets back. He gets excited. All that work's blown away because he catches it on fire, right?
Right.
All that hard work, all that work of him struggling to get through, and it's just destroyed.
Yeah. Right.
But I don't know why the Starfleet would choose him. out of all the other Tugs. It doesn't make sense.
I mean, I think they'd all have to probably be busy. I mean, maybe it's maybe there's something like maybe the work, maybe you have to be a lot more careful in the winter. And Warrior just so at winter time they try not to use him too much, and so they basically everybody else is busy with important contracts. They just put Warrior on the Christmas tree. Maybe something like that, where they need more care at that time of year.
All I can imagine that'd be funny is like another idea I had is Warrior has a fire hose, and obviously gets water pumped from the ocean for the hose. And I was thinking, what if Warrior's hose is jammed up and it felt funny? And Zorn was getting a Christmas tree for the Zero Dock and he just sprayed it on like one of the Z stacks, okay? And they just look like an ice sheet. Like all you can see is their eyes, just a straight up ice sheet.
Oh my god.
Okay. And it's like brilliant. It just looks he just looks like a huge snowman. And like he continues to look that way the entire special.
His eyes are still moving, but nothing else. Like
like you could just see his head and his eyes going up and down. Just hear muffling noise. That's all you can hear. Like basically.
All right, so Thomas Theorist. So no, you sound the same. I'm not really sure what the problem is. I think it's see the thing is, it's like a very clear like kind of and then like your voice, I can
faintly hear. It's very faint. Like you can just barely hear it. You have like another device you could use, like maybe with a better microphone.
It doesn't have that water slide in the background as well.
Yeah,
it sounds like every single video from 2006.
Yeah, it does, except the voice.
Well, I'm glad you're all picking up the humor because I'm not.
I think it's quite giddy.
Anyway, so that's one of your 3 issues you were going to bring up, Bailey. I would go through the other 2 right now. Sounds very interesting, but I think that can be saved for later. I would like to hear from Rolling Duck Studios. So
quite. We need to let other people have the limelight. No need to steal time that's not valued.
Indeed.
Right, I'm currently writing an essay for school at the moment, and basically. It was doing something called an Aspire project. Literally, no one had any idea what it meant. So I just got the biggest excuse to write about Thomas. Is it okay to like something that isn't for your age group? And the first and the introduction is about Thomas.
That's brilliant.
And then the second paragraph is about My Little Pony, which is the shortest one. And then
right.
The third paragraph, which I'm currently writing, is about Thomas and Friends again.
That's great. I love when people actually manage to like put their interests into their schoolwork. I barely did that. Like I did that maybe at the very end of like my high school career. And that was it. Like I don't know if I hid my interest really from my teachers, but like I didn't emphasize it. But at the very end, like in like the end of senior year, I did like a big presentation that was like a final project sort of thing. I did the whole thing was on being a Thomas fan because it was basically like talk about something that is relevant to you, important to you. I was like, okay, might as well. It's the whole thing's my big blowout finale.
Quick question: how much did you get bullied? Because in this.
Not at all.
What do you mean? In our school, being apparently being a quote unquote simp is giving some apple slices to some girls. Apparently, in this society, and I'm like, the word simp has been taken so much out of context. I'm just like, it doesn't even make sense anymore.
Yeah,
it doesn't have an impact anymore. It's like, oh, you gave something to a girl. You have talked with women. You are a simp.
It's disgusting. I hate simp. I hate Karen. I hate what's the cancel? I hate all these.
Oh god, I hate the word cancel. Cancel.
Yeah, everybody loves these words. They just throw them around constantly, but like it really impedes conversation. It makes it very difficult.
I only say Carol when it actually applies. For example, like when someone refuses to wear their mask in a shop and then wants to, let me speak to the manager.
Even then, though, it's like I feel like to call them Karens, like people who do that, kind of almost justifies it. Like, oh, that's just a Karen. That's what they do, right?
Yeah.
It's not.
I can see your point.
Right. Here, let me bring in Thomas Theorist again. Let's see. Take 3. Let's see. Is it?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Hi. Hello. Sorry.
Hi.
Introduce yourself, Thomas Theorist.
Sorry, my name is Adam / Thomas Theorist, and you probably know me from Twitter.
Yes.
I'm not really, to be honest with you, I'm not really familiar with Tugs, but I am quite familiar with.
Okay, we're all Thomas fans here.
Okay, that's cool.
That's going to be part of the conversation. Pleasure to have you here, Adam. Glad your mic is working. Thank you for braving the storm and figuring out how to fix it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so back to Rolling Duck. What was his name? Simon. Back to your it's just a tragedy. Like the fact that people would use like the word simp to like divide genders is just sad. Like there's nothing wrong with a boy talking to a girl. They can just be friends.
Originally it was like kids giving obscene amounts of money to Twitch streamers just to be noticed. Like, yeah, it's completely out of order.
Right.
But now it's like, oh, you have talked with a woman. Thou art a simp. And it's ridiculous.
It's like the modern equivalent of bros before hoes. It's just
exactly.
It's just such a gross concept. It's like, okay, or maybe it's just people. Why does gender have to come into it every single time?
One time, someone who was a woman, I said, "Oh, Simon, can we talk in private?" And I was like, "Sure." And all the other lads around was like, "Oh, Simon," and I'm like, "Shut up! This person's already friend zoned me once, okay?"
Yeah, like it's gross. The fact that people can't see past that, right? It's a shame. But anyway, so to answer your question, I didn't get bullied in high school at all. I got bullied to all hell in middle school, but it wasn't related to Thomas. It was just in general. Easy to pick on a kid like me. My voice is already high pitched and scratchy, and I already got these things. Imagine what it was like in middle school, right? Easy to pick on that kid. So that was a whole thing. But high school, no, I did pretty well in high school. I was pretty amicable. I made a lot of friends of all different types. Quite like what happens with me in this community, honestly, where I've just got friends from all over. I think I developed a lot of skills in high school where I was able to just kind of reach out to people and just kind of speak their language. That helped a lot. And I don't want to say popular because that I feel like you have to be on the football team or like a cheerleader.
I was about to say, yeah.
But like, you
have to participate in some sport to be considered popular.
Like, that's kind of like, the definition of it that you would expect. But I had a lot of friends and I was in good shape there, and I probably could have told everybody about my passion, but I just didn't for some reason. But near the end, I told everybody, and I got respect for it. And I think that's part of it, is if you project it hard enough, if you just tell people unashamedly, yeah, I'm a fan of Thomas the Tank Engine, then if you say it confidently enough, people feel stupid for trying to make you feel bad about it. They're like, okay, well, I could go and try to tear him down, but he's got such confidence that maybe I'm the idiot for thinking it's weird, right? So if you do that, if you project confidence, and if you just have no shame, then I think it helps a hell of a lot. And
I tried to subtly hint at the fact that I was in it because me and my friend, I was like, I've been a bit of a nostalgia boost recently. So I watched some of the new Thomas and Friends. It's really bad. Basically, they're referring to Big World, Big Adventures in like year 9. And it's all on Netflix. And then what happened was I was showing my friends a YouTube video because you're allowed to bring your laptop into school for some reason.
Right.
And I was showing them a YouTube video, and I was logged in on the wrong account. And then it was like, hey, what's that logo in the top right? Have you changed your channel logo? And I'm like, right, okay. So I am a Thomas YouTuber.
Like that's the respectable way out of that situation. You just got to say it. You got to be like, yeah, here's the situation.
Right, okay, so I make a Thomas Wooden Railway series.
Yeah, they'd be like, "What's Thomas Wooden Railway?" It's like,
like, you damn plebs, listen to me.
Oh my god.
And now that friend, I help him make his Thomas videos. What an ironic plot twist, am I right?
That's awesome. That's pretty great.
I help him make his Thomas videos in Roblox.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Roblox is a highly underrated medium.
Yeah, I remember you said at one point that you were like considering making your series into Roblox. So I was wondering if you've ever played like Take on Sodor by Speedy Skip or not.
I played
have, yeah.
I did a lot. Like I did a lot of detailed models before his stuff even really took off. I feel just a little bit sour about it. I'm like, I built a lot of really beautiful stuff with Roblox, and then back
it just kept on crashing and lagging and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, there's a lot of ways around that sort of thing too. You can kind of mitigate the lag if you know how to kind of work it. But yeah, I've done a lot of really cool stuff in Roblox. I love Roblox. It could be just a beautiful. You could make stuff that looks even better than Trains if you know how to handle it. Because the difference between Trains and Roblox, Trains is a game, for you to play. Roblox is a game maker. You make games with Roblox.
Yeah.
It is a sandbox. You can create things.
Yeah.
So you have control over every element, every color on screen, every effect, everything. Right. So it's the best. But anyway. So Thomas the Theorist, or I should say Adam.
Yes.
I'd like to hear more from you. Let's talk about some things.
All right. Okay. Well, I mean, I suppose Roblox. I wasn't going to make an argument that Roblox is actually better than Trains, because
I would say so in a lot of ways. I think it depends on how you use them. I think any tool could be the best if you use it right, if the right person comes along. But Roblox, I think you have a lot more control.
That's true. Yeah. Well, I don't really know what to say.
I mean, I agree with it. I mean, I think it's really cool to have like it's cool that it's free for one thing. Like you've got just this sandbox kind of software. And
whereas Trains 2019 it costs almost like £50 on Steam. It's ridiculous.
That it does.
And you can't even on if you get it on Steam, you can't even connect your My Trains account to it. So you can't even download stuff. It's ridiculous.
That sucks. Yeah, my Planet Aran account was like broken for like 10 years, and as a kid, I was just like, oh, okay, it doesn't work. and then I like figured out like when I was like 20, I was like, wait, I can just create a new account and fix it. I did, and it worked. Oh, wow. Now I understand. I'm an adult. Oh my God. Hey,
I know it's a bit weird, but I feel like the humans, like in Roblox, you've got these sort of blocky looking Lego people. Yeah. But then with Trains, it's like the humans are just sort of static figures that which works for Thomas.
I think with Roblox, the thing is like you could always make better people. Whereas in Trains, you can do that as well, but it's harder to animate them and make them move and do the things you want to do with them.
And also sometimes if you use actual textures from the show, you sometimes have the face text from the back of the person's head.
That's literally
got like the two face. It looks like my Mac. The
problem is that the Trains community is too busy making hundreds and hundreds of Magic Railroad Thomases instead of making one more pack of a guy. Like we just need one more. Finally, recently we've started seeing more of them without the mustache on the back of the head. But it's literally everyone had to rely on that one pack. Thank God that whoever designed that pack, whoever made those figures, the community's been riding off of those for like 10 years. Like, oh my God, it's been a really important, vital pack.
Whenever I see like a Trains person, I don't know why, I always think of the Mid-Sodor Railway. It's like, that's what...
This is interesting. I kind of agree with the vibe for whatever reason. But yeah. This is an interesting topic. This is what I like to start with. This is the ultimate Thomas conversation starter. What is you two's favorite characters? Thomas characters.
Oh my God. I get asked this question so much, I don't have a definitive answer. You would think it was Duck, right? But the reality is I used to have an old account, which I deleted because all the content on it was really bad, and also someone found my account. So someone found out the password to my account, and I was like, I don't want them to know I made Thomas videos, so I deleted the account.
Yeah,
that was like in year 7 or year 8 or something, and now in year 9. And also the episodes in there are really bad. So it was like, it used to be called the Wooden Thomas channel, and then I was like, this is really bad. The title for this channel is really bad. So I was like, I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna change it to Rolling Duck Studios because that kind of rolled off the tongue a bit.
Yeah, that's a good name. It does stick in my mind. It's
yeah.
a lot of people take the approach you're describing, where they get self-conscious about their content, and then they just delete everything. And it's like
Also,
I've still
my series back then was also very bad as well because it wasn't scripted at all. I just made it up in my attic where the permanent layout was.
Like the thing is, you should see the stuff. You should see the first video on my channel, right? It's like that.
I'm
It's
gonna watch that now.
literally from like 2011, right?
Oh, isn't that the one where like the guy that from Cars 2 exploded?
That was like 20 videos into my channel's career. And even that's pretty early on. Now, the very first one was Professor Z's Warm Welcome, which was basically all my diecasts looking at the camera and then me doing a horrible German accent. The channel was supposed to start out as a Professor Z roleplay channel. That's why it's called Master of the Lemons, because he's all the lemons in the movie, right?
Well, my favorite character you asked, it's actually it's actually Henry.
This is an interesting. I don't hear Henry a lot, but I adore Henry.
I know.
So why Henry?
Well, the reason is a lot of people say Edward or Gordon, but I feel like Henry kind of embodies the spirit of the Railway series a lot more than any of the other characters, because he's always like down in his luck, and he's always like he sort of feels like that type of character that really, I feel like, embodies the spirit of what the Railway series is, more so than Edward or Gordon.
Because the whole Railway series is really an underdog story about a mode of traction that is considered weak, proving what it can really do. And that is exactly what Henry does throughout the course of the Railway series. I read this SIF blog years ago that talked about that basically dissected Super Rescue and it made an impact on me, is how Henry has a really difficult journey throughout the whole Railway series. It's why the Flying Kipper resonates with so many people. It's why Super Rescue is so badass, because it's Henry. Out of all engines, he's the one who doesn't give up. He's the one who, he's a failed engine, but he doesn't care. He just goes and finishes the job anyway. It shows it's mind over matter. It's willpower to finish the job. Even if you don't have the physical strength to continue, you do, right?
Yeah, because I made an adaptation of it, and Lemmy knows this because I asked him to play the Fat Controller and Gordon.
Yeah, right.
By the time you saw it, I'd already recast them with myself and the German Sodor.
Right. Yeah, it took a while to get onto that one, I gotta say. Most people, though, I went through and cleaned up all my DMs weeks ago. So it took some time. To go through all those, but
I do have to say, like, Super Rescue easily, like one of the.
I love Super Rescue.
It's amazing. It's really.
I feel like I wish the Railway series had ended at Enterprising Engines, because like that's just the perfect way to go out.
It is like the climax of the Railway series. Like, I don't think you could get better than Enterprising Engine.
It really is.
If it was a story, right? If it was a basic story, it starts the climax begins around about, I'd say, when John T. Kenny. John T. Kenny. I'd say about it starts when John T. Kenny he begins illustrating the rising action begins there.
Once dieselization starts to become a thing, it really building. The first half of the Railway series is designed. I mean, obviously, he just went book by book, right? So he didn't have a grand master plan. He didn't know dieselization was coming. He started in the 40s. But the point being,
he's in the Doctor. He's not a time traveler.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have vision of the future. But the point being, looking at the story overall and looking at how it functions and why it works so well, the first half of the Railway series is dedicated to basically the setting up steam railways, right? It's in the heyday. It could have started in the 50s or 60s. It didn't. It started really in the 40s, but even if you look at how he retconned it, in the 20s, because the first few books are 1923, 1925, 1925 again. And that's kind of like he sets up steam as a normal thing in its heyday, and then slowly he transitions into dieselization. And now we've grown to love these steam engine characters. Steam is normal, it's natural, it's something that should always be there. And all of a sudden it's threatened, right? So now the second half is, okay, now you love these characters, now I'm going to threaten to take them away from you, and you're going to care a lot that that's happened. And it works.
It's kind of like Toy Story 3, isn't it?
Right.
Oh my god, Toy Story 3.
Right.
You have no idea how many times my mum has cried at that movie.
I gotta say, my phone is making a lot of weird noises. Hold on. All right, there. Me has disappeared. I'm still here, but I'm not on camera because my phone
just me.
it's about to die. God, how do you change your profile picture on this?
I don't think I'm not sure I do it on the phone, but like if you go into the bottom left where it says you're in the show, everyone can see and hear you. There's like a little like three dots above where you are.
Let's see. Edit. Is it edit video avatar?
Yeah, edit audio avatar. That's it, and then you pick a picture, like a random picture or something.
All right, let's see.
This is something I wanted to bring up, and I don't know if any of you've noticed this, but did you notice how like Daisy and Thomas and Boko and Edward and Bear and Henry all sort of parallel each other in terms of their numbers?
Yeah.
You know?
Yes. I saw a tweet about this. So does that mean?
Yeah, that was my tweet.
And I replied saying, "Does that mean that the Diesel who scrapped Gordon's brothers is called D4?"
I remember seeing that tweet. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Explain this again, because this sounds fascinating. So
you know the way Daisy works on Thomas's branch line and Boko works on Edward's branch line, and Henry and Bear had a kind of interaction. I just sort of realized this one day. I was like, I wondered if the original plan was to kind of have them replace the numbers.
Interesting.
Yeah, because Daisy is D1, Boko is D2, and Bear literally is D3.
That is fascinating. I've never made a connection.
Yeah, so and also Pip and Emma replaced Gordon with the Express, and I wonder if that was Audrey's original plan.
Probably not. It's interesting. I would love.
Maybe it's just a coincidence. It's probably just a coincidence, but I still find it really interesting.
I think not.
I mean, I think I think it probably is a coincidence, but it is an amazing coincidence. As for Pip and Emma, I honestly think I would love to know what Wilbert would have done if he had continued the series, because he would not have done what Christopher did. I think he would have taken a totally different route. The thing is, Christopher was so careful. He didn't want to disturb his father's work. So he didn't make any big changes. And the Railway series is marked by big changes. And I love.
Could you imagine? Sorry, but could you imagine if Christopher came in and he was like, "Oh yeah, Henry dies, James doesn't return to the island," like he just completely retcons everything. Right. I think we'd all probably hate Christopher's books even more.
We might, or if they'd been adapted into the show. The tricky thing is that like Wilbert's stories were gospel because they all happened before the show even started, right? Whereas like Christopher was starting his books, like only a few of his stories would have been adapted. So, people already get pissy about the fact that the Railway series is different from the TV series. Imagine if it was literally characters got killed off that didn't get, people are already pissy about Smudger and Stanley. Imagine how they'd feel about Henry being alive versus Henry being dead.
I do feel like Christopher played it a bit safe, and I wonder if that's got to do with the publishers, because there's like you got characters like Barry that he wants to write for, and the publishers were like, no, we only care about Thomas characters.
Yeah, so that's true.
I don't know. I feel like if he was if we got an unfiltered version where the engines are retired and the diesels take over, that's something I'd like to see. That would make sense.
That would make so much more sense than what happened. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a part of me that adores the fact that the engines just keep working into the 2000s. That's ridiculous, but I love it.
That's the one bit about the Railway series that's always bugged me, because it's like it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't, and that's kind of what I like about it, is just that defiance where Sodor basically defies reality itself just because they've got that defiant, Sudrian spirit where they won't go along with the rest of the world.
It is that sort of Sudrian spirit, we'll never give up, and right. I've always been I've always felt kind of weird about that. It's like I feel like in the real world, maybe I always use the excuse, oh, it's just a fat controller,
right,
keeping the engines on or something. But I just feel like it's a bit weird.
Yeah, I mean, he's still a real person, and and at least he's supposed to feel like one. And so I think if Wilbur had done it, he absolutely would have retired the engines. I think that's what would have happened.
I mean. I think, in the case of Stephen Topham Hatt, right? He's quite literally known these engines his entire life. I don't think you would give him up that easily,
he wouldn't know, but I think there's a way to do it that's fair to the engines and natural. And I feel like
we could just preserve them all, or like put Thomas on his branch line as a 1 day sort of look at Thomas.
Or he could kind of build it in where
with Thomas Sodor.
Something like that.
I think he could make a lot of mechanical improvements to the engines too. Like, here's the thing: they're not heritage engines. I used to think when I was younger that Sodor is a heritage. The Northwestern is a heritage railway, but it really isn't. It's a working railway that just still uses steam, and so they wouldn't be afraid to totally improve the engines. And I do wonder, how efficient can you make a steam engine? Is it possible that if you totally rebuilt Gordon with new technology and new superheating technology and that sort of thing, and a new firebox, if you changed everything out over time, could you make him worth running in the 2000s?
Well, it just seems very inefficient. It's like you've got a diesel right here, and it's working and it's perfect, and you have to go and modify this engine and all this cost and all this, when it just buy a diesel, it'd be just cheaper.
You could, but how quickly do they break, right? I mean, that's the thing, is like you might need to replace them more often, whereas the steam engines just keep going forever and ever and ever. Well,
that's the thing. They theoretically cannot go forever, so at some point they have to stop. And I feel like,
unless you replace all the parts, which if you do it over time might be worth it. I mean, it's interesting because one of the big reasons that they went diesel in modernization, from what I've heard, is that it was cheaper, not even necessarily that they were more efficient engines.
It was just more effective. And that's what I liked about Super Rescue. I always thought of that episode as a sort of passing of the torch. And the only reason Oliver came was because he was saved from scrap. It really feels like this is the end of the steam's reign, and it's time for the diesels to come and take over.
That is fascinating, because I always thought it was supposed to tell us the opposite, which is that steam will always be at work here, right?
Well, that was what the Fat Controller said. He was like, yeah, that's what's happening in England, but here steam will stay. Right. So I mean, you could look at it either way, I suppose.
It's interesting because what you're saying makes sense. Because I think, in a way, you could look at it like Henry is kind of he's
saying Bear, you could take my job or whatever, because he's also number 3 or something. Yeah, that's always how I read it.
And it's and also the fact that he basically, you look at the diesels less like just kind of miserable failures who come in and try to invade and fail. Instead, you look at them almost like kind of children who tried to kind of surpass their father and failed, but then their father lifts them up and takes them back to the station and says, all right, that was your trial run. Now it's time for you to do it for real. Henry kind of carrying them to the station is almost carrying them the rest of the way and saying, no, this is kind of your time to shine.
This is kind of like this is what we steam engines do. We keep on going. We don't call for a fitter.
Yeah.
We're not like your friend 199.
He's setting an example for Bear. He's not so much showing what he can do. He's showing Bear what Bear can do if he
this is what we old guys do. Yeah.
I was thinking back to Henry being your favorite character. I was thinking he would be my favorite character if I didn't grow up on the Hit and Nitrogen era, because all he does, his 2 emotions post season 5 in the TV series are sick and scared.
Well, I also grew up with the hit era Henry, and he's got this weird fascination with the wishing tree, and it's
the wishing tree.
Here's the thing. I honestly think I've done a lot of thinking about Henry in my life, especially over the last few years. I think that every version of Henry works with each other. The Railway series, the CGI series, the new series, everything. I think it all works really well if it's all tied together by one common thread. And that's that Henry is a very unfortunate character. He's highly disgruntled, right? Life is constantly shitting on Henry, right? He wants to be like Gordon, where everything works out.
Yeah. I remember I saw this tweet from Vincente22 Films. Let me find it for a second. Gordon is rude because he knows he's superior. Henry is rude because he knows he isn't. James is rude because he's desperately afraid he isn't.
I heard that a while ago, and that's very true, is that Henry's the only one who's like really in touch with who he is, and he's disgruntled about it. The fact that he was built a failure, the fact that he does constantly try to puff out his chest and be like Gordon, but he just can't be, and he kind of knows that, like that's kind of his life, right? So that being considered, the fact that one, he is aware of the fact that he's not like Gordon, and he is quite vulnerable, and he is quite weak. Of course, that would lead to fear and anxiety and that sort of thing, which he internalizes. However, outwardly, he tries to puff out his chest anyway and tries to look impressive like Gordon. That's the arrogant side of him, right? However, he can't keep up the arrogant side forever. When he goes and says, this shed is full of fat controllers engines, really, he's just trying to be like Gordon. He's trying to be impressive, but he can't keep that up for long. Eventually, he deflates, and he's like, "Oh, who am I kidding?"
Do you think he's kind of like I'm only slightly familiar with Tugs, but like he's like Zip from Tugs?
Yeah, except
which one's Zip again?
He's the fifth.
He's one of the zeros.
Yeah,
I know. I just need to. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, definitely.
He's like one of the switchers. And I could see that. Like Henry is just kind of. In a way, he's like Splodge, but if they were bigger and more respected, and also if they weren't so goofy. But like they kind of like Henry has this sort of, he in a way he's less dignified and also more dignified than Gordon.
Yeah.
Because he's like less dignified in the sense that nobody really looks up to Henry, and he doesn't even kind of respect himself. But on another level, he's more dignified because he's willing to admit who he is, and Gordon isn't, and that's the difference.
Henry's more he knows his place in society more than Gordon, and because of that, he's more sort of assured of himself than maybe Gordon would be.
I in a way he is. I think what it is, we tend to look at Henry like I think his cowardice in the show sometimes, not to the extent of The Adventure Begins, but some cowardice and some pathetic traits, I think they work really well for him. But
they do go a long way, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is that we look at those traits as if they show weakness and insecurity. And really, they show the opposite. He knows who he is. He knows that he's a warrior. He knows that he's anxious. And so
it's like that Gator quote, being brave isn't about not feeling scared,
Yeah,
oh
that's exactly what it is, right?
How many times have I heard that quote in Thomas fan content? It's ridiculous.
It's a good quote, though. It is. And I think here's the thing, is that Gordon is scared to be scared. Right? So he doesn't let himself be scared. Henry will let himself cry. He'll let himself be scared. He won't project it in front of Gordon and James. That's when he puffs out his chest and acts arrogant. When he's out in shed, of course he's going to do that.
When they got rid of Henry, the character I would have loved to have seen him be paired up with was Arthur. Because I feel like Arthur and Henry have got quite a lot in common. They're both like
on the character gallery when you did Arthur, that was hilarious.
Oh yeah, where
Arthur just screams and Henry overhears it.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, no.
I think those two would be great together. I feel like Arthur and Henry have a lot more in common than they realize.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the key. The key word there is they. Like they don't even realize it, right? But like I think in a weird way, I think Henry's more confident than Arthur because he's like. Arthur is quite skittish in a lot of ways, but he's also got some insecurity rolled in there. Whereas Henry, I feel like I really resonate with Henry, and I really honestly look up to Henry in some ways because I think he knows exactly who he is. He knows his flaws. He knows that he isn't,
He's not trying to be something he's not.
Yeah, exactly. He's not deluded, right? If he does kind of put on a show around Gordon and James, it's not because he's trying to convince himself. It's because he's trying to kind of make things easier with other characters he's interacting with. And so, he's kind of a chameleon in a way. I feel like around Thomas and Percy, he might be a little bit more amicable, but then around Gordon and James, he might try to be more pompous. And he'll he just kind of tries to fit into whatever mold works in different situations, which is why we see a lot of different Henrys, is because like when Henry's all alone, we often see kind of the cowardly, pathetic Henry. Notice in Super Rescue when he's a failed engine, he's limping backwards. Oh god!
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh no, old reliable will laugh at me too."
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, when he's with Bear, oh look at that! There's your little friend, Spam Can. Like he's.
What I like about it? It's almost like as if he treats himself like he really shames himself. But when he sees another engine, he doesn't shame them at all. He's like, no, you can do this. It's like he doesn't. It's almost like as if he doesn't see any self-worth in himself. He sees the self-worth in other people, but not him.
Because that's what kind of happens at the end of Enterprising Engines as well. Let me find it for a second.
Yeah, he's like seeing all the worth in Bear, and at the same time, he's not able to see it in himself. It's kind of like a curse in a way.
It's really beautiful because it makes so much sense for a failed prototype. Henry just believes from day one. You got to realize Henry was built. They ran him one time. He failed miserably, and his creator was like, "You are trash," and then he sent him to Sodor. That's what happened, right? So Henry is convinced, not as like a sad "woe is me" thing, which it kind of is, but as like a fact, a categorical fact. I'm a failure. That's what I am. Gordon's an A1. Thomas is an E2. I'm a failure. That's his understanding of who he is. But he kind of looks at other engines, and because of the misery that he's felt, and because of the insecurity that he has suffered, he can pass that on to other characters and make them feel better about themselves. He's very really good at feels.
Go on.
Yeah, he's no. You go on. You
all right. Okay. Well, he's really good at being empathetic. I'd say, he knows when someone's failed that he's just able to soothe them. Probably better than Edward, because Edward, like you said, Edward's got a very let's sort out this problem without actually soothing you. And Henry's like, no, let's soothe you, and then we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, because Henry understands what it's like to be kind of dramatically miserable, right? I suffered dreadfully and no one cares.
Yeah.
But Edward's a lot more logically minded, right? He's going to try to go step by step and try to figure the whole thing out. And we'll try this and this and this, and if that doesn't work, we can try this. He's got all these backup plans, right? But they are plans. Whereas Henry, if you were just having a total meltdown, he would be great to talk to. He would be. As long as he's not around Gordon and James, if you were just feeling like just total dog shit, Henry could guide you back to shore because he's been there many times. He knows what it's like. He knows how to cry, right? And I think that makes him a stronger character than Gordon and James combined because once they get to that place, once they are in misery, they don't know how to claw their way back out. Look at Gordon in Tenders for Henry, right? He needs Scotsman to come all the way to Sodor in order to save his mental state because he just collapses. He can't handle it. He's just sitting there with a glassy stare for hours. Just, I don't know how to respond.
I wonder if Henry and Gordon had a more open relationship, would Scotsman even have needed to come? Because when Henry's around Gordon, he's all like, oh yeah, I'm big, I'm strong, and all this. But I wonder if they were more honest to each other, and maybe he wouldn't have even needed Scotsman.
Yeah, I could totally see that being the case, and I think it's totally Gordon's fault that they aren't like that. Like Henry would be open to that. But Gordon's like, I don't want you to see me cry. Now get out of the shed. And then the seven in the shed are like, Gordon, we're all here. All of you, get out at once. Our fires aren't lit. Call the firelighter then. The tears are coming.
Yeah, I think the way that is best summed up is in the first illustration for Tenders for Henry. Like everyone's just like laughing at Gordon, and you see Gordon staring off into the distance like just come out of Vietnam or something.
That is one of the best illustrations in the entire Railway series. His look is haunting. I just love that.
Like it looks like he's just come out of like Vietnam.
And
he's just,
it really does.
And then all the other end is like, "Ha! Look at you, Gordon. You went off to war, did you? Oh, you're scared." And then he's like, "You don't know what I've seen."
Henry and Gordon are one of my favorite relationships in the entire show and books. I think the two of them could be really like best friends. And I think it's really interesting because the two of them, like in that story, Henry really drops the ball weirdly. Like he's just thinking about getting Scotsman's tenders and that sort of thing, right? Like it's weird that that's his focus. And honestly, I think the reason Henry's so cavalier in that, this is really a fan theory here and really just a story idea, but something I've been toying with is think about what happened. Gordon was a prototype and then he got cast out and sent to Sodor and he didn't see his family again for years. So basically they kicked him out because he wasn't good enough. Now he talks so fondly about them, but when you think about it, they kind of betrayed him. And Henry, as another cast out prototype, would understand this and would say he'd feel like, "Don't you see? They're not your real family, Gordon. How could they do that to you?" And they'd have conversations.
We're your family, Gordon.
Yeah, like, and I think Gordon would brush it off every time, and he would be like,
"That's ridiculous. They are my family, and they respect me, and they sent me here to make this place better, and
blah blah blah, right? But once
Thomas Warren Edward 2 Henry 3 explored that concept because, like, in his spin-off series NWR Origins, that all the lads at Doncaster, they're always like, "Oh, Gordon, show that Southern Railway the proper way to do things," and then Alfred, who's also in this series, really takes that to heart. And he's not so much that when Gordon joins the NWR fleet, he thinks he's betraying the LNER, and then he tries to kill him.
Right. And the thing is, I think, like, that definitely, it's almost just a necessity in the Railway series that happens at some point, because Gordon does believe so strongly in the GNR values that eventually, he would develop, he would have to turn on them. He got painted blue, right? Do you think Gordon gave up his green coat without a fight? No. That must have been a big moment when he got painted blue. But the point being, so I think it'd be interesting if we tend to see the GNR in a good light, like Gordon is right for liking them, but it could be that that's not the case. It could be that they kicked him to the curb. And that is kind of what happened. Like, they cast him out. If they liked him so much, they would have kept him on the GNR and eventually the LNR. They didn't. And Henry, I think, would have the perspective to understand that Gordon has been mistreated by his family. But Gordon doesn't realize it. He's blind to it. And so now imagine, we zoom forward to the 60s, where his whole family dies. For years, Henry has been saying, get rid of this toxic relationship with your family. It's not worth looking up to them. They betrayed you, blah, blah, blah. So then when we finally get to this point, and Gordon's whole family dies, obviously Henry thinks it's a horrific thing, but this is a greater thing that's happening throughout England. A lot of engines are being scrapped, and there's some of them. And so Gordon is devastated. But Henry kind of finds it difficult to take it seriously when he knows what assholes his family were. And everyone's singing their praises, saying, "Oh my God, what a tragedy that the A1s have been scrapped." And Henry's like, "Okay, but Gordon's my best friend. They destroyed his life in the 20s. And now we're all just going to sing their praises. Is that how it's going to go? They didn't invite him back once. They had 40 years, and they never invited him back." He would probably be really pissed off at them on Gordon's behalf.
I think that's really interesting because, Henry really hates Gordon's family. And then Gordon's brother shows up, and he's like the coolest looking engine. And he's just like, what the hell? I thought these people were meant to be like, why the hell does he look so cool? And then he goes around thinking like, oh, I wish I had 8 tenders. Yeah. And I think the prototype could look much cooler than him, essentially.
And I think, this would be really interesting because this might be more about Gordon's relationship with Henry than it is about the A1s themselves. Like, imagine if the reason Henry makes such a big deal about this is because Gordon should be leaning on him right now. And instead he leans on his brother who abandoned him.
Yeah, his brother who is the cause of the problem.
Right, exactly. So naturally Henry's going to feel pissed off and is going to focus on being like Scotsman. Maybe if I'm enough like Scotsman, Gordon will lean on the person who's actually been with him for the last 40 years.
That's also a good way to look at it, yeah.
Yeah, that could work. That's honestly I've been trying to crack that one for a while. That's a very good conversation.
In my Super Rescue adaptation, there's a bit where when his regulator fails, he's like, "Oh, of course it would happen after that stupid tender incident."
Right.
Well, the weird thing about Henry for me is I can write about any other character except Henry. And yet, for some reason, Henry is my favorite. I don't get it.
Maybe the complexity is what draws you to him, though. He's more
possibly.
He's more of a challenge.
There's something about Henry I can't quite write down, but I do. There is something I really like about him. I just don't know what it is.
Exactly. I felt the same way for years. I think the biggest thing is Henry's kind of the everyman. He's the only one on the railway that everyone I think can relate to, really, because think about everybody else, right? Thomas becomes this huge badass when he gets his own branch line and saves the day with James, and and then beats Birdie in a race. And he has this whole string of adventures, becomes famous. Gordon is the biggest, baddest express engine on the island. Everyone looks up to him. James is like, the most glamorous engine on the island. Percy, Percy's like, got his own kind of. He's in his own world. He can really enjoy life.
He always runs the mail around.
Yeah. Like, all the engines, and Edward is just so brilliant and wiser than the three of us put together.
And again, also has his own branch line.
Right, yeah, exactly. Now
Henry does like the funny thing about Henry is like, okay, with the main line, Gordon's got the main line because he's got the express, and with Edward's got the branch line, Thomas has got a branch line. And James doesn't have much, but he's red. So it's like, and Percy works with Thomas. So it's kind of difficult to place Henry.
Yeah, and I think that is exactly his strength. He doesn't have a place. Henry is kind of out of place and awkward at all times, and I think that factors into his character, honestly.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of, Henry is the average person, right? He's the one who doesn't quite feel comfortable in the room. He's the one who kind of feels like life is constantly shitting on him and like he's not a badass. Because most of us aren't Gordon or Thomas. We don't feel like the hero. We don't feel like the star of the epic. We feel like the guy who's kind of important, but not really the star. And that's who Henry is. And so that's why I can relate to him so well. And I think most people can.
Yeah, I feel like I can relate to him the most as well. Because as a small child, you had no idea how much chickenpox I had. It was ridiculous.
Right.
And then eventually I just broke my arm once. I didn't break it. My dad broke it for me. And
oh my God.
Basically we were like playing rough, and then he pushed me backwards. And then I put my left arm out, broke it. And then
I had an injury like that in high school.
And then I was like, oh no, I'll never be the same again. And then after that, I just felt like the fucking bee's knees.
Right.
Yeah, it's like that's the thing is like I think
same thing with Henry, wasn't it? Because Henry came back from crew and he was like, oh yeah,
and he felt absolutely amazing. And that's why I feel like I really can relate to Henry, but he's not my favorite character since all they did after season 5 was like, oh no, he's sick. Oh no, he's scared. And that's why I don't like him as much as I like Gordon.
Yeah.
I love trees.
Yeah. Also, the thing is, I think Henry I think if they did all those stories, but they wrote them a little differently and they emphasized the fact that, because Henry seems too childish the way they write him. I think his cowardice and his sickliness work really well, but only if they're coming from like a disgruntled 50-year-old man type character,
rather than a man-child.
Yeah, not from like a an 11-year-old snot-nosed kid who's constantly getting beaten up on the playground. That's not what Henry is. He's
you remember the episode?
He goes out on the porch and picks up the paper, and it immediately starts raining, and he's like, "Oh, for the love of God, just give me this 5 seconds." That's Henry.
Do you two know the episode Henry in the Dark, where Henry?
I love that one. That's great.
Yeah, well, what I thought was really clever about that episode, because usually with the Henry scared episode, it's Henry being scared and all the other engines laughing at Henry. But this was kind of a subversion where all the other engines were scared of Henry, and he was the one who was in the know.
And
I thought that was really
I just don't like any CGI like scary episodes because they aren't actually scary.
I mean, do you want
if you compare Duncan Gets Spooked to Henry in the Dark, there is a drastic difference that one is infinitely superior than the other.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really look for them to actually be scary. I'm not into horror. I'm not into scary movies.
I don't know. They do. I know what you mean. Because they feel very toned down. It's like, yeah, it's just toned down.
But also, I think this story isn't really about being scary. It's about Henry, and I think it's a triumph for Henry because, I love the moment where he's about to tell everybody the truth, and then they're like, "Oh, that Henry, always so scared," and then we see him finally, finally grow a pair for the first time in 7 years, and he's like. Well, no, actually, I'm not going to tell you what I was going to tell you. And he goes back.
My favorite scene is where he backs into the shed and he's like, and Gordon's like, "What's wrong, Henry?" And then inside the shed, you hear him say, "It doesn't matter."
Yeah, I love that. It's so great. And this is a great companion episode to Henry Gets the Express, which is another amazing one from that season.
You know what's a bit ironic about that episode? In the episode, there's a passenger who says, "Wow, Henry, you're such a polite engine. I wish someone polite could pull the express all the time." And then 2 seasons later, Rebecca came.
Right.
So I always thought that line was funny in retrospect.
That's true. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah. And when you talk about Harry, like kind of being like two-faced, like when he's on his own, he always thinks himself as like self-doubting and stuff.
Right.
And then with other people, he's always like, "Oh, look at me." But like I think that is most evident from page 20 and page 32 of Enterprising Engines, because in page 20, he's like, "I'm a failed engine, lost my regulator, driver says it's jammed wide open, and he can't mend it till I'm cool. However,
And he's by himself on the line, isn't he? Like he's by himself.
This and that. I'm so horrible."
And then like when he gets there, it's like a stark contrast to like how he talks to the other engines.
Yeah, like pages later, he's like, "Oh, I lost my regulator. The fact your ejector fell, completely fine. Look at me, I rescue the train. Oh, but it's just an emergency, duty calls or whatever."
Yeah, like, that's brilliant. The fact that like Henry actually like he'll take his own failings and he'll use them as an example of like, well, I mean, look what I did. You could do so much better. Like that's like it's very humble. It's not the way Gordon would lift someone up. Gordon would be like, if you try really hard, one day you might even be like me. Whereas with Henry, it's like, you can't. It's not hard to beat the bar that I've set. Trust me. If I can do it, you can bloody well do better. That's kind of his thinking. And I think, in a way it does lift other people up. Also, I do want to say I saw a comment that's interesting. Carl Matthews 8 says, "Am I the only one who doesn't like Love Me Tender? I just think Donald and Douglas argued way too much after they returned."
Yeah.
I hate it.
That's
some people
an
say,
issue
"Oh,
with,
it's a protagonist episode." It's saying, "Oh, it's teaching lesson to kids." No, it's just two twins bitching at each other for an entire episode. How is that entertaining?
It would be entertaining to me if it was Bill and Ben. But Donald and Douglas went through dieselization together.
They went through so much together. How are they bitching at each other this much?
Like, come on.
Like a playground group of girls.
Yeah, like they care. They are each other's worlds, right? They care so profoundly about each other. For them to argue, you need a really, really big reason, like something huge, right?
I do like Love Me Tender, but I think the issue with it is that I feel like this should have only really happened once, and then that was it. Like they should have just done they argue once, because then they had Emily in the middle, and it was like they're doing the exact same thing. It's like they didn't learn anything. It's like, really?
Was even worse, because they literally
they're essentially repeating the same thing. The only thing I like about Emily in the Middle is the fact that they put Emily, Donald, and Douglas together. That's it.
Yeah,
it's like
that would have been brilliant if they reversed the roles. If Emily was the impractical hottie one and Donald and Douglas were the practical ones, that would have been perfect. If Emily,
that would have been really good. Yeah.
You ever realize the fact?
Track, I know what I'm talking about. Emily knows best. Oh, do you know? We've been.
The conflict doesn't come from Donald and Douglas; it comes from Emily. So that way, Donald and Douglas are really strong together. But when you put Emily in the middle, that's when trouble starts to arrive.
Exactly. That would have been like a beautiful story. I came up with an idea a lot like that, like 4 or 5 years before that even came out, and it was like I just love the idea of Emily, Donald, and Douglas, because Donald and Douglas are the two most practical, reasonable, grounded engines on the entire island, and then Emily is like a queen. She orders everybody about, and they
Queen Emily
for it, right? So it would be brilliant. But they,
I think
I've written a story about Emily, and basically in my series, I realized at some point if I did the maths, Sir Topham Hatt the Third is way older than he should be at 119.
Oh my god!
I did the maths, and he's like, he should be dead by now. So I had to kill him off. I had to kill him off in episode 3. Spoilers, guys. If the story is that Emily, basically, Tom Hatt the Third is the one from 1920 up to like 1980 something when he retired.
So what do you two think about Emily being number 12?
This is a great question. I don't like it because
I don't mind.
I don't like it because I don't want it.
because Harvey arrived before her.
Yeah, I know. It's essentially favoritism because it's like Harvey came first, and then Emily came, but then Emily became a main character, so it's kind of an awkward position.
Should have been number 12.
It undermines the main 11 because here's the thing: what I love about the numbering system is how hideous it is. There's a tiny tank engine on the far core branch that's 1.
Exactly. That makes no sense to me. How is this little tank engine who doesn't even work on the main line get the most important number on the entire railway?
Because it was there first. It is the fairest thing in the world. It matches the way that controller runs the railway, doesn't it?
It's essentially first come, first serve. It's like, okay, Harvey, you're first, you come. Emily second, you're 13. It's like, it's that simple.
Gordon would hate the fact that he's number 4. You realize Gordon, the GNR existed for a long time before they invented the A1 class. You really think that they didn't, that's... come on, really? That wasn't the first.
Could you imagine if like Scotsman and Gordon were like in the yard, and then Thomas comes in, and he's like, "Why is he 1?" He's like, "Because he was the first on the railway."
Humiliating. You'd be like,
you know, in Tenders for Henry when they're like talking about, I didn't do a proper Doncaster job or whatever.
Yeah.
And you just see Thomas come into the yard and flying stuff. Like, is he?
There was actually a joke like that in Confused Coaches.
I don't really know. Why is that?
In the episode Confused Coaches, I believe Thomas was shunting the train, and then Spencer was like, "Oh, look, Thomas is 1 and you're 4," and then Gordon was like, "Oh, well, you don't even have a number."
Oh yeah.
I like that.
In Confused Coaches, I only watched Confused Coaches like a week ago, and I would say it's not the best.
It's been a long time since I've seen it. What exactly happens in that one?
Basically what happens is Spencer has to take a very important train up to some castle somewhere for the Duke and Duchess or something.
Callan Castle. So
Callan Castle,
Callan.
But it might have been the other one. Forgotten his name.
We had to take it up to Callan Castle, and they were talking about which platform.
Basically, Spencer's saying, this train is the most important train on the whole island. And Gordon's like, well, if it was the most important, it would be a platform 1, but I'm a platform 1. And then the next day, Spencer's on platform 1, and then Gordon's like, what, Spencer, what the hell are you doing on platform 1? And then he's like, oh, go over to platform 2, Gordon, because I'm already on platform 1 because
I'm number 1 and you're number 2.
Then Philip shunts the Duke and Duchess train onto Gordon, which is where Spencer should be. Thomas puts the express on Spencer. Spencer just goes straight to Callan Castle. Gordon stops at all the stations, and they realize, oh, what a big stinky moment.
Yes, I recall that.
And I'm like, it's not the best. I don't get how people like, is the greatest ending to Gordon.
I think the thing about that episode is that the middle bit is pretty, kind of not that good. But the ending where Gordon and Spencer are talking to each other, that's the bit that people like. And it's also a New Year's episode, the only one. So that's probably why people like it, I suppose.
I remember not liking it all that much.
Yeah, but
I can't remember exactly why. I'd have to watch it again. But now that you've described it, I don't remember liking it all that much. I feel like it was one of those episodes where I felt like there were a lot of missed opportunities. Like if I had written a Gordon Spencer episode, I feel like I would have done a lot of things differently.
Well, I mean, you have written a Gordon Spencer episode. What do you mean? Twice. Twice now.
For the show, I guess.
Oh, so apparently some news came out, and in an email from Ian McHugh. Right. And it turns out that Rebecca, I don't know if you two care about her that much, but Rebecca was actually meant to be
awesome, but
she was meant to be in series 21, not series 22.
She should have been in series 21.
Doesn't really make sense.
Emily. Should have been like an Emily, where they put Rebecca in. Well, they did with Emily in season 7.
That was actually meant to be the case.
In season 22, and in season 23, bada bing, bada boom, she's into the Sheds. They should have done that like they did with Emily.
That was the original plan, but when the episodes got cut, they moved it forward. So now everything in series 22 is really confusing.
It's interesting.
It's in the Sheds in the first episode, so she's introduced. It's ridiculous.
I think
so. The way what ends up happening,
everything.
What
Everything ends up happening. Like season 20, I think, is like 21 and 22 aren't that different to me in nature because they're both.
One of them's got bouncing, the other one hasn't.
Yeah, well, no, they both have bouncing.
Well, I know what you mean, Lemmy, because like with Series 21, it's like, okay, Rosie's red for some reason, that isn't explained. Big Mickey has a face, Bulgy's red again, Carly's hideous. It's like, and then Series 22, well, you know what Series 22 is like. So it's like
major change.
It's like basically the canon essentially should just end after Useful Railway, because that's the last episode of Series 20. And we're just saying the great. Yeah,
and that's kind of how I see it too. Is like it feels like it's over after that. I mean, it's because 21. I know a lot of people can look past the bouncing. I just can't.
I can't either. I'm just like.
It's like they're bouncing.
That time when Ian McHugh said that Thomas and Friends would never stoop to Chuggington levels,
and then it did. Like
I feel like
exactly
when the CGI series started. In 2009, whenever it was, Hero of the Rails, right before Hero of the Rails. When I heard it was going to CGI, of course I panicked like the rest of the community. But also, I had this nightmare. And I woke up from a cold sweat from this nightmare.
You had a nightmare about CGI Thomas.
I did, because I hadn't seen it yet. I didn't know what it was going to be like. But I had a nightmare. Like it was like this vision of like the first episode, and like for some reason Hank was in it, and all the characters were like flexing around, literally like they were made of flesh, like they were just like flexing, in the worst way, and they were just like bouncing off the tracks. It was the worst nightmare. I still remember it clearly, and then Hero of the Rails came out, and I was really relieved. I was like, oh my god, this is great. Never mind.
Yeah, but the thing about the nitrogen animation was that like what I really liked about the nitrogen animation was that they're animating it like the models, but they weren't trying to mimic the models. They were like kind of doing their own thing. It was kind of realistic, but it wasn't like mimicking the models, and it wasn't trying to be this weird cartoony thing.
Like faithful.
It was a beautiful middle ground.
And it's interesting if everyone liked the writing at the time of season 11 and 12, if everyone was enjoying the new series, I don't think that the Miller era would get as bad of a rap. I think it's that you got to think about the fact that the Miller era, the Nitrogen era, they basically adapted perfectly into CGI the later new series season.
For me, the only reason I don't like the Nitrogen era is because if you compare a shot from season 1 to season 5, you can tell the difference instantly. If you compare a shot from season,
each season doesn't look unique, essentially.
Yeah, if you compare a shot from season 8 to season 12, you can obviously tell the difference. One of them is CJ faces. If you compare the difference,
I'd say
big difference.
For me, it flattened out. I can't really tell. Anything like season 7 to season 12, I think I can tell if I squint, but it doesn't immediately jump out to me.
That's what I liked about the CGI after series 16, because like series 17, 18, 19, 20, they all look really different from each other.
Yeah, they do.
Like
I agree
what I love about it.
The Nitrogen era, it is very consistent. It got dull, right? It felt dull. I was still excited for it. I was still happy about it. The biggest disappointment for me at the time watching it was I was used to getting like 4 new characters a season, and then all of a sudden they put 4 new characters in the special, and I was like, oh my god, wow, amazing, we get 4 bonuses. And then the season comes out and it's like,
one character per season.
Yeah, it's like,
like Charlie and Scruff and
not Charlie, don't get me started.
Charlie. I mean, I suppose I guess it makes sense to have the 4 new characters in the special and 1 character per the season, but I don't know. I kind of like the idea of gradually building the characters up over the season, as opposed to introducing them all at one point in one episode.
Too, right? Because otherwise, a special is like one big episode, right?
Yeah.
Whereas, like it's like it's nice for each character. Like the episodes that were always so amazing and so exciting in the new series were like the new character episodes.
Like series 7 is a good example.
Yeah.
All the new characters are good. But like I think the specials, like when you look at the Great Discovery, it's like Stanley really works in that, and like it wouldn't work if you had Stanley and 2 other characters. It just works with Stanley. Right. And I feel like the other ones, like what is it, Day of the Diesels, they really suffer because it's like you've got Bell and you've got Flynn and you've got Den and you've got Dart, and it's kind of there's no like, it's pretty hard to keep track.
It is, but at the same time, I think what works in Day of the Diesels is the fact that we're not really supposed to be getting to know Den and Dart and everything. They're kind of like background diesels.
I feel like Paxton and Sydney and Norman were meant to be the kind of background diesels.
Well, I think they all were, though. You know, I think they were all supposed to be Diesel 10's gang, and you kind of get to know them, but Diesel 10 is the focus. He's kind of, as long as you know him, you don't need to know Den and Dart. And then once you get to the later seasons, then you start to know them better because Diesel 10 fucks off to wherever, and all of a sudden, I think he just gets locked in his shed.
Can we talk about the Christmas decorations for a second? Because that episode
that was an amazing episode. I know that a lot of people say, "Oh, Diesel 10 was too, you know."
Well, I feel like it broke one rule for me, and the rule was the fact that Diesel 10 only appears in the specials because Diesel 10 is special.
That was so.
I like the episode overall. The only thing I don't like is that Diesel 10 he's animated so he looks like Play-Doh. That's the only thing.
His face in the episode is a bit weird. It's like it's too baby-fied.
The engine himself, it just looks like slightly off-colored, and I don't know what it is. It's molded out of Play-Doh.
I like it. Here's the thing, and I'll answer both of these at the same time. Is I think that Diesel 10 is really like. It's cool to see him in the show for the first time. That was a milestone. That was really cool. But also,
that was a bit weird.
I like that he looked slightly different. Like, I feel like he did look a little Play-Doh-y, but I feel like that worked because it's like, this is what happens when he's in the show versus the movies, right? Like, this is...
yeah, I kind of get that now. It's like, he's kind of like a different character in the show than he kind of is.
Yeah, like, just slightly. You know, he just feels a little bit, you know, like, he has to kind of be like...
Quite literally, he's a bit more cartoonish.
Is it not a bit ironic that Diesel 10's final appearance was just a kind of like, oh, I'm going to steal some Christmas decorations, I guess. Sorry, that episode.
This is what I love about Diesel 10 though throughout the show. I think his progression makes sense because you got to realize if he's going to stay on Sodor, he's kind of got to get slowly neutered, doesn't he?
It is the most.
I suppose that's true. Yeah. Like, but I don't really count Magic Railroad. I sort of count everything else except Magic Railroad. But
count kind of everything. Otherwise, where does Diesel 10 come from exactly? Like he's, you know.
Well, they basically in calling all engines, I always sort of thought that it just sort of reset it. It's like this is when Diesel 10 comes into the timeline.
Interesting.
And
like he's
that's why I just always sort of assumed that because like
he's just like a scrap diesel. Like he's just that's his job. Like
that makes sense to me.
He's like Arian Bird. That's really interesting. I've never heard that perspective before.
It's like because Magic Railroad's so out there. Even as a child, I was like, yeah, this isn't Thomas. This is something else. I'll go back to my show later on. But
yeah, right. You know what this reminds me of? What the idea of Diesel 10 being different in the show from the movies? It reminds me of I don't know how much either of you knows about My Little Pony, the Friendship is Magic one.
I've never watched it.
Well,
I'm sorry, I haven't.
I watched through basically the last 9 or 10 months. I've been watching through the entire show with my sister, and like about season 7-ish, they do like a big movie that was in theaters, and there's like a different animation style to it. And then the season after that, there's kind of this weird clash where like they can't really show the characters from that movie because if they do, they'll be in a different animation style, and so they're really careful about it. But a few seasons later, you actually do see some of them in the normal show animation style, and it's kind of exciting to see them because you haven't seen them in that style yet, right? It feels like a special occasion. It feels like, oh wow, they made the leap. They actually came from the movie version to the show version, and that's kind of
that's really interesting you mentioned that, Lemmy, because I feel like the biggest mistake Big World Adventures made was the fact that they stopped doing the annual movies, because the thing about the movie and the special was that like, oh, you get a special and then you get a series following that, and it always made sense. Yeah. And then around series 19, it was like they kind of started switching it up and it started getting really confusing. So then you had situations where series 20 came out after the Great Race.
Yeah, like that's fantastic.
It was like it was really confusing. It was like okay, you get a special and then you get a movie, but then when after series 19 things got really confusing, and then after Big World Adventures they were like, well, I guess we're not going to do any specials anymore, and so no wonder it failed, because like the specials promote the show, and then
I mean, the specials are the landmarks. The specials are the big thing you build up to all year. That structure worked brilliantly. And it's interesting. That's something that the pre-Britt Allcroft, Thomas, that Hit Entertainment established. And you got to really respect it, because that made Thomas really fun for a lot of years. Having a special to look forward to every year, having like those kind of, the fact that the show was structured that way, I think,
Ian McHugh actually, he attributed it to Star Wars. He said that, the way Star Wars each year a Star Wars movie comes out, and it kind of makes the whole thing feel revolutionary. But I feel like that's wrong.
15. Star Wars only started doing the yearly thing after Force Awakens came out, because it was like for the original ones, it was like 77 in 1980, and then it was for Phantom Menace 99, 2002, 2007, and then
I think it was
only after the sequel trilogy came out. It was 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. For some reason, it was 2017 twice. Was it?
I don't know. I don't really keep track of Star Wars. I just know that movie comes out each year.
Because they had Solo Wars, Star Wars Story, and Last Jedi in the same year, so we had to wait like another year until.
There is something really cool about it being an annual thing. Like, it really is, like, in the same way that you have a Thomas annual, and it's really something you look forward to.
Yeah, it gives sort of a structure to the content. It's like when it's like each year you get excited for the new content.
Yeah, like as a kid, a kid, the three big holidays as a kid for me were my birthday, Christmas, and the new Thomas special.
Oh boy, the new Thomas special! I can't wait.
That really is what it was, And
I know. That's what it's like.
Special, get the firecrackers, boys!
and then Misty Island comes out, and you're like, oh no.
Honestly, though, I gotta admit, when I first saw Misty Island Rescue, I was really enthralled. I thought it was really cool.
Same with me. When Misty Island first came out, I was like 5 or something, and I thought it was the greatest thing I'd ever seen on the screen.
Oh my goodness!
Because I was 5, I did not understand.
I thought it was amazing, though. I really loved it.
5, I did not understand quality content then.
Has it aged well?
I've had to rewatch it for my review series.
Here's the thing: is that after the first So I watched it and I loved it, and then maybe a year afterward, people started hating it, and so I got all edgy for a couple of years, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it is shit."
As you do as a teenager.
Yeah, but then I returned to really what my real feelings are, which is I love Misty Island Rescue. I think it's great.
So why is that? Why do you like it?
Because it's a great Thomas special, firstly, and when I say Thomas, I mean the character Thomas. The way he acts in this is great. He literally goes and colonizes a foreign island.
One thing I did like about the movie was the Fat Controller.
Yes. It's just
I felt like the Fat Controller was the Fat Controller in the movie.
Yeah, he really was. And he was the fact that he cared. So there's no better example in the whole show of how much he cares about his engines. He's literally the drawn out moment where he's just
that's the bit I like, yeah.
It's a bit ironic that
like how much he puts the entire railway aside for
exactly. Like he's building the center, and he's like, no, I have to look at a map of the railway series and wonder where Thomas is.
Right. Yeah, I love that. That's so touching. And then when he finally finds Thomas, he throws his hat up.
He throws his hat away. He's like, he's like, oh, I could find a hat, but I could never find you, or something like that. And it's
so
lovely.
That is adorable.
And then us in 2009 were like all crying, like, oh, he loves Thomas.
Because it was so touching, right? And the whole it's not just TFC. The whole island, the entire island is worried about Thomas. Percy's like, all devastated.
Of course, they're the best mates.
Yeah,
and like compare that to like Journey Beyond Sodor, where Thomas goes missing, and all the engines just like, oh well, I guess Thomas is gone.
I can't stand that.
I guess that's kind of why. Like, I'm guessing that's kind of like why Lemmy made JB as how it should be, because like literally no one cared about Thomas when he went missing.
The thing is,
it's like the Fat Controller was like. In Journey Beyond Sodor, the Fat Controller was just like really concerned
about. I guess.
I guess he's gone. I guess it doesn't matter. The good
Oh,
trainer
well, I
is
guess
there.
he's never coming back. Time to carry on.
Like, what I really loved about Misty Island Rescue was, like, I know it's unrealistic that he sent, like, Edward, James, and Gordon, but isn't
Was it
that
redundant?
badass?
I think that's sick.
Yeah, raising them on the bow of the ship
really
on
thought
their
that
way to
the bit where
save
they
their
were going
friend.
around the island, where they were going around Misty Island, was badass.
Yeah, it was so cool, right? Like, his friends just go straight there to help him. Like, that's awesome. And Whiff coming back, that's another thing. Whiff coming
I
back.
suppose.
Oh yes, with the greatest bit about that entire movie.
Oh, and I love the lore of the Fat Controller's like we're gonna tunnel down this tunnel or something, and Whiff's just like, no, that's where we used to take rubbish down, and it's like, oh wow, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah,
like,
that's so fascinating.
I
It says
like
a
the
lot about Whiff's
highlight.
history on the island.
Yeah, it's like I like that sort of
highlight
world
from the
building
chat.
because like after Journey on Sodor, it's like they don't really like at least in the Great Race we got like Vicarstown, you know, and we got stuff like that, and like we got the clay pits in Tale of the Brave, but like after that we didn't really get much world building because even when Thomas went to Misty Island, we still got like, oh, that we're making the Misty Island Rescue Center thing,
Right.
you know, so it's kind of like
Yeah.
well, what. Like why are we focusing a bit on Sodor? Like in fact,
And I
in
really
Big
like,
World
and I really
Adventures-
like how Misty Island Rescue also established that like Marvel-esque post-credit scene with Diesel
Oh my
10.
god, that was
That was
brilliant.
amazing. That was
like Diesel 10's claw comes up.
Yeah, like Diesel 10 is like the Thanos of like the Nitrogen era.
Like, that was just so cool.
That was so cool. It was like it was like it was the coolest thing ever. Although we had to sit through like a really bad season to get to it, but it was still pretty cool.
I don't think I watched through the credits, so I never realized that existed until like a couple of years ago. Maybe not.
Well, to be honest, when I was younger, I just remembered being really confused, and I remember asking my mother. I was like, what is this?" And they were like, she's like, "I have no idea." I was like, why is Diesel 10 showing up? He wasn't here at all. What's going on?
Oh my god. I love that though. I love the fact that even though kids might not fully understand like the point of a post-credit scene, it was still just so badass that they did it. I just loved it. Anyway,
yeah.
I have got to go conjure up some spaghetti for my breakfast. I'm going to entrust you two to entertain.
Spaghetti for breakfast?
Well, yes, because that's what I feel like eating. And I don't care.
Okay, that's fine.
Anyway, so yeah, can you two hold down the fort while I'm gone?
Yes, of course. We'll hold down the fort.
We will.
Yes.
We will keep the stream.
Definitely won't. The stream won't be on fire when you come back.
Okay,
we assure you. We assure you. We will get Fireman Sam.
Right. Okay.
We'll bring back Fireman Sam in case it goes astray.
Very good. All right.
So, Duck, since your name is Duck,
Okay.
I want to tell you about a Duck story idea I actually had. The thing about Duck is he's very sort of loyal, almost kind of religiously to the Great Western. And I was like, well, what if we got an episode where like Duck like meets City of Truro, and he thought it was the Flying Scot. He thinks he's going to meet City of Truro, but he actually meets Flying Scotsman, and Flying Scotsman tells him that he's the one who went 100 miles per hour.
Or maybe Duck. He's like. Maybe he's told by the Fat Controller, "You're gonna be the 100 mile an hour engine."
Yeah,
today.
something like that.
Yeah, and then it's like flying.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, okay."
So like Oliver or something is like he's in the yard and Oliver comes in. And he's like, "Oh my God, Duck! Guess what? The world record holder 100 miles an hour is coming to Knapford." So Duck rushes to Knapford. And Duck's like, "Oh my God, City of Truro." So he goes to Knapford, and then he finds Flying Scotsman. And he's like, what the hell?
Who are you?
And then Flying Scotsman is like, oh, you mean City of Truro? That cheat. and then Duck just gets into this existential dread where he's like, oh my God, if that's a lie, what else is a lie?
Let me check. Why City of Truro 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, well, I found out about this where it's kind of debated as to whether
there was only like a limited number of people who said he went 100, so I don't think that's believed, and that's the problem.
I think it's a rumor or something, but this Flying Scotsman is the record holder, so it makes perfect sense that Duck would be the one who'd have an issue with that. And I was like, well, what if we had an episode where Duck sort of loses faith and he goes rogue, and he's like, well, if the Great Western isn't great, then why should I be Great Western? You know?
Yeah, because it says on the BBC website It says City of Shore, which was built in Swindle Works in May 1903, was hauling a mail train from Columbus to London in May 1904, when it reached a claimed top speed of just over 102 miles per hour. Claimed.
Exactly. Claimed. Yeah. So I would make a guess that it's rumored, but we don't know if it's true. So I think that'd be a really cool concept. Like Duck just has he just doesn't know what to do with himself, and then he starts treating the other engines poorly. And maybe I don't know how to end the episode though, because what would be the conclusion? Would it be that Duck's okay with being Great Western, even if it's not necessarily
even if
good?
It's a lie.
Well, that'll be the middle of the episode. It'd be like him kind of
even if him realizing his entire existence is a lie.
Yeah, Duck's maybe he starts treating the other engines really poorly.
Life is a lie. His entire upbringing, what he's been taught is a lie.
His moral structure, it just collapsed.
Yeah.
So it's almost like someone like someone religious, because Duck is quite religious with his. Yeah, I would say he's quite religious. So it'd be almost like the equivalent of a person realizing that their religion is completely false, and then going into dread about, oh my God, if God isn't real, then am I real? Well, what is life? So that would be such a cool idea. I'd love to see someone do that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find this comment that I found earlier. I saw it earlier, and I wanted to.
Oh yeah, we should bring the chat. Someone post something.
Yeah, I found the comment. It says, "I hate how the later classic era and hit eras code the steam versus diesel conflict because it wasn't really like that in Railway Series." I would say it was, because I say most of the stuff by John T. Kenny, all the stuff illustrated by John T. Kenny, I would say it's just a massive race war of sorts. It's a race war between the diesels and the steamies, because the steamies are in the right here. The steamies are in the right.
Well, I don't know if the steamies are in the right. They're both equally wrong in some regards, I suppose.
Yeah, because the diesels, they're obviously the more efficient. They're the quicker. But
there's two ways you could look at it. It's like
all the steamies and the scrap yards. Essentially, it's like a mass genocide.
That thing has always kind of bugged me about how the steamies are always kind of good. I mean, I do like the steam engines, don't get me wrong. It's just but they're horribly inefficient, and the diesels are clearly better.
Yeah, the steam engines, they're being scrapped at a completely ridiculous rate, and they look so much more grand, but they are completely redundant when it comes to literally everything else.
It's like they get your clothes dirty. You need 3 people to run the train as opposed to 1. With a diesel, it's they're filthy things, and then diesels are so clean. And actually, I'm from Ireland, by the way, and back in the
honestly, I couldn't tell.
All right, cool. Yeah, well, anyway,
from your thick Irish accent.
Oh, okay, so you could tell, right? But my uncle told me about these steam engines that they had down in Wexford. And foreigners, they used to love the engines because, people from Europe, they used to love the engines because they were these filthy, disgusting things, and they didn't have anything like that in Europe. So I always thought that was funny.
There's there was a line in Stepney, the Bluebell engine, right? Where hold on a minute.
Sure, your shelter by. This might surprise you, but my accent's actually it's actually rather posh compared to other people around here. So yeah. So I guess
I have to go get some Greg's. I'll be back.
Okay, right. Well, I will go read the chat. Okay, people in the chat. Oh, that's upside down. Here, I'll just leave that there. Okay, people in the chat, post something and I will try and read out your responses. Ask me any questions at all. Anything on your mind about Thomas or Thomas-related things, and I will read it out. Okay, Lemmy, what is your favorite NASCAR paint? I don't know what NASCAR is. Thomas Dearest, have you seen number 4 and number 461 of the lovely engines? I'm sorry, I haven't. Thomas Dearest, 1, are you Irish? Yes, I'm Irish. 2, could you voice Oliver in my movies? Yeah, sure, of course. I will voice your Oliver in your movies, no problem. My Twitter is Thomas Dearest. You are all wrong. The first engine is to go. Okay.
I've got me Greg's.
Okay, good. I've been reading out chat.
I was hearing it the entire time, and I'm like, okay, this is a bit weird. Like some of the questions that people ask in the chat, like chat on some streams can be very weird sometimes.
Thomas Dearest, do you know that Vector and Thomas are brothers? I don't know who Vector is.
Yes, I think. Do you mean Vector from Despicable Me? If so, one of them is a person. The other one is a walking train with a face.
I've got me Gregory's. What the Mary does that mean?
I've got me Greg's. I will show you.
What are our favorite seasons? Good question. What are our favorite seasons? Well, I like season 4, and I also like series 20, obviously, because everyone loves series 20. I don't know. Okay, well, let's talk about.
If season 3 had some like better lighting, that would be my favorite.
I thought the lighting in series 3 was quite good. Are you 20? Actually, I'm 19.
I'm 13.
I'm quite flattered by that.
Thank you for complimenting me on my solo Fallout vid. I'm very proud of it as well.
Thomas Dearest, do you have a channel? Yes, I do. It's called Thomas Dearest, although it's only got like 13 subscribers.
You're all wrong. The first engine to go 100 miles an hour was Dennis.
Oh, yes, Dennis. He went 100 miles an hour, didn't he?
Yes. Dennis, the diesel engine built in the 1960s went 100 miles an hour before the steam engine built in 1903.
The interesting thing about Dennis is that he's got a twin brother, and the actual basis was the only basis as far as I know. So it's quite funny to me that there's actually technically 3 of those type of engine.
Holy shit, Duck! I'm older than you. Yeah, well done. You're a big boy, Sam.
First engine was Scruffy. I don't think Scruffy is an engine.
Counts as an engine just because he's a face. I'm
pretty sure Scruffy's a truck.
Like, if the engines have faces because their engine starts, then how do trucks and rolling stock have faces?
Dennis has a brother called Dave. I didn't know that.
That's how he crashed in the bush. Because he went 100 miles an hour. He crashed in the bush.
Duck Studios, what do you think of Hero? Because I do like Hero. It's just I think he'd be better if he just sort of stayed in Japan, if that's a controversial statement. Because it's like I kind of feel like the international characters, they do exist. It's just they exist like in their own countries. Like Nia, she exists in her country. You know, just a thought.
For me.
Hello.
We're talking about Hero.
Hello, Lemmy. We were just reading our chat.
Very good.
It's really weird. You don't want to read the chat.
I think the chat's grand. Everyone's talking there. They look grand.
Let's see. What's the weird?
We're currently talking about Hero.
Someone here says that they really enjoy Turtles Ertles, and I agree. I do like it.
Turtles Ertles timeline video.
Oh, that's really great. I believe I heard about something like that.
It took me so long to figure out all the years that these episodes set in, and then I got the order wrong.
I don't know if Turtles and Thomas is watching this, but there is one issue I do have with one episode. It's the one where Gordon and him go to they go to the mainland and they don't have they have faces. That always kind of confused me because I thought.
Hey, Lemmy wrote that.
Yeah, I did.
Lemmy wrote that.
It's actually
Lemmy.
Lemmy wrote that episode. Don't Lemmy.
Oh, Lemmy, you wrote it.
Lemmy wrote it.
So Lemmy, why didn't you have no face on the engines?
Because the faceless were bullshit. That's why. Audrey never said
Ah,
that.
but I don't know. I now this is actually starting to make a lot more
The
sense
thing
to me
is,
now.
it does,
Because
I
Lenny
do
wrote
get it
this.
does have a slight continuity error.
No,
Because
here's the thing.
when
Turtles may have
Thomas
tried
and
to do-
Stepney, when they're on the mainland, right, they don't have any faces. But when Gordon and Spencer go, they have faces. They're completely fine.
Here's the thing.
That's-
Nobody,
I think I can fix
here's
this.
how the
It's
railway
quite
series.
simple.
Here's what I think. How I think the railway series works. I don't think anyone has a face. I think they're all steam engines, and the face is just there.
Even the Fat Controller.
Okay, well, yeah, the humans, right, all have faces, but all the inanimate objects that are personified in the railway series, I think Audrey just looked at them as trains, not trains with faces. It's not like, look at my amazing gimmick. All my engines have faces. It's
I know what you mean, Lemmy. That's exactly what it is. But then you kind of run into the issue of like, okay, well, why don't the cars or why don't the cranes have faces? You know?
Well, they do.
And like, oh well, okay, then never mind.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Anything, it's selective, right? So Audrey didn't have a need to instruct the illustrator to give all the cars faces because they didn't really serve a purpose in the story. But if he was going to do a story focusing on cars, then he would give them faces. Like I think everything both does and doesn't have a face. It's all just it's kind of like how I don't know.
It's a way of personifying the engine exactly. Because everything in the railway series is pretty realistic. I mean, except for maybe Henry hiding in the tunnel.
Like the real thing, like the faces aren't really meant to be treated as like this literal object. Like it's not like you've got Gordon. If you have Gordon's like fact sheet, right? It's not like you have his wheel arrangement, you have his color, you have his class, and then you have face or no face. Oh, check the face.
Yeah, but then again, if they don't have a face, that means everyone on Sodor and everyone in the world is mentally insane.
No, it doesn't.
Because they're talking to
Lemmy, what do you think? What do you think about the rule of the engines on the island only having faces? Do you think that makes sense?
No, I don't think it does, and I think it's totally at odds with what Audrey believed. Because the thing is, Audrey just saw the engines on Sodor as locomotives, like the rest of the world. Like that was the whole point. He tried to make the island as believable and realistic as possible. Why would he then go out of his way to say, okay, but they all have faces? That's just the thing that's different about my island.
This is why you never.
Okay, where do we draw the line with faces? Like, a horse and cart, for example, would that have a face?
If Audrey could find a good way to do it, probably, yeah. I mean, but there is really no line because again, there's no line because nothing has a face in the first place. Like it's all everything.
That's true. Yeah.
Like everything is as alive as it is in the real world. So like Gordon,
you don't ask Lemmy about Shed 17.
Shed 17.
Lemmy, have you? I love Shed 17, but like I don't get annoyed at it. It's like it's fine for what it is because it exists in its own universe with its own rules. This is like the railway series.
Shed 17 is kind of lazy. Not in terms of its like production, but in terms of its ideas. Now, I'm glad it. I don't know if I'm glad if it exists, honestly, because I feel like
what I like about Shed 17 is that it's like first of all, Paul's vid, he didn't even know that the fandom existed. Like what he was making was really pure. Like because most fandom content is made for a fandom, with like kind of ideas that are sort of similar. But with him, it was like he had no idea about the fandom. Right. He was making this, and then he came in by accident.
Right.
So that's what I really liked about it.
Here's the thing. I don't think you need the fandom, though, to have the perspective that I have on Thomas. I think that's in... I think everybody... Here's the thing. Everybody who watches season 1, say, we all watch that, and we all understand in our heads, yeah, it's not literally that this engine has a face stapled to the front of it that they have to clean and brush the teeth and stuff. Like, that's not... We're not supposed to go there. We may not think too deeply.
Unless you're Magic Railroad with Mr. Conductor cleaning the...
Yeah, which is kind of weird. But, like, the point being, the Magic Railroad went really far in the direction of trying to explain the faces, and they used magic to do it. But the point being that we all are under the same agreement that Thomas is not supposed to be creepy. It's not. We all know that. And so when someone then all of a sudden goes, aha, but a thing can't have a face unless it's literally alive, and that makes all the engines slaves and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, you can say that. It's easy to say that. That's the easy thing to do. The hard thing is to not say that. And that's what the Railway series does, and that's what the show does. It says, look, I know the concept is weird. I know a train with a face is weird, but we're going to make it work anyway, and that's impressive. But just pointing out how creepy and weird it is, that's what the rest of the
Would you argue that Shed 17 is almost kind of like the closest it could be to an anti-Thomas movie?
I don't know what that means. Like, what is it?
All right. Well, what I mean is, it's like it is Thomas, but it's aggressively trying to not be Thomas.
Yeah, I would say that's kind of true, because it's like it kind of is aggressively viewing Thomas the way that most people view Thomas, which is this weird train with a face thing.
I never would have thought of Thomas how I do now if it was not for Shed 17.
Well, I don't know. We've always kind of had those thoughts of, well, what if the engines were real, you know?
Yeah.
And I suppose I can see where he's coming from, and I do like it. But I can totally understand why you have an issue with it, you know?
Like, here's the thing. I'm glad more perspectives on Thomas, the better. I'm glad it exists. But honestly, it is kind of traumatizing. I mean, it's the whole reason I started thinking about the whole metaphor idea and whether the faces are real or whether they're metaphorical representations of the engines. That's literally Shed 17 kicked off that entire thought process for me, because I was so disturbed.
So I suppose in a way, I suppose that's a good thing.
It is and it isn't, because I don't like that it follows me. There are like images in that thing that are just bad to have in your head. Thomas is supposed to be happy.
For me, too well. The images, the image of Percy and the name boards ingrained into my brain. So I watched it when I was 7.
It's kind of traumatizing, and I think it's kind of, I don't know. I think it's almost.
Well, I don't mind necessarily getting this nice happy thing and, you know, taking it to its logical extreme. You know, like you know, just because Thomas is happy, I don't think necessarily that means it always has to be happy. Like I feel like you could sort of push the concept and.
I would
really try.
I fully agree with you, Adam, on terms of, like, you know, the philosophy behind it, but it's just the fact that I can't unsee what I saw, and that's what.
Are you saying you're kind of like, you're almost kind of traumatized by it?
In a way, I am.
Yeah, definitely me, because what happened was I unfortunately for me, I was 7 the first time I watched it. Right.
Oh.
One was I saw it in my recommended. And I was like, oh, this is the funny Thomas thing, right? And I was like, watch it. And I got to the bit where the guy kills himself. And I'm like, okay, this is too bad. So I never watched it. And I told my friend about it. And I was like, whatever you do not watch Shed 17. And he's like, okay, I'm going to watch it. So then he watched it. And I'm like, Simon, don't watch Shed 17. And I'm like, okay, now I really want to watch it. So I finished it. And I'm like, that was weird.
So I saw Shed 17 probably in about 2016, I'd say, which means I'm 19 now. So what I would have been I would have been a teenager. So maybe that affects you, I guess. I don't know.
Hail Dougie. Hail Dougie. Dougie's here.
Hail Dougie.
Hail Dougie.
Anyway, I think you know, that Shed 17 is just like, it's. I in theory, I believe in all ideas being, you know, kind of like, it's good to explore every idea. And the thing is, it does exactly what you said, Adam. It does kind of like take it to its logical extreme. Like, this is the answer that we all had in the back of our heads. It's like, okay, if Thomas was real, it would be like this, horrific, right? But that's the thing, is like, it's easy to point out how horrific it would be. That's what everybody does. That's what all the people who, you know, don't like Thomas look at it at. Now, those are the people who say, look at how horrific it is that Henry was left in the tunnel. Despite
my God, I hate those people. Like, I swear. They, you know the page in the Railway series where it shows Henry being bricked up in the tunnel. I swear, people who don't.
Well, no. Usually, what I do. Usually, what I say to people like. Usually, what I say to people like that is, I just say very simple. I just say that episode was a part 2. Watch part 2.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing was that part 2 was broadcast on the exact same day.
And
how did you miss that?
Here's the thing, though. I don't blame these people for seeing Thomas that way and for not having the full story. I understand why a normal, you know, non-Thomas fan, you know, person
broadcasting the same
would.
day.
I don't think they're sticking around all day to watch the broadcast in 1984. I think they're seeing
the entire broadcast of 16th of October 1984.
Just something I just thought I had about Shed 17. It's just that I don't really. It's not that I'm not like if Shed 17 was just some sort of angsty video where it's like, ooh, Thomas, he's like this like train or whatever, but he's actually human. I wouldn't like it. But what I actually like about
top 10 dark moments of Thomas.
Yeah, like that video, for example. Like, but I don't really see it like that way because like the structure of the video, like it's not designed in a certain way to like be like an edgelord sort of video. It's like it's really long. And like, you know, like it sort of builds upon itself and like it doesn't get really, really scary until the end where Thomas comes out.
It is a good piece of art. I agree with that. However, as a Thomas fan, it's just upsetting, you know? Like it kind of digs up all the things that the Railway series and show work very hard to get rid of. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like the idea of everything, all the impossible odds that they overcame to make a train with a face not creepy, all of a sudden it dashes, and it's easy to dash that because it is.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. I mean, I could definitely see why someone would not like this because it's like it's really out there in terms of.
Here's the thing, though. Like, I do like also. I'm impressed by it, and it does say a lot of interesting things. But it's just not nice to have in my head. And I used to defend Shed 17 adamantly and say, yeah, I'm glad it exists. It's a good perspective. But now that I've had time for it to ruminate, I just don't like that it pops into my head every now and then. There's things from Shed 17 and from its sequel, which just I hate thinking about. I don't want it to occur to me. I don't want to picture Percy's face falling off. I don't want to picture Edward shooting blood out of his whistle. Those are upsetting thoughts. They never do me any good. And it kind of
made me like a bit sick the first time I watched it.
Yeah,
like the first time you see, I don't know what happens before the guy dies. The first time you see Thomas get run over by the train, like, oh Jesus Christ, and you're just like, oh, that's a jump scare, happens in horror. And then you get to the bit when like Edward comes into the station, the bit when Percy and Neighbour, and I actually just felt a bit sick to my stomach the first time I watched it when I was like 7.
It's upsetting.
I mean,
apparently it's meant to be a comedy, and I'm like, how is that a comedy?
How people laugh at it? It's so
well. It's probably
originally, if I not Shed 27, Shed 17. If I go into the original it is categorized as a comedy in the original one.
Well, I mean, I suppose like it really depends on like, oh, it's Thomas, and like I suppose Thomas is kind of inherently sort of a memeable thing. Right. So I suppose you kind of see why someone would find Thomas like being really human is funny.
It's like the reverse.
I suppose it's shock humor as well. I suppose.
Yeah. That's true.
Lemmy, you keep on. You say that like you don't like the idea of like Edward or Percy being treated like that. I wonder like. You know, like horror movies and all that, where like, you know, you get to sort of see family members disfigured and things like that.
He doesn't watch horror movies.
Yeah, and that's I don't like those either, right? Because it's
then that might also contribute to why you're not really fond of Shed 17.
I've made my Sodor Fallout film, right? And I personally, I don't think Lemmy will like my Sodor Fallout film when it comes out. Like even if it differs from the original, Edward escapes the blast or whatever, it's still got some of Lemmy's childhood characters, his childhood heroes, being killed and disfigured before his very eyes.
I am always intrigued by horror, and I'm intrigued by Sodor Fallout. I think it's really interesting, but I actively try to avoid it because I know it will just stick with me. I just think about it for hours and hours, and when I'm alone, it just pops into my head. I don't.
So Lemmy, how dark do you think you'd like Thomas to go? Like how far do you think yourself would you be?
I personally think that the darkest Lemmy would want Thomas is the thing that Audrey had, where Henry 1 and Henry 2 are two completely different engines. And that's the darkest it gets for Lemmy, I believe.
Here's the key. It's not about it's not like a spectrum where it's like most dark to least dark. It's about the type of darkness. It's like, I don't want it to be that, you know, every single character is a slave and is also horribly mistreated, you know, it's just that's like really fucked up, right? I want darkness to be isolated, and I don't want it to be about the premise. I don't want it to be about the fact that the engines are engines. I want it to be dark that Gordon's whole family dies, right? Because that's something that could happen to a human, right? If like losing your whole family, that's a relatable. I mean, not relatable to most people.
Not relatable yet.
Well, I suppose when you're sort of exploring the concepts of Thomas, you know, like inevitably you will start to think about like the morality. Like, well, let's say you are a train and your face is like stuck like this, like it is kind of a creepy concept.
But that's it. Not being creepy is exactly what Thomas as a franchise is founded upon. That is the work that it does to make that not creepy. In the same way,
when they were making
it's this. It's the same way that, like, you know, Batman. It's so easy for him to look stupid, to look goofy, to be wearing his underwear on the outside. How many times have you heard somebody say he wears his underwear on the outside, dresses
too often?
That's so
like
it is.
Batman.
It is
Batman
pretty
has
low
to be
resolution.
Let me finish my point. But the best iterations of Batman are the ones that actually make him serious. You take him seriously. That's a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
It's easy to tear him down. And say, that's stupid. That's ridiculous. But the really good iterations are the one that make you take him seriously. Likewise, the iterations that make Thomas not creepy are the best iterations and the most impressive in the heart.
Like yours, Lemmy.
That is true, Lemmy, because like you remind me of James Bond. You know Daniel Craig's James Bond?
I love that.
It was like they took that really seriously because James Bond up to that point was very like
cartoonish, especially like
cars.
Roger Moore as well.
And then what happened for the Daniel Craig ones was they took this sort of silly concept of this spy doing spy things, and they took it seriously. So I see what you mean there, because it's like, okay, you've got this goofy train with a face, but let's try and take it seriously. You know, I see what you mean.
And that's the key, right? And it's like, again, I do respect what Paul does. I respect that that's a version of Thomas, and I respect that you finally got that out in the open, because deep down we all wondered about that version of Thomas, right? Because it was always there in the ether. However, I just don't care for it. I've seen it, and I just don't want it in my head. You know,
the thing about me is I really love sort of exploring like different interpretations. Like you've obviously got Audrey's version, but then you've got like the TV series, and then you've got Paul's Vid's version. So I just love hearing people's like different interpretations of how they.
Here's the thing, though, is that like when you read the Railway series and you see Bear appear, you're like, okay, he's pretty cool. But then when you watch the show, you aren't constantly in fear that Bear is also in the show, lurking in the shadows. You're like, that doesn't occur to you.
Honestly, I was just sad that Bear wasn't there.
But when you watch Shed 17, then you can watch other Thomas stuff, and it just kind of sullies it for you. You picture a skeleton inside of the engines, right? And it's like, I don't want to do that.
I think that makes it more interesting. I think like you're looking at your trains now and you're like, whoa, if there's a skeleton there, wouldn't that be cool? I mean, I suppose it really depends.
That's messed up.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It is.
It's one thing if I could turn that thought on and off, right? If I could like say, okay, I'm going to go into skeleton mode now. Then
I'm going to go into skeleton mode.
I am
rips off his face.
Yeah. Like if I could
I sort of have that ability. I look at the train, like I can say, okay, this is Audrey's version of the train, but then I can also switch and say, well, what if there's a skeleton there? You know?
Yeah, that's good. You know, like, and if you can do that, you could probably enjoy it a lot more. But for me, it's a very pernicious thought. It's hard for me to actually get rid of it. Like,
same here. I watched a clip from Project G1, like a single clip, and I was fucking scarred for life. I cannot go anywhere anymore without for a solid year. For a solid year after seeing that clip, I could not go anywhere without.
Are you talking about the one where
Project G1 in my brain?
Are you talking about the one where Santa melts Edward and Henry?
No, it's Douglas. It's Douglas.
Oh god, yeah, that one. Yeah,
I cannot go anywhere for a solid year without thinking about Douglas in the fucking pressure tank.
It's awful. It's.
I didn't really like G1. Just to clarify, I like Shed 17.
It was just like sprung up upon me. It was while I was watching something else, they like made a reference to Project G1 and then showed that, and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ! And I just couldn't go anywhere. I still not watched Project G1 to this day.
The thing about G1. I feel like G1, it kind of, it just, because like with Shed 17, it was like, okay, it was still kind of a relatively near what Thomas was, I guess, arguably, of course. But then with G1, it was just so far removed from like Thomas. It was just like, this doesn't, it was just a bit too
what
much.
does Jimmy Savile
was a
and
bit too
some
long,
weird
so.
monster have to do
I
with Thomas
would
and
agree
friends?
I like. See, here's the thing. I do like both of them. If they didn't scar me, like if I could turn it off, right? I think they're both good and entertaining. It's just what follows me afterward that I don't.
Yeah, it's like the production value in the flying kipper crash in Shed 17 simply
Well, I don't know
masterful.
if
I could not make a crash look that good if I tried.
Yeah,
but then the scene afterwards where Henry is scrapped, it haunts my dreams.
Well,
man.
you know, like Lemmy, can I ask you about this? You know the way the rolling stock in Shed 17 is like all American. Does that what do you think about that?
Disgusting.
It doesn't affect me in the slightest because Gordon's boiler is spaghetti string. Here's the thing. I mean, like, it doesn't. Everything looks so vastly different that, like, for all I know, when Paul's Vids renders a long truck that could be a boxcar, like, I mean, like, and that's the thing. I don't think like the actual like animation style, like the way that everything's rendered, I don't really like it all that much. But I do also because it has a distinct style. And the point is the ideas he's getting across and the way he's doing it. He's not there to make a really good Gordon model.
Yeah,
he's there to get things across.
The design of Thomas is really
scar children.
The design of Thomas is really irrelevant. Like he's just what he's trying to do is he's trying to present his ideas. You know, it's like the same thing when you make a fan series and you make a wooden Thomas. Like the Thomas is. It's like your series. Like you're able to make really good series, even though there's like little wooden blocks on wheels.
He's not literally meant to be made of wood, but everyone gets the point, and that's the thing.
Yeah, that's kind of like like Train King James. He made a video for his 7-year anniversary of why he uses hands.
Yeah,
and it's because like the original videos, the old videos of Thomas YouTube, like people just getting their phone, filming vertically, pushing the trains along, and making the story up as they went along. But then, like people don't imagine their like carpet floor. They actually like imagine Sodor that they're playing on, and that's why he like has all the eccentric sets and stuff, but he still uses his hands, which I thought was really cute.
Yeah, no, I really liked that video, and it made a good point there. But yeah. So in conclusion,
Shed 17 too scary for Lemmy. The end.
It's not that it's scary; it's disturbing, right? Like it's
but I know it's like the same thing.
No, not at all.
No, because listen, if you can be scared by The Shining, but you wouldn't call The Shining disturbing, would you?
Yeah, here's the thing. It's like imagine that you see a dead body, right? You see just a guy. You go out of your house and on the street, it's literally a guy who's been beaten to death. It's really gruesome, but you're not scared. You're not in immediate danger.
You're more like disturbed, exactly.
Yeah. Like if you see a corpse, you're disturbed. It's upsetting, but it's not scary. You're not afraid of anything. Like there's a lot of horror movies I'll watch and I'll be scared after those. Those are scary because I'm scared of that the zombie I just saw jumping out of my closet. Right? That's scary.
Yeah.
But I'm not scared of Thomas jumping out of my closet. He wouldn't fit.
Oh no! The blue tank into the face. So.
And that's the thing. It's like, I'm not scared of the engines. I'm more disturbed on their behalf. I hate to see them being defiled and dismembered and whatnot.
Being misrepresented as well.
That as well. Because I think that it treats it like it's a lot less complex of a concept, because the real answer to why the engines have faces is that it's this beautifully crafted metaphor that Audrey just really, really loved steam engines and thought they had life. He didn't give them life. He showed us the life. That's the difference. Gordon, that you stand next to the Flying Scotsman in Steam, and I'm sure you can
feel his character breathing.
Exactly.
Like when he's in Steam. Like I know what you mean. Yeah, it's like when you're standing next to a steam engine, it's like you can feel the character emanating from them. And that's what Audrey represented in the Railway series.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is, right? And that's the thing is like, so to answer the question of, well, did the engines have faces on Sodor or not or whatever? It's like, well, they're exactly as alive as that Flying Scotsman is. And that happens to be very, very alive. Now, in a story, obviously you give it a face and you give it a voice, sure, but in the same way that you give the narrative music, right? We don't think that everybody's crazy because all this music is playing in the background.
Can you imagine if all the music on Solo was real? And then whenever Thomas comes into the yacht, and then whenever they go towards Knapford, ding, 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 ding,
noticed,
everyone's just like, what's going on? What's going on? Where's this music coming from?
I noticed a few people in the chat are asking about human Thomas. I don't know if any of you want to comment on that. Or
what do you mean human Thomas?
I like people
like Thomas' character's human fight.
I'm imagining something else when you say human Thomas.
I love humanized Thomas stuff. I've been doing a bit of it myself lately.
Well, I actually this is really interesting. I came across your what was it? Your Gordon.
Interesting.
And I thought about how like you didn't post it to Twitter, and I was thinking about I wondered if like the way Thomas Twitter reacts to human Thomas, if it's different to
so toxic.
How like DeviantArt might treat it.
I've got no clue. What Gordon are you talking about? When
it was the one where his arms are like folded like this, I think.
I'm trying to think of this.
It probably from a while ago. I don't know. I came across it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been drawing a lot of human stuff recently, but I don't recall one with his arms folded.
I don't know, but I think or was it Pip and Emma? I'm not sure.
Yeah, those are older ones. My newer ones are much better. Those older ones are,
I'm very bad at drawing people. I've gotten to a point where I'm better at drawing trains than I am drawing people.
Takes a lot of practice. But
I used to like for my people, I used to just have like a stick and then a head on the stick and then arms and legs as sticks.
I actually did a human Emily, and I did the hair. Everyone does the hair. I had it kind of like that. Yeah. I love doing that. And also I had Daisy, and she looks kind of like she's got like a big hat with a feather on it and the red lipstick, and she's slightly overweight, and she's got the purse.
Speaking of Daisy, who puts on her makeup?
I would love to see that. Both of those. That sounds really interesting.
Sure. I'll try find them. They're on my Twitter somewhere.
Yeah,
speaking of Daisy, who puts on her makeup? Has anyone thought about this?
The metaphor does. The universe does. That's my answer.
The metaphor.
The metaphor.
It's there because it represents her swagger as an engine. That's what it does.
I've realized. I've come to realize. Basically, I'm currently looking at the wiki for Series 1, and I've realized that almost all the 2-part episodes are aired on the same day. For example, Flying Kid from Whistles and Sneezes aired on the same day. Tenders and Turntables and Trouble in the Shed are aired on the same day.
I guess they're so short that you got to do that, don't you? But anyway, so as for like the human conversation, I really love drawing humanized stuff and talking humanized because I think it just reveals so much about the characters. Like it's we've done a bit of it in our conversation today, where I've there's been times where like say trying to talk about who Henry is, I used a lot of human allegories, and and it immediately tells you what I'm talking about because, we can't relate so much to what it really means to like have a crash and go to crew, but going to the hospital is a lot more relatable. And, but anyway,
so
to answer
let's see,
question,
there is, there's Emily.
Oh, that's brilliant. Can you get a little bit closer there? Maybe like.
Well, that's good. I like that.
Wait, sorry. 1 sec.
Better than I could do so much worse than that.
I like the colors you chose too. You've kind of got this like brown for the pants and this green for the shirt. It all kind of like matches really.
Yeah, like her brown lining and then the green.
And I do love like how you have kind of matched like kind of the cylinder casing smoke box look with the hair, where it just kind of like it flows and kind of bunches up around her shoulders.
That's always how I imagined her as human.
That's really good. I love that.
Thanks.
It's so much better than anything I could do. I'm really bad at drawing humans.
Well, it takes a lot of practice, right? But you can get there. You just got to keep drawing stuff.
And I do have one more. I only did 2. This is Daisy.
Let's hear.
Here we go.
Oh, that's sick. She looks like Dowager Hat.
Yeah, she does, and that really
looks like Dowager Hat.
I love the feather. Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, the feather really sells
I say
it.
that Dowager Hat is easily my favorite character from the CGI series.
I love her. Actually, you remember Dowager Hat's Busy Day?
No. I haven't watched any of her episodes, but she's just so funny to me.
I don't.
There was one episode where she took over the railway. You should see that one.
I like Dowager Hat, but like I don't like when she literally runs the Fat Controller's life. I feel like that's like it's going too far at that point where she's.
It is a bit babyfied when she's like, Topham, drink your milk, you know.
Yeah. It's weird that we're.
I'm only bringing up Dowager Hat because well, I you know, Big World, Big Adventures. Like there's a few theories about how it could have been done better, and one theory was that Mr. Percival looks after the railway while Topham goes away. And I actually thought, well, what would have been better is what if you got Dowager Hat? Because like she looked after the railway in series 21.
To look.
Yeah, wouldn't that be so much fun though? Because like I know it doesn't make a lick of sense. I know it doesn't make a lick of sense, but she's a female. They're trying to push females. She's ran the railway before, and she's really funny. I feel like we could get a few seasons out of it. Well, like while the Fat Controller's away, you know.
She's very oversaturated. She's like she's been used a lot, and I feel like if they'd used her less and then brought her in for that role, I feel like that would be different. But it's the fact that she's just gotten so much time to shine. I want to see like Lady Hat. Where is Lady Hat at? Like she hasn't said anything in like 10 years.
The reason I wouldn't go for like Lady Hat is
Lady Hat exists until you mentioned them just then.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like Lady Hat. Just when you say like Dowager Hat in charge of the railway, I immediately smile. But when you say Lady Hat, it's just like, oh, it's like generic. It's like as if Emily took over, like Emily series 8. No, Emily from the CGI series took over the railway. That's what I imagine.
She doesn't even have like a decent drawing in the railway series.
It's like we don't know for sure how they would write Lady Hat. I think Lady Hat is probably kind of the sterner. She's almost maybe a little bit more stiff upper lip and stern than the Fat Controller is. Because think about the way that she's like, she calls Annie and Clarabelle beach huts, right? Like, I think she's like, I think she's honestly a lot less forgiving than the Fat Controller is. I think it'd be really interesting. He'd leave in charge and trust her to have his sort of empathy, but maybe she would be a little bit more.
That line that that line that she has, I always disliked that line. I always thought, like, oh, come on, she's nicer than that. Why would she do that?
That's the thing. I think that's one of the few glimpses into what her character really is.
Possibly, yeah. I mean,
I think this might just be me, but I prefer Lady Hat's hit era design than her classic series design.
Do you mean the one she had in Toby and the Stout Gentleman? That one?
No, the one from like series 7 to the Great Discovery.
So the one where she's a completely different person.
Yeah, she's like been like 5 different people.
As a younger child, I was like, oh yeah, he got a new wife, whatever. Can we talk about how they like creepily aged her down like 30 years when Nitrogen animated her? Like, what is that about? Yeah,
oh my god, yeah, she does. She actually does as well.
Like, why is
she looks like the Fat Controller's daughter?
She looks more like the Fat Controller's eldest daughter than his wife.
What if she is? Maybe that's the answer. Maybe
that's just incest then. Let me.
Well, no. Wait, hold on. Let me get the other half of this. Hold on.
Let me remember.
Maybe Lady Hat died, and that's why we never see any sort of romantic thing between the Fat Controller and his wife, is because that's not his wife.
That's not true, because they did have a romantic thing in Thomas, not in the Rosie Red episode. Remember?
Okay, I know. I don't count Rosie as red. They're too much bouncing. It's everything past useful railway.
Rosie.
Yeah, that's the criteria.
I think all of us can unanimously agree here that Rosie is Red is easily the worst episode ever.
No, Forever and Ever. Forever and Ever is awful.
What's Forever and Ever again?
Oh god, you're giving me so many things to talk about here. You're like, it's just where do I begin? Okay, with Rosie is Red, it's like finally we get a Rosie episode. Oh, it's about relationships.
No, but the thing is, but the problem is was that they made her red to make her less feminine, and then her last episode, and then her first and last. Oh, hold on a minute.
I know exactly what.
That's another thing I dislike about Red Rosie. It's kind of this feminist thing where it's like, okay, well, we've got this pink character, we want to make her more whatever, but then like
why don't instead of doing that? why don't you just push all the other female characters who aren't overtly feminine? Like, do more Emily stuff, and rather than making her this, come on, James, let's go see the fireworks. Turn her back into Emily, damn it, and have her try to run the railway.
Speaking of fireworks, do you want to know a fun fact?
What were you, Duck? What were you saying about?
What I was saying was that Mattel, they painted her red to make her less feminine, and in her first and last episode, after she's painted red, she's learning about relationships and kissing.
It's so frustrating because it's just
with Thomas.
I don't know, Lemmy. This might actually call back to you earlier in the stream when you were talking about the Tugs Trust, but Sam Wilkinson was the one who actually made the decision to change Rosie into red.
Well, that just shows he's an even worse person than we already thought he was.
Well, do you not think that like Red Rosie kind of looks like a DeviantArt like thing, where it's like it's got the NWR?
Oh my god,
and it's
does.
Like 37.
It does. I don't mind it when it's on
and just in relationships, it's like what?
Like that's the thing. I think it's just really frustrating that they would like make her like firstly. Taking a female character in Thomas and making a whole episode about everyone saying that she should fuck Thomas is just disgusting. Even if you accept romance, even if you accept romance, and even if you accept shipping, even if you accept those things, it's disgusting the fact that they would objectify her like that rather than giving her a proper story. But
that's the funny thing about Rosie is Red. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but the funny thing about Rosie is Red is that I really like the concept of like Thomas and Rosie being peer pressured by the other engines to like each other, because that's a very common thing with boys and girls, like who just want to be friends.
Yeah, especially in like in my school.
In school.
Well, when your girl said, "Oh, Simon, can we talk privately?" A bunch of lads around were like, "Oh, Simon, Simon."
It's true. It's true.
It is true, but the issue I find with it is that it doesn't belong in Thomas. Like, this is a great story, just doesn't belong in Thomas.
I think
it belongs in Tugs.
Here's the thing.
That could belong anywhere but Thomas.
I think it could belong in Thomas if they really, really wanted to do romance. All right,
make better sense than James.
I could probably handle romance before I could handle bouncing because it's an emotion. The engines have human emotions, but they don't have human features.
I mean, you could totally argue that, yeah.
Yeah, like Henrietta and Toby, right? They're like an old married couple.
Exactly. I always bring up that. I always bring up the Toby and Henry argument because they are a couple.
Yeah, and it's not like they literally have to have wedding rings, but like all the important parts of the romance story are there. And
but the thing about Henrietta and Toby though is that like they don't have to be like constantly in your face kissing. Like you just know they're in a relationship, and it just represents the relationship, and that's it.
But that's the thing is that's what romance is really. It's about the connection between the two people. It isn't about the gestures. It's not about the touching. It's not about that. It's about how they treat each other. And so they could replicate that in Thomas if they really wanted to. I wouldn't necessarily want them to, but they could if they wanted to. Now, here's the thing, is that I think the problem with the way they handled it here, for one thing, it's that, like, if you realize, like, if you have to put Rosie and Thomas in this situation, I feel like Rosie would be all over it. I feel like Thomas wouldn't want anything to do with her, but Rosie is obsessed with Thomas. Of course she'd want to, right?
I think they definitely make sense. It's just one other thing that always bugged me about the episode was that when I first watched Thomas and the Birthday Picnic, or not Thomas, when the first episode where they brought in Rosie, the way they treated Rosie in that episode was like a younger sister sort of relationship, personally to me, because it was like Thomas, she's looking up to Thomas, and she's copying Thomas. That's not the traits of a relationship. That's the traits of a brother and sister.
Well, not necessarily. I think they could both work. I think that I could see Rosie as like she's heard about the books. Maybe she's even seen the show at this point, and she's heard about Thomas. He's her idol, so she wants to go to Sodor, and she's fallen in love with him, even though she doesn't know him. Like that's kind of how I see it. Like you could argue that perspective, and if that's the case, then I could see this totally working. But of course, Thomas wouldn't want anything to do with her. He's trying to run his branch line, and then he's got this other person who's just obsessed with him and in love with him. And he's like, look, I'm not interested. Okay. I got to go run my branch. Leave me alone.
Yeah. Well, the thing about relationships in Thomas is I'm fine with engines, like, let's say like loving each other, but just not like kissy face loving each other, if you know what I mean? Like, for example, Gordon and Rebecca, I love their little dynamic of them kind of being in a relationship, and they're kind of like pulling the express together. I love that.
I don't think they are. I mean,
I guess you could say it's a working relationship, and that's
Gordon,
perfectly fine.
I think Gordon is in a committed relationship to Henry. I think he's been in that relationship.
I know Sleepy Henry did make a few photos of like she took a few screen caps of like Gordon and Henry laughing at each other and looked like cute.
I think they're like, I think Gordon and Henry are like an old married couple at this point, the way they function. You know, and
Henry said like once like the best ship possible in Thomas and Friends was Henry.
I gotta say, I'm a hardcore Gordon and Henry shipper. Those two, I think, go together.
Well, you know, if you're to ask me to ship some two characters, like I personally, I know this is very cliche, but I would have to say Thomas and Ashima because they have genuine chemistry.
No.
And I'm sorry, I can't help it. I just love them together.
I just wouldn't say that because The Great Race is my least favorite movie of all time.
I like it.
Well,
Great Race.
I like The Great Race, if I'm being honest. You know, like, I mean, okay, the bridge jump's a bit pointless and a bit ridiculous. I know, but like, you've got the Flying Scotsman, you've got these cool characters. The engines are going away. Thomas makes sense. The characters make sense, and I like Ashima.
It was really an exciting special, and it really had stakes and scale.
And the fandom was like really excited about it. That was a good time. 2016.
Yeah, it was
a good
exciting,
time
and then
it was right before it all kicked off.
It was underwhelming. I'll definitely say that.
For me, the first time I watched it was for my review series. Reminder that I'm the one who thinks Miss Jones, all the hit CGI ones were wasted potential. So don't trust So to take my opinion with a pinch of salt.
I do, yeah, go on.
Most of the international characters didn't even receive a name in that film for 2 years. They're extras. Do you watch a zombie movie and want each and every zombie to be named? Like
that is a good point.
Saying, like it could have been like they had so much marketing. Like, oh, here's Axel. Here's everything about Axel, and then he.
The thing about the international characters.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think that honestly, that the marketing did the job for the special. They knew they weren't going to get to go to the special.
Only good thing about it.
The thing about the international characters from The Great Race is that they were meant to be essentially for Big World Adventures. At least that's how I always saw it. But they're like introducing these characters before, Big World Adventures. Like they're obviously telling these things.
I would say in general, I don't think they were introducing the characters in the same way that they weren't introducing the 3 shunting diesels that operated the event. I mean, they were they were background characters.
For me, the Thomas creator. Hold on a minute.
But
I thought someone
I suppose if you're going into the Great Race and you were looking for let's say a special where we focus on all the international characters, then you are going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
So I guess from that perspective, I can understand why you wouldn't like it.
The special was about Thomas and Ashima and a few others, and all the background characters. I didn't really need to see their stories, I would say.
Yeah.
Also, for me, I think the title of The Great Race is the worst possible title.
It should have been. It should have been The Great Railway Show.
5 hour-long film. The actual race.
It's kind of like
I would say The Great Race is the best part of The Great Race.
That is quite true. I do wish that Gordon's explosion was a bit better. Like I wish he'd properly blew up instead of just kind of whatever.
Gordon actually exploded and makes him.
But then it would really affect the tone. You would have to rush to the work. It would be this huge thing. The music would stop dead. There'd be sirens. It would be like.
If Gordon actually exploded and the film became a 12 instantly.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like they could have used some characters more effectively. I think with The Great Race, they used Axel and Etienne pretty effectively there. But in The Great Railway Show, Raoul and Ivan only get 2 lines where they say points. It's come on, you could do something a little bit more with those two. Have them talk to each other before the race or something simple like that.
The Thomas Creative Collective did a much better job with these characters.
Well, I don't know about that.
But yeah, I would say. So I would let's see. How do we get on this? How do we get on The Great Race? Ashima, Thomas and Ashima. I think Thomas. I don't know. I think I kind of take issue with shipping any characters that have only known each other for a very, very short time. It feels disingenuous almost. Like the thing is with like say Gordon and Rebecca, right? That could maybe work eventually, but there's also these other characters that he's known for so much longer that feel like they deserve a shot at that first. And it's the same thing with like Thomas and Ashima. I think you could argue that Thomas and Percy are kind of a ship. Like you can definitely argue that. The way that like Percy is kind of Thomas's rock in a lot of ways. Thomas tends to like lean on him and vent to him, and I could definitely see that being an argument. I think that is the relationship that would be on and off that Thomas would keep ending and then going back to, and then he'd see some new fancy engine like Bell or Ashima or whoever he's excited about at the moment, right, and leave. But then come back.
That would actually, Lemmy, that would add a lot of depth to Dave the Diesel when Thomas is like going away with Bell.
That's how I feel like about that.
Oh.
And then Percy, whenever a new female comes to the island, he'll just be like, "Thomas, you left me. Why?"
And not even necessarily a new female. Let's remember that.
And then his sweet revenge will be when Stanley comes to the island. It's like, yes.
I think we can all agree that Stanley is probably a homosexual, because he's got like he's quite silver and
the way it's quite silver.
It's very flamboyant.
But I would say that like all the characters, I would say that none of them really have sexualities until you assign them. Like that's kind of how I deal with humanization, is like I kind of think about what the best story would be.
All pansexual until you decide they're not.
Yeah, like for instance, I think that like say Gordon and Henry, right? When I think about that would be like a good relationship, then I retroactively decide their sexualities based on what would suit the story. But like it's not like I decide, okay, this one's gay, this one's straight, this one's pan, this one. I kind of do that and then I try to line it up. I used to, and I ended up shipping everyone with Emily, so it was very boring. And
I suppose I've always kind in terms of sexualities, I've always kind of thought of Gordon and Henry as being straight and James as being the gay one.
I don't think James is gay.
The only reason I will say that is because of Baldwin's voice for James in season.
And here's the thing: like James definitely has a lot of gay mannerisms, and he definitely has that kind of queer energy. Everybody loves that about him.
Definitely gave him that voice.
But here's the thing: about James, I don't think he's gay. I don't think he's attracted to anybody.
Oh, you think he's
he's only attracted to
himself? What's the word for this? He's a metrosexual. That's what he is.
It's not just metrosexual. He's metrosexual in the fact that he has the fashion sense you would expect from a gay man. But honestly, I think that James, just his pure sexuality, apart from his fashion sense, he's literally just attracted to his own reflection.
Can we even
literally that is where
you're saying he's gay for himself.
Yeah, I really am.
Can we ever do an episode of Character Gallery where Lemmy speaks like that?
I could do it entirely. I have to say
I'm Lemmy.
But that's the thing, right? James is, I feel like it feels wrong to ship him with anybody because no one is going to be up to his standards. I think. Like,
what about? I always thought that maybe Emily and James kind of had something going.
Emily, when have they talked to each other?
I mean, they've never had an episode together, but I mean, I feel like Emily's got that kind of bossy sort of attitude, and James is sort of pompous enough.
That's exactly why they would repel.
That would be why they'd clap. Okay, I suppose.
For me, I have fallen into the trap of shipping a random character who's never met with Emily. With Emily.
What about? I'd love to know what you think about Edward and James, because they're actually my favorite. They're my favorite relationship in the whole show. Because I love their relationship more than Gordon and Edward. I love them. But do you think they would work as a relationship?
That is the only one I could consider with James. That did go through my head. I could see that because Edward sees right through James. There's a lot of tension between the two of them.
There's actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but there was actually a quote from Andrew Brenner on a SIF blog, I think.
Nobody understands James, but basically.
That one. Yeah.
And that's so true. Edward is the only one who sees right through James and his bullshit and knows exactly who he is and what he's hiding and all that. Because the thing is, James is constantly projecting a persona that almost everybody believes, except for Edward. Edward sees, everybody else sees
right through him.
Yeah, everybody else sees the red. Edward sees the black. That's the difference, and James realizes.
That's a beautiful allegory. I must steal that sometime.
Thank you. Use it all you like.
Or just when you're writing a story about James and Edward, it was like, listen, James. Everybody else sees the red, but I see the black. And James like, what do you mean you see the black, Edward?
Exactly.
Oh my god, I love well, what's his name? He died recently.
Angelus.
Yeah, Angelus. I love Angelus's James voice. It's just so like, what do you mean? Yeah.
It is pretty good, I gotta be honest.
There's a sort of rhythm to his James voice.
Yeah.
You know.
I only have one problem with like James and Percy and Angelus' narration. It's because it would be like, that was pretty funny, James, wouldn't you admit? Yes, indeed!
Yeah, I Percy. I do like Percy, but sometimes he can be a bit overbearing. Angelus's Percy, I mean.
It's interesting because I tend to like kind of try to glean the energy of the character rather than glean kind of the actual voice itself. Like, because I know that the narrator is just kind of trying to project, but they're not actually like trying to do the literal.
I always like to think of the when the narrators are doing an interpretation of their character. So like, so for example, Michelangelus's interpretation of Percy is very loud and like talks higher than he realizes. You know,
right?
And, yeah, so like, and Ringo's is more mellow and calm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but like, the problem is with Ringo's that they all just sound the same.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Percy. Hello, I'm Thomas.
Sound like they like just woke up. Like,
Yeah, basically.
All of
they just rolled out of bed, like.
He lives in the studio, and then Britt Allcroft just comes to his bedroom. He's like, Ringo, what do you want? It's time to call Thomas Tank and oh, bloody hell, fine.
Oh, bloody hell.
but back to Edward and James. Back to Edward and James. I would say that like that could work, honestly. Like I could see,
probably, as you said, Lemmy, it's the only one that could probably work.
Yeah, I would say so. Because the thing is, the problem with James is I could see James liking the idea of a relationship and like the kind of being able to brag about. James would love to plan the wedding, and then after the wedding,
James would wear the dress.
Yeah, exactly. And then after it's over, then he would be like, okay, I'm totally sick of it. I'm getting a divorce. Like 3 days later, right?
Oh my god, he would as well.
And the problem is, that would happen.
And then Henry's like, "You're getting a divorce."
I recently, there's a YouTuber. He's called Victor Tanzig, and if anyone that doesn't like ships, don't watch his series.
Or maybe actually we should say the exact opposite. People who don't like ships watch his series and get annoyed.
Exactly.
See what happens.
Was he recently in this episode called Secrets? I think he did a ship with like Emily and Henry, and he literally like had them get married, and basically and then there was a Q&A afterwards, and he said, "Why did you make Emily and Henry get married?" And he said, "Well, I thought to myself, why not?"
Yeah, exactly. I love that sort of attitude. It's like, why not? You know, it's like Henry, Emily, why not?
But that's the thing, is that I think like I know that his Henry is a totally different character and everything. Like he writes him differently, does a different voice. However, it is a good segue to this topic, which is I think one of the best ships is probably Henry and Emily, because those two. And I'd probably prefer Henry and Gordon, but I think Henry and Emily, the two of them, just because of what's the matter with Henry, I've always seen as being very close.
Yeah, definitely.
If not a ship, I could see Emily being kind of like, if Gordon is almost like Henry's soulmate, then Emily's more like his best friend. Like she's the one he can kind of vent to. She's the one that he can kind of, And I
feel like there might be something wrong with me, because I was just thinking, I was like, oh, I know, Thomas and Daisy, and then I was like, wait, why do I keep on shipping people who hate each other?
Yeah, well, here's the thing, that like they have like a connection, so like that makes sense, but at the same time, it's like
I don't know. I guess it really depends on what you want in a relationship. Like what would James want from a relationship? Would he like conflict like Emily, or would he like someone normal like Henry?
Right. Yeah. And I feel like he would probably want I think James deep down would want someone who fully accepts him and who can also who he can't deceive.
Edward.
Yeah, exactly. Because James is very good. James is very good at deceiving those around him into thinking he's someone else who's bigger and better, and and so I think he needs someone who can cut right through that and who he can't fool. And so it would need to be somebody like Edward who can just see right through his bullshit because he will try to hide his true self.
The only person who truly accepts James is himself.
Yeah, but not even
What
that.
about-
I think honestly,
What if we ship?
a lot of people
What if we ship Thomas with Annie and Percy with Clarabelle, and then Toby with Henrietta?
that would be disgusting. That's just at that. I am very like
Thomas and Percy would be in-laws. Tranny and Clarabelle.
No.
They'd be brothers. That'd be cool. Okay. never
Well,
mind.
here's the thing. Like, I'm
I mentioned Lemmy can't keep up.
I'm wary.
You should be titled this live stream. Lemmy can't keep up.
I'm very wary of the idea of marrying off all the female characters because that's a very easy.
Oh
thing.
no, that's not what I meant. I mean, I was just thinking like the branch line. You know, you got 2 girls, you got 2 boys. Why we ship them together? Whatever.
Yeah,
No,
I don't think
I don't
Like,
do that because,
like for example, I don't think Carly and Cranky should get together. You know, I think they're working relationship.
like for me,
I don't think Mia should get with anyone. You know, just I was just thinking. You know.
Yeah, but I would say, honestly, Annie and Clarabelle seem like the type of sisters that just kind of like they just kind of don't ever get married and just kind of live together and just kind of knit together for the rest of their lives into their 80s.
You know Cinderella. They're the 2 of the stepsisters. they never.
yeah, except not ugly.
Except like nice. You know.
Is the stepmom and the Percy's Cinderella.
Yeah, but I see what you're going for there with the branch line like engines. I think it's interesting. I think some of the characters, like I don't think every ship has to be healthy and happy. I do think some of them, like for storytelling purposes, it makes sense. Like Gordon is exactly the type of person to enter into an unhappy marriage with a woman only to realize that he's gay like 10 years into it. And he was taught, by his whole family. It's like, no, I must be straight. I must be, And then he finally realizes, okay, but I'm in love with Henry, not this random woman. Like I could totally see that, right? Where he suppresses who he is because he doesn't think it's dignified, only to figure out that really there's nothing wrong with it. I could so see that happening with him, and I feel like
I like to think of James as like. Or no, not James. Sorry, Duncan. I like to think of Duncan as a homosexual, but like he also hates homosexuals.
That's
so he's really homophobic, but he's secretly quite gay himself.
In the night, rubbish, and then he's
whatever he believes, he has to be very opinionated. I think that
exactly.
I would say honestly that I think you could go either way. You could either have him aggressively support gay marriage or aggressively against it. And I think that Duncan, honestly, I would say he's aggressively for it, just because I think he tends to kind of take the underdog positions. The only time that he really doesn't is in that one weird time that he listened to James and then immediately rejected it later that day.
Duncan is definitely a communist.
Yeah, yes, I would agree. Like,
I mean,
help the underworking class.
In the railway series, he used to work in a factory, so
yeah, literally,
he might know the horrible working conditions.
Oh yeah, he was working in a factory. Like all these factories.
Horrible society of capitalism.
Yeah. Oh my god!
I'll make sure that a massive communist state.
I could.
I think Duncan would be a communist for sure.
Yeah, and I think he would be really good at rallying people to his side too. I think he could actually really.
Okay, this is a really weird question, and you'll probably say Gordon, but what character is most like Donald Trump, except Donald?
It's interesting you immediately said Gordon, because that's totally what I would say is Gordon. Like he was
like, we need to build a wall around Doncaster.
We're going to build a wall between Sodor and the mainland.
Honestly,
they're coming in here with their foreign engines.
It's interesting.
Build a wall on Doncaster works.
I think Gordon is classier, though. I think Gordon's more like a normal Republican president that isn't Donald Trump.
He wouldn't spit in your face,
Yeah, Gordon would try to toe the line and say the right things. He'd still be kind of low-key racist, but he'd try not to be. He would be caught saying he's the type of guy who's like talking about black people and says something terrible like, oh, Obama is so well spoken. That sort of thing, right?
Nia is so well spoken.
Exactly, right? And it'd be like, okay, why wouldn't she be? And then he'd be like, yeah, it's getting hot up here, isn't it? And,
oh my god! And then it'd be like, Nia would be orange, but Gordon is Donald Trump, so it's kind of awkward.
I think, but it's interesting because Gordon would make slip ups like that. He wouldn't. He would try to not seem racist. I think Donald Trump grafts more cleanly onto James, honestly, is the fact, the way that he approaches Diesels, the fact that he's a lot louder, a lot more scathing, the fact that he's also very charismatic, and that
actually,
we're going to build the wall.
Maybe we've got this backwards. Maybe one of the Diesels should be. I was going to say Hitler. Jesus. Maybe one of the Diesels should be. Maybe one of the Diesels should be.
Brendan Branch.
I don't know. I could, if someone was going to be Trump, I would say it's Diesel 10, just because he can't be like super smart. Not to say that Trump is dumb, but like
he's dumb.
No, stop.
Probably, but
you do not want a Biden versus Trump debate in the chat. You just don't want that.
Oh God, Stephen as Biden. Okay. Okay.
Oh God, the king of steam versus the king of dieselization. That'd be kind of awesome. But yeah, I think you could make a lot of allegories, but I think Gordon is more like he's more like your average kind of Republican president. Donald Trump.
I'd say that's fair. I actually think James would be more. I think James would be more. What's the blue one? Democrat. I think James would be more of a Democrat, actually.
No, because I feel like he'd be kind of like, we're going to build a wall around Sodor, keep all the Diesels out.
Yeah, that's.
Sorry. Actually, you're right. The Diesels. I hadn't really considered that. I think on a social
build a wall around Sodor.
I feel like on a social level, James would be quite left-leaning, but on a terms of sort of letting people in, he'd be more right-leaning.
He'd have to be because he's just so. He's so queer the way that he projects, exactly. Right? He couldn't he would not fare well among hardcore conservatives. But at the same
time, oh my God, what about Duck?
Duck is very interesting. Duck, I think, is Republican because I think. But we
had this.
We were having us two were having a conversation about a Duck idea. I was saying, what if we had Duck meet City of Truro, or he thinks City of Truro is coming to Sodor, but then Flying Scotsman comes and he gets confused, and it turns out that the 100 mile an hour was actually
lie.
His whole life is a lie. We were thinking, and then Duck goes into a mental state.
They'd be like the engine that comes to they're like, Edward would be like, the engine that broke 100 is coming here, and Duck would be like,
exactly,
I'm so excited, and then he'd arrive and he'd be like, this isn't City of Truro, what's going on?
And then eventually he realizes his entire.
Then he realizes his whole life is a lie. And he goes on this sort of streak of being bad, and I was like, wouldn't that be such an interesting
That
concept?
would be fascinating if
and then he realized his entire moral code is just
all of his morals are based on the Great Western. So when that's turned out to be not so great, he starts to kind of well, if that isn't great, then what's the point of being great at all?
Yeah.
And then he goes off on a sort of streak.
And by the end of it, he maybe realizes that he doesn't actually need the Great Western Way in the first place.
There could be a few ways.
I don't need the Great Western Way. I only need the Northwestern Way. And then it plays all of C soundtrack at the end.
There could be a few ways you could end it. You could end it with him saying he doesn't need his religion. Or you could end it with him saying that, okay, well, I have a religion, but it's still flawed. There's two ways.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I think it would make sense for Duck because he's so entrenched in it. He'd probably still say, look, it's flawed, but it's got some good.
I remember I actually made a comment in a previous live stream that Duck would make a brilliant politician.
He would.
Can you imagine him just like saying it in the House of Lords, like, and that is why I think that, and then yada, and everyone else just like, can you shut up, man, already? Jesus Christ.
It's funny you mentioned the House of Lords because when I was in London, I actually got this flag.
Yes. Oh, Britannia.
Oh, Britannia.
Duck would be an excellent politician. And more to the point about his politics, I don't know much about British politics, but I know that, in American terms, I think he'd claim to be a Republican, but when you look at a lot of his decisions, you'd notice a lot of very liberal activity that he wouldn't.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there.
Because he talks about he believes in the system, he believes in strong authority, But what is the first thing he does when he comes to the island?
He questions the authority. You're so right there. Like he's on the point.
Right, exactly.
So
the first thing he does when he comes to the island is just stop all the engines from getting into the sheds to have a nice little rest.
That's actually a really interesting thought. I wonder if let's say we take away Duck's religion from him for a second. Do you think Duck actually would be a lot more like Percy or something? I feel like he might be.
I
never thought about that before.
Here's what I think. I don't think Duck would act any differently if he wasn't Great Western. I think he'd be deeply entrenched in the LMS or the LNER. Duck is Duck. The Great Western didn't.
Duck does need something to believe in, I would say.
Exactly.
Like he needs a belief system. Without that, it's nothing.
Exactly.
In his eyes.
He found a belief system, and that was
He'd be like a massive Nazi.
Like imagine Duck during World War II in Germany. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, I support the fascist regime for sure." Yeah.
That would be difficult though, because I think honestly, Duck is. I think Duck would fight back against it after a while. I think at first he would try to do the right thing and toe the line. But here's the thing, Duck has very strong ethics, and notice that he's willing to throw the Great Western Way in the trash if it means helping somebody who has less power than he does.
That is true.
He never owns up to it. He always claims that he's doing the Great Western thing. He probably thinks that standing on the points was Great Western. He probably thinks that, playing that prank on Diesel to set him straight was Great Western. He probably thinks all those things. But they weren't. All his best moments are him breaking the Great Western Way, but he doesn't
even realize it. That's the weird thing about it. He's like he's attributing all of his wins to the Great Western Railway. That's how entrenched he is in it.
When really they come from him. Like the Great Western. Yeah. I bet the engines on Sodor totally think every Great Western engine is like this. But then if they went to the Great Western Railway, they'd be shocked to find that Duck is the only one who takes it this serious.
That might actually maybe that sort of reality check would have happened when Oliver came, because Oliver came and they were like, "Hold on, Oliver isn't nearly as pompous or arrogant as Duck. What the hell?"
And it's just that's Duck. Like Duck just personally has this approach to life, and he would have done it on any railway.
I'm sure there's plenty of engines like that,
Yeah. Hold on. I gotta take my my dishes downstairs, but I'll be back in a minute here. So entertain the stream in my absence.
Well, comment in the chat saying 30 people watching 3 online users talking about politics and trains.
Yes, we're talking about politics and trains. So unfortunately, my computer
30
died.
People watching 3 online users talking about politics and trains.
So Duck Studios, unfortunately, my computer died, so you'll have to man the chat.
Right.
On it.
Okay. All right. I apparently I've got to do this now, boys. I've got to tell everything to good old Thomas.
Okay, Doug. Here's a question. What engine do you think you're most like?
Oh God. I've already told you this. I'm so relatable to Henry. Like, I was a sickly little boy, and like break my arm. I come back and I feel like the fucking bee's knees.
So you're Henry. I think I am. God, I don't know. I think I have no idea. I want to say Edward, but like I don't really. There's something I don't really like about Edward. What do you think?
I don't know. I don't really know. I was just thinking about one time. I've had a hospital incident once where I banged my pinky finger on my left hand on something. I don't know what it was. I think it was at school or something. I banged it and then I thought I'd fractured it, and Mum was like, "Oh, it's fine. If it's still like that in the morning, we'll go to A&E." So it was still hurting in the morning, and Mum was like, "Okay, we'll take you to A&E." And that just happened to be on the day of my HPV vaccination, right?
Right.
So I was trying to stall Mum as long as possible. We tried to figure out what was wrong with my pinky finger.
I think I figured out what. Sorry, I think I'm actually Thomas. I know that's but I feel like I am Thomas.
Why?
Anyway.
Why you're originally like a pompous, arrogant asshole, like bullying bigger kids in the playground.
I'm not like. I didn't say I didn't say I was Gordon, but I feel like I do embody some of Thomas's traits. Like I.
Thomas's first story is literally being he's bullied, and then he bullies a big kid, and then he's bullied by the big kid.
Because I do like that story.
Gordon, Sleepy Bones, and then he literally just gets taken along for the express, like almost 100 miles an hour.
Well, I mean, the allegory doesn't really work when you do that, but okay. It's like I've never been pulled by a bully 300 miles an hour across the playground. But I feel like Thomas. Yeah, I feel like I don't know. Just I mean, maybe Thomas is relatable to a lot of people. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, Thomas, he seems like a bit of like a bum head to me. I don't know.
Bit of a dick.
Yeah, he's a bit of a dick, to be honest. Like,
yeah.
Like I brought up this point.
Well, maybe I feel like maybe younger me. I feel like younger me was a bit of a dick. So.
Yeah, I brought up this point in the stream once, but apparently I was wrong. But what happened was I was talking about the Ghost Engine, right?
Yeah.
And there's a bit when Toby says, "Oh, Thomas, your friend has just died," and he looks like he looks like Percy's ghost, and then Thomas is like, "Okay, and." But then it turns out actually it's like, oh, I've seen an engine that looked like the ghost Percy was talking about on television, not like Percy's physical ghost, and Percy just died.
I think I always thought that scene was like so like morbid. It's like Toby comes into the set
it's like Thomas, your friend, he's just died. Okay, and
fucking,
so what?
He fucking died, and you're like, damn, the next train will be late. It's like, Thomas, that's not the correct response.
Like,
the correct response is, Jesus Christ, Percy's dead.
You know that meme of Jeremy Clarkson going, "Oh no," anyway. That is literally Thomas in that scene.
Was Thomas. If someone who's watching this has a Twitter account or something.
Thomas, listen to me. Your friend, he's just died. Thomas is like, "Oh no, anyway."
No. Anyway. Yeah. Oh yeah, Toby comes in. Guess what? The new Dacian Sandero. And Thomas is like, oh no. Anyway.
And he just goes back to playing his meth. I remember one time I watched William Politeski, right? I was watching Mr. William Politeski.
Yeah.
And I watched it behind the scenes of changes, and oh my god, it's the funniest thing when it gets to Lemmy as Thomas. But the thing is that like it's like some like outtakes of him just being funny, and it's really funny. We should tell him about it when he gets back. William Politeski. Let me get.
You know what I like about the characters in the show? This is just something I noticed about Top Gear. Because with Top Gear, you've got three people who are like got a really cool dynamic together, which is kind of rare. And what I like about Thomas is how like they've kind of got three dynamics as well with the big engines and with Thomas and the small engines. You know, with the Farquhar engines.
I was thinking like Top Gear. It's kind of like James, Henry, and Gordon.
Yeah.
I've made that connection.
You were like James being Hammond, Henry being May, and Gordon being Clarkson, the biggest and loudest of.
It's really cool that the fact that they're able to like the Audrey was somehow able to make like these sort of three-way dynamics, because like when writing like characters, it's really difficult to like not only have two characters be really good, but have like three characters interact together be really good. It's really difficult. So I am really impressed.
Let dreams go on forever.
He did that quite constantly. It's kind of like Duke
Stewart engines or Edward and the twin engines. Like there's loads.
Oh my god!
Like there are a lot of really, really good dynamics. Like Duke Stewart and Falcon are another one of these.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those. Those ones especially. Like it's really clever. Like I suppose it's kind of that like I wonder because like with Toby, we've people have discussed this before, but with Toby, it's like. You know, he takes no sides, and he takes both sides at the same time. But with James, Gordon, and Henry, there isn't necessarily that dynamic. They're all sort of a part of the same. Henry and Gordon are sort of cut from the same cloth.
Right.
But James there as well. He's kind of like an honorary big engine, even if he's kind of the same size as Edward.
I really want to see a story where that tension bubbles over, because they must know that James is like half their size, right? Like that must be. I feel like that's an elephant in the room. Is that James
exactly? Yeah.
It's kind of like in the TV show, it's obviously just because they've run out of models, but like there's a bit where in the opening shot of Edward and Gordon, it's like Edward is living in the show with 5 other ninjas, all big and everyone boast about it too, but James and Thomas are in that, and
Thomas is like sitting right
James
there.
The same size. Thomas is smaller. They're just bullying Edward. Dicks.
I can imagine the behind the scenes. Ringo's like squinting at the screen. He's like, what? You sure?
Behind the scenes, that just like.
All right, so
that's so I'm not really watching that episode.
I must say that it's probably about time for me to change out people. I hate to say it because this conversation has been truly.
I mean, what if we bring in someone, then we slowly retire each other?
I think it's fair to. I think because I added you.
I mean, we have been going on for long enough, I suppose.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna put the invite in the chat again and see who shows up. In the meantime, we shall discuss a little bit longer.
I'm going to be sent away.
Well, okay, so I'll just say this really quickly. But I've got to be honest. I really like. I know people don't like Edward being written off. But I do like Edward at Wellsworth because I feel like Philip in The Adventure Begins, Thomas in The Adventure Begins. It really gave Edward a purpose again, because up to that point he didn't really have a purpose in the CGI series, and then came along The Adventure Begins and he had a purpose. And now that Thomas has kind of had his arc, it's like, well, and then they brought in Philip. It's like, well, it totally makes sense that you pair those two off, and then you bring in Rebecca. And I actually really like the whole Rebecca and the three big ideas. I thought, go on.
What bugs me is the fact that it treats Edward the TV
as a working relationship. I know.
Well, it treats Edward more than that. It treats him like he only has one purpose to one engine. And Edward is the voice of wisdom to the whole yard. He's the voice of wisdom to all of the first 6. And they don't treat him that way. They treat him like he was just Thomas's mentor. And no, it's far beyond that. It's kind of the same problem I have with like how everyone looks at Boko like he's just Bill and Ben's, babysitter. Like, no, he has a connection with Gordon, Henry, James, Bear, Edward, all of them, right? And so it's like with Edward, if you send him to Wellsworth, you cut him off from all of those engines. And his purpose isn't just to like teach Thomas, and now that Thomas has grown, he doesn't need to be there anymore. His purpose is to constantly provide wisdom to these engines indefinitely. Now, on the other hand, I do kind of like the idea of him being sent away, just because I think it's kind of unfair for Edward to have to do that job forever. And so it's kind of nice for him to finally do something for himself after all this time and just go and do what he wants to do rather than babysitting all of them. I think that's very touching, and that could definitely be a really solid idea.
Maybe because we all kind of have a sort of, we all kind of understand why a shed for Edward exists, and we kind of can talk about whether it's good or not. But one episode I think we really need to talk about is Forever and Ever. Like, that episode is
such a kick in the balls to the fandom.
It's a real kick in the balls.
Especially like I take Gordon. It's just infuriating. Gordon is the heart of
the show.
Yeah. And it's like it's not the fact that he's like the star. It's not the fact that he's the underdog. It's the fact that he's our pride. Gordon is our balls. That's what Gordon is. Right?
Yeah, Gordon is our balls, and they're essentially kicking us with him. So,
exactly.
Thanks for that.
Right. It's the fact that he is the pride, and that's why it hits so damn hard in Enterprising Engines when he loses his whole family. He's the pride of the railway. He's the pride of steam. So if he gets kicked in the balls, then it really hurts. Us.
You know what my issue with that episode is? It's that, like, when telling a story, you aren't necessarily trying to ram an opinion down someone's throat. That's not how Audrey did it. Because what he did was he had his characters represent different ideas, and you let them squabble it out. You know. So the issue with that episode specifically is that it's essentially the universe itself is basically telling you this is how it is, and like it or lump it. And I don't like that. I think that's not how you do storytelling. That's how you do propaganda.
Because
that's how you tell.
It's not
like talking to a child.
Yeah, the problem is it's not who is it Gordon versus Nia, I guess, but not real. It's Gordon versus everybody. All of the engines unnaturally side with Mattel except for Gordon. You need to have 2 engines on level playing field who duke it out. And the problem is
like Edward, for example.
Yeah. If the whole episode, imagine if the whole episode instead was Gordon telling Edward to come back and trying to get him to come back, and Edward telling him, Gordon, you don't get it. I'm happy here. And then there's just a silence.
And they kind of did that in the episode, but it was only like one line, and it was really glossed over.
And it was really poorly written as well.
It should have been the whole thing. It should have been him realizing his friends were happier here and should support them. The
funny thing about this episode is I don't actually think it needed to exist, because there's one episode called Hunt the Truck, and in that episode you have Nia and Edward being civil to each other and talking to each other, and that's all you needed. You just needed them to they're the issue essentially.
And then Gordon sees that, and he's like, "Oh,
Gordon's episode is full of bitterness and spite. You know, it's
so spiteful, and it's so like full of malice, and it's just not fun.
I hate it.
You know, and I feel like I don't know.
I think before we
you look at the episode afterwards, like the episode where he's with Rebecca, it's like that's how you introduce a character. Like you have Gordon kind of working with Rebecca, and then he kind of likes her at the end. That's all he needed. Nia didn't even get an introduction. That was her introduction.
Nia was just there.
To leave either.
I think Nia just kind of turned up in Big Adventures, and everyone was like, "Okay, she's here now."
It's weird that Gordon is like a huge Rebecca fangirl so quickly. I don't think he would ever do that. I could see him respecting her, but it would take him a really long time, and he'd have to like
since he's known these engines, and she'd have like years.
If you want Gordon to respect Rebecca, if you need Gordon to crash course respect an engine quickly, have them save his life. That's how you do it.
Personally, I don't mind the Rebecca episode. I think it works well for like the time frame it needs. You know, I'm fine with that. It's just I feel like with the Forever Never, what you really needed was either a Henry is leaving episode, or B, a Nia is coming episode.
Right.
Because like this whole nonsense of Gordon going around and complaining and bitching, it's not. First of all, it's not entertaining.
For me personally,
it's not constructive.
For me personally, right, I think if someone needs to respect Gordon, they don't only need to save his life, but they also need to save the railway, because he respects Boko, because he saved his life from Bill and Ben. But he only respected Edward because he saved the railway in Edward's exploit, right?
Right.
Perhaps it doesn't need to be directly Gordon, because like
and he respects Henry because he came out the tunnel and helped with the express.
Sometimes someone could just save a different character, like maybe Henry or something, and because of that, Gordon respects her. You know, it doesn't have to.
And also, I feel like you could totally get away with. Like, I think a good comparison to how do you introduce Nia and Rebecca and make them feel like part of the railway is how they did it with Donald and Douglas. They're a good example of this. Because Donald and Douglas came in very late after the main cast was already established, and you would think they feel shoehorned in, and yet they don't, because they did so much for the railway, and the engines are not accepting of them immediately. At first, they don't like them, but then slowly help them one by one, and they're badass, and you love them for it.
It's like we don't even get to see any time of them adjusting like that. Like when you're changing out your main cast, it's like the funnest thing about that is getting to see the characters' dynamics change and adjust.
And you just
but we don't see any of that.
Yeah.
And it's like Thomas literally, like, Edward leaves or whatever, and then Thomas is like, I wonder who's going to be in the shed.
Oh, I know, that's so disrespectful. It's so disrespectful. The moment he's out of earshot, I wonder who's going to be in the sheds. It's just so fucking...
The whole, like...
I really wish that right after that line, Percy would just burst out in tears a few seconds later.
There was an edit online.
Everyone would come back, so what's going on?
There was an edit online where someone took the audio from a shed for Edward and like put it over trains models, and then like Philip is like saying, "Did you hear that, Thomas? Edward's leaving." Then you cut to Thomas, he's got like the cross face mask on, and he's looking at Philip. And then like as Edward goes away, all the engines are really sad, and then Thomas looks up at the sky, and Nia and Rebecca are up in the sky. It's really funny.
Anyway, so this has been an amazing conversation. I really love everything we've talked about.
Well, look, our time has come. Our time has come.
Yes,
right.
Time has come.
We need to say your final message.
I think you've said your final message.
All I'll say is, Lemmy, it's been a blast, and I hope we can do it again sometime. And I might actually draw some more OCs for you. We'll see.
Yeah, no, please do. I would love to see you draw some more stuff, and I'd love to show you some of my stuff because I didn't get a chance. But yeah, we should definitely talk more.
It is a shame that I must leave.
But look, we'll get some new people in.
Yeah. It's a shame that I must leave. I do hope that other people entertain you. I do hope other people entertain you, Lemberg. If you want more of me, you can go to youtube.com/channel/U, capital U, capital C, capital Z, capital C, E, 9, capital F, 0. Okay, I'm not going to say all that. Just go to Rolling Duck Space, Rolling Duck, one word, space, Studios. Everyone gets it wrong and they can't find me.
I've got your at,
and I'm Thomas Thirst, and I've got like 13 followers.
All right. Well, thank you very much, both of you, for coming on.
See you around.
See you around, Lemmy. Good luck.
Goodbye, Lemberg.
Take care. All right. That was a great conversation. How long have we been going? 7 hours? Oh, we can beat that. Let's see. Oh, I see Taj. I'm just sitting there. Let's see if he waves. That's the real question. Oh, he's shaking his head. No, he's not going to wave. Oh, I'm so disappointed. Oh, man. Let's see. I think I'll bring in the people that I can disappoint more easily, quicker. Is this really Roman?
Well, I guess you know
I
who's
don't
going to
know,
be
is
staying
it?
at Tidmouth.
Yeah, it is. And hello as well, Taj. So,
hi.
How are things? Are you enjoying the stream? How long have you been present?
I'm enjoying the stream. I'm doing horrible.
Well, then at least the stream can provide some sort of relief.
Yeah, so some relief. This has actually been helping me. I've been doing some work through this because college does not rest when your life is falling apart. I hope everyone else in the audience is enjoying this. Hi. I'm having a breakdown. Very calm breakdown. But how are you doing, Roman? Well, that's good.
I'm doing all right.
I have to respect
Sorry,
your
I need
honesty.
to find the tab. I clicked off of it.
Yeah, it's okay. Is this the first time you've been in one of these, Roman?
Like Roman would remember.
I think so. Unless someone impersonated me.
I think Will impersonated you and about everybody else in the fandom at some point.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
So that's my second.
So what do we talk about? There's so much to talk about.
There is. How about this is
canoes.
It's nice to bring you two in because like I adore the conversations with everybody else, but I kind of need to be on the whole time talking about something. Whereas with you guys, I can just talk about nothing and it will work because like I'm close with you both.
Well, maybe as a conversation. I don't know if it works as a live stream. Speaking of which, what the heck are you thinking, Lemmy?
All right, look, my schedule was jacked, right? It was very jacked. Not in like the it was really strong and had gone to the gym way, but in like the it's ruined way. So naturally,
respect them.
Yeah. So I have to stay up all day, and I was like, well, this could work if I do a live stream. This is what I did the last time. I'm having a breakdown myself, Taj, a little one, it's not. Anytime that things have gone horribly off the rails and I need to surround myself with people fast.
Skill. And, that exists to just go out there and say, I know what I need to do. Oh, yeah, I have a pencil. I haven't come around me. And I know what because of their incredible lore. That's basically what it is. Yeah, I saw some of that live stream. It's pretty... Dougie's got it down. Dougie's got it down. What can I say?
It was something. 4 hours of lore. That's a baby live stream compared to what I'm doing tonight. And when I say tonight, I mean this morning.
And tonight, because it's going to still be going then, of course.
Yeah, of course. The rest of my life, actually, really, is what it is.
In reality, what is life but a long live stream?
Yeah, true. I must admit that what do I have to admit? Oh, I must admit that StreamYard, I'm like 4 hours over my StreamYard limit. You get 20 hours a month, and it lets you go over. Like if you just like if you have a live stream keep going past the mark, you can just keep going as long as you want, and as long as you don't end it, right? So I had 2 hours left. We're 5 hours past that. I'm aware of that. I'm gaming the system. But
That's another type of executive management.
I didn't know there was a limit.
Yeah, that's the type of executive management that gets you brought before Congress. But anyway, I think. Wait, what were you saying, Roman?
I just said I didn't know there was a limit.
Yeah, there is. It's 20 hours a month, which is very generous. I kind of want to like pay StreamYard. I mean, I know that it's free. They're really good. And
you want to pay your corporate overlords? I see.
Do. I would love to pay my corporate.
I'd never heard of it. I'd never heard of it until Will used it.
Oh, you never heard of StreamYard or like the limit?
No, just StreamYard in general.
Okay, because I was going to say that if you didn't hear about the limit, that's a very good thing because it shows that you're not on StreamYard for like 24 hours solid,
That's true. Yeah, it's really
That's true.
There's a certain amount of time that it betrays that you are spending on StreamYard if you claim that you know the limit quite well and are thinking about it consciously. I'm trying to get back into the StreamYard on my phone, and it is. Oh, this studio is full, huh? Yeah, probably I can't get into my own StreamYard. Okay, I'm gonna kick Will Thomas. I'm sorry, Will. There we go. Kick guest. All right, just so I can get in for a second.
Most iconic Thomas Trivia Challenge champion. My apologies to Useful Engine 11. I just saw your comment. Yes, you did beat Solomon.
All right.
And you're the next Wooden Fan one.
Dougie apologized. Apologies. I mean, you have nothing to apologize for. And I'm finding all the people that I'm familiar with enough that it's not an utter betrayal that I kick them right now.
It's like 300 or some crap.
Yeah.
The literal kick.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's not. I'm gonna have to send the link to myself again. I think for some reason. That's it's really something. Really got something cooking here.
Got something cooking.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I don't know why he chose that phrasing.
Can I just say real quick that Thomas Theris guy is super interesting. Like I've seen his stuff on Twitter. Like he has really I don't know, just original things to talk about.
Did the way he spoke, did he remind you of Ted?
You know what? I can see it.
A little bit.
And that's a high compliment.
Yeah, he reminded me a lot of Ted, the way that he kind of and part of it was the accent, I think. Because I know that Ted is Canadian, but there's something about that. But beyond that, he had a lot of really great ideas.
Just
for sure.
Passion.
So, really. And he was not afraid to cut in. Rolling Duck was amazing as well. That was a really great conversation.
Rolling Duck is one of my Twitter mates. I really appreciate him.
Indeed. Now I think let's see, what was I going to say? The best conversations are with people who are willing to interrupt you. You really got to have that.
So that's why you brought me in, so I could interrupt you just like right now.
Yeah, of course. You know it, Tosh. And Roman's doing a lot of interrupting. Look at him there with the little line through his microphone.
What a jabbermouth.
Yeah, I know, right? Unbelievable.
It's everyone spam back here. Get a mullet, Tosh. That's FSP, my mate Flying Scott Productions in the chat right here, and I just will tell you that I've tried it, and not gonna happen again. I might get the late 70s feathered hair though. I don't know. That might be fun.
Gotta pull a Billy Ray and Cyrus. What you gotta do. That's what we need.
Don't tear my heart. My head can break your heart.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that-
All right,
oh.
it's gonna be studio's full, is it? Well, I'm sorry, Dougie. I'm gonna keep doing this to you.
Yeah, I could get fired from my job if somebody finds out I sang "Achy Breaky Heart" on a live stream. So it's not even the Thomas live stream part; it's just the "Achy Breaky Heart." Thomas, people need to say. I just want to tell everyone out there that being a member of the Thomas fandom is, it's weird, to talk about in a way, but it's not a taboo thing. Ooh, I'm echoing. Because and I think that's just the main thing. Everybody has passions nowadays.
Right.
And so don't be so fearful about being a Thomas fan or being a person who appreciates Thomas, because that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And and that
in general, I think it helps your chances if you just have the utmost confidence in who you are. It's like people gravitate towards confidence, and they gravitate towards those who are like different if they can play it off right. If you kind of nervously go up to someone and say, "Hey, I kind of got this thing. I'm a fan of Thomas the Tank Engine. I know I'm a little old for it. I know there's some echo. I don't know how to resolve the echo.
Real far out, man.
Yeah, it is pretty far out.
Well, of course I have this hair, so I mean, of course I need to say something like that.
If only there was a way to really cushion.
Oh, dang it. Just the chat just reminded me, indirectly of them. Does anybody remember that really crappy, E.T. ripoff movie, Earth to Echo? That came out, about 7 years ago or some crap? Oh, I remember. This is some cool nostalgia stuff here, is that I rented that movie from Blockbuster, and I watched 15 minutes of it, and then I returned it, and I was like, I'm not gonna watch the rest of this. That was when we still had a Blockbuster in our town. So if you want to dox me, look up all the towns that Blockbusters were in 2014, and I live in one. I live around one of them.
Oh my god. Doxing, that's something we have to worry about these days.
Doxing is such a weird term, though.
I know, but
down by the dog.
You're down by the doxing. Roman is making really good use of his 2 seconds of breathing room as he jumps up from the Atlantic Ocean for a gasp. He's doing a really good job of it.
What can you say? Brevity is the soul of wit and sanity. So there's that too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's both of those. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, confidence. Have confidence. Tell people just without hesitation. Oh yeah, I'm a Thomas fan. You may get beaten up. If that happens, maybe stop saying it. But if that doesn't happen, if everyone's like, "Oh, that's weird," it's like you just be like, I mean, you could think that, but that kind of, I mean, are you not willing to stand up for? Oh, really? Echo?
It's funny. I have 3 mic stands. I'm not using a microphone. What's wrong with me? But honestly, I would say the same thing. And a lot of it comes down to also sometimes it requires a little bit of framing sometimes.
Right.
If you just say, I'm really passionate about children's media. People think you're talking about Disney or Mr. Rogers or something like that. And then if you say, I really like Thomas and I find virtue in these are the things I find virtue in, the storytelling, the characters, the set designs, the illustrations, if you're into the Railway series, all these different things. If you describe it very technically and break it down.
It's all of those things apply to big films. All those things apply to a lot of different, areas of art.
Yeah.
So it's not just exclusive to this one weird train show.
Yeah.
I could have sworn this echo was not present before. Oh.
I am the ghost of Christmas future.
I like how you had to decide which ghost you were. There was a split second where you're like, which one? Which one? Oh, future.
I almost went with Ghost of Christmas Past, but then I remember that Ghost was a little more like pleasant. And then I also remembered I played the Ghost of Christmas Future in Flying Scotsman Productions.
I can't believe
Christmas.
you actually like had to process all that within a second. You're like, okay, well, I got to get it in character. I mean, come on.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, no, of course. Like
that's what you need to do.
Obviously, like anyone with a brain would understand that. How to see that? I could just have no echo and have it come out of my my phone, but the problem is then you would be very quiet because like right now you're nice and blasting on my speakers for my computer, but on my phone it's just so. I gotta look into whatever Sam explained earlier.
It's like tinny.
Yeah, I don't like the tin. That's the tin.
Yeah, it's weird though, cause like, is your audio coming in from just like one source?
So my audio is only coming in through my microphone, which is hooked up to my computer. So my computer has the audio, then my iPhone is doing the video. But my iPhone won't shut up because I can turn it down, but I can't turn the audio off, which is stupid. There is one way to do it, but it requires literally unplugging the USB that is keeping my phone alive and instead plugging in the stupid what is it? The
stupid thing. We'll just refer to it as that.
Yeah, the stupid thing. I have to plug it in. This thing. Because the USB jack and the headphone jack are the same thing.
What thing?
Yeah, I had to plug in. See now the echo's gone now, right? Is it gone? Has it vanished?
It's decreased. It comes like in waves where it's like not bad, and then it starts like to like feedback, and then it stops, and that's like the same thing. It's like I don't know. I was gonna make a Beach Boys joke, but I couldn't find
what
the
about
right
now?
one.
Is it all? Is it going good? Is there no echo? Is there blah 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 blah? Testing 1 2 3 3 4 4 4 5 5 5 blah blah blah. All right.
Yep.
All right.
Sounding good. I'm looking like air traffic control right now with my head.
Well, that's because you are essentially. But I think I plugged in the stupid. You know how the headphone jack and the earbud jack. Those are synonyms. The headphone jack and the USB jack are the same thing, right? And so so if I'm going to mute it totally, I'm going to have to plug in my headphones, but that means unplugging it from my computer, and therefore now it has no power source and will slowly die. So I don't know. That's the price I pay for showing my face, I guess. I didn't realize that.
Hooray!
Serious. Yeah, hooray! Indeed. Hooray.
Roman's the smart one. He's not giving away his identity on this stream.
Yeah, no. He hides his identity behind a box and 2 risers. That's what he does.
Yeah. Man, I remember when Roman did the ice bucket challenge way back, and the whole fandom was freaking out. Honestly, the ice bucket challenge, it was such a great cause. First of all, I think that it would be great if for the 10th anniversary we brought it back. Heck, even just today we could start it again. I wouldn't mind.
The thing is, did it do real good, or did it just? I mean, it raised awareness, I guess. Just because it was in the name.
I think it did. Because there was a pressure for everybody who made a video to be I'm donating set amount of money to and but that summer when that happened, or it might have been during the spring, it was spring or summer, I think there was a little bit of overlap. That was the absolute zenith of face reveals in the fandom. I almost revealed my face, which given all the stuff that happened with Jacob, I'm pretty happy I didn't do that.
I literally just, when you said I almost revealed my face, I literally just thought to myself while looking right at you, I thought to myself that's crazy because I haven't seen your face yet.
I get that all the time.
I'm so You have a very remarkable and beautiful face. Let me start with that, okay? But it's the fact that I'm so used to hearing your voice, and your voice alone is enough personality that I kind of like. I could look right at you and still be like, I haven't seen your face yet.
So you're saying that my charming looks cancel out my bright, bubbling personality. So
Yeah,
that means I'm
sure.
like paint drying.
Yeah,
I appreciate that, Lemmy.
Yeah,
I really do.
natural. Of course, that's what I'm saying to you, Taj. I'm glad you could like dissect that and word it so much more elegantly than I could.
To be fair, I get lots of Vincente 22 comparisons, which I don't understand. We look different from each other. Like we have like long hair. I don't get that.
You look nothing alike. Hold on. I love it the way you said that. You weren't just like we look nothing alike. You're like we look different from each other. Like that's just such a normal response.
Well, I don't look like a elephant or something. You know, same species, same genus.
Close.
You know,
Your hair is kind of similar. It's like the same kind of color, maybe, but it frames your face totally differently. I live in the perpetual misconception that I have bangs. I think I have bangs. I don't. I every time I picture myself with bangs. I don't even know how bangs work. How do you do it? How do you have bangs? How does that work?
You just lean forward a lot and wait. So like it's like look at this. Like I have like look at this forehead. Like look at this. This is like Jack's Films tier. Like it's horrible. And I was like, I don't want this, so I lean forward, and just all of a sudden, because I just lean forward and let my hair fall down, I have a lot less of the John Cazale thing going on. So
I could be like this all the time if I wanted to be. Just like this.
Like Cousin It, you know.
Like, this is nuts. I could just be like this.
You look like the missing member of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard right now, you know?
King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Never heard of it, Taj.
Man, you're missing out, man. You're missing out. Of course I'd listen to King Gizzard and the Lizard. What am I talking about?
Oh my God.
At least your forehead doesn't look like a bowling ball. Oh, do I need to show you the curvature here? This is like, it's like.
Look, I build tugboat holes from scratch, Taj. I know curvature. Your curvature is fine. Okay?
Well, I'm sorry. I just kind of want to keep on doing this because it's like I feel so dumb just rubbing my forehead just on this live stream right now.
It's just like this. This is what you look like.
Feel like I should be singing like a sea shanty while I'm doing this.
Oh my God. Let's see. Dominic Z. I'm going to read the chat for the first time in a few years. Dominic Z says, Lemmy, what are your thoughts on the new Jada Toys Vanzilla?
Is that ice cream flavor?
That sounds like one. Jada Toys Vanzilla. Yum, I guess. Or not, if that has some horrible double meaning by accident, because I have no context. Let's see. Will Thomas says, yeah, Dougie, we all want to join. Calm down. Will is always playing bouncer in my streams. He's like, leave Lemmy alone. He's like, who's the you remember the viral video with the woman with mascara running, and she's like, leave someone alone. Just leave her alone.
That vaguely sounds familiar.
Oh God. Am I don't want to say old because old people are like 70, but am I older than I think I am? I don't to me. That's like the chipmunk going dun dun dun, or like the chocolate rain guy who sung a deeply impactful song, and then everyone just memed it. Or the Rick rolling, like that's like that to me.
If it makes you feel any less ancient, when you said the word bouncer, my first thought was Kevin Spacey. Not Kevin. No, Patrick Swayze. Kevin Spacey. What the heck am I talking about? Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse. Wow. What the heck? I just mentioned. This is why. Look, unlike you, I've only been up for 2 hours, so my brain is still warming up. You need to keep that in mind.
Yeah, somehow my brain is most active, I think, when I have been up for way too long. Speaking of which, let's do the math. Okay, I got up at 5 p.m. yesterday. So that's weird. But anyway, I got, so that's now 12 plus 4, 16. Okay, so you're only supposed to stay up for 16 hours. You're supposed to measure how long you sleep, not how long you're up. So that's already a red flag. But I've been up for 16 hours. There's the burping again. And that means that I'm going to be sleepy soon, but I won't because people are here. And I'll get very interesting around noon, I think.
Power through it.
This is a social experiment, though.
Yeah, it is, I'm afraid. Wait, what'd you say, Roman?
I said you got to power through the sleepiness.
Yeah, I do. Because otherwise I'll just go to sleep and this whole thing will start all over again. And I am out of StreamYard hours, so I cannot do this again tomorrow. Also, I'll destroy all the children. Is the other thing. They'll have no vital sleep nutrition, and then they'll all just die. So I can't be responsible for that. There's too many kids who watch a lot of kids who watch my streams. I got to make sure that I don't make them stay up and do the Lemmy challenge, which they all want to do.
Yeah,
but I still did it. I'm playing.
The Lemmy challenge is the new cool hip challenge.
No, it's not. It's not cool or hip.
It's better than like what was that horrible one? Like the cinnamon challenge or some crap. Remember that?
Will Thomas 199 said, "Lemmy, if you don't do a 24-hour live stream, I will be angry." Which I don't blame him, honestly. That's true. I should do. Yeah. I can't break the record, Dustin's record. I think his record is 17 hours. I'm gonna stop. Honestly, can I pull that off? I started around 2, so 17 hours would be 5 or 6 around there. If I keep going that long, 1, I think StreamYard will ban me, and 2, I think that let me think about this. I think that
I think it was a mountain goat.
It was. What a stupid excuse. It's like I think it was a mountain goat. It wasn't a mountain goat. It was an engine. Oh, well, I'm afraid I can't help then. Just leave.
I'm afraid I can't help then.
His excuse was just it just didn't work. It just fell flat. Thomas gave the worst. Thomas gave the same energy response that Taj gave earlier when he said, what did you say? Where you were like, we don't look the same. We look different. It's just so straightforward. It
matter of fact.
Yeah, it just makes Rusty seem so stupid. It's oh, okay then. Can we talk about the fact that Rusty really shouldn't sound like this? He should sound more like this, and a much lighter voice, much more, just softer, flutier, this sort of thing. I think is how
instead of Keith Richards or something like that, which was the original voice.
Like this, yeah, he sounds like he's been working.
I remember when I was talking to Mick. It was horrible.
It is a little lighter than you're doing right now, I will say.
Yeah,
that's right. It's probably a little bit higher, like this. No, this is Rex. Never mind.
You're getting into Luke territory now.
If they speak even higher like this, then they're Bert. Hello, I'm Bert. I'm over 100 years old, but you'd never be able to tell, could you? No, certainly not. No one remembers my Muriel days. God. I
don't want to be a moving picture in a book.
Frank will never enter the show. Enterprising's never gonna have to make good on his rap.
No one will enter the show anymore.
Yeah, I mean, because there is no show. It's over. Can they not call it season 25? Are they insane? Has someone snapped in 2?
Well, that's a conservative estimate. You know? I don't understand why. Like, I'm like as a kid, like the first Thomas that I saw was like season 9, season 10, and I was not a big fan of that. If I just saw that, I got to be honest. Lots of people grew up and they loved it as a kid, and lots of them still enjoy it. But when I was a kid, I was like, this is not exactly my thing.
So
I was more.
What actually got you into it? Like, what came after that?
For Christmas, I got a DVD of Racist Rescues and Runaways, some classic season 5 stuff. And the first episode of that was Toby and the Flood, which, let me say, I was a massive Wallace and Gromit fan before then.
Okay,
and that gave me some really big like Wallace and Gromit wrong trousers vibes. Then I grew to love the characters and everything, and that whole disc, like Put Upon Percy and all those crazy episodes. I just loved them, and I think to this day that's why Toby is my profile pic. I'm pretty sure.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't ever really register that until now. I guess I associate you more with Toby than any other character in the main 11, and that's weird because your name is the main 11.
Main 11.
I guess it should be an average. Who's the average of all the main 11? It's
Rebecca.
Of course. Of course. That makes sense. Because of a reason. That's true. Let's see. What's the chat saying? Lemmy, the Jada Toys Vanzilla is part of the Hollywood Rides diecast. I love that people just approach me with topics that have nothing to do with anything I've ever talked about. Like the last stream, somebody was talking to me about like the forget what the car was called. Some car from an anime. They kept saying over and over again. Like and they were like they kept giving me info about it. I was like, okay, cool. I didn't expect this when the day started, but all right. Like, okay,
I think you know everything about the Speed Racer lore.
Yeah, I'm some huge fan of it. I think this is the same person too from last time. It might be. But yeah, I don't mind hearing about it. It's interesting. Let's see. Back in my day, I worked on a mural, says Sundry and Cyan. Okay. The thing is, that doesn't fit, like, in terms of tense. Like, back in my day, I worked on a mural. It needs to be like, back in my day, this general thing was true. No, it's like, I worked on a mural. It's like, what is that guy doing? Working on a mural at all times. It's like, what do you do? I am working on a mural. Okay. Right. What are your main personality traits? Well, I'm pretty funny. I'm pretty amicable. And I work on a mural. Those are my 3 things about me.
I mean, there's worse things to do.
Yeah, there are. The same mural, really, for all of your day? Like, that seems like back in my day implies like 10 years or so, like your youth. For all of that time, you worked on the same mural. All right.
It's kind of like, I want to make sure I get this correct. It's kind of okay. For some reason, my brain is still waking up. It's kind of like that, what was it? It was the Crazy Horse Memorial. Have you ever heard of that? Like in South Dakota?
I don't think I have.
It's like
this will lead into another question, but explain what it is first.
It was this after Mount Rushmore was made.
It's an interesting story.
Individuals from the Indian Museum of North America and Native American Cultural
Valley
Centers.
Railroad.
They wanted to commemorate a great indigenous leader who they felt deserved just as much recognition as any of the founding fathers. And so starting in 1948, construction started on the Crazy Horse Memorial in Custer County, South Dakota. And it's still being built to the present day. And so that's
I guess it would get a lot less backing than Mount Rushmore,
which is unfortunate.
Yeah,
but,
it's really sad. I mean, that's pretty badass, honestly.
Yeah.
That is going to lead into a much less epic question, which is Roberto keeps talking about the man horse. Taj, what the fuck is the man horse? Do you know?
Okay, now it's time for me to seem old. Okay, so have you ever heard of a fella by the name Matthew Rosado or Thomas Freak 808?
I've heard. Yes, I've heard of him.
Have you seen any of his videos?
No, I have not.
Okay, so people, this is my general gist because once again, you need to keep in mind when all this stuff was happening, when Jack's War was happening, I was just on YouTube. I didn't know anything about the details. So when this is the funniest thing is that when Sir Topham had 291 closed his account because of as a punishment for all of his misdemeanors during the Jack's War.
Right.
I didn't know. I just thought he was quitting YouTube. So I commented on his YouTube page, "Love your content, gonna miss you." And and I think there's like a video floating around of some like dad like saying, "Please support Matthew. Please support Jack Huddleston, who's made some really great content that my kid enjoys." And so there's like videos like that floating around. But point being,
that sentence is just so bad.
It's cursed, and the video
Jack Huddleston.
But anyway, Jack and Matthew were close friends,
right?
And so they talked all the time. And I'm not entirely sure, but I think that there was some stuff going on there. And so after Jack's War, I still find it funny that people call it Jack's War. Like that's it's just like it was like one horrible person. It's not like a war, It's I think sometimes the lore of the community gets a little bit.
It does. There's something badass about assigning wars to our history, but it's not. I don't. It's interesting though because it comes up enough that sort of stuff. The things that you guys have called wars, do actually come up about as much in conversation as you would expect a war to come up with like your relatives that they fought in it. So it is interesting. It kind of is fitting in a way. It's not totally wrong, but it's interesting. No one died in any of them.
We're very thankful for that. We're very thankful. But after Jack's War, Thomas Freak 808 still stayed on YouTube. His reputation, from what I heard, was a little bit battered, and he kind of became a point of mockery. And there was I don't know anything. I don't know if that was justified or not justified, or what would justify it or what would not justify it. The point being is that at a certain point, he decided that he didn't want to focus on Thomas content anymore, but rather he wanted to branch out into more mature filmmaking. And so he decided to make this like parody horror film, like a short film called The Man Horse, and he uploaded it onto his channel. And it was using like a rubber horse head.
That's exactly what I'm picturing.
Out of like BoJack Horseman, only like before that. And obviously this it was I'll say this is that it was like Thomas Freak 808s alone, if you're getting that reference.
Okay,
and only that it was like not Thomas related or anything.
Right.
And I just hear like Roberto still talks about every day.
All right.
Every single day.
I understand now. Okay.
I hope I can find it somewhere.
I have to watch this if it still exists. the man horse. The fact
I've
that
seen it before.
he's brought it up like as if it doesn't need explanation, as if it's like everyone knows about the man horse. Like
Roberto does that too because he's a smart guy.
Found
you
it.
know, he.
Oh, did you? Send it my way, Roman. Oh my god!
There it is in the private chat for anyone else who wants to watch it.
All right, let's stream it. Woohoo!
How does one disable the private chat? I'm not monitoring it. I don't know what's going on in there. I have no idea what's going on in there.
That's a good like to dislike ratio right there. 9 to 6. That's almost as bad as my videos.
I'm gonna bookmark the man horse, and just put that. So watch it later. Is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get a nice bowl of popcorn. I'm gonna watch the man horse.
Yeah, I'll say this is that as funny as the man horse is, I don't think its crappiness can compare to anything like Thomas in the Show or any of the other quote unquote self-aware crap I did, like Sir Topham the Steaming Diesel 2 or any of that garbage.
Don't you dare Thomas in the Show. Thomas in the Show is a masterpiece, and we all know it.
Thinking that, but you're just saying that because I wrote a song dedicated to you in the narrator of Thomas in the Show.
Oh my god. I love that I understand this history. This is why I love the TWRC so much, is the history. The richness of this little town that we all live in is so good. I just love it. What a special little place. I must say.
Yeah, I'd say that too. You're very fortunate to be members of it.
Yeah, yes, of course. I mean, only because I have 100 subscribers, though. That's really the key. That's like what keeps me here. I mean, without that, I would just be cast out.
And you are nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Can I here? I think it's good to just periodically set the record straight to people out of the blue for no reason. Everybody, if you want to be in the TWRC, you are in the TWRC. Okay? Like, you don't need any level of subscribers. You're in it, okay? If you consider yourself to be part of the wooden railway community, then you can just decide that you're part of it, and then you are. That's how it works. Like, there's no thing you've got to do. Okay? Is everyone clear on that?
Okay. I think so.
Oh, my God.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Needed to turn off the old Cammy and the old Mikey for a little while.
The old Cammy and the old Mikey. Cammy and Mikey. I ship Cammy and Mikey.
Cammy and Mikey are like the new Ginty and Pug.
Yeah, no, totally. Oh my God. No, those are their names, right? Rather, calling them Ginty and Pug is like calling Diesel. Like that. Those are their classes. It's rude.
Yeah. As a little kid, I actually need to admit that I thought that like because I was a stupid kid. I was a stupid kid. Okay, I was a kid. And I was reading the Railway series, and I was like, "Hello, Ginty. Hello, Pug." And I thought, "Oh, Pug, that's a type of dog. Is Ginty another type of dog?" Are the characters saying hello to these dogs, even though like these locomotives were in the illustration?
That seems like a reasonable piece of detective work right there. I don't think that's unwarranted, honestly. It's a weird that there's an engine called Pug. I assume you were very confused reading Toad Stands By as well. Is this true?
I actually wasn't confused by Toad Stands By. That's the weird thing.
What about Duck Takes Charge?
I thought.
Can we talk about how those two stories, like the names are just opposite each other? Duck Takes Charge. Toad Stands By. One, they don't do anything. The other, they do a lot.
I mean, Toad stands by, but he was the conspirator of the whole thing.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's the thing. It's like it's actually a really badass name because him standing by is exactly what did it. Like, the fact that, like, I think my theory is that Toad, because in the Railway series they go into vivid detail about how Toad specifically says, put me at the back at a stopping block, right? And then and marshal the trucks in front of me. What I'm thinking is that Toad was coupled on, and when Oliver started off, the reason the train didn't move is because Toad put his brakes on, which killed Scruffy. That's my guess. And so Toad literally stood by. If he hadn't stood by, Scruffy would have lived. But it's the fact that he stood by like a rock, and of course that had Scruffy between a rock and a strong engine. Which
he stood firm like a bulldog and wouldn't let go.
Yeah. That's absolutely right.
Scrapyard Studios in the chat says Ginty and Pug are overrated. Like, what? They're not even rated. Nobody talks about Ginty and Pug.
I think Pug. A lot of people talk about Ginty for some reason. A lot of people want to bring Ginty to the island, and also they think he's this like hot young kid who looks like James but younger. Ginty looks like this. That's what Ginty looks like. He doesn't look like this. He looks like this.
So what you're saying is that you don't ship.
I do. I do ship. I just ship a much uglier Ginty than
you ship Ginty, yeah, and some other non-disclosed character.
The mainland.
Look at this guy. Look, that doesn't look like James's face. Why do people keep making him look young? Like, this guy would sound something like this. He'd like this, or that's how he would sound. He wouldn't sound like this. Hey, guys. Hey, I'm Ginty. No, that's Thomas. That's what Thomas is like.
He looks like a early 1950s like teenage idol. Looks like Johnny Ray or some crap.
Johnny Ray.
Not Jimmy Ray. Even though I think that would kind of apply if you wanted to go to the 90s reference.
Ted and I have talked about this one illustration for just literal hours. Like 5 hours total of my life I've dedicated to this illustration and the fact that the fucking bridge goes 90 degrees off to the side. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It should, but it go.
Wait, hold on. I'm not looking.
Yeah, no one is because I'm not even holding it up, and it's
What
really
bridge?
about me. Yeah, this picture here. So that bridge there goes to the main line.
I've never even seen that bridge before.
Goes to the branch. So they're supposed to split off pretty much at a very narrow V, but instead they branch off like a T, which implies that the line goes off into the sea. And this all is very perturbing to me. Anyway, so
I don't know about Jada Hollywood Wright's Toyota.
Well, maybe you should bring that up to the Kennys.
Oh, what, Roman?
I said maybe you should bring that up to the Kennys.
The Kennys. Just go around.
That is
Century
who
and-
illustrated that book, right? That's
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, John T. Kenny, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I know my stuff.
Yeah, you do. You're an expert.
I don't know anything. So there's that too.
You know everything, Taj. You references you make. Some of these, I'm pretty sure you made up half of the films and songs that you told me about. Like just on the spot. And I don't mean made up like lied about their existence. I mean made up like you wrote and produced them a few seconds before mentioning them, just so that you put them out in the ether as you bring them up. That's what I think. I'm deeply suspicious of that being the case.
So you've never heard of Okay, I failed at that one. Okay, I can't make up a song at the moment. Let me see. Okay, actually, let me think. Oh, I wear slacks every day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm wearing slacks. It doesn't work. That was I'm wearing slacks.
I'm kind of shocked at how well you kept that beat. That was pretty professional, I must say, compared to what I can do.
You obviously haven't done didn't do a lot of pencil tapping back in your elementary school days.
I did a lot of pencil scribbling. That's what I did instead.
Oh, okay.
Blank paper. Good. This is perfect to do something on. But what?
Back in my day, I was just busy, pencil tapping and working on my mural, Your
mural that you worked on in your day. Back in
my day. Not your day.
No, not my day. That's a totally different day.
Because then that would be your day.
You worked your ass off on that mural. Like it was just your whole world.
It was my whole posterior.
Yeah.
That was my mural.
All you painted a mural of your ass. That's what the subject matter of the mural.
It sounds like something Sir Topham Hatt would pay someone to do. I always thought that it would be a really good idea if somebody made like a very a true crime series about Sir Topham Hatt and dug into the deep files of his his relations to Alicia Body, who's this mob affiliated opera singer.
That would be amazing, honestly. Yeah. I just love that.
Mr. Bubbles is this sideshow Bob type character,
That'd be great, honestly. I'd actually love that.
Paul's vids, get on it.
Oh my god. No. Paul, stay away from this idea. This one's mine.
Okay, fine. You can have it.
Paul narrated Pilgrimage to Doncaster. That Turtle thing that I wrote.
Turtles.
Yeah, he did. That's weird. He's read my words. A lot of them came out of Paul's mouth. I've never talked to the guy, but a lot of my words went in his mouth. That's something.
That's weird. That's a cool weird, because it's wow, we're all so connected.
Yeah.
But at the same time, no, we're not. I've never talked to you before in my life.
Yeah, in this weird way, we have this connection. All right, I think
you worked on a project with him, but you never spoke a word to him.
Yeah, it's just this. It's weird and spiritual and deep, and I have to replace you guys. I'm sorry, it's been too long. I can kick you guys out before time because you're close friends, and so you won't send me away for. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. The point is, I'm more likely to talk to you guys soon than everybody else I'm bringing on today. So I can kick you out after 20 minutes, but I think it's been longer than that. I don't know.
I think it's been a half or so.
Yeah, time doesn't really matter. This is gonna go on for 3 years. So we better get comfortable. I better get comfortable. Everyone else will be alternated out and eventually die of old age, but I'm going to continue the process indefinitely. Also, someone is trying to enter but the studio is full, 10 people, it says. So clearly somebody heard me say that and was like, oh, it's time. It's time for me to enter the ball game. Don't mind if I do. I don't know why they sound like that. It's just their thing. Anyway, so you guys have been great. Roman, even though you've only said a few words, you've said the right words. And you popped in at the best times. And I love you. And that is genuine. I love you both a lot. You're both great. Really.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You too,
both
man.
You too. And I mean you too, as well as you too. And also...
That's brilliant, Taj. That's so brilliant. We have to watch Little Cars at some point.
We say that every live stream, though.
I know we do. It has to be this majestic thing in the distance, though. Like that's what we strive for. That's what. There's no reason to stay alive after we watch Little Cars. Like
Well, there's Little Cars 2, right?
That's true. That's true. Which one did we even? I feel like we watched Little Cars, but not the second one.
Big Cars in the Great Race or something like that. I don't know. There's so many crappy ones. You can always go to Ratatouille after that or some crap. But Little Panda Fighter, you know.
Okay. All right, I have to kick you guys out.
Well, good luck in the trenches.
Yes, thank you. I'll enjoy the trenches thoroughly for some reason. Anyway, take care, both
You
of
better stay awake.
I will. I will. Thank you. I have encouragement. I will do
No
it.
falling asleep like Roman in the Skype calls back in 2016. All right.
Everybody fell asleep in those days. Come on now.
Yeah, the only reason why I didn't was because I was playing like Minecraft until like 11 hours in the morning.
True.
We're watching I Hate Everything vids.
God, that guy was so huge in 2016, wasn't
Yeah.
he? Oh, those are the days. My God, that really brings me back to the Moon Group. Like, oh man, oh man.
Josh Productions is asking me to sing the Chicken Song. Can I sing the Chicken Song before I leave?
Yeah, yes, you can.
Okay.
Of course.
I don't know. Every single time I'm in a live stream, somebody asks me if I want to sing the Chicken Song. So I guess I didn't even write it. Like
Well, well, we want to hear you produce it. I mean, never mind. Just sing the Chicken Song.
it's not as good as I wear slacks every day or some like whatever song I wrote earlier, but I'll try. me. Okay. Chicken, nom 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 nom. Chicken, nom 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 nom. See y'all.
That sounded
beautiful.
a lot. That sounded a lot like something else. That sounds like something, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. It is just me. We have to do something together soon, Roman. We have to have some call where we watch something interesting.
Yeah, we do.
That would be fun. It's
I
been a while.
agree.
No activity in the group. I guess because I've been busy with my boat conglomerate. But anyway, so yeah, we got to hang out soon though, outside of a live stream where we can do something. Anyway,
Yeah.
So
I sent you some messages, so
all right,
check
I'll
those
respond to those.
sometime.
Yeah, I'll check them as soon as I, not as soon as I get the chance. I have the chance right now. As soon as I'll check them. I don't have an excuse for why or when, but I will.
As soon as you feel like it.
As soon as I feel like it. That's right. Okay. Well, thank you for attending, Roman. It's been a lot of fun.
No problem. See ya.
See ya. Oh, God. All right, who's in next? Well, folks, it's weird that this is the first time I've been on screen with the profile. Like over there, you see that? Like that guy, the Zundap guy. He's right there. Like that never happens. And like the voice is coming from that one. This is some sort of weird performance art. Now you'll notice this time I'm trying to bring in people that I'm trying to mix people that I've talked to a lot with people I've talked to a little. Because the last time I left everybody that I've talked to till the end, and I don't think that was quite the right mix either. I think today's good. It's basically just bringing people in at random. It works. It works. Anyway, I'm going to bring in Dougie. Prepare yourself, Dougie. Ferdinand picture.
Whoa!
Hello, Dougie.
Good evening. I don't care if it's not evening for all of you. It's evening. It's just good evening. I don't care what time of day.
Well, we're on
Evening.
Dougie Standard Time. That's what we're on. So, it's
Yes.
it's
For everyone, it must be almost 6 p.m. I don't care what time zone you're in. It's almost 6 p.m. for all of you.
That's fair. I mean, it's almost 9:47 a.m. for me.
Shut up, Lemmy.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but it's an opinion, right? It's my opinion. It's just my opinion. That's it. Just my opinion.
Lemmy, we're in the Thomas the Tank Engine fandom. You're not allowed that.
All right. Yeah, I guess I'll have to toe the line. Let's see. Should we bring
Please
somebody else?
change your opinion before the chat riots.
Well, let's see if there is a riot. Nobody's asked me to pop a squat the whole day. Isn't that nice? Isn't that just
United did. What are you talking about?
Oh, God. Well, this is why I ignore the chat.
Lemmy, please pop a squat. Pop a squat. Pop a squat. Pop a squat.
I can't. I just can't. It's not in my programming. I'm not built to pop a squat. I can't. I just can't. It's physically.
Well, you know what, Lemmy? Maybe it should be in your programming.
Well, maybe it should have been, but it wasn't, and I can't change that now. I'm just an anti-squat.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna go to your house tomorrow and reprogram you. So take that.
All right. Well, I guess that's fair. We'll see. We'll see if that works. Shall we bring in somebody else? A second.
Wait, hang on. I need to read this because I think it's funny. Okay, in Leicester lore, Dougie's king. Awesome.
In Leicester lore, Dougie's king. Lester the Flame. Lester the Flame.
What a guy.
What's the what's the thing that Blue Nose says? He's like da 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 da. It's like he's like faster the flame, but I don't know what he's saying. Maybe he's saying Lester the Flame. Da 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 da. Does anybody know?
Maybe he's just not saying it. Maybe he's just speaking in another language.
That's possible. Yeah.
Maybe he made up his own language.
Yeah, sure. Why not? That seems like he was already on the verge of a psychotic break. It took an explosion to just finally push him over the edge. It's like at that point it was like, well, I might as well slip into madness. There's no point in
I'm kind of been thinking about this since Blue Nose just never appears again. So the military just go, you know what? Let's just blow him up. I mean, he's insane. Don't try and help him.
I like to think that after Munitions, he's in some sort of kind of asylum for crazy boats. There's just an old boatyard with a bunch of boats that have serious mental problems that just cracked, right? And he's just in that yard.
He did kind of burn an entire dock. I don't think they would just throw him in some dockyard.
I kind of see it well, maybe he would be in some sort of jail, but it wouldn't really matter because he's already in the prison of his own mind. It's kind of like how Al Capone developed syphilis, and then he was going crazy, and he was fishing in the swimming pool and that sort of thing. Where it's he really just didn't.
We need a Tugs spinoff where it focuses on Blue Nose and all of his insane friends.
That would be pretty great.
We'll have Midsoder Albert there. Insane Albert. He will just be there.
He'll just be there. No justification.
Yeah.
Whatsoever. None.
He will just keep laughing in the background, and he's never mentioned on screen. Everyone will go, "Oh, it's Dougie Lore Albert. Oh, okay."
Dougie
what
Lore
a cool
Albert.
Reference.
Reference. That's more than a reference. That sounds like that's the only other major character I've heard described in this show pitch, I must say. Who else is there? What other lunatics do we have?
I'm trying to think. Who else did I make insane? Let's think. Let me just check my list of insane characters. I mean, I guess Porter could count since he has an ex. Oh god, I'm just a clone. Oh fuck.
Reading 3640 Studios says Godred's dead corpse should be there. Okay. So it's just everybody that Dougie is sent
It's just
dead.
a character. All of the characters just acknowledge his existence. What do you think we should do, Godred? And it just and for 20 seconds, it's just Godred's dead body, and they're all like, yeah.
Guys, 20 seconds. Oh my god. That reminds me of, I the SIF used to have this parody pack that was so good. It was so entertaining, where they basically wrote like parodies of episodes. And there was this one that was, I think it was of Rusty to the Rescue, and they were like, they like were at the sheds, and Rheneas was like, Bertram, what do you think we should do? And then nobody answers, and then Skarloey's just like, I think he's dead. I just found that so funny as a kid. The idea that Bertram hasn't talked since season 5 because he's just dead now. Like he's just dead back at the back of the shed. I can't. Like an engine doesn't just die.
I said this on Twitter, but like I really want to do a version of Toby's discovery, but like he like finds the Midsoder mines because I'm fairly certain that's what he was supposed to find. But instead of finding Bertram, he finds insane Albert that just like keeps laughing, and so then that's why he never appears again, because they just threw him back in the mine because he was too scary.
That would actually be really scary. Like Toby wouldn't just be like a pussy; he'd actually be very justified in like being terrified of this.
Yeah, I even said that in the Twitter post. I said, yeah, he'd actually have a reason to be scared. Albert's literally fucking talking to a dead Stanley.
And he's like insane. It's like you don't know what he's gonna do. I mean, he's stuck there, probably not able to move, but still.
He's just like, want to know how I got these scars?
Oh my god. Albert. Poor soul. Poor soul.
He like just talks to Stanley as if he's always there. Like, Toby's like, oh my god, there was actually an engine in that mine. And Albert's like, yeah, I agree, Stanley. I think Toby is overreacting. And Toby and like everyone just stares at him and goes, who the fuck is Stanley?
Oh god.
I think I'm going too deep into this like one character in Audrey's layout. Please help me.
I don't think you are. I think you're going in the exact right amount of depth. That's kind of great.
I cannot wait for when they're just random that people will start adapting Insane Albert. It just becomes a whole fandom thing.
If you bring it up enough times, it will. It will. God, I
want it to become a fandom.
You know how everybody, I mean,
it shall transcend Dougie lore.
You know how everybody, you don't do this, but everybody calls the Red Engine Eagle. They used to. Now they all call him Winston or Samuel or something else. Or what's yours called?
I've never heard anyone call him Samuel, to be honest.
Is that literally just James's thing? What else is there? Eagle, Winston. Well, whatever the case.
I called him Jeremiah, and I hope that will become the fandom name.
That's right, yes. Jeremiah, the original Thomas. Because Thomas sucked. Well, because Edward sucked, really. And then the whole
Thomas didn't exist when Jeremiah arrived, okay?
Yeah.
Lenny, you should know Dougie lore. Thomas doesn't arrive for like
Thomas is number 1, okay? Thomas is number 1, so when when they painted that one on his side, he was retroactively brought into the early 1900s. That's my lore right there. Is that suddenly the timeline changed?
Well, you can't make headcanons about my own headcanons. That's not very nice, Lemmy.
Well, I'm just saying.
Well, Lemmy, if you studied Dougie lore, maybe you would actually understand.
Well, I am well studied in Dougie lore. I'm just proposing alternatives. That's all I'm doing. I practice an alternative.
Well, okay. Well, if you know Dougie lore, guys, I hope you post your Dougie lore facts in chat, guys. You would know that Thomas was numbered number 1 because the Fat Controller got bored and went, you know what? You know what, guys? I'm gonna number my tank engines different because I want to be quirky. And so he did.
That sounds like a dating thing. Like he wants to be able to put that on like his Tinder. He's like, I'm pretty quirky. I made all my tank engines a certain numbering system. You don't see that in other girls.
His Tinder bio is like like he has on his Tinder thing. It's like 20, but he's actually like 50.
Oh my god!
And like everybody knows it, but no one brings it up to him.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's see. Sodor Express Studio says, "How is this stream still alive? Through the power of my own will, not Will Thomas and not Will Politeski. I mean, my integrity, my strength, my personal, spirit. Okay, I'm getting tired. I'm getting to the
And
point
also
where
Will Thomas and Will Politeski.
Yes, those two as well also contributed. It is 10.
Well, I feel very insulted that I was not added to the list of people that helped
Well,
you.
your name is not Will. That's why that's the case. But yeah, I only accept.
You don't know my real name, so
It could be in theory, but I don't. I'm not a gambling man, so.
But it's not. I'm not doxing myself, so I will never tell you what my real name is.
Doxing. I don't think you can dox yourself. Now let me do this math. Let's see. So
okay. Let me just put my address in chat. Hang on, guys.
Yeah, good idea. Let's see. So I got to at least stay up until 6.
The way you said that is just like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Go ahead, Toby.
And then, yeah, and I'm distracted now. What was I saying? Sleep. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do sleep until like 8 hours from now. Because around 6 I'll have dinner, and then I can go to sleep at like 7 or 8. It's reasonable. That's and then my schedule will be fixed. But I got to do this for another 8 hours. I think. Now the trouble is, that'll line up because that's only going to be 16 hours. That won't break Dustin's record. Dustin, I think you're in the chat. What exactly is your record, Dustin? I want to make sure I don't beat it because I want to savor that moment. And today is not a savoring day. Today is a bringing people on.
It's so
day.
weird for someone not to break someone's record. Like
I gotta be careful about it, right? I can only do it once, right? Well, I mean, here's the thing. What I'm scared of is if I just go ahead and just like beat it by like 3 hours, right? If I just do a 20-hour record break, at that point, now all of a sudden it's actually an endurance race to stay up. Like right now, it's at 17. That's a little bit longer than you're supposed to be up in a day, but it's not that crazy. It's not the hardest thing to do. My vision for this, Dougie, is that Dustin and I will slowly inch forward. I'll do 17 hours in 1 minute, and then he'll do 17 hours in 2 minutes, and we'll savor it, right? We won't just blow it away with 24 hours because now all of a sudden to break the record, you got to go 25 hours, and that's oof. No one wants that. Believe me. We got to keep it low.
Wait, hang on. I want to make a joke. So everyone better laugh, guys. Good old Lester, my favorite. The name Alfred is terrible, overused. It's terrible. I don't know. Maybe you should have thrown in another terrible. I think people need to get the point that it's terrible.
Probably at least 3 would suffice.
Maybe 4. 5 is definitely pushing it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. 7.
Also, I bet Audrey feels very called out since one of his mid-soda engines was called Alfred. How could you do that to him? He's crying right now. Say sorry, please.
Yeah. Seriously, the man has been through so much. I mean, he's
think of other people before you say things.
Yeah, think about how much Audrey has been through. I mean, his books have been perverted into a global brand that he resents. I mean, he's had to live through 2 world wars in his life. He died. That's the hardest one to live with. Imagine that, being dead. That's even harder than being alive.
Well, honestly, I cannot say that I can imagine being dead since I don't know what it's like.
Well, I can guess. I think it's a bit like being canceled, which, by the way, no one has done yet. Why is no one canceling me? I asked to be canceled, and no one's canceled me.
Well, you asked for Senpai Lemster.
Oh, my laundry.
Fuck. And
I don't have time for this, Dougie. My laundry. It's been like 8 hours. Why did no one tell me about my laundry?
Well, guys, it's me in control now. Dougie Q&A. Yo, what if we continued reading Dougie lore? Wouldn't that be cool? Please, someone agree with me. Wait, what the fuck? Dougie, your Willy is rubbish. You know what? Words hurt. Words hurt. You know? Words hurt. Words hurt, Scrappers. Say sorry, please. I'm crying right now. Dougie, do you like cow's milk or goat milk? What a strange question, but okay. Cow milk. Being honest, I prefer cow milk. Oh wait, you actually want Dougie? Oh fuck. Okay.
All right, I'm back from the laundry.
Where did we get to?
Is it Dougie lore time again?
Yeah, I, it's like the last stream, I jokingly mentioned it, and now everyone's rioting for it. God damn it.
You should
I'm not opposed to it, but you know.
You should have learned after last stream.
Alright. Well, you know what? This is therapy for me, so you know what? We're reading Dougie lore. Where did we get to last stream?
Let's see. What was the very last thing? I think you were starting to
I think we got to the bit where we talked about Porter and Timothy, and then it ended.
I think it was like maybe around the time Henry was rebuilt, something like that. Around or whatever that happened.
I think it's later. I know we got to Porter and Timothy. I know for a fact we talked about this.
My phone is.
I'm trying to find that bit, though.
Maybe the echo is not a problem anymore. Let's see. All right. Now
we got to 1955, I think.
All right. That sounds about right to me.
All right. Well, everyone's saying we got. I can agree with that. So yeah, we're in the 50s.
The 1950s.
Oh, there's nothing interesting in the rest of the 50s. God damn it.
Well, that allows you.
It's just a bunch of stories happen that don't matter.
Oh
okay.
Yeah. A bunch of stories. Like, what am I supposed to do with all these stories? The interesting part. Sweep them aside.
But there's no actual lore being added. If you want to read the document that just lists stories during the majority of the 50s, then be my guest. Holy fuck, we didn't even get to Donald and Douglas arriving. What is wrong with us? Oh, I blame you.
Well, this is like around season 2 starting. So how about that? That's brilliantly. That lines up.
Well, we already got the duck, so
Okay, yeah, I know, but it doesn't line up perfectly.
This is the most important question about Dougie lore. Dougie, was Jem Cole an Elvis fan? Okay, well, Jem Cole, while he would drive around forever, he would just bring, what the fuck did they use? They had radios then. I'm convinced they have radios. He would just listen to Elvis, and Trevor would just sit there and go, Jem, children don't like these songs. Please stop.
Oh my god. Jem Cole.
And Jem was like, shut the fuck up, track. Straight ball. And
I'm a little concerned that they asked in the past tense. Did Jem Cole like Elvis? I'm sorry. Did something happen to Jem Cole? Have I forgotten?
Well, I never wrote in Dougie lore that he died, so he's just immortal. Jamco
Okay, cool.
is
I think that's kind of a relief. Honestly, though, I actually think in the show that the humans are immortal. That's kind of how they treat them, isn't it? Like, the Fat Controller just lives forever, and he has these mythical grandchildren who don't have
Fat
any
Controller is like. I think it's hilarious that like the Fat Controller is supposed to be like his wife is supposed to be Lady Hat, who looks like she's in her 20s. Fat Controller looks about 60.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Kind of strange.
Once they start getting wrinkles, he just goes, "Oh no, I need a new wife."
Is the coffee fresh? Asks my mother. No. Nah, I say.
What?
She's asking if the coffee's fresh. I told her it is not fresh. There.
Oh.
It's a
Wait,
simple-
hold on. I need to talk about this. Because I'm very passionate about this subject. Hot take: Neville is the best hit era character. I very strongly agree.
I honestly could see a case being made.
Neville is such an interesting character to me because, his introduction episode isn't really about him. It's about like all the engines spreading lies, and when we finally meet him, he just shows up and goes, "Oh hey guys," and Neville, fuck you, Neville. And you just like, what the fuck?
They really should have used Neville in Calling All Engines as like an instigating character. Like he would have fit perfectly into that. Like the whole, because he's this really kind of middle ground character. Yeah, he's like a steam engine that looks like a diesel. So they don't really tap into that all that much. They tap into that he was talking with the diesel.
I think an issue though is that like Neville is always portrayed in his episode to not being very confrontational. Like look what he does when Ari and Bert tell him he's a fucking loser. He just cries. He just doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
and then when like all of them are saying like accuse him of being some like diesel supremacist, he just runs away.
Yeah, like he doesn't really. But it's interesting because it makes the statement. It's kind of him not fighting back makes it so much more powerful. Like the fact that he's like just affected so profoundly by these misjudgments. Everyone just feels so bad. Like Thomas feels bad instantly when he's like, whoa, that's not what I said. He's like, oh shit. And now he's on the edge of a bridge because of something I spread around. Oh God. It's pretty powerful, honestly. I like it.
Yeah, and it's like he was such a fun concept. Like look at his he's a Q1. Like of course he's gonna be a character they're gonna bully because of his class was bullied.
Yeah,
and was built by bullies.
That class received just such vicious ridicule for how it looked. And what's interesting is
It's
that
ironic because it was one of like the strongest 060s ever. So
what's fascinating about this is that the whole story is about how outward appearances don't define a character. And it's interesting because when you think about Neville and his design, he has no outer mask, no outer shell. He is as stripped down as he can be. He is the truest version of himself. Can the other engines say that about themselves? Gordon's boiler is covered in cladding, and he's got all these fancy bells and whistles, and all the engines are like that except Neville. Neville is the most honest, true, pure version of himself, and that's not true of everybody. And you could honestly read it as they're all kind of threatened by that. It's not so much that he's ugly, it's that he's too real. He's too true. He's too much himself, unashamedly. And so, of course, that threatens others. Not just on Sodor, but before he arrives, too. That could be a plot point. Could be really interesting. This is very interesting.
Yeah.
I might be agreeing.
We'll get into this later, but I really love Stanley as well, and I will talk about why I loved him later. But for right now, we haven't even started reading Dougie lore.
Well, begin reading it then. Begin the Dougie lore.
All right, so in 1960, just 1960. It's just 1960. Must clarify. Donald and Douglas arrive. They are awesome characters. Everyone loves them. And no, this is not up for debate.
I have a bit of debating I would like to do about this topic.
Shut up.
Well, okay.
You're not allowed to. Okay. In 1961, Mavis arrives. Yep.
Yes, yeah.
Man, these are so basic.
This is what I love about your lore, Dougie, is the fact that you just like change dates, but only by like a year. You're like, sure, 1961 instead of 62. Why not? Like, what is the point of changing that? You don't need to, but it does put a distinct spin on it. Like, there's so many things you could make the same and don't, which is interesting.
What is funnier is the fact that Tramway Engines doesn't happen for like another few years. Lol.
That is a pretty serious lol.
It's even funnier than Insane Albert or Godred.
Not quite, but it's close. So let's see. So Mavis arrives, and what else happens? In the mythical year of 61.
In 61, Stepney Bluebell Engine happens. Yeah, that's just everything of note. Alright, so in 1962, Harvey arrives. Oh god, how did I not mention this? Harvey and Neville, I think, would be a very good character pairing, because they both essentially have this story where all the engines judge them, and then everyone's like, whoa, never mind, they're chads.
It's really interesting because you've kind of got like a freaks club inside of this island, which is in and of itself a freaks club. Like, the whole island is just these misfits that were sent away from their railways because they weren't of use. And then they formed their own misfit club. Like, that's so weird. I mean, you would think that they wouldn't ever do that to anybody, but, you'd be wrong. Like, I guess because, for every
I wrote my, original stories, for when Neville shows up. I paired him with Harvey, but I never, I never made the connection, oh yeah, they're both freaks. I never made that connection, and I don't know why I never did.
You could have maybe made it.
Most of the stories, Neville just, wakes up at the sheds, and then Harvey's there, and he, talks, but they never bring up, oh yeah, we're just a bunch of wacky guys.
Yeah. Someone give me someone to draw. I'm going to do a draw while I listen to Dougie Lore.
I wonder who I would want you to do. Maybe the person maybe the factor. All right, fine, Lemmy. If you say so, you can draw Douglas.
I don't say so. And I already drew the character. They're invisible. It's Jeffrey.
Draw Insane Albert. Draw Insane Albert, please.
Insane Albert. I will see what the
we must have Insane Albert.
Insane Albert.
Everyone in chat, please spam draw Insane Albert, please.
Don't do this to me, please. I could do the face. I know what that
will
look
do
like.
this to you.
But I don't want to draw Albert's shape. That's not what I'm in the market for right now. I'm not in for an Albert.
Well, fuck you, Lemmy. Draw Insane Albert.
That's not the most solid argument, I must say. It leaves a little bit to be desired. Maybe a bit of.
You know what, Lemmy? If you don't draw Insane Albert, I will never tell you about Dougie Lore ever again.
Alberto, says Sudrian Cyan. Everyone's saying draw Insane Albert. All right. What is the? Okay, Dougie, send me some sort of reference. Send me a reference for the shape of Albert. Is what I would ask for Insane Albert.
Okay, hang on. Okay. You can make the face up. I don't have a reference for his face. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna draw his face. Hold on.
No.
What the fuck
No.
is my paper? What did I do?
No. If you're gonna draw the face, you go and draw the whole thing. I'll go draw something else. I'll draw Insane Edward, which will be a lot harder because it's just
that's
big.
not in Dougie lore.
Well,
silly.
I'm sorry. Have you removed Sam from existence in your lore?
Sam just isn't real.
Okay, that's fair. Draw Insane Dougie.
You aren't in Dougie. Insane Albert.
Insane Albert. I should draw Keith Craig. That's what I should draw.
Fuck off.
What? Is that not from your lore?
Hold on. Currently drawing Albert with like massive fucking eyes. BRB.
Oh no. I can't. If you draw the face, that takes all the fun out of it. The face is the fun part. That's where the fun happens. In the face. That's where all the energy.
Shut
is.
up.
Well, it's true. You can
You
draw
know
your
what,
own Insane
Lemmy?
Albert. Draw.
You know what? I'm just gonna draw in like really rushed. You know what? Fuck you.
Yeah, just do it.
I'm just drawing now.
Just go for it. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. Now I feel like
How did we go from Dougie Lord to Insane Albert? We never, you know.
You turned the entire
Look it
chat.
up. Look it up.
You turned them all on this concept, and now they're all begging for it. This is what you do. You bring up a topic as a joke, and then they all latch onto it with a passion. My God.
You know, if I'm honest, I thought Dougie Lord was going to be something that, like, I bring up and then everyone would just forget. And now it's became a whole thing that I'm defined by.
It's become like a part of your brand. That's great.
Like, I wrote it just because I, couldn't have lore, like Audrey's lore, because I wanted to do too much differences. Because, I don't know about you, Lemmy, but I can't remember Neville being in Audrey's lore. Yeah, I honestly can't remember Billy being there,
That's fair, considering they weren't there. I'm getting less witty because as I grow tired, but I will hit my second wind probably in the middle. Probably when we hit the 70s is when I'm going to hit my second wind.
Awesome.
Let me please draw the
We
thumbnail.
interrupt this Dougie lore for me to draw Insane Albert.
Someone start a Kickstarter for me to draw Insane Albert. Don't. No one waste your time on this.
Hang on. If you insist.
Stop going on about this car, for fuck's sake, says Scrapyard Studios. Tom, I don't mind the Trueno AE86. I don't mind it being brought up constantly. You're a genius. That's it, Lemmy. Draw your second wind. What does that look like, I wonder?
Well, you know what? Everyone wonders what Insane Albert looks like, and I will colorize it. I will not colorize it. Never mind. Fuck off.
Colorize it. Gotta draw something else from Dougie lore. But what?
What is a defined Dougie look? Draw Insane Porter.
Why do they have to be insane? Why?
It's a defined Dougie lore thing.
All right, fine. Insane Porter. Considering that you're handling Insane Albert.
He's not as insane as he's more just. Well, I wouldn't define Porter as insane. I would more say that Dougie lore Porter is more just done with life.
Yes.
Which in context doesn't make sense when he's about 4 years old. Oh god, like the concept of a 4-year-old just being so just so angsty already.
I'm drawing him right now, but I'm not. I'm not looking at a reference, and I forget what the BEDT whatever it is looks like. So prepare yourself for something.
Well, in Dougie lore, Horror and Salty have like Brandon Bay on them, so add that. Silly.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll get away with that somehow. Maybe it could be like along there.
I mean, it's easier on Salty. It isn't. You can put it on the saddle tank. Never mind. Just put it on the saddle tank, Lemon.
It's I'm doing that, but not in the way you might expect.
Oh no.
Yes.
Sentences with threatening words.
Let's see how well I remember Porter's class. This is going to be like an abstract painting.
You remember HK Porter 060s. How the fuck do I draw saddle tanks? I did it fine on Percy. What the hell? Percy, give me knowledge. What the fuck did I do with Percy? Wait, no, that's not. No, I threw that draw. What the fuck am I doing? Let me help.
I can't even see the drawing. How can I help you?
I did it. How did I do it fine on everyone else but in St. Albert? I'm known for in St. Albert. What the hell am I doing? Fucking hell.
Just gotta go
right, make
for it.
Smoke bug smaller. That's the plan.
Right. It would be so easy to just sleep right now, but I cannot. Not if I want to fix
you
my
know what? You sleep when Dougie. You even said that after reading Dougie lore, you stayed up for like 3 hours.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So if I had some Dougie lore to tide me over, that would probably be different.
All right. You know what? I'll give you a short snippet of Dougie lore as a treat.
Well then, count me in. And I think it's less of a treat, more a desperate
only
necessity.
Though.
Let's see. This.
Oh boy, 1963 is a booming year. Oh no, what did I do? Okay, you know what? We're gonna go back to 1962 because I've noticed things I can talk about.
All right.
So,
what are we in for in 1963?
I can talk
Jesus
about
Christ.
Dougie lore 13. Okay, so right, what did I do with 13? He's such a minor part of my lore. I've forgotten everything I did. Okay, right. So essentially 13 is still a mainline, not a mainline, like a mainland engine.
Right.
So like he still comes to Sodor and meets Alden Douglas, and he's still unlucky. But like he doesn't have a class. He essentially was just built because some guy felt like, you know what? What if I built an engine? And everyone was like, yes.
So who is he and who is he saying this to?
I think my plan, I think I'm just gonna go with he's just some rich guy who got bored and said, I want an engine. So went to like I don't fucking know, like Doncaster Works. Let's say Doncaster Works. And just went not decided like on the final works that he's gonna go to, but we're gonna say Doncaster Works just for simplicity. He asks make this engine, and they're like, "Who are you? I have money." Oh, okay. And so they did.
Oh my god. That reminds me of my original origin story for Spencer for the Pack Controllers Railway. I was gonna have him. I was gonna literally have the Duke of Boxford just waltz into Gresley's office and be like, "Make me an A4," and he would just do it, like, because he had enough money. It's like, yes.
Oh boy, I'm gonna get into the Spencer stuff like in 1983. So you're in luck.
Oh.
I mean 63. God damn it.
Yeah, I figured, considering that was the relevant year.
It's a very fun concept. Oh, Stanley.
Interesting. Both silver. Or
it will make more sense when I talk about it. I promise.
Okay, I'm trusting you on that.
Oh, good. You put good trust.
When you say Stanley, do you mean standard gauge Stanley?
Well, why would I talk about Stanley if he died like 20 years ago?
I don't know. You put Godred's carcass in the Blue Nose spinoff. You're liable to do pretty much anything at this point.
Well, his corpse is the only thing that keeps Insane Albert alive, and you know, I would hate to just ruin Insane Albert's day.
I feel like it would ruin more than his day, if I'm being honest.
I think it would ruin his life.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, though.
He would cry himself to sleep because Insane. Well, his best friend isn't there.
His best friend is a rotting Hulk.
I think I wrote a story where like kind of explaining what happened to Stanley. Like Duke was just like telling the Scarlowi engine like just like I don't know why I did this, but I was like, yeah, Smudger and Stanley just exist together, and it doesn't. It's not in Dougie lore anymore because I didn't like it because it's like, how does that make sense?
It's really interesting
so
how
essentially
there's a lot of people who really struggle to choose between Stanley and Smudger, and it's not really a hard choice for me. Like, I guess because it just depends on what universe I'm writing in. Like, if it's a TV series lore, then I'll do Smudger. If it's Railway series, really anything that isn't explicitly TV series, then I'll do Stanley. It's interesting the difference.
I chose Stanley simply because, like, well, for a few reasons, to be honest. For one, I don't like engines that just have like the exact same class as someone else.
Yeah, for like
Bertram doesn't exist in W lore either. If you're curious.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing like if they have some sort of relation within the story, if they need to be connected, but if they're literally just like it's just a lazy reuse of a certain design, well then what's the point in that? I mean, that's just kind of annoying.
So, yeah. Now, if I did have to give Smudger a class that wasn't Bulgok, I don't remember what railway it is, but there's like a narrow gauge railway where it's like got an engine named Polar Bear. I would make that a Smudger's class just because I think it looks cool.
That's interesting. Polar Bear.
I just looked at it and went, you know what? If I were to make Dougie Lord not Stanley, Smudger, that's what he would look like.
Huh. I need to see this engine. What is Polar Bear? Does it look anything like Smudger?
It looks, well, yeah, it's a well tank. It's not the same wheel arrangement. I think it's an 060, not an 040.
Polar Bear logo. Oh, that works really well. Look at that. Yeah, I like that. And that totally gives off the same energy.
It's not even canon to Dougie lore. But if people want to take my idea, I'm not opposed to this.
I might just go and take your idea. This is really solid.
Well, you better pay me royalties then.
I love how, like, when you weren't sure that anyone would use the idea, you were like, oh yeah, you can use it. Is Useful really calling me right now in the middle of the stream? Can we all just ruminate on the fact that Useful is calling me, interrupting the entire stream loudly? Can everyone hear
I'm
this?
I'm gonna call you on Skype just to interrupt.
You're already in the stream. That would just be entertaining. Why? Is he Billy calling? Billy? I'm gonna let it go to voicemail. There we go.
You know what? You promised me a call like next week. So you know.
Yeah. Well, that's true. That is true.
What's the exact date here?
I don't choose exact dates. That would require me making good on promises. Which, as you know, I'm allergic to.
Well, you know what? I'm removing you from Dougie lore.
Please, you've already done it to Sam. Don't do it to me too.
Well, your name also happens to be Sam, so.
That's true. So I guess.
By the way, if your name is Sam and you're watching this, you just don't exist in Dougie lore. Go home.
That's quite brutal.
You just don't exist anymore.
These poor people. Their existence.
Or Sams.
Yeah, the United Sams of. I don't know.
If your name's something like Samantha or something, you're allowed to exist. But if your name is just straight up Sam, you don't exist. But if it's a variation of Sam, you're allowed to exist.
Like Samuel. What's the deal with that? Do I get to live if I'm Samuel?
Samuel is allowed, but if their nickname is Sam, then they can exist.
What if your nickname is Lemmy?
Well, maybe.
I can't help but feel a little concerned about this whole arrangement. Seems like it specifically targets me and my kind.
That also means Sam Wilkinson isn't in Dougie lore, so I mean.
Well, that's something, but I don't think you're in his lore either, to be honest.
Well,
the lore that we all decided to use.
That's why no one liked Bubba, because I wasn't in it.
That's true. I'm so certain of that. I can't believe that we all everyone claims to hate Sam Wilkinson.
Even in the classic series, they put a disclaimer. They put a disclaimer saying Dougie lore is canon, and yeah. It's only on some rare VHSs, but you search deep enough.
So, just what stands out to me is that it's the disclaimer, like something to be warned about. It's like, hey, look out.
Well, you don't want kids to be scared of Insane Albert or Insane Porter.
So that if they just see that disclaimer, then their fear will just turn off. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Oh,
wait,
wow.
no.
Oh. I was really impressed there for a second.
I think it's so funny that on these streams I'm like some egotistical. Then on my Twitter I'm like, guys, hey guys.
Yeah, no, it's funny.
I get surprised when a tweet gets more than 10 likes, but on this stream I'm not surprised how many people go uproar about me.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder what that kind of shift is. It's like
Guys, by the
It's
way, if you somehow keep saying all hail Dougie but don't follow me on Twitter, SMH, I am calling you out right now. Follow me on Twitter, please.
Follow Dougie on Twitter.
I mean, Lemmy did it. That means you should too.
Well, if Lemmy stayed up for 17 hours straight, would you do it?
Lemmy, what do you think I do on a daily basis? I don't sleep.
Oh, God. Uh-oh. All right.
Dougie on stream, I'm an asshole. Dougie on Twitter, I am humble. That's accurate.
Yeah. My God. Even then, though, it's like somehow you like say a lot of things.
Exist in Dougie.
You say a lot of things on the streams that like convey the idea that you're trying to sound like an asshole, but you never actually say anything hurtful. It's a very impressive, like, kind of middle ground that you strike, I must say. Don't know how you do it.
Oh wait. Oh boy. This is a fun concept. Okay, so Carl Matthews 8 says Philip as a Sentinel and Hank as a S1 160.
A lot of people.
Philip doesn't exist in Dougie lore, but Hank does, and this is a really fun concept. Okay, so Hank is an S1600 in Dougie lore because I wanted him to be an American engine, but still at least work in British gauge, like Rosie, who I think is just a 100 an S100. Don't quote me on this, guys, but I'm fairly certain she is. And if she isn't, then she isn't Dougie lore. But yeah, Hank is just an S160. That I felt like I was going to go further with this, but yeah, there's not much to it. He's an S160.
It's interesting. I've heard a few people do that. Like, it has generally the same kind of look and musculature to it, but it's just I don't know. I kind of stopped caring about the tunnels a long time ago. You know, I'm kind of okay with rebuilding all the tunnels if it means.
Well, you know, Dougie lore is realistic, where all the engines look essentially, basically exactly like their basis. Especially Edward. I did not like all the mods they did to him. It just kind of takes the point away from the old engine when he looks like an LNER engine or something.
Exactly. Yeah, they make him look like he was built in the 20s. I love how the Seagull, the K2, it looks Victorian. You know, it looks older. It's like the funnel, how it's low slung, really like broad frames, right? Like it looks like a Victorian engine. You know, it kind of, if you were to have like the Steam team and have them look like real engines, Edward and Emily would both kind of look the same. Even though like Emily has a totally different smoke box and style and wheel arrangement, they'd both still kind of look like they were built in the same era. And I like that. Also, I have finished Dougie Lore Porter. There we are. That's what's in my head.
I love it. Yeah,
I would like to draw attention.
Basically,
to the
I mean, I would have put the Brandon Bay on his like where his nameplate is, but yeah, essentially.
I know you would have. I that's what I meant about it being kind of crazy. But I was like, well, that's how where it is on Bill and Ben. Why not? Be daring. Go bold.
Well, you know, it's not like Bill and Ben, because how could I do that on Salty? You know?
You could put it right across his forehead, like a tattoo. You know, like how the Joker has damaged written on his forehead in Suicide Squad. Like do that. You know, Salty's been in the brig for too long. He got himself a stick and poke and ink tattoo or whatever those are. That's what I say.
Ahoy there, Bill and Ben! Want to know how I got me scars?
Ahoy, matey. There be a fierce storm on the way, Captain. All right, I've got another paper
I really
here.
feel like the that episode. What the fuck is it? Salty Storm, whatever. So.
Dougie! Oh, paper's fallen again. Dougie! Are you there? Dougie is gone. Lol, what if Salty actually got it as a real tattoo because he wasted on rum like a sailor? This is Percy Fan 1998. Can I join, says Lester the Flame. At some point. Oh, Dougie's vanished. Look at that. Where is Dougie? Dead internet likely. With nothing to keep me awake, I'll have to sleep. Listen to that echo! Oh my god! That's a call from Taj Mahal. What's that all about? Here, I'll take this one. You guys didn't hear that. But Taj very kindly called me. And then he said two words. He said, "Wake up!" I'm awake now, I have to say. That's a friend right there. Somebody who will just give you the kick in the pants you need. I think he's initiated my second wind. There's Dougie. There you are, Dougie.
My internet died.
All right, makes sense. I figured. All right, well, join back into the stream whenever you feel ready to. Out of curiosity, do you all hear Dougie? Does everyone hear Dougie? I don't know, because maybe I could just have you on like this. I know they can hear me.
Well, when my internet comes back, I can join the stream.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Yep, yes, says everyone. Wow, okay, it works. Nice. Oh, that echo. Let me just have a cup of coffee, says Paul Morgan.
It's very hard to hear you, by the way, because I'm on my phone.
Okay, how about this? Am I
awesome.
louder, clearer, better, bigger, bolder?
I have to have it right up to my ear. So,
Right. Let's see.
It is just connected to my eardrum.
Connected? Oh dear.
Yes. I can hear my brother shouting in the background because I think it was something to do with. So, I don't know who's done it, but he's shouting at one of my parents. So I'm assuming one of them has broken the internet.
I see. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I don't know if you can hear it, but my mic is probably shit, so I doubt it.
Your mic is fine, but I don't hear anything in the background.
Awesome. Internet, please stop being dead. That'd be very cool of you.
It would be pretty cool. Start a petition to make Dougie's internet not be dead.
Why the fuck is my keyboard already on? What the hell? I didn't turn this on. It normally shuts down after 5 minutes. What the hell?
The curse of the haunted keyboard.
Oh no! In my sleep, I'll just start hearing I fucked it. You know what? Who cares?
That was still pretty good for something that you did on the fly.
I have one hand. Not very good at one-handed, stuff.
Well, that's kind of impressive. I couldn't do that with one hand. I do the same way I type on a keyboard. I play a piano. I just index fingers. Oh, sound.
Well, I can't see the chat. So if someone requests something for me to play with my amazing piano skills, I don't know, tell me, and I'll try.
All right. I have. Oh, I looked at the screen. And I was like, wait, where are you? But then I remembered you're on Skype. All right. I've gotten rid of my camera for the time being because my phone is dangerously low on battery. My battery is been surged. My battery is running out, Spencer.
I watched that episode 2 days ago.
How was it?
Honestly, I feel like it works. I'm very glad they didn't use someone like Thomas. I think it works with Spencer.
It really does. It's a good Spencer episode. I totally see him acting that way.
I mean, yeah, it's obviously unrealistic as fuck, but it's the Miller era.
Yeah, what do you expect? Come on.
What episode is it? I think it's a series 15 episode where he goes to a bunch of places in the fog, and then at the end he's like, "Oh no, I'm a failure," and then becomes sad boy Spencer.
Oh my God, that is what happens though.
I think that's one of my favorite episodes, just because of that part where he just goes, "Oh my God, I'm such a failure."
It's really funny because he's such an idiot in that episode. He thinks he's such a genius though. He's like, "I know exactly where we are. This is the Duke and Duchess's summer house." And it is instant. He's like, "Oh shit. Never mind."
And then Mavis is just like, "Spencer, what are you doing?"
Yeah.
"Mavis, what are you doing at the summer house?"
That's the funny part, is when he hears someone's voice who isn't the Duke and Duchess, he should immediately be like, "Oh shit, I'm an idiot." But that's not how he responds. Instead, he tries to defend it for a little while. He's like, "Oh, okay, that's weird that Mavis is at the summer house, but I guess that's what we're dealing with here." No, dumbass.
Call for desperate measures.
Yeah, exactly. And he's in desperate need of an ego boost, so he just pretends that this makes sense.
They got worried that I was gone, and so had to use another engine. I mean, Mavis wouldn't have been my first choice, but I suppose.
Mavis. Can you imagine that? If they replaced Spencer as their private engine with Mavis? That's so bizarre.
I cannot wait to get to 1963 and talk about Spencer.
We've been hyping up 1963 for a long time. I'm really scared of 1963. What am I in for? Oh, God. 1963. The year that will live in infamy.
It really will.
I can sleep without anyone realizing it. If I with my camera off.
I could just focus again.
I shouldn't have muted when Taj called me. I should have just left that going so everyone could hear his glorious "Wake up!"
All I heard was just wanker, and I don't know the context.
Well, I said wake up, but that works too. You know, I mean, they both
works. Yes.
They're both wake up calls. It's just one of them is also a commentary on a person's value.
This is awesome.
Wanker.
Oh, please. Please. Thank you.
Lemmy, how much longer do you have to stay awake? Says Carl Matthews 8.
Lemmy.
Well, 7 hours is the answer. But you realize I'm in the thick of it right now. Once I get my second wind, everything will be A-okay.
Lemmy, add me.
Can you now? Okay. Oh yeah, I see you. Okay, good.
Hooray!
Hello, Dougie. Didn't even skip a beat.
I can finally listen to you without my head right up to it.
Yeah.
And you know what? Let's talk about 1963.
Let's see. Malambeek says, Lemmy, it's only been Dougie for a while. Can you add more into the stream? Yeah, sure. I'm going to add Malambeek. What do you say, Dougie?
Add who?
Malambeek.
Oh, I have no issue.
All right.
We're going
to need 2 people to get this. Oh, somebody's a robot. Who are you? Who are you? Will Politeski?
Oh, God.
So somebody's quite robotic.
Just woke up. I can't even understand what you're saying. All I can hear is just.
It just sounds like a demonic robot. Okay, that one was weird.
This is so funny.
I feel like this is exactly what the robot will always feel like. All right, now enough. We do not understand you. You're far too robot-y.
You hear me now? I kind of. It's the only sentence I understand.
No can do. You're so robot. You literally sound like a robot.
You sound like a robot.
This is not a good look.
I think I have all these speed dial. I might need to talk to him.
Hmm?
I have Optimus Prime on speed dial. He might need to know this.
Oh my god.
All right, let's get to 1963.
So hold on, we got to resolve this Malambeek situation.
You might still sound like a robot.
Malambeek, we have not understood a word. Can't understand a word.
I understand one sentence.
So we cannot understand a word you're saying. We're trying our best, but we don't speak robot, I'm
Please
afraid.
resolve this issue.
Yeah. That way we can hear you.
You
not
must
as
tell us what legion you are, though. Are you the good robot or are you evil robot?
This is something Dustin would know. Dustin, what kind of transformer is Malenbeek? Okay, I'll do my
Is
best.
he Autobot or is he Decepticon? Or is he one of the sub-factions? Is he
I'm
one
the
of the
good
multiple
robot.
sub-factions?
Okay, good. He says he's the good robot.
Oh, thank God. He's an Autobot. Thank God.
Oh my God. This kid is on McDonald's Wi-Fi, says Cedric and Cyan. Afraid I'm going to need to head out right now. Hopefully I'll be able to tune in later. Love you, mate, says Taj. Yeah, I love you too, Taj. Take care. Let's see. Sounds like you were dying back there, says Redding.
I feel very insulted that Taj said, and all you cool people in the chat too. Like, why would you exclude me?
Well, you're a chat person.
What? That's not very nice.
Well, we're all equal here. Except for me. I'm the god. I'm the god, everyone.
All of
Okay?
you to say that in the call.
I'm the god.
Yes. Still doing that.
It sounds like
The words are so long. The syllables are just gone out.
Let's see. This is Alex. I agree, Alex. All right. Now
Because
I'm
is a sex. This is.
So let's see. So Dougie, let's both be quiet.
Check my
phone.
Your voice kind of went normal for a second, and then it just went back to being robot.
This is baffling. Do you have some sort of app? This sounds like when Will does his voice mod thing. Like, you literally sound like you have like a robot voice filter over your voice.
Or maybe your microphone is just really, really fucking horrible.
That's possible.
While we solve this issue, I forgot to finish Insane Albert, so I will get back to doing that.
Yes, you do that.
How could I forget?
How could you let Insane Albert down like that? Your own flesh and blood.
I'm sorry. I really desperately want Insane Albert to become a fan concept, just that everyone knows. I want that to be my legacy.
Yeah, honestly, that's not the craziest idea in the world.
But Albert is the craziest.
Oh, that's clever. That's quite clever. Whoa,
See, this is why we work as a comedic duo.
Yeah, it really is true. It's so true. True. Which one of us is the straight man exactly? I guess me.
Probably you.
Yeah. True.
I'm glad we.
Yes, true dat.
Dougie is God, Albert is insane, end of story.
I wonder how many of the people I bring on these streams have never had to really test their microphones and stuff before. Probably at least a few people have never needed them until now. So there's definitely some troubleshooting required.
Wait, Lester, good old Lester said, if I join the stream, can I show my version of Insane Albert? Yes.
Sure. And let's see.
Lovely. I would
will join on my desktop. I meant, should I join on my desktop? Yeah, I think you should, Malenbeek. Yeah, rejoin on your desktop, see if that works.
Oh heck now, Lemmy turned into a car. Da Lemmy! Da Lemmy! He turned into a convertible.
It's finally
Let's go.
happened. It's been a long time in the making. I'm a car now. We all
Let's
know.
go.
We all know that this is really the right path for me to be a car. Room.
I always think about how in Tatman, Bertie just constantly fucking made car sound effects.
You always think about that? Don't you ever take a break from thinking about that?
Like currently while drawing Insane Albert, the only thing I can think about is Bertie.
I guess I don't blame you.
Like he's the only thing I think about. He's my true love.
It sounds like more of an obsession to me.
Shut the fuck up, Lenny. Well, Lenny, I don't judge you for having, you know, a physical attraction to Gordon.
Well, fair.
Exactly.
So that means we learned a lot today.
Yeah. It's like a hit error episode. Now we have to say what we learned.
Insane Edward back at it again.
POV, you're so tired that when you say Insane Edward. Bertie ASMR. No further comment.
To make room for Malambeek, I'm gonna have to kick Malambeek. I'm sorry, Malambeek.
Malambeek is gonna be so distraught when they find out.
Kick from studio, kick guest. Useful called me earlier, so he can call me again. Let's see, Caterpillar. Thomas, literally just Thomas. Looks like Dax at first. No, it doesn't. Scottish Twins. Ah, yes. Scottish Twins.
Oh no.
Let's see. It's got some competition.
I wonder who their favorite character is. You know, really makes me question.
Yeah, probably the Aryan Bird. I think they're Scottish. And twins.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain BR was like. I mean, you know, I know this was a joke reply, but I'm fairly certain Aryan Bird's class probably did work in Scotland.
They worked there. They worked. Yeah. They worked in the North Pole.
Also, Ace worked everywhere. I'm sure one's going to America. You know.
I'm gonna get rid of some people. Apologies, everyone. Apologies, Scottish Twins. Try again later. I'm gonna kick you, Will Thomas. Sorry. I'll bring you back in later. I'm trying to make room for Malambeek to rejoin.
Dougie, and that's all the Dougie lore. Waiter. I mean, that was impressive, but I asked you what you were ordering. This is I go into random restaurants, and instead of tipping them, I just leave them Dougie lore. Just a massive document just full of Dougie lore.
That's excellent. But isn't that proprietary?
It makes their day on it.
Come on, it's proprietary information. You got to be careful.
Well, you know what? I think I've gotten past the point where I'm worried people will use Dougie lore. I want you guys to use Dougie lore. I'm open to people using my lore. I'm not gonna be fucking angry like some other people. Like, "Grr, you use my lore. How dare you?"
Honestly, that's the right mentality. That's how I approach my stuff. You know, if it's out there, then I'm glad people are benefiting from it. I'm not seeing Malambeek again. There's Lester.
You know, honestly, Lane, probably read the stuff I sent you on Skype. It was bangers.
Oh yeah, I'll check that out later. That shall
No,
be
no.
All right, let's see. What's this all about? Where?
Where were you? My wife said we couldn't miss our little holiday.
Let's see. What if there were multiple Big Mickeys in Tugs, which is why he changes places from scene to scene? Big Mickey from High Tide is the Godred situation. I see. Very disturbing, but also it's very possible. Possible. That. Good God.
Well, think about that, you know?
Yeah. It's honestly, I really want like an excuse to have Big Mickey in the port after he's dead, beyond just being a ghost. But hey, that's just a theory, a Dougie theory. Or Mickey is able to clone himself, or he can teleport and time travel. That's a lot more disturbing. On a scale of 1 to 10, how sexy do you find her? There is no right answer, but there actually is. I feel like I've been pressured into giving an answer. I am 1 to 10.
I want to know what time I sent you that. I'm fairly certain that was like a 3 a.m. floor.
How sexy.
It actually was. It was at 3:54 a.m.
Oh, Malambeek. What's become of our poor, sweet Malambeek?
Let me answer the fucking question.
Wait, what question?
The Ferdinand one.
Oh, 2. It's a 2. There's
All right, Lemmy, I'm ending our friendship right here, right now.
There's less attractive people, but no, he's pretty low down on my list, I gotta say.
Ferdinand's the definition of sexiness. Like, he's up there with like Neville and Stanley.
Neville's genuinely hot. He's hot. He's he's got that.
People are gonna take this out of context. I'm so scared.
What is the context exactly? That I'm outwardly proclaiming that Neville's hot. Okay, I would fuck Neville. That's what I'm saying right now. Okay.
What? Whoa.
There. I just claimed that, everyone. So anyone who wants to take me out of context, I now have no protection against that. If someone wants to take that and use it against me, well, that's what I believe. That's fully my belief.
Well, how could you have sexual intercourse with a choo-choo train?
I'm not going to go into the details of all the nitty-gritty Neville details. Frankly, I'm
very. I mean, how many Nevilles do you own?
3, I think.
Oh no, I touched them. Oh god, I touched them when I snuck into here. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Deeply concerning.
Oh no, I've got Lemmy.
I'm only talking about the real Neville. Silly, not the small toy.
Oh, thank God you do. Thank God you haven't done the nasty to your Nevilles.
No, certainly not.
No, certainly not.
Not yet.
Not ever. So, against my principles.
Well, I hope you haven't done the nasty in the pasty.
Nasty in the pasty. Oh my God. I'm going to get canceled by the FBI. Stop claiming you fuck trains on your weird internet podcast. Like,
you're banned from all railway museums.
Yeah.
I really hope you don't go to the National Railway Museum where C1 is.
Yeah, me too.
You would get kicked out in a heartbeat. I can't fucking draw wheels.
Hey, don't blame you. They're kind of tricky. Let's see. Sorry, Useful. I'm going to kick you again to make room for Malambeek. Also, could people stop joining?
I forgot the cylinders.
I'm gonna have to keep kicking people. If they, because I'm trying to make room for Malambeek at least a little while longer before I bring someone else in. So keep that in mind, folks.
I completely fucking forgot the cylinders. I'm so angry. How could I forget the cylinders?
I mean, not the most crucial detail. I mean, they're just where the steam comes from. You know, on a steam engine.
Oh, fuck you. Floating vessels guy. Ed. Dryton Manor is the best.
I don't agree.
Yeah. Well, what the fuck? When is Dougie leaving? What the fuck? I'm actually angry at this. I'm actually angry at this. I feel offended.
When is Dougie leaving? Ignore it.
Okay, I'm gonna read the thing that's like 2 comments above it. Was the Coast Guard in season 3, and if so, where? The Coast Guard I think was used in series 3. It's at the, I don't know. It's like the thing at the beginning of Down by the Docks. You know when Thomas is like on the like big elevated town thing.
Yeah, it's like it's the Arlesborough.
You can see like the back of him.
It's at Arlesborough, apparently. It's
Yeah.
the
Yeah, you can see it's like the back of him.
yeah, and it's really creepy. Like we were talking about this earlier, because his face is probably still on there. He's unmodified. That's so weird. Isn't that weird?
No, not really.
Oh, that's a relief. I thought it was weird. I'm so tired.
Well, now that you know from Dougie, then you know maybe you don't need to question anything.
Yeah, it's overridden all my thoughts.
Thank God.
Not
I am
really
God. There are so many like rubbing out marks on this picture of Albert. Oh no.
Rubbing out marks. They got
Don't know what
rubbed
they're called.
Sounds like
Rubber
an
mark.
assassination to me. Yeah, he's been assassinated. He's been rubbed out. Once and for all.
Oh no. I made this trailing wheel like way far up, so now it's just kind of floating. Oh God. Let me help. I can't
don't-
draw.
I'm not so sure I can help. Just move it. Take it and move it, and you should be A-okay.
There we go. I have fixed the issue.
The
world.
Okay, hold on. Let's see about this. Malambi, are you there? All right. Yes. Yeah, I hear you. All right. Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. Perfect.
Oh, thank God
Can
you're
you
not
hear
a
me still?
robot.
I'm moving locations.
All right. Excellent. Yeah, you're coming in clear.
I had to go. So let me tell you the whole story, okay?
All right.
I
Yeah.
had to
please
go.
do.
I had to upload the. I decided to go on my phone instead because it would be easier. Because for some reason, StreamYard does not allow Safari to go onto your StreamYard.
Huh. Okay.
So I had to go on my phone to get into the stream.
Right.
So now you can hear me. How are you all doing?
Pretty good. Yeah, I'm very glad that you're here.
Albert.
It's really crazy that like you actually like had like you sounded genuinely like you had like some sort of voice filter on. You sounded like a robot. Like you should go back and listen to like the part of the stream where we were trying to talk to you because it really was like quite a cool voice effect, honestly. Like
Oh,
sounds like a movie.
I actually went and did it myself.
Oh,
And
did
actually listened to it just to make sure.
Yeah.
And it's so funny.
Oh, just in case we were trolling you.
Oh my God. Yeah. That's great.
What if we had just been trolling you the whole time and your voice had been fine?
Yeah, that would be so mean. That would be like maybe on some streams, not on a Lemmy stream though. No siree. Anyway,
I will do it to the next person who joins. I promise you.
Let's have some solid conversation. What's your favorite character, Melody?
I'm like Audrey. I don't really have a favorite.
Yeah, that's. I don't hear a lot
Well,
of
I'm
people.
like Christopher, and I think Donald and Douglas are my favorite.
You're like Christopher. You love Toby. That's your answer.
You, Toby. I mean, I'm not. I don't know. As a kid, I used to hate Toby. I don't even know why. I just hated Toby.
Well, I think Toby maybe hated you too, so it's even.
You know what? I'm glad the feeling was mutual. I'm glad it wasn't just a one-way hate.
Yeah, that's nice at least. But yeah, it's interesting. Like, there's a lot of people I talk to. Like, every time I ask Roman's TWR Empire what his favorite character is, like, it's hard for him to pick. And I don't think you really have to have a favorite character. I think, like, you can like them all for different reasons. Personally, though, I really love Gordon. I just think he's so big and strong and cool.
You don't really need to have a favorite. Anyway, so my favorite's Gordon.
Yeah, and just.
But, well, I can tell
break
you who I
down-
resonate a lot with.
Yeah.
I resonate a lot with Henry.
Mm,
Because
yeah,
Henry was
we
a
were talking about that
failure.
earlier.
For his entire life, he was a failure. He was berated for his entire life.
Right.
And I could kind of relate to it, being the underdog. And then he sees Gordon and James, who are the popular. They're the big kids. They're the jocks. They're the ones who run the place.
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
So Henry's kind of sucking up to them and trying to be like them, but
Naturally.
really, he's more like this. He sounds more like this. Well, he's more Gordon. Henry, he sounds more like this. He sounds more grand.
Yeah. He like adds a flair. I imagine that now and then Henry would roll his R's around Gordon just to sound fancy. He'd be like, aren't we grand, Gordon? And Gordon would be like, oh, well done, Henry. Oh, like he'd actually like really try to make himself sound like just a lot fancier than he is. When really he just doesn't, that doesn't come naturally.
I've always actually thought that he was just like chilling with the big engines just because like he wanted to fit in. So it's a fun concept. Like Gordon genuinely believes that he is like all these bells and whistles. Henry wants to believe that he is, and James is trying to convince himself that he is. I've always kind of seen James as self-consciously going, oh God, they all hate me, oh no. Externally, he's like, I'm beloved, everyone loves me. And in turn, he's just...
I totally see that. I think, like, externally, James is constantly like, James has arrived, everybody, sing my praises. But on the inside, he's like, oh, God, what are they thinking? What are they thinking? Like, he's really, like, constantly trying to project. Like, he's doing this very consciously. That he, like, I think he wants to... He's constantly thinking about his fashion choices. He's constantly thinking about his tone of voice, constantly thinking about how he can make the best impression on everybody. So his mind is working overdrive most of the time. And it's there's a lot of work that goes into being James, honestly, I think.
James is very insecure.
Yeah, like I definitely think so.
I partially relate to. I have a weird sort of understanding respect for James.
Yeah.
Because he's so insecure that he has to put a mask over himself in order to feel accepted.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the fact that, a lot of people have to do that. It's a very relatable thing, to kind of project a different personality than is actually true about you because you want people to like you. I mean, that really is what James does all the time. And it's like so many people do that. It's so common.
Lemmy, would it please you if I told you that I finished my Albert drawing?
That would please me quite a great deal.
Well, I don't want to turn on my camera because I don't want to, reveal my face. I want my face reveal to be a special moment, not on a just random live stream.
Wow, this is just a random live stream to you. I see how it is.
Well, I'm sorry, Lemmy. I'd rather do my face reveal on my own channel, not on some small user like Master Games.
Oh, wow. I'm devastated. God damn.
Crying myself because Ducky called me a small user.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
will
will
just
send
try-
you the picture on Skype, and then you can probably show it if you want. Yeah, I'm not forcing.
Let's do. Or maybe I and Isla. Oh, Malenbeek has vanished, and Malenbeek is back.
Oh
right there.
fuck, he has.
Oh, sorry.
Oh wait, no.
Oh, sorry. StreamYard just decided to have a stroke on me for some reason, but I'm back now.
Oh,
very good.
So continuing with James,
Right.
I've actually just thought about this when when you, Rolling Duck Studios, and Tom Spears were talking.
Right.
What if Gordon secretly resented the fact that James was LMS?
I have thought about that a lot because it's kind of weird, isn't it? Like Gordon must hate the LMS, considering that he's GNR, basically LNER. There's a lot of tension between those two regions, and so Gordon must just hate the LMS. And so the fact that that James is one of his closest friends, he's from a pre-LMS railway, and then you've got Henry, who gets rebuilt into an LMS design. I mean, it's probably a lot for
maybe
him.
that's why he has a Fowler tender.
Interesting. I wonder if that's a mark of the fact that Gordon has kind of moved on from his LMS hatred. If he's that's kind of the point where he finally decides it's not worth
Kind of
worrying.
what I did in Dougie lore, kinda. I think I mentioned this not yet. It wasn't the stream wasn't yet. It was last week. But Gordon gets a Fowler tender because the Fat Controller's just oh my god, when will these tenders go away? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that whole business.
That was one of my favorite things I've ever drawn, by the way.
I love that illustration. But yeah, I could see it though, where Gordon does have resentment. Oh, Malenbeek has disappeared again. Look at that.
God damn.
But I'm sure he will return.
I hope this becomes another stream meme that he just leaves all the time.
Yeah, lots of memes. Everyone spam dethrone Dougie. Oh my god.
Oh no!
They're trying to dethrone you.
No,
I
that's
hate my
not very
internet.
nice.
I hate my
That's
internet.
Oh, that's okay, Malenbeek. We'll add you back as many times as we
Dougie lore is canon.
Thank you.
Railway.
I'm sorry, Will Thomas 199, that you all had to get kicked out of the stream.
Yeah, well, everyone has their turn.
Okay.
Dougie lore is canon to the Railway series. Technically, it actually is. I mean, it is as it is, in our world, where it's just some random lore made by some random person. But since the Railway series is supposed to be a real life, but there's just a whole island with talking trains.
True.
So yeah, it's canon.
So what were we saying before, Malenbeek? Something about James and Gordon.
Lemmy,
Element.
I sent you the image. Please look
Yeah.
at St. Albert.
Let's see. Let me investigate this.
Yeah.
this
So, I feel like Gordon has.
That's brilliant, Dougie.
I feel like after the days of VR are kind of over and done with, Gordon's kind of moved on from
Right.
the hatred of the LMS because he went through modernization. He probably doesn't have a lot of resentment.
I think I kind of like the idea that Gordon, during the 20s and 30s, even though Gordon isn't on the LNER, he does still kind of have a lot of rivalry with the LMS. And of course, the LMS is kind of trying to squash the Northwestern because they're competition, right? And so, for that reason, I think he has a lot of rivalry with them. But it's interesting because throughout the 20s and 30s, I'm sure they have a lot of, epic battles. But I think once World War II breaks out, I think everyone finally has to put down arms and decide, okay, you know what, we've got to all fight together against this greater threat. And so then once the war is over, I think that I just imagine Gordon and Big City Engine both just beaten and battered from the war, both tired and just, totally caked in soot. And, they're just kind of looking at each other
It's about time we bury the hatchet, isn't it?
And Big City Engine's just like,
Well, I suppose. I mean, London's been bombed to all hell, and Sodor's not looking too good either. I suppose we're going to have to work together to put this all back together, aren't we?
and so they would, right? I think that they would kind of set down arms, and they would decide to finally, they don't like each other, but in order for England to survive and recover from the war, they're going to have to work together. And I think that's kind of where the rivalry could even end that early, end in 1945 or the years following. Because the railways, after the war, they do kind of stick around technically, but the war ends in 45, but they become British Railways in 1948. So there's 3 years or so where they try to make it work, but eventually it's clear they all have to band together and nationalize if they're going to kind of repair everything. And so it's interesting. Gordon basically becomes LMS. I mean, and in the same way, Big City Engine becomes LNER, right? Everybody becomes everybody else. It all becomes one big railway.
So it doesn't matter what colors you come from. Doesn't matter who you are. If you're tank engine or tender engine, you're all still part of this exact same system.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really interesting, how they would all adapt to that. Because I think at first it would be really hard for a lot of the engines to accept. But eventually they'd get used to it. I imagine, there's, even after nationalization happened, there was still a lot of, loyalty in different regions, right? So, the LMS stations and the LMS yards all still kind of felt like they were the LMS, even though they were technically British Railways now. And the same thing with the LNER and everything, and the Great Western. They all had very strong kind of allegiance to their areas, even though legally they really weren't different from each other. And so I think really when the rivalry would finally die out would be when you have engines built after the Big Four existed. Murdoch, right? Murdoch, say he's built in the 60s or something, or 50s. He would exist after the era of the Big Four. He would never have known what the LNER was, or what the Great Western was, what the LMS was. Murdoch isn't even really distinctly from any of those railways. You could argue he has.
I don't know. I've just kind of always associated him with LMS. I think it's always because I've paired him with Arthur a lot, so I just kind of went, "Oh yeah, he's an LMS engine."
Right, and that and the red, the concept art.
That also did.
Yeah, I like the red.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's a really neat look.
Dougie Lore Murdoch is red. That is all.
Yeah, excellent. But
his orange is still pretty good too.
I don't like the orange. I don't really think it works with a character like Murdoch. If it was any other character, then sure. But Murdoch's a character who likes to keep to himself. I don't think he would choose such a bright color.
Yeah, I think that might be interesting because I don't know. It depends on if you look at it like an orange or like a beige. Because you could argue that's more of a brownish, tannish beige.
You could argue that.
Right. And if he is that color, then that could kind of make sense for him. So I think there's a lot of ways to slice it. I like orange Murdoch, though. I do quite like that.
I prefer red Murdoch. It honestly suits him more. Just kind of.
Yeah, probably. I'd probably agree with you if that's what he ended up with in the final show. But all my toys are orange, and I can't get past that.
Well, I don't have Murdoch.
Well, you know what? All of my Murdoch toys are orange, and one is scrap color because I got bored one day.
Yeah, oh my god.
You will see that model in the awesome call we do whenever that is.
What was that, Malamby?
I want to show Thomas as a J50 because I remember Will Thomas 199 was talking about it in one of your Tugs streams.
Right.
And he was like, I prefer Thomas as a J50. So I was like, well, here you go.
That's
He's
beautiful.
a J50.
I love that. I love the way you did the shape, where it's you can still see the smoke box poking out, but the tanks are the right shape and they kind of slope to them. That's really cool. How did you do that?
I basically took cardboard and masking tape from a spare 2017 Thomas. I tried to make the shape. I was like, what? It didn't look right until I realized that, it doesn't go like straight. It doesn't go like straight down. It goes like
Right.
slowly curve. It's more of like a slow diagonal.
Yeah,
It goes
exactly.
down.
I mean, that's the key.
Yeah.
That's clever. Yeah, cardboard and masking tape can do a lot of things. That's for certain.
Me is so proud right now.
Thank you.
I love
Yeah.
the NWR on his side. I love engines having railways on their side. I've never liked that the show just never gave any of them NWR. And then they started doing it randomly. Like they gave it to 2 characters.
Yeah,
and then it just doesn't work because none of the others do. So it's
I know.
Yeah, it's
I
very
don't like
weird.
inconsistency.
It's
I like
very
it to be consistent.
strange.
Yeah. Like, I really prefer, if you're going to do it on a few of the engines, do it on all of the engines, right? Or at least enough of
which
them
is
that
what
it's-
I'm doing.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Just do it on enough engines so that it doesn't feel out of place or weird.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you did it on, like, half of them, that would probably be enough. Like, just enough that it feels like a common thing that they do on a lot of the engines. Kind of like
Speaking of
Lore
this,
Harvey,
of the NWR, we can talk about the numbering system. The
Mm,
numbering system is very confusing. Once we get past Oliver, it's just a mess.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Honestly,
Oh boy,
I've-
cannot wait to get into this.
I've
So
reached the point.
I've abolished the numbering system issue.
Thank you.
Because I am
Thank you,
so
Dougie.
cool.
I've done the same thing in a lot of the stuff that I've written. Like, I've decided from here on out, anytime I do anything that's Railway series oriented, basically anything which isn't overtly TV series, I'm just not going to put numbers on the engines. And I think that's honestly a lot easier because there's some engines that it just feels like they should arrive like earlier. Like I kind of like the idea of Arthur arriving fresh out of the LMS in like 1948 or something, right? And it's like that would be really cool. But then you have the problem of, okay, well now is he number like 7? Like that's weird. Like I don't want that to be the case. But if none of the engines have numbers, you can just quietly slip in a lot of these characters throughout the years without making a big deal about it. The problem is that if they're numbered 1 to 11, it kind of locks in that for
You
for
also have the alternative where you could just what I've done is just do it really production style and just use the classifications. So that way it's consistent. So but the same. So like with Thomas, he gets 301. So he still retains his original number 1, but it's part of another number altogether.
True. Yeah.
Well, then I have to question what you're gonna do with Percy, since he just isn't anything. He's just his own thing.
Well, he's technically could be 106. He could be 106 if you really wanted to.
I swear to God, this is like someone else's thing. I've heard
Yeah, this is
somewhere.
really Productions' thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Dustin.
Yeah, Dustin does do this sort of thing, doesn't he? Yeah, I think I've seen a lot of people do it. I think Solomon kicked around the idea of doing the same thing at some point. I think Dustin got it from what's the guy?
Sergeant Histories. I've watched his stuff.
I think
that was what I was thinking of. Yeah.
I think that's them. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with all the different people doing stuff. The community.
Except Dougie Lore, because that's everyone's favorite.
Yeah, naturally. That's the trusted home brand.
Look, if someone puts a Dougie Lore fact in the chat that isn't about Insane Albert, I'll be very happy.
Insane
Also,
Albert.
you're not allowed to look in the actual document. I will ban you.
It's a test.
It's a test. It will not be on your final grade, but it's just a surprise test.
Testing everyone.
Testing.
Testing.
Godred is dead. Well, you didn't specify which Godred, so you have to. Jim dies. Not factual. I never said he died.
Jim is gone.
I never said he died. I said he just wasn't on the MSR anymore.
So it could theoretically be anywhere.
That's true, but to give myself closure, I've decided that he died.
Oh, I've never really thought about what happened to the other SMR engine. Like, I mean, we all know what happens to Falcon, Stewart, and Duke. I'd hope, I'd really hope you guys know. Maybe Audrey should have wrote a whole.
Familiar with the story. I don't really fully know what happened. I assume Duke was fell off some sort of large cliff or something. I think that's what it is.
Duke just fell off some large cliff.
That's what I've heard. That's my version of the story. There's a story about it. It's called like Pitbull or something.
Pitbull.
Yes.
Yes. The
I
famous.
don't know. Maybe Stanley dies in a mine or something. I don't know.
And I just want something just came up to my mind.
Yeah.
So I mentioned this in the chat of the Dougie lore stream. So I said that Stanley could work well as an austerity tank engine.
Yeah. Yes. Actually, I've said this before. I've said because the thing is, Stanley is just so he's so modern and big and buff. He really gives off the impression that he's an austerity to me. He really kind of gives off that impression. Almost I almost see Stanley he's another class of engine kind of designed around the same time that was produced in the same numbers as the austerities and was just as successful.
Hold on. We need to read Dougie lore now because we're getting to the Stanley. So it'll be very topical.
All right.
We're getting to 1963.
Yeah,
finally.
So let's begin.
We were supposed to read this about 2 hours ago, actually.
Well, what do you know? Dougie lore.
The conversation just went to stuff that isn't even relevant anymore. Oh no.
We've gone so off topic.
We really have. Okay. Right, so in 1963, the big year, shut up notifications, I'm trying to read Dougie lore. I straight ball. Okay. In 1963, Boko arrives. Also...
That's weird how early you're bringing Boko in.
It's only
what year does he come into the series? No, wait, Boko arrives in the 50s in the actual lore.
No, 1965. That's the year Boko arrives.
1968.
Wait, so Tramway Engines takes place before? What the man?
Ooh, weird.
Wild.
Well, Tramway Engines also took place before mainline engines at the same time anyway.
That's true.
So
holy fuck, my notifications won't shut up. I do not. Oh wait, fuck! It's my Twitter notification. It's my Twitter group chat, and I'm being mean to them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I do not have Twitter.
Those are my friends. I shouldn't be telling them to shut up. The only friend I tell to shut up is Lynn.
I would probably hate it and never use it.
Sorry, what'd you say, Melonbeak?
I do not have Twitter, and even if I did, I'd probably hate it and never use it.
That's probably a good idea. Twitter can be a really fickle beast. I would stay away from it. It can be fun too, but only if you can turn it off easily and just leave it alone.
Well, Twitter for me kind of helped. Kinda. It's helped my self-confidence because everyone in the comments has just been weirdly nice for Twitter.
Here's the thing. I think it depends on this kind of the sphere of Twitter that you're in, kind of the cycle. I think that it depends on your circle of people. Because general Twitter, right? If you're trying to appeal to the masses, right? Say there's 200 people who see all of your tweets. Well, those people are kind of a mob, right? They're all kind of just this big hive mind. But if you have a smaller collection of people, maybe 5 or 10 people who consistently reply to your tweets, that's a lot more positive and healthy because it's more personal. So that's really the difference, I think.
Yeah, that fair enough, I suppose. I don't go out of my way to talk to people I don't really know.
Yeah, no, it's sometimes that's a safe bet. But
I've said this before, but there's always a consistent group of people who like my tweets, and I don't like. For a while, I was like, "Oh God, I'm getting tired of seeing the same people." But then I went, "Wait, no, it's cool that I have a kind of fan base."
Yeah, well, because that's the thing is that like it's
more like personal.
Yeah, it kind of like it means something from those people versus like if it's just a bunch of strangers constantly filtering through who may be seeing your stuff for the first time. That's kind of different. Like I wouldn't be as excited about that. Like it's like I love how these streams have a consistent audience. It's just
like me, nice. Will Thomas 199. I've seen them in the chat a lot of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Carl Matthews 8.
Yeah, like, there's a lot of people who are very consistent who eventually, like, I bring into these kind of streams. And it's just, like, it's really nice to have to see familiar faces.
Yeah. But back to the lore.
Speaking of positive stuff, Lemmy, I sent you one of my awesome pieces of art on Twitter, and you just, like, ignored me, and I'm crying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't answered Twitter in several days. Forgive me.
You were on Twitter like yesterday. You liked one of my tweets. Shut up.
Okay. That's all I could do. But you gotta realize, Dougie, I've got like 20 messages pending, and when I answer
shut up, Lemmy. I'm more important.
When I answer one DM, I have to answer them all, and then it's the beginning of the end. So
well, Lemmy, I take priority. You know what? I won't tell you about Stanley in Dougie lore. You just will not know.
What's that, Melanbeak?
Do you realize how many DMs that Lemmy had to respond to? He's probably has some spending that
you see, the difference here is I am a big user, so I get to abuse my power.
Oh, is that right?
Oh yeah. Is that right, Dougie?
Yeah.
I replied to one of your tweets
of
with
course
that exact saying and crying that you didn't like it, honestly.
Oh my God.
Crying myself to sleep because Master of the Lemons didn't like my reply to his tweet.
Master of the Lemons. I'm thinking about changing my name. I'm thinking about
what?
Well, I'm thinking about changing it to just Lemmy. Just like imagine that if my name was just Lemmy, because it's already distinct enough. It's not
like it would be like too big of a jump.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Is like I kind of like everyone calls me Lemmy already anyway, and it's not like someone else is called Lemmy. I mean, the lead singer of Motorhead was, but he's dead, so it's okay. I've earned.
It's not like you're taking away his name, more like you're inheriting it.
Yeah, in a weird way. Yeah, I don't see. I hope I don't have to become the lead singer of Motorhead, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. If I have to become a rock band singer, then so be it. But
Shut up, Lemmy. I must answer a question that I've been asked.
Okay.
I've been asked: is Peter Griffin canon to Dougie lore? Yes, he is. Moving on.
Speaking of Dougie lore, let's get back to Dougie lore.
Yes, let's read more Dougie lore. Okay. So, in 1963, I've already mentioned Poco, didn't I? Yes, I did. I started talking about mainline engines. So the same year, Oliver, Toad, Isabel, Dulcie, Alice, and Mirabelle are all saved from scrap at the same time. Oliver just brought 4 coaches because he felt like it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think I've heard you mention this before.
I like that actually.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this when we had the one and only proper call on Skype. I mentioned I never liked how they just kind of threw in, the Fat Controller just found coaches.
Yeah, it's interesting because it honestly makes a lot more sense to bring them in all at once rather than have the Fat Controller be like, oh, by the way, it's no trouble at all to get these, and then
they're selling like hotcakes.
Yeah, and then the coaches would just be like, wait, so you just would buy all of our sisters? Why don't you buy the other 100? I don't have the money. Sorry, we'll have to die.
He's just lying. He has a massive bank account. It's just like. I think Free will survive. It's fine.
He would just buy them all the 100 coaches. I think he would. Considering Fat Controller.
Think about how much rolling stock why am I saying the LNR? NWR must have already.
Gordon would agree.
Well, the NWR rolling stock isn't actually treated that well.
Yeah, that's true. The rolling stock is kind of held to a different standard, unfortunately.
I find it so funny though that like how often people will make Spencer like this massive egotistical LNR engine, despite the fact that his coaches that he is always seen with are LMS coaches.
Yeah, that's funny.
I suppose the Duke and Duchess don't really care. They just went, that one looks cool. I'll choose that one. And then Spencer's like, that's not an LNR coach. How dare you?
Yeah, like I really
Spencer, I can scrap you in one word.
They just went on they went on an engine shopping spree, and they just went and got Spencer. They're like, oh, that one looks good. I want one of those. Thank you. Oh, and that coach. Oh, that's nice. All right, it's going quite good. Like it's interesting in a way. Like Spencer is as weirdly a kind of mismatched, hand-picked train as the Northwestern is as a whole. Like it's kind of like he doesn't match his coach in the same way that the Northwestern engines don't match each other. It's very very odd.
I think the Duke just doesn't really care about railways like as much as like, the Fat Controller. He just chose the engine that he thought looked cool.
Yeah, true.
Speaking of engines getting preserved and all that, how do you think of the idea of Allstate being a preservation society?
I feel like I almost think that's kind of like what it is in the show. I think it's just that they don't use those terms.
It's more of like a tourist attraction than a preservation society. But
could be
right.
I don't think it's a preservation. I can't say the word, so I'm just gonna say I don't think it's one of those railways in the show because I don't think they care, since Thomas can go on the mainland and then there's just diesels, but also there's steam engines.
Yeah,
there's just no issue.
And the show, well, that depends if you're willing to subscribe to the fact that everything in the show takes place chronologically.
Yeah, that's true. Like
it's kind of hard to say the entire show takes place chronologically because of just the show's rules are so wacky. Season 1 will tell you, oh yeah, Thomas has a branch line, and then in series 5 he's just at Brandon Docks.
And it's weird too because of the Railway series. We know that like if we go by the Railway series timeline, then things are out of order. Like the Skarloey Railway stuff that happens in season 4, but it's not like the narrow gauge engines just popped into existence after Oliver came to the island. Like no, they've been here the whole time. So we can assume that in between season 1 and 2, there were a few Skarloey Railway stories that we didn't see that we're now seeing later. It's just it's interesting. It's weird. It's kind of weird.
I've always kind of thought this is it. When I first found out about Neil being the fact that they never did very old engines. I don't know the actual reason. I'm gonna assume it was budget reasons and probably just they were all like, oh god, how could we remove the cab? I said this on Twitter, but essentially the idea that I thought of, they don't need to remove the cab really, and they didn't need to make a Neil model. They could have used especially since they already established that Skarloey and Edward already know each other, so they could have totally done that.
Yeah, that's true. They could have done that. I think. I would say that it's not the show's MO to do like a flashback episode, but they did that with Gallant Old Engine, so that could have worked. That would have been really cool to see. Can you imagine very old engines in the show?
No, especially Duck and Jukes.
That would be interesting.
I mean, it wouldn't really work though, the show though, because they do Grandpa as the first episode, so it would kind of ruin the entire point.
That's true, honestly. Yeah, it's interesting how they lead with Duke in the show, whereas they lead up to Duke in the Railway series. Like they don't even acknowledge his existence until the end.
Yeah, the entire Audrey era, the entire Wilbur era of the narrow gauge stories, they always there's subtle hints to Duke.
Yeah.
The first book in Sir Handel talks about his old railway. story called Sir Handel. I wonder which character that one's about. I don't know. Might be about Peter Sam.
I think Duncan. It's about Duncan.
Oh, of course. Before he, I can't remember if there was one in Old Engine. I can't remember one. But, I mean, that book was more about Rusty and Duncan anyway, so there wasn't really a time to mention it. Oh wait, no, they do mention it. They mention it when Peter Sam's like, "Oh yes, we got new rolling stock, Scully," and Scully's like, "Oh, tell me," and then they spend about just explaining all the lore.
Right.
These coaches, and mention. Did they say Cora was actually from the MSR or not?
I don't think so. No, I don't think they actually mentioned that.
I know for a fact that they mentioned that. I don't think they outright say that Millicent and Gertrude were from the MSR, but I know Peter Sam's like, oh, Sir Handel likes them because they remind him of the coaches he had in his old line.
Yeah, like something like just vague enough like that.
Yeah.
I love those like
Scarlowy Railway.
Yeah.
On my map, the Scarlowy Railway extends all the way to Ulster Castle.
Ooh.
Let's see. Could you zoom out a little bit? I'd like to see how it does that.
So what it starts off like the normal map, but right here it passes over a crossing from Kirkmaxton, then goes over around to, and then there's a point. There's a switch right here where you can either go to Ulster Castle or to Blue Mountain Quarry.
So where's Blue Mountain Quarry?
Right up here.
Oh, look at that.
And then Ulster Castle comes right over here.
Oh, that's cool.
That's neat.
For years, I refused to acknowledge the fact that Ulster Castle is right near Thomas's branch line. But now I've kind of accepted it because if you give the right reasons, if you put it in the proper context, then it does make sense.
Thomas doesn't have a branch line in the CGI era. What are you talking about?
he just is all over the place. He's all over the main line, he's all over the blue line.
I mean, that is very much Mattel's fault.
I kind of
I don't really think Renner wanted to use Thomas as much as he did, but
you know what's really funny? For years, that was the biggest complaint that the fandom had. We were all so furious about Thomas leaving his branch line. We kept telling him, "Get back on your branch line, Tank." We sound like Gordon. Like, Thomas wants to see the world. That's his whole point. Is it any wonder that he constantly abandons his branch in favor of seeing new things? Like, of course he does. Like, that's who he is.
I feel like, though, it doesn't really make sense, though, since Thomas seems perfectly content with just running his branch line. Especially since how Thomas is always perceived in the Railway series, where he's, like, meant to be this, like, massive, like, believer of he is awesome. It would make sense that he would think that he's so great when he gets to run his own branch line. And when the Fire Controller's like, you know what, Chumish? I shall give you help. I shall buy a tram. And he's like, oh, fuck, now it won't be special.
Right.
But he treats his branch like it's his own. Like it's his own to keep, not his to give.
Especially since he is the first engine that's, you know, I mean, maybe there is some other engine running their own branch line. But to our knowledge, we're only told that Thomas runs his own branch line, and everyone just works on the main line.
Right. Yeah, up until...
So that must also contribute to how egotistical he got.
Right.
It kind of beefs up his pride. So when Daisy comes along, he'd be furious. He's like, this is my branch line. I have no right to come
It's really fascinating that Thomas is probably the most important character to see the reaction of when Daisy arrives, but he's in the works, because it's literally like his, like, imagine how bad Thomas would feel in the works. This is the very start of dieselization. This is 1960. So imagine Thomas is like, God, my actions got a diesel on our branch. I I've doomed everybody. I have to get out of the works fast. Speed this thing up. Well, we could, but we're gonna have to flatten out your running board. I don't care, just do it, right? And then they send him back out. And, he looks totally different, which I love, by the way. I love the fact that the railway is just totally willing to change his shape. This engine is famous, but the Fat Controller doesn't care. It's like, I don't care. It'll make him run better. That's what Thomas wants. That's what I'll do. And the press is like, sir, you can't. He's a historical landmark. I don't care. He's my engine first. We're rebuilding him. That's what he wants.
Shut the fuck up, press. I'm straight balling.
In fact, I don't care what the master said. I'm going to go and change Thomas the way he sees fit.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like I love that idea that like he doesn't give in to, he doesn't view his engines any differently now that they're famous. They're still his engines, and they're still
now that I'm kind of thinking about it, what if Edward got like all these modifications from a regular K2 because he said to like the Fat Controller, sir, I feel a bit self-conscious. I look very old and Could you please rebuild? I'd want to look new,
I could see Edward doing that honestly, quietly, and he wouldn't ask. I feel like what might happen is he'd have a conversation with the Fat Controller. I imagine the Fat Controller constantly, keeps up with his engines, right? And goes and says, just walks up to Henry, says, how are you doing, Henry? And Henry's like, oh, fine, sir, except for the hundreds of mechanics.
They say that in like Thomas and the Breakdown Train, where like they just say, "Oh yeah, the Fat Controller goes past Thomas every day."
Yeah, right.
Says hello to him.
I'd like to just point something out.
Yeah.
The Sword Caterpillar says, "Some of us have been waiting for hours. Let some join. Join earlier in the chat."
Here's what I'd say: nobody wait. Like, don't wait desperately at the door to get in. If I'm not worth it, really. If people really, really want to be in the stream, they could go and start their own for starters. StreamYard is free. And bring in people, and then that's their castle, that's their kingdom. But I would say I'm having a great conversation with these two people right now. I'm not in the market to bring in anybody new just yet. Maybe in 10 or 20 minutes, we'll see.
Right, we need to get through 1963 then, because it's a big year.
Yeah, we do.
For 1963, and then we'll let other people join.
Yeah, that sounds about
right.
right.
I'm gonna take my time with this then. Okay.
You go ahead.
Please don't kick me out, please. Please.
I won't, Dougie, don't worry. I'll give you some time.
Okay. Right. I talked about Oliver and Toad now, right? Yeah, I did.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, 1963. The Arlesdale Railway is built, and all those MFers join. Yeah, that is all. Right, Freddy, who committed multiple war atrocities. Budget, guys. Budget, I promise.
Don't defend him, Dougie. We know what he did.
Yeah.
Listen, budget, guys.
Freddy committed war crimes.
He committed a war crime.
He started World War I by accident.
By accident.
Freddy was just like talking to the just chill, like, so I, my opinions on what you're doing. I think, I kind of agree. I think, you should tell Britain your qualms, and perhaps you can come to an agreement. And so Germany does, and then, whoops!
There's now a war.
And Freddy's just like sitting there on the SR, and like his driver's like, Freddy, there's a war. Oh no!
He's like,
what have I done?
Oh crap! What have I done?
He just like looks at the tracks and goes, oh god. And like Charlotte and Renee are like, Freddy, what's wrong? I may have started a war. What? How can you start a war? Well, you see, it was a usual Saturday night. Me and the boys were chilling. And we have slightly said I agree with the, actions.
He just goes to Germany. There doesn't need to be an answer as to how or why. He just goes there, and he just agrees with the Germans. Great job, Freddy. Great job.
Well done.
Excellent work. Anyway.
Awesome. Right.
time
So
for
anyway, it's back to lore, guys. So
Yes.
Freddy returns because now he's served his justice for committing war crimes.
Right.
Yep. That's it.
That's
Bear
it.
shows up. Yep. There's not a lot to comment on. Okay, then there's a bunch of stuff built. So, essentially,
Yes.
Yeah.
We're on the edge of our seats.
We are anticipating playing the grand climax.
You have a very elaborate vocabulary, Malenbeek. I'm very impressed.
And I'm only 13.
Pretty impressive, must say. Dougie,
lol.
you there? All right. So you were saying?
Okay. What was I saying? Oh, right. Okay, so the same year, it's a very cluttered year, I know, but essentially this year, the whole Little Western, which is Alan, that viaduct from that game,
I also have Callan as part of the Western on my map.
So, great minds think alike.
Yes. And it's very weird how the wiki states that's on the Misty Valley.
I don't understand that.
Yeah.
What the fuck is Misty
It's
Valley?
clearly meant to be the replacement of Augsburg West, and yet they say it's on another branch line entirely.
So I think a lot of this stuff on the wiki comes directly from Sam Wilkinson's map, which
Okay, that explains
I've
it.
never taken my time to read it, honestly.
I hate the Sam Wilkinson map. I'm sorry, but
I used to be like obsessed with it, but then I realized a lot of it doesn't make sense. I think this was the big thing for me is when Ted, Oliver Duck, he pointed out to me that some of the branch lines Sam drew literally are drawn right over mountains. Like, literally just, yeah.
Literally, I need to check this.
Yeah, no, there is a lot of examples of this. He literally just draws, like the branch line, like the extension from the Skarloey Railway to Ulfstead, like that crosses the Peel Godred branch. That literally just goes straight through the mountain range as if the mountains aren't even there. Like it just goes over them. Like it goes crosses Shane Duany.
Oh God.
Dear, oh dear. Sam, what have you done? Anyway, 63.
Okay. So, you know that one bridge from like Tender Engines or Bulgy? Like the free bridges.
Oh yeah. The bridges that
that's also built in 1963.
Interesting.
Bulgy's Bridge, Hallsborough, shut up, Twitter. Allsborough West, and Allsborough Harbour are all built. You know, it's a bit cluttered what's built that year, but you know, shut up, dog, I'm straight balling.
The railway is constantly expanding and developing.
Yeah.
So then Duck and Oliver, because I'm about to go into a tangent, but a lot of fans do this and it annoys me. It's just Duck and Oliver that run the branch line. Right,
Yeah,
so
it's just
because of how
because
heavily they're
Donald
featured
Douglas are
throughout
both goods engines. The utility.
For fuck's sake, you just stole my point. Right. Yes, Donald and Douglas are not
I can
all
read your
the
mind,
branch lines.
Ducky. I can read your mind.
Yeah, I don't like how much people like to say, "Oh yeah, bro, they're totally all for branch line engines." They were in like especially the Christopher books. They are heavily featured on the main line, and Duck and Oliver appear like twice.
Now they might I think probably the only place they pull passengers, arguably, probably at times they do it on the main line, but mainly on the Little Western. Like, you know, it's definitely
I think they're mainly just goods engines.
Yeah, probably to take over from Doc or Oliver occasionally.
And with that, I don't.
I'm checking.
So then,
So, what's next?
I would like to know as well. I'll stand by with a rescue team.
Okay, let's see.
Dougie, I'm standing by.
I see what you're talking about on the Sam Wilkinson map.
Yeah.
Oh, it's disgusting.
Yeah, I know. When I heard that, it immediately, I still was holding out a little bit of hope for the map's value. But then when Ted told me that, I was like, oh my God. I can't. I just can't. Good Lord. That was a shocker.
Am I back? Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Yes, you are.
Okay. My internet had a heart murmur.
I can relate to that. No problem.
Yeah, my internet's just fucking dog shit. This stream can very much show that off. Okay, back to Dougie lore. What was I talking about before?
Like, I feel like the tagline of Dougie lore is back to Dougie lore.
Bro, when it gets released in stores, what do you think will be released? Like the tagline will be, it'll be keeps Lemmy up and not saying something. And then anyway, back to Dougie lore. What will be the title of Dougie lore? It'll just be and back to Dougie lore.
And back to Dougie lore. Solid.
Featuring Insane Albert. Insane Albert will be on the cover.
Well, it has to be guaranteed, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
it has
yeah.
to be on the cover.
Naturally.
Like, that's the main selling point for Dougie lore. And then you have Depressed Porter and the two Godred and Douglas because Douglas has
Depressed Porter. Nothing like Depressed Porter.
Oh boy, we're getting into the thing I really want to talk about now. Okay.
Yes.
So,
What is it?
Okay, so Emily. So right, in Dougie lore, Emily is like she can go on Sodor, but she's not technically a Sodor engine yet. So in like the late 19th century, the first or whatever, I'm not really decided, but like the father of the Duke, the Duke of Boxford that we actually know, that is his engine. Like Emily is his engine.
Interesting.
Oh,
that's so.
I didn't want to put Emily
see that.
Sodor,
I could see
like
that.
as a Sodor engine before someone like Henry or Edward or something.
It must be so shameful that that it skips a generation, so the A1s or A3s don't get a chance to be like Boxford engines. It's like just go straight to A4s.
Well, on my timeline, Emily actually arrives in 1918 to replace Edward, and Alfred, the GER B12 engine, replaces her on express duties, and finally and then Henry goes and takes place for his express duties, but he turns out to be a failure, so they put Alfred back on, and then
You know
they
what?
finally end up with Gordon.
Okay, right. I don't want Insane Albert to become something like Alfred, the B12, because Alfred the B12 is so overused. He is used in everything. Like every fan series, there's always just like every time it talks about Sodor's past, it's like, oh yeah, there was Alfred. Of course, there was Alfred. Yeah. No one changes his name. No one changes his basis. It's always Alfred. No one does anything original with him. It's just Alfred.
It's like interesting to me how.
Well, I think that's partially because he's so popular. Like, everybody likes him.
Yeah, that's my main point, though. Why is he so popular?
He's popular because he came from an amazing story. But here's the thing. Every story that's featured Alfred since has been kind of toothless compared to it. Because it wasn't, the thing that made Alfred such an amazing big bad villain in the first one was that he killed all the engines. Like, that's what made him so amazing.
In my series, he actually attempts to kill Gordon for taking over his express, and all the engines are kind of resentful of Gordon because of all the work that they had to put in during the 20s. Thomas is resentful of him because he kind of devalues all the work and doesn't understand what all the work that they had to put in for the 20s. Because when Gordon arrives, it's 1935.
Right.
Look, Dougie Lore may have insane engines. Cough, cough. But I will not go as far as to have a psychopath engine and want to kill everyone. Albert is kind of pushing it, but I never said he wanted to kill anyone.
Right.
However, he is related to dead engines. Cough, cough, Stanley. Cough, cough. Oh God, I need to get this
I think it works with Alfred because in his original appearance, when he was originally conceived, he was kind of a psychopath. He murdered all the engines.
Yeah, that's true.
I really hope, one day I hope Dougie Lore transcends the original Alfred, so that now my version of Alfred quotation marks heavily will be the true Alfred. My version of Awesome Albert. No. What am I talking about? We already know my version of Albert. I've talked about this heavily.
Yes. You've made it
I
very
sure do
clear.
wonder who Albert is in Dougie Lore. I sure do hope Dougie mentions it. I feel like they haven't mentioned it enough. But my version of that one small blue engine, that isn't Edward. His name is Robert, and he's two-faced. That's essentially it. Please make this somewhat cooler. I forgot what basis I made him. I think he's a class
don't have
8.
many two-faced characters.
Yeah, that's kind of my fault. He's not literally two-faced. He doesn't have an ass tender. Face tender.
More like he's two-faced mentally.
Yeah. So, essentially, he's just with the big engines, he's like, oh, yes, down with tank engines, yes. And then when he's left alone with, Thomas, he's like, Thomas, I have a lot of respect for you. And Thomas is like, what the hell? Robert, what the hell? You just a minute ago, you were saying that you wanted me to die. Yeah.
Something I thought just came into my head.
Yeah.
I think Emily would resent Gordon, not just because she came in and replaced her on the Express. She resents her because he's an LMER A3, at least in my canon.
Oh, he's an A3 in Dougie Lore too. Awesome.
Yeah. Good. Good on you, Dougie.
Good.
Because he's the next generation, and he acts like Emily was not a big shot, and I think she really resent that.
Yeah, that's awesome. I like that concept.
All right, sorry, I wasn't quite listening. I was uploading a tweet. The tweet is now uploaded, and we can all rest easy.
So basically, I think Emily resents Gordon.
That's not Insane Porter, Lemmy.
Yeah, I know. Okay. But yeah, I could totally see that being the case. I think that, Emily just has so much more of a legacy than anyone gives her credit for. She really was, one of the greats.
And they never acknowledge that in the show.
Yeah, they really don't. But it makes a lot of sense why she bosses people around. Because, she had all the power on the GNR. She was the best of the best. She was that Railways Gordon. So, of course, she expects to be in charge. Who can really blame her for that?
Yeah. Because she kind of has a right to act so pompous.
Yeah, when she literally carried the railway, when she was the fastest and the strongest, like, obviously she shouldn't be so arrogant, but like the fact that she, like, it's not a surprise that she feels that way, like it is kind of an adjustment for her to not, to not act that way.
Yeah, especially
Okay,
considering
we
that
should
she
get back to
arrives in
Dougie now, I think.
1918 in my canon.
Yeah.
She kind of gets,
Okay.
she's kind of the strongest engine there. She's
Mm.
because Thomas hasn't arrived yet. He arrives in 1919. Edward's there, but Emily is stronger than Edward. So I think
That's
there's gonna
cool.
be that kind of clash there.
Yeah, no, that's really neat. I like that. Anyhow, so
Fun concept.
63.
Yes.
Yes, back in 63 should become another Lemmy meme.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm scared of what will happen in 1963. Okay, so Emily, I got to the first part, but then it kind of turned into everyone else's version of Emily. So essentially, yeah, she was owned by the father of the Duke of Oxford. So then he, son, I'm stepping down. Would you like my engine? And he's like, shut the fuck up, father. I straight ballin'. Then he like, then he goes to like, I don't know. He's like, I want a fast as fuck engine to like BR, and they're like, would you like Spencer? And he's like, yes.
Yeah.
Would you like some coach? Give. I am
Right.
rich, man. You give me everything.
My God.
So during the same time, he's like, he like finds a mine that he's like, oh, this has shit I want. I shall use it to dig out. So he's like, I need a tank engine. So like he asks BR for an engine and he looks at all of the options and goes, bro, this is cringe. And then so
is that
also,
exactly what
I
he
did not
says, word
mention
for
this,
word?
but I just thought of it. They give him Spencer because they're just like, ew, engine cringe. So they just give him an engine they were about to scrap anyway. So they give him Spencer.
That's really interesting.
That
So he
makes
probably has a
that's
certain level of,
interesting.
he probably has a bit of loyal, like a lot of loyalty, in fact, and a lot of gratitude as well. Like he probably. I mean,
No, Spencer doesn't know he was about to die.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Any chance
But
of
the
him
Duke tells him that, like, eventually. Like, Spencer's... He says that to, like, bring Spencer down to earth, where he's like, I was chosen specially by the Duke. You were special. And then the Duke just goes, oh, yeah, you were about to die when I bought you.
And he would just be like, what? What do you mean?
What? Well, yes, when I purchased you, BR was, oh, we just want to get rid of this engine. Do you want it? And I said, sure. Because I saw a lot of, I saw a lot of spark in you, Spencer? And it's just like, sir? Spencer, are you crying? No. No.
That would honestly be like really sad and pathetic, but also really sweet and powerful. Like, that's like kind of great that they actually have that connection.
Yeah.
I think afterwards, though, Spencer would probably stop being so, like, egotistical and saying, oh, I'm so special.
A complete jerk all the time. It kind of gives him a bit more depth.
Yeah.
And
like,
complexity.
The fact that, like, I mean, it's interesting because, like, Spencer is so pampered in a lot of ways. I mean, it really, I think one of the biggest questions about Spencer, for which one has to decide for their canon, is whether he was built specifically for the Duke and Duchess, whether he had like a working life, like whether he was secondhand. And
I think that he had a working life.
That's interesting because I've always kind of had the idea that he was like built for them. Like he literally, he just seems like he doesn't have life experience. It seems like he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. That was always my perspective, but honestly, the reverse could work very well also.
Yeah, it could still work because at the end of the day, he got off easy.
Yeah.
He basically they were like, fine. We'll take this A4 Pacific, please.
Yeah.
As opposed to an A4 what?
As opposed to an A4 Atlantic.
McGill. How do
An
you say it? McGill.
A4C1.
I think it's pronounced McGill, right?
McGill? What? What is?
I think that's 260, like James. I think.
No,
Or is that
no,
040? Wait,
Mogul.
no, 060.
It's Mogul.
Fucking.
James is a mogul.
It's Mogul.
McGill.
Look, Lemmy, I've looked at the word like twice. I haven't really said it out loud ever.
Right. Yeah, I was surprised too when I first heard it. I was like, mogul. Okay, that's like a business mogul. It's like a local.
Oh, and Will Thomas 199 has said something in the chat. I love everybody's different takes on the Thomas universe. Yeah, I agree because it's so nice to see.
I seem to notice this, and I'm very glad this happened. So especially my group chat, everyone has started just doing their lore, like their own version of the lore, because
Yeah,
of
I'm working
like,
on my own lore.
because I did it. I feel
cool.
so proud that happened. Like, I'm genuinely so like as egotistical as I pretend to be. I'm very actually happy that that's happened.
Right. Yeah. No, and that's like, and that's like you should be proud of it because you've inspired people. You know, and that's the thing. It's like the more we all inspire each other, the better everything will get around here. It really is the truth. It sounds really cheesy. It sounds like a hippie love fest, but it's true.
Exactly.
Is anything but cheesy.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's
well, apart
really,
from Thomas and the stinky cheese.
All right. I think you two are about 10 minutes away from being replaced. I hate to say. However, Dougie,
you said I wasn't getting replaced. What the hell?
Oh!
Well, that was a long time ago.
Lemmy, you lied.
I didn't lie. I didn't say you weren't getting. You're not gonna. You're gonna. What do you think? You're gonna.
No, you said that you were never going to replace me.
I might have said that, but I was also sleep deprived at the time, Dougie. But now I've caught my second win, and I am now a clear mind,
right. Well,
clearer than a glass of ice
let's
cold
power
water.
through 1963, okay?
All right.
Because goddamn it, we really need to.
But please try to get through 63 quickly. All right. I trust.
Right. Okay, Stanley. Standard gauge Stanley. So
right.
I think I got to the part where I said that like the Duke just couldn't find anyone. Okay, so yeah, he looked at all the shunters, which was mostly being offered like diesel shunters. He's like, "You cringe." So he knows the Fat Controller because like the Duke of his father knew the Fat Controller, so he would meet him, and so like he knew that he would probably have stuff. So he also knows about Provin's Gate Works. So guess what he does? He goes up to the Fat Controller one day on Spencer. He pulls up on Spencer. You know what? Gordon and Spencer. That happens because the Duke of Oxford shows up for a meeting with the Fat Controller, which is why Spencer's there, and that's how they all meet him. I just made that up on the spot, but I'm fairly certain I put Gordon and Spencer in 1963 anyway. Oh, I did. Awesome. So yeah, he goes there for a meeting and is like, I want a shunter for my awesome new mine. It will be called Fortnite Mines. I need an engine, and PR has a shit selection. Please don't tell them I said that, or they'll take away my Spencer privileges.
My Spencer privileges.
So, I want you and all of your unpaid workers at Croven's Gate to make me an engine. You are aware it's a lot more hard to make an engine. Shut the fuck up, I'm rich. You have a very good point.
Oh my god. Good point.
So then, they do. So then the Fat Controller's like, alright guys, what's up crew? And the Fat Controller is just crying. The Fat Controller's crying. Yep. And the workmen are, down in the works, just all sad because they just don't get paid. They get paid they get paid nothing. They just don't get paid. And the Fat Controller's like, what's up, Fortnite crew? And so he's like, all right, guys, I want you to build an engine for the Duke of Boxford. But why, sir? Yes. And so, guess who they build? They build Stanley.
Stanley. Welcome to Sodor.
Welcome to Sodor, Stanley.
I'd like to imagine that, like, when the Fat Controller sees Stanley for like the first time, he's like so proud. He's like, what a beautiful piece of machinery we've just built. What do you mean we, sir? We did it. Shut the fuck up, Steve.
Oh my god.
Your career is in my hands. I can snap you away. I have the Infinity Gauntlet.
The Fat Controller is scary.
And Steve just goes back to work.
Oh my god.
God. Imagine what if Sir Hansel got the Infinity Gauntlet? What he would do?
He would use that to his advantage. Like his driver's like, you have trucks to pull today. Trucks, and just whips out the Infinity Gauntlet. You know, I think I accidentally said trucks. I meant coaches.
What if Emily got the Infinity Gauntlet?
That's interesting because I feel
Well,
like
it depends on which version of Emily we're talking about. Are we talking about like the kind old sister version, or are we talking about
the Queen Emily?
Yeah, she would go mad with power.
Yeah, she would. The question is, what does the Infinity Gauntlet do? Can it only kill people, or what can it do?
Well, it can essentially do anything. Like you can literally go anywhere. You could just you don't even need to kill someone. You can just you can just reconfigure them.
I think the first thing she'd do is unite all of the governments of Earth under a single monarch-like government of which she was queen. Some things would get better. Most things, due to her lack of management, would get worse.
You would only stay on Sodor. She would never go anywhere else and check.
Yeah, like she just
and like all the government leaders are like, "Oh my god, our society is crumbling as we know it."
And she'd just be taking strolls around London, talking to her direct advisors. Like, oh my god!
Emily, please, you need to give more funding to other countries other than Britain.
Or alternatively, she'd be really vigilant and go all around the world and actually like do a good job. And then like the resistance movement isn't sure. Yeah, like I wonder if that could actually be the case. Like, I mean, who knows? Maybe if she did have total power, she'd actually do a good job with it. Then people would be in an interesting moral predicament. They're like, do we stop her? She's kind of fixed like poverty and like hunger in the world. And
well done, gamers. We've done it. We ended racism.
Oh my god. But anyway, 63. The lore. We haven't much time.
There's not much else to 63, really. So, yeah, the Duke gets Stanley. Stanley shows up at his mine and is like, hey, what's up? My name is Stanley. I decide what your name is. Okay, what's my name then? Your name is Stanley. Awesome. So, Stanley's livery then, like when he works at the mine, is the white color because I mean he's working in a mine. He has to be a bright color so you can see him when he's in the mine. So that's why he's such a bright color. However, Lemmy, if you do check your Twitter DMs, once in a while, see what Sodor Stanley looks like when he eventually arrives on Sodor. No spoilers though.
Let's see. Oh,
you sure are in for a surprise.
You're full of surprises.
They often say of me, I bring some razzle-dazzle.
Razzle-dazzle to the yard. I'm full of surprises, as you can plainly see. I trust in my surprises to prevail. I hope this time means surprising. Oh, that looks good. Dougie Lore Stanley. Look at this business. This is interesting. Huh.
I am very curious.
It is. It appears to be public.
It is public.
Wow,
yeah.
Look at that.
It's a tweet.
I I love the way you draw faces. Like you put all the focus on like the engine, and then the face. You just draw a little expression. It's basically a smiley face. Like I love that.
I based that like
Like,
off of
matter
how
what the
Audrey
face
would do
looks
the
like.
faces, where
The
it's
face
just
is really
line
there to
eyes and
begin
then
with.
a little smile on her nose.
Yeah, because what he really focused on was like the engine itself. That was like really what mattered to him.
Yeah.
What's even more funnier is the fact that the engines, I mostly draw them like really fucking detailed, and then the face just looks so fucking slapped on, like an afterthought.
Right. I love how there's something about the Stanley and Thomas rivalry that is made a lot better by the fact that Stanley has one of that little window in front of the cab window. Like Thomas would be like, "No, fuck you, that's my thing." Like
that is actually what I
Thomas
did.
would be
I was
furious.
like, the point of Stanley is I didn't want to base him off anything directly, so I kind of sprinkled in parts of multiple engines. So for example, the cab, I based that off Thomas. Like
it looks a lot like him now that I'm looking at it closer.
I completely based that off how Thomas looks. His boiler or tank or whatever. I didn't really base that off anyone because I couldn't really think of anyone. I mean, I could only think of Billy, but Billy didn't really exist yet, so I wouldn't have really based it off anyway.
Well, that's kind
I
of
gave him external
show.
sandboxes, which the show Stanley doesn't have, but I thought he looked cool with them. It kind of based that off. I gave him pipe work. I don't even know if that would. They based that off Trojan Percy, just for fun.
Right.
I just wanted to add things. His dome is also very much based off Thomas, and his funnel.
I can see that.
Funnel is also based off Trojan. Kind of a mix of Thomas and Percy, really.
That's interesting. It's really interesting. I like this.
Yeah.
You promised me you'd retweet my stuff, so you better.
All right. All right.
Oh boy, that tweet's gonna randomly blow up now. I'm so glad.
Let's see. Where...
This completely goes against what I just said about liking the fact I had like a small little fan base.
Yeah. There. Retweeted. The tweet has been read.
Oh, look! Wow. Awesome.
There we
SMH didn't even like the tweet.
I was just browsing it. And I'm seeing it right now. It looks.
I think the wheels are a bit too big, but you know what? I kind of think that works. With how he's supposed to be like some big macho Thomas.
Yeah, he's got the muscle.
He's got Thomas.
I'd like to imagine that Thomas and Stanley's rivalry is very one-way, because that's how it's portrayed in the film. Stanley doesn't even realize that Thomas was mad at him until he's just like at some random part of Soda, like, holy fuck, was Thomas mad at me? Oh, right.
I love that. Like the fact that Thomas can hold a grudge and nobody even like knows. Like it's just like he doesn't even tell the person. He's just like, oh God, I hate him. I just like
he didn't even tell Stanley throughout the entire film because I was watching it over like just yesterday. He's like
no one even really says anything. Like he essentially sabotages Stanley, and I think maybe the narrator says it. Like the characters thought, did Thomas really hate Stanley? Or was it? I think. I'm not entirely sure. I can just remember James in the context of that. But like Stanley, it didn't even cross Stanley's mind that maybe Thomas hated him, which is why I kind of like Stanley, to be honest. He's so oblivious to everything, but he's so kind. Like in the entire series, and I did fact check this. He is like never a cunt ever. He is just nice to everyone.
Cool guy to be around.
And I don't think that's like, that means that he's like missing something. I think that just means that that's his main character trait. He's just nice. He's the nice guy. And like nobody else is that nice.
That's why
I'm very glad that he made him a background junter. I'm glad he never really got his own story past like
they probably would have like
they mentioned something else. He does seem like the guy who I'm very glad they didn't go with the whole Stanley became very puffed up and like I'm great. Shut up, Thomas.
Yeah.
I'm very glad they just kept him very modest the whole time.
Exactly.
Like even though he is just a beefy Thomas,
It's
the
kind of
whole
nice
time
that
he
they
is
kept
still
his character intact.
Yeah.
like Brenner fucked up a lot of characters, i.e. Donald Douglas, Donald and Douglas. Did I mention Donald and Douglas?
I hate how they argue all the time.
Yeah, no, I do resent that. Anyway, how much more 63 do we have, Dougie? Because your time is running short.
Lemmy, did I ever say that you have very nice hair?
Thank you. Now your time is running short, Dougie. It's ticking. 5 minutes about.
Lemmy, please, no, don't kick me out, please.
I gotta keep this
You
thing
can
rolling.
just add like 3 more people anyway. You don't need to remove people.
I think 2 at a time works better, honestly. I think it's easier to manage.
What if just 2 at a time, but I stay the entire time?
Well, no. That's not fair.
Maybe do 3 at a time, and then I don't need to leave.
No, I don't think so.
Lemmy, leave. Wait, I'll cry.
Well, I will also cry, but I'll still do it.
Well, Lemmy,
I only have 5.5 hours left to get through all these people.
Well, you know what?
It's actually not that long. It's hard. It's actually not that hard.
What if I made it 4 hours?
Dougie is stalling, says Will Thomas 199.
No, I'm balling.
Time.
Oh wait, no,
All
you misgendered me. Damn it, Scrapyard Studios. You said something funny, but it was ruined by the fact you couldn't even get my gender right.
Well,
what that?
Dougie is not
Please
male.
change. Please,
He
please
should
they.
he should have called him they.
Please put they. That'd be very cool, guys.
I'm coming for you, Lemmy, says Will Thomas 199.
Oh fuck! When did you take over my account?
Will has just taken over.
Oh my god! All right, Dougie.
What if I'm just Will's alt?
I hate
What
to
if
say
I'm
it.
just
I think I gotta cut this short. I think I gotta
No!
cut it short. I think I do. It's been an absolute blast, but I think I've got to remove both of you, I'm afraid, and give others a chance.
No.
Remove both of us?
Yeah, I think so. You've both been here for quite some time.
Yeah, that's
This is so sad, guys.
Single tier. But it has been a real blast. It's been great talking to you, Malenbeek, for the first time. Great discussion.
Nice to talk to you beyond talking in the chat.
Yeah, definitely. I love vocal conversations. They're a lot better. And as always, Dougie, it's been a real blast, obviously. We will talk more soon on Skype about the lore, about everything else. Anyway, so I'm afraid I've got to give you both the axe. Now, you can do this the easy way or the hard way. You can leave gracefully of your own accord, or I can axe you. Those are the options.
I will leave gracefully. I am a person of honor.
All right, very good. Honor from both of you. All right, then. Take care, both of you. And I will see you.
No, make it individual. I want to leave a long speech.
Nice talking to you all.
Nice talking to you.
It wasn't nice talking to all of you. I hate just one person in this chat. I just hate, and I will never tell you who it is. I have a strong hatred for them.
Oh my god. All right. The mystery. It pursues. Anyway. So
Mystery
take
hatred.
care, both of you. It's been fun. So take care.
I will not take care. Just to spite you.
Bye.
Yes, of course.
Don't
See you.
overthrow them. That wouldn't be very nice. Oh no!
Right.
Oh no! Oh no!
It's time
Oh,
to
no.
go. It's time to go.
No! No!
Don't make me do it.
Dougie Lore's best lore. Dougie Lore's best lore. Read
Dougie. They're the best. All right, let's see. How about what do we bring in next? I know what we bring in next. We bring in a new bottle of water next because I'm really thirsty. God, I'm draining these things fast. I'll be back, folks. All right, I'm back. So, let's see. So, who do we bring in now? Come in. Okay, let's see. So we have. How about we bring in Useful Engine 11? All right, Useful, prepare.
Yo, what's up, everyone? The Useful is back.
Good to have you here, Useful. And who else should I bring in?
If it'd be all right, could I suggest Soder Caterpillar, as he is new to these streams? He's a new guy, you know.
Okay. Sure, why not? All right, Caterpillar, you're
Sunshine. Sunshine.
Oh, look at that. Jesus Christ.
Sunshine.
That is amazing.
It do be him, though.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that you're dank.
Yeah, I'm dank.
Not as in the adjective, as in like that's your name. You are pretty dank, gotta be honest. But God,
That's dank, man.
that's just gorgeous.
It does be sunshine. I was sitting here for 3 hours just playing with the damn mail vans the whole time.
Yeah.
I just kept playing with these.
Oh my God.
Yeah, me and Caterpillar were like just talking on Instagram, like saying, so when do you think we'll be let in? And then he's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm going insane.
You guys should have sat here the whole time. You should have gone and
Actually, I didn't sit here. Actually, I didn't sit here the whole time. You
I
told me
sat
to come
here
back
since,
later. I'm like, all right, and then I did come back.
It's 3:45 where I am. I was here since like 12 or 11, and
I've been
during
watching
that
all day.
I was playing with the damn mail vans. Called Dax. Called Useful. I didn't know what I could do. I was just sitting here for a while, just looking at things like fucking bear.
Oh, by the way, Lemmy, I need to apologize as I called you on Twitter, or not Twitter, Skype earlier.
yeah,
but that's because
very impressive feat, Useful. Called me on Twitter. That's a new phenomenon.
No, I messed up. Oh God. But no, I called you on Skype because everyone wanted me to get your attention. I'm like,
Yeah,
all right,
we're
but
gonna
if I fail, then I'm blaming all of you.
Yeah, it was like the whole. We were gonna like start a rebellion. That was the whole thing that we were gonna do, and it didn't work out.
See, that to me sounds like what's the word? It starts with an H, and then an I and an E and an A. It's hierarchy. Yes, that's right. So it goes like me. I'm the mob boss, right? And then the two of you are immediately below me. And then below you, you've placed all of these other people who are asking, Useful, please, Dawn, on the day of your daughter's wedding, will you talk to Lemmy for me?
And I'm like, and I'm telling them that you have a lot of people to answer to. What makes you think he's gonna answer to me?
Oh my God! Like we were gonna make Useful our fucking deputation the whole time.
God, of course, I'm the one to do the deputation.
Yeah, but here's 7.
I don't know why do people want to be in here so badly?
Well, number one, Lemmy, you have many indulgent conversations with everyone.
Well,
I was just sitting here, like I'm gonna show Sunshine. I don't know. Zip's in the damn room. Still, I didn't do anything with that. He's just sitting there, not painted or anything. And then I was just with Sunshine.
Well, hard work happens before painting, and like painting's the fun part. That's the exciting part.
Yeah, but
I love what you do. I love what you do with the running boards. where you like cut into like the very front like that, and then you kind of like trace it with like the black on the side to kind of like create like the shape. That's pretty good. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. Like fucking Jesus. I was here for a while. A good while. There's some things I do like about doing customs, but some things I don't like is doing the other side. Like here's my short Toby.
Yeah.
But you know,
I
he's
totally
simple,
relate
so that was fun. But
like when you do it once, it's like drawing the same art piece twice. It's like you really don't want. You wish you could just copy it. Like that would just be
That's
ideal.
the reason. That's the reason this didn't get finished until 6 months later. I didn't feel like doing this. I didn't. I put CGI Thomas just on hold. Like Castle. He's not even anywhere near complete. I just put him like one coat.
Right.
That's it. Didn't touch him for like 3 months now.
It's interesting how it's easy to like. It's much easier to get past like the first kind of iteration of something than the second. Like say, like I'm building a Tidmouth Sheds, and when I did, I kind of like finished one side of it, like with the decals and everything, and the brickwork and all that, and then I just kind of left it for like a month or two because like I was like, okay, I got the colors figured out, I got the decals figured out. Like now that I like have it all figured out and I know what I'm gonna do, now I just have to repeat it on the other side. Like I don't want to repeat.
That's exactly how these mail vans have been. Because Patrick, I still haven't finished Patrick. Patrick's still on the workbench thing that I'm doing.
Right.
I finished Dan like yesterday or the day before because I was like, okay, so Pax and Mark, they've been just sitting here for like a month. I was like so confused of, do I really need them? Do I need to? Then it's like, yeah, that's what I bought these for.
It's weird that you can't really go wrong with rolling stock. Like infinite rolling stock would be ideal.
Then I had another van, so I made my favorite van. That's my
great.
fucking profile. There it is. But yeah.
So that's your favorite. That's very specific.
It's because I was watching Toad Stands By, and when I first watched it, this truck has always stood out to me, no matter what. Like, I've always liked the Northeastern Rolly van. He's cool too. But like this dude from season 3, loved him. Perfect. He's amazing.
I really admire what you're doing, like replicating TV series models. Like I've been doing a lot of that myself. I haven't shown much of it off, but like I've done some really like kind of big, daring things. I've built some scratch built models that like really resemble the TV series ones, and I just like. It's really cool to like make something that's even closer because like the wooden railway, models like are kind of they're simplistic to the point where you can't see certain details and nuances that I would really like to see. It's nice to kind of make like like say making a duck that's like longer and wider and just generally bigger. Like,
this boy.
Like, I love that. That's it's
beautiful.
It's so duck.
I made the roof rounded too, finally. Oh, that annoyed the absolute hell out of me. Same with Oliver. His is like slightly, but he doesn't have a face. He doesn't have a face yet until I buy it from Dax.
Oh, yeah.
But
there's all these like merchants in the community. All these people who go around selling their wares. Like, I guess Dax is in that boat.
And then it do be I don't know why I'm the only guy that ever thought to just cut the rims of the wheels off for Edward's small wheels.
Oh, is that? Whoa.
Yeah.
It do be Edward.
Did not even know that's what you did. That's clever. I guess that requires a lot of finesse though, like to be able to actually like kind of trim
I
it without
used an X-Acto knife and held the wheel and just shaved it until it was smooth.
Exactly. Did you please tell me you didn't cut yourself?
I didn't.
Here's all my stuff.
Right.
At least with the wheels, I didn't. But like, what I usually do for wheels, like Oliver or Theodore, I paint the rim black and make the wheels smaller.
Yeah, I was gonna be honest. I was kind of wondering why.
And
you
here goes Dax. It do be Dax. What do you want, Dax?
By the way, got custom Glen right here.
Oh, that looks great.
Yeah, this was made by Thomas One Railway Models. Please go subscribe to him if you're not already. So yeah, that's cool. I just literally have like all the narrow gauge engines right here because I've been going crazy for them recently.
I love how the countryside is just littered with engines.
Yes, yes, it is. And then like we just got like
imagine if you were on a train and then you looked out the window and saw this. So like you'd be like, what are they all doing here?
Oh, by the way, I'm doing this, to make Dougie mad, but now I got Alfred right here.
Yeah.
Okay. So Dax called me about the damn Oliver phase. So he sent that to me about a week ago, and I still have not gotten it.
Right.
I don't know where it is. Nobody knows where it is.
Okay. Is it lost in the mail?
I don't know. It's a take along Oliver phase, but usually it takes about like a week or two for his stuff to get here. So a week and a half. So I'll just wait for a little bit. And I'm pretty sure I didn't check the mail today, so I'm gonna have to check that later. It might be here.
Tencent's back here again.
It do be one of my favorite OCs. It do be Greg, the cattle van.
Did you?
Oh yeah.
How did you do the labeling on the bottom?
Me?
Yeah.
Like every other custom I do, like my faces. I just freehand every single thing.
Oh my god. Hold up the name really close to the camera. I gotta see this for myself. Like the bottom of one of these.
Okay, so I don't know. Here's Pax.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty slick.
It just matters on how much I care. Most people talk about how I paint faces, but here's the smallest face I've painted yet on a damn tanker.
That's great. I love that.
He's
adorable. You make stuff with such precision. I really do admire it.
Yeah. I do be the express coaches too.
I love that. Like finally, like people are putting faces on express coaches. That's how
because
I did it.
They don't even have their corridors, so I don't know why they don't have faces.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping that from happening. And if you follow Annie and Clarabelle rules, you've got a nice flat surface. Just embed them. Like it makes perfect sense.
Exactly. Oh yeah, I recently redid my Victoria. I kind of made it look like caterpillars in a way, like with this face. I think it looks a lot better.
Right. Yeah, that's cool.
One of my favorites, my little boy.
Oh
He's
yeah,
adorable.
the green caterpillar with red stripes.
He is adorable.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my favorite types of customs are like the conversion customs. Like my favorite has to be Lady that I've done.
That's pretty cool. She fits perfectly.
And I got little Mr. Conductor figures that can go in her cab too.
That's cool.
I was the first person to actually do Bill and Ben.
I want to do Bill and Ben, but like I can't. Like okay, I tried pulling a William Paul Teskey with my Bill and Ben. It turned out awful, and now I ruined my Bill and Ben models. And I have to get new ones.
Speaking of Bill and Ben, like my Salty Secret adaptation or Super Rescue, Spotless Record adaptation coming soon. Whenever I make Harvey.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. That's a good combination.
Because like Thomas and Percy didn't really need to be it. It should be Bill and Ben. It really should.
that would be even cooler.
Wait, hold up! But I just realized something. Shrinking James has already did that with his episode Spotless Record.
Yeah, well, I think multiple people can.
Yeah, because I just realized. Oh, wait a minute.
And then, well, he's not my most liked anymore. But here's my perfectly painted face, Boko.
That's great. Love that.
Oh yeah, Boko over here.
Marklin. I don't know.
That's awesome as well.
I need to get Baby.
I love the slanted sides of the cab. That's great. And like all the gray details that kind of like, outline from the black. That's perfect.
Yeah, because Marklin's one of those customs that I just kept usually pretty simple. Oh, here's the one custom I don't know why Dax hates.
Of course.
It's damn Fergus.
This is hold on. What am I even seeing right now?
I really want to.
It's beautiful. Did you use a take-along model?
It's a take-along with the back wheel slightly widened. And well, no, actually it was shortened because it was too wide for the rails. And then I cut out the old magnets, put Wooden Rally ones on.
Huh, interesting. Yeah, I mean that's gorgeous.
Oh, that reminds me. I want to show this guy off as I recently finished him.
Most
Here's
people
my
don't
custom
even.
Bertram.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, he looks.
But like, most people don't even. I don't really show him off. But here's my military engine, I suppose. UB Simpson.
By the way, you gotta tell me what paint did you mix to do the wheels, because my Samson wheels look awful.
I don't even know. The thing is, I just fully mixed paint until it just. I made this 2 years ago, maybe, but like I mixed paint it until it was like the perfect shade compared to him in the show.
I have no idea how the
You know
heck
what-
you do that.
You know what's tricky about mixing paint is that like it might not dry the same color either. Like that's something I always have to look out for. You mix it and then it may darken like when it's drying and it's like, okay, that's not the shade I thought it was. That happened when I was mixing the paint for Zach, and it went from like a red to like a dark, like reddish brown, and I was like,
Yeah.
okay, that was not what I was anticipating.
Yeah, in a way, that was the way for my little Mr. Conductor figure right here. Like, it
The
kind
season
of, like,
was blue, though.
it's the exact same color. It's just, like, at first it started out looking good, and then, of course, it kind of didn't, hit the right
Yeah.
marks, I guess.
Still looks really cool though.
Yeah,
The
I got,
season-
like, I also got Junior, George, and Ringo conductors.
Brilliant. Yeah, but I love that Gordon.
Yeah, thanks. Here's salty. I don't know.
Here's my OC Coldy Fell engine.
Oh, it's like based on one of the more modern diesels.
Yeah, I call them Miles.
Oh,
It's just a lot of stuff in this bin of things. Backwards facing
Oh.
diesel, dude. Yeah.
All right. I think my God, everyone is obsessed with that guy, aren't they?
What?
See, I made it because I needed a new 08 to redo from my Griffin custom. I just made it Griffin bit better.
Okay. Funny story. Me and Caterpillar did the same guy around the same time, and it was like a mess.
I think they're both really cool, but they're not
The way-
gross. They're class 20s. What do you? Why would the face be on the back? Look, I'm sorry.
I don't. Look,
I
I know.
gotta lay down the law right now. It's a class 20. All right, that's what that is in that illustration.
Well, still, but this is kind of like what I think he'd look like in the.
Oh yeah, I'm
TV
gonna make a
series.
class 20 sooner or later, whenever I feel like it. Whenever I
Like this
feel
could be
good.
the repurposed diesel.
But here's
guess-
season 5 in Clarabelle.
That's great. I love that.
Oh.
Just a little tweak with the faces just changes. the
Now I think about it, I forgot how you did that.
It's just Mattel faces that I just repainted over.
Ah, wait, you repaint? Oh my God, you.
I think my phone is charged just enough that I can now return to camera. And I think I may premiere some pretty cool customs right now if you guys want to see them.
But here's my now most alike custom 7101.
Bear.
Yeah, he's pretty beautiful. I love the buffer beam thing you do.
Yeah, I have to do that with Boko, and whenever I get her Daisy and Derek. Or no, I don't need to do that with Derek, actually. Yeah, I don't need to do that
Yeah.
with Derek.
Now that I think about it, I realized the running theme with my. Oh, well,
Oh, yeah, and I
I
have to
realized
do
the running
Diesel
theme
10 whenever I
with
make
my
Diesel.
Boko and Diesel 10. I'm gonna have to do that to Daisy too.
Yeah, that's the bane of our existence. Is once you do something on one model, then all of a sudden it carries to all of them. Anyway,
But that's the
That
thing.
was the
I'm gonna
pain-
enjoy doing that.
See, that was the problem I had with the E2s at first. I still have 2 more that I'm working on, and then 5 more I have to do later on. And at first I
Right.
was just gonna just paint it on the side, the indent. But I hate doing that so much, so very much. It just doesn't usually look right to me. So then I realized that I had to cut through all 3 of them. And then I had to do it with Thomas because I was like, I hate flat running board Thomas with a burning passion.
Right.
With a burning passion. Burns eternal. But yeah, then I had to do all the. Where's James? I don't know. I don't look at James much.
I hate when you lose a sneeze. James looks
Yeah.
beautiful.
I don't really show him off much. I need to get another.
Whistle and a sneeze.
So you want to hear what I've been working on?
What have you been working on, Lemmy?
So I've been for the last, I want to say I started this around October. I started making some TV series styled models. People have seen my tidbits. They've seen my Percy because I showed him in the video.
I've seen that beautiful person. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Perfect.
thank you.
yeah.
Well, there's a few more. Not many, but the ones that I've built are pretty cool. I have to say.
Let's see.
So
It do be time though.
I'm gonna start with Emily.
Ooh, Emily.
So this new set of models I've made, I've tried to make them kind of Wooden Railway-esque, but also I'm willing to do a few things Wooden Railway didn't do. So like here is Emily.
That is how I actually wanted to make my Emily, and yeah,
Oh
I'm doing
my
that.
god, that's beautiful.
Thank you.
I was
In the tender, it's not just a standard tender. Like I'm really trying to.
Course, I was about to say.
Because otherwise,
it's like the main body. The main body was just so unproportional.
Yeah,
It's so weird.
exactly. I don't know. Do I have an Emily on hand here?
Like, obviously, okay, I know not many people. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Whether people like this guy or not, I wanted to make my Emily look like the Toad Trains model, but like he did so much work to that, and I'm like, I don't think I'll be able to do that much work though.
That's why I like to build from scratch, is because it allows you to just do
Here's,
everything.
Ryan.
I just designed her and then I built her, and Ryan looks amazing. That's like a mid-size. It's like not quite like Gordon size, not quite Thomas size.
It's not Thomas, but it's not Arthur.
Yeah, I like it.
And
and it's definitely not Stanley.
So anyway, that's Emily for you.
You know what?
Alright.
I guess it's time we look at some trucks. I don't know. I like seasons. Not school.
Trucks will get the engines every time.
So let's see. I'm gonna run out of track quickly. So we've already seen Percy, but I'll give Percy a proper reveal here anyway.
Yeah, Percy
is this little guy. I tried to capture a TV series Percy best I could.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, I made him like a little bit wider. I made him shorter. I made him just a lot more Percy.
Here's season 9. I actually like season 9.
I love season
I need to
9.
make-
It's my favorite new series season.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure what my favorite new series season is. Maybe season.
I like
It's
how
probably season 9 because I like. That's the one with Neville and Molly and Dennis, isn't it?
No, you also got Proteus and Mighty Mac.
Yeah, that was a great set of characters. That was amazing.
But like, out of the new series, the best episodes were Gordon's episodes. They knew exactly what they were doing with Gordon, except
Right.
everybody
Yeah,
else. That was just
they
wrong.
did a brilliant job. And like I think it's
Like-
it's a lot harder to get Gordon wrong than to get most characters wrong. Like
They
some
got
char-
Edward. They screwed
Yeah.
Edward over.
It's really
Oh
hard.
no!
The thing about
Here's
Edward, yeah,
I have to get more fuel tankers, and I have to give this one a face and name. This is a girl. This is gonna be a girl. I know it.
Do you name all your rolling stock?
That's the thing. He's going to be doing
Okay,
that.
I name most of them after a while because most of my trucks they have different personalities. Like main goods vans and open wagons are usually just regular troublesome trucks. But fuel tankers know that they can probably die at any damn moment.
Oh my God.
That's the whole thing. Then there's fireworks vans, ice cream vans, Mr. Jolly Sugar Van, the raspberry tankers, the mail vans that already have personality to them. Then the circus vans. The circus vans will probably be my next favorites to do because they're basically just clowns the whole damn time.
I need to redo my vans.
That's true.
Yeah,
Like,
but
every type of stock would have a different personality based on what it is. Like I love that.
Yeah,
it's like so cool.
Like the Coke
The
vans
only-
would be like the taller 7-plank wagons with the taller things on it, like the crowns.
I'd
And
like-
everybody
I'd like
would be
to
like
point out-
the royal trucks, if you will, because I'm pretty sure
I
they're called crowns.
I'd like
guess
to
the only
point out
trucks
that
that
Sam
have
Edward,
personality.
Sam is saying, let me please show Furnace Railway. Edward, please stop revealing things people don't know about Sam. Stop.
Oh, he admitted it.
I just stop. Don't do that. Don't do it. It's not good. Don't do it. Don't reveal Suttery. Don't reveal Edward. Showed you those things in confidence. Stop doing that. What I do, right? If someone shows me something and I'm not positive I can show it, I just don't bring it up. No matter, even if there's 99% chance I can bring it up, I still don't bring it up. Just be careful, all right? I don't want you revealing those launch codes I gave you either. That would be very serious.
Wait a minute. Never mind. I just was about to say, wait a minute, didn't Lemmy already just reveal it by just saying it?
No. I didn't reveal the actual digits involved in the code. So that's
okay. That's valid.
You posted it on T4 Witter. No, I didn't. When did I post Furnace Edward on Twitter?
I
did not
Let
do
me. Oh no.
When did I do this? I have no memory of this. It's 09 gunshot. I don't. Do you have any idea what that means?
I don't know. Here's Jinty and Pug made by one of my friends, Trackside Studios 06. These are
We've got a
beautiful.
lot of customs on hand made by other people.
Well, that's because we've been doing loads of deals.
All right, come in.
I'm
See,
basically
I
the
don't
key
do
crane and the
custom deals.
enterprise
The only
thing now.
thing that I've actually gotten from somebody was Trackside when he cut Timothy.
He also made me this too. This OC dock tank.
That's neat.
I'm thinking about naming him John.
That's cool. That's quite cool.
But yeah, so far, these are the only customs that were made by other people, technically, and more are on the way.
That's pretty neat. I guess I'll be in that position, sooner or later. Where I'm gonna have a lot of Tugs models that are by other people.
Yeah, because if there's something that you cannot do, you have to go to someone else to help you out with that.
I guess the thing is, I don't believe there is anything I can't do, and I kind of believe that for everybody.
You're the opposite of Lexi in every way. She thinks that they can't do anything, but you can do everything.
I guess, yeah. I mean, the thing is, I just think with enough hard work, you can build anything, and you can create anything. And I don't really like resigning myself to other people and saying, "Oh, I can't do it. I have to outsource it."
True. I guess it's key.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
But the thing is, I think that, say with a really huge project, the thing is, I could make every single thing involved in Tugs TWR, but I can't do the volume, right? That's just too much stuff. I could make each individual item, but only if I had infinite time and energy, which I don't, right? So for that reason, even though I could build each item, it doesn't matter if I can't build it all, So that's the key. But it's not a matter of skill; it's a matter of time, and a matter of being able to. But yeah, anyway. So there's two more models I haven't shown you guys. Three actually. There's let me show you. So let's see. There's a Gordon, a Henry, and a Donald/Douglas.
I think I already saw the Donald/Douglas. I think you did post.
No, that was the large scale one. I'm pretty sure that was the large scale one, wasn't it?
That was like 2 years ago. You guys live in the past. No, it's a TV series one.
Oh, TV series. Okay.
The TV series one. Okay,
yeah. But so which one do you want to start?
You know what? Let's start with the Donald/Douglas, I guess.
Oh wait, here's my Douglas. I don't know. He sits here.
That reminds me, you still need to get Donald, don't you?
I need a Donald. The world curses me with no Donald. Without Donald, I have literally everybody except Donald from 1 through 11.
I have every engine from 1 to 11, and I don't have Diesel and Daisy. So those are characters, and Bill and Ben. So those are characters on my list that I need to get.
So Donald, I guess, is downstairs. I built both of them, but one of them's downstairs for some reason. But this here is my Douglas.
Cue Scottish theme.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm really happy with the shape on this guy. It's just really
captures that like Douglas energy. Like I was really happy when I built this. I really want to do some sort of. It's kind of cliche to do like a missing coach remake, but I kind of would love to. Like, just imagine that.
I still can't believe it's been over a year since been a while since all the stills have gotten leaked for the missing coach.
It's been a long time.
Same thing with the director's cut. That's all been history.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It do be my painted faces though.
Chaos.
I paint a lot of faces.
Let's see. Did I see a face on that break fan?
But oh yeah. Here's my what style is? I don't know what the hell I did, but here's the spiteful break fan.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I love that.
I need the spiteful break fan.
But here's Mark Mail Van. Then there's my favorite one. Here's Pax. It's Pax.
Yeah. That's great. Love that face.
Got my little custom Rex right here.
Like when I do oh yeah, and then there's Dan, whatever. But like when I do
Insane Edward asks, how did you do the funnel? I think he's talking to me about this.
Yeah.
I literally I take like a piece of cardboard, like a strip, and then I roll it in on itself and turn it into a cylinder. And then I cut out a bunch of little tiny circles and glue them on top of each other. And then cut out even smaller circles and glue those on top of each other on top of the other circles. So that creates that shape that you see there.
It looks like a real funnel from you chopped off from another engine.
Damn time, Lem. See, with Sunshine, I started out small. He looks great, but I started out small with this. And then there's Zip, who I have to do. I want to make every single character in Tugs, but I wanted to do Billy Shoepack maybe next. I don't know. After Zip, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, that would be amazing to see a full set from you. I know they would just all look the part. That'd be beautiful. And I love that they vary like the face style off of your other models too. Like what you put on rolling stock and stuff. It just fits, It's from a different show, but it fits still. That's a hard thing to do. I love that. That's pretty great.
Do be Class 08.
Diesel's one I've been wanting to make. I have some ideas for what shape I do for him, and that's
I did do Ari and Bert, but they're not as detailed as him.
Oh yeah, didn't you?
Oh, I love that. I love that all the black on the running board.
I don't know, but
I kind of weathered my Ari and Bert to look, a little bit more grimy. Here, let me go get them. Actually,
Dominic Z says, "Lemmy, that Douglas
most of the time,
very much."
So there's a weird pattern thing I go with. Most of my trucks don't get names, but it determines on what they are. When I do more cattle vans, they'll have names because cattle vans, in my canon, are basically the nicest trucks on the railway because they're carrying livestock. They're usually gentler.
Here are Ari and Bert.
That's fascinating. Oh, they look
And then
great.
the mail vans. The mail vans are usually pretty chill. I don't know. They actually do whatever.
Look,
They're not really.
Useful. They actually look like the coal dust covered Percy and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
The specs on them remind me of that. It's not all just HO style weathering. There's a few specs on there that look wooden railway that I really like. It looks cool.
And people were saying it really looked like season 5 after they were done.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, it's got a much more Aryan Bert style look.
Yeah.
Let's go through my random army of LNER vent vans. Let's get all my boys.
Oh yay.
It do be the CGI one first. Yeah, let's get him out of the way. It do be the CGI one. My only CGI van I have done. Then it be the gray one with his. I don't know why he's scared.
I just love that you've got all this rolling stock. It's just that is what fills out the railway. That's kind of you gotta have all that.
Like Thomas one railway. You can never have too many pieces of rolling stock. Rolling stock is what makes Sodor work. It's
Yeah.
just good.
It's the point, right? It's like the engines are like the players and the trucks are the game, that sort of thing, right? They're the trucks playing pieces. You know, they're kind of the whole point. They're why they're there. They're why they're at the
And then it's the lad, the boy, the one and only, the one and only.
Of course, that's the holy van.
Then it's the Mattel Whiteface that I have. Super rare, exclusive.
That's great. I love it.
Oh yeah, I do have Kipper vans. Get these boys up. Keep forgetting I have these.
Merlin the experimental stealth engine says, "Did you go to sleep at all, Lemmy?" No, that's the point. I am trying to get back on schedule. That means I gotta stay up another 4.5 hours. I'll make that work somehow. Anyway.
Yeah, that reminds me. When it hits like 5 o'clock for me, I gotta get going. Who knows? Maybe I could come back, but at the same time, I probably would already have enough like time and all that stuff. So I'm glad that you added me in now before it hits that mark for me.
Yeah, I tried to add you in kind of in the middle this time. Like last time I made everybody wait till the end. I think it's nice to kind of bring you in now. Also, I've never seen a box fan look that good. That's like usually I hate those things, but that is gorgeous. Like
It do be brace, one with braces, and then the scared one. We don't like you, Oliver. You're dangerous.
I love it. That's great.
We
I
want
made
Percy.
the Mattel ones just work for Kipper vans because they're bigger and bulkier. So that usually works.
Yeah.
What other trucks? Oh, it do be one of my favorite open wagons.
I love those like dark brown ones, like the ones that are like just barely almost like the standard gray color, but they're not. Like season 3 had a lot of those.
So good. I do have CGI ones, but nobody ever looks at them. I don't even look at them most of the time.
They're pretty cool.
Usually do stuff. I don't really touch these. They just stay in the back. Stay in the back. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, and then there's the season 9 boys.
That's great. I love the face on the one on the left, the green one. That's like it just looks so mischievous. It just looks like he.
This
really
is shady activity. This isn't mischief. This is shifty. This is wrong.
Indeed. So I've got 2 more models of merit to show you guys: Gordon and Henry. Which one do you want to see first?
Bring on Henry.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Henry.
All right.
It's
I gotta save Gordon for last. Now, I'm telling you now, these guys are the ones I'm absolutely the proudest of. These guys.
I'm pretty sure I've seen actually no, since they're the TV series ones, I have not seen these at all.
Nobody's seen these. Nobody except small handful of people.
Here's the crybabies.
These I scaled them up. They're bigger. They have like kind of how Henry and Gordon are way bigger than James, Edward, Thomas. They kind of have a big beefy feel. Well, I did that with these, and I really went outside the box and it really paid off.
Oh my god!
Is Henry?
Now that's
holy crap!
That's beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so pleased with this guy. He's all from scratch, wheels and everything.
Here's my Henry. Oh God, don't die. Okay, here's my Henry. I don't know. I need a better face for him. I need like a brio.
I love it. Again, I love to cut in with the running board and like the splashers. The place you put them is just like so right. You put all the right details in all the right places. I love it. That's great.
This all started like when you first commented on my Twitter post of this Thomas back like a year ago. I was like,
yeah, I was wondering if I remember that Thomas. That thing is stunning. That's like that gives me like I think what I told you was like that gives me just TV series Thomas energy like no other model I've seen. Like it really captures that. I just love it.
Yeah, it goes to the point of too much detail, but it doesn't look wrong.
Yeah, no, I would say so. I mean, and that's the thing too, is like I've become very daring about what I'm willing to do with Wooden Railway. I've broken a lot of rules.
And then here's Rosie.
It isn't wrong, but we just don't do it.
Yeah, I'm not a big
certain wood items.
I love what you've done there.
See, the reason I like the red Rosie is because I don't know. It's just something about that red. It just works. Oh, here's my old Henry model that I turned into a standard 5.
Oh yeah. Like for me, I'm trying
What's
to.
standard 5?
Okay,
Yeah, they're
I'm
like
writing my future series, and
You
I
sit
want to
here.
like make a story about how Rosie became red, but I don't know how to do that.
I'm sure you'll figure it out. Useful. You always do.
I
Probably.
will eventually.
I mean, I guess the question is whether you want that to like signify a change for her character, or whether you want to like embrace something that was there all along.
Well, here's the thing. Obviously, my series takes place after Bubba, so I'm gonna have to like. I want to use like a back. I want to have there be a backstory where Rosie is pink before she gets painted red, so I can have an excuse to have both pink and red Rosie in my series at the same time.
Interesting. Interesting. I like that.
It's logic.
And all of a sudden, Dank is missing. Do you call him
No,
Dank?
Caterpillar.
Caterpillar. I was about to say. I'm going to read a few of the comments. People are reacting to my Henry.
Yeah. I wonder if people are raging backstage because we kind of almost started a riot back there.
What do you mean you almost started a riot? This is why I want to disable the backstage. Why are people... I didn't even know that thing exists. Anyway. Wongon Driver says, "Damn, Lemmy, that's good." That
logic I need to do.
Will Thomas says, "That is one sexy Henry." Thank you. Now that is big, says Sodor's Railways. You are indeed correct. That is fucking glorious, Lemmy, says Scrapyard Studios. Really touching. Thank you, everybody. Means a lot. You know, I've been holding off. I've been wanting to like only show these new models in videos, but it's taken a hell of a long time to make any, so I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna show people. Why not? Let's see. If that's Henry, I can't wait to see Gordon, says Carl Matthews 8. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Gordon.
I can't wait to show him up. He's the best by far. One of the best models I've ever made in my whole life. I'm so happy.
I mean, if Gordon could actually if Gordon could actually speak, he'd be like, looks like Lemmy did a really good job on me. Look at me, I'm so sexy.
He clearly took notes. I'm very impressed.
Yep. So, are you still tired, or are you actually like full of energy now?
I'm full of energy now. Second wind. I knew it was coming. Now it's here. So there we go. Taj screaming at me earlier helped as well. That did put some.
Once again, I wish we could have heard that on camera.
I know, me as well. I've been recording this whole thing on OBS. Because I know that long streams it cuts out like everything past like the 12-hour mark. So I've been recording since the start.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, this stream has been so long that I wouldn't be surprised if it got cut off somewhere around the beginning.
Yeah, honestly. Hey, Lemmy, what happened to the Gordon from No More Secrets? What Gordon?
That one.
Nothing really happened to it. The project that it was for, I canceled and moved on to another project, which I subsequently also canceled, and then made a few other Gordons. And there's been a lot of Gordons. Okay, So I had to. I still have that one. I mean, it still exists, but I just have done better since then. I actually made another Gordon that was far superior later on for another project that still captured the same essence. Okay, there's Caterpillar. Dank Caterpillar.
Yay, he's back.
I'm back. I went on my phone instead.
All right, very good. So, are you ready to see Gordon?
It is Gordon time.
All right. This one is the best.
Oh wait, I do have the rare and is it? Yeah, it's rare, I guess. But
and
here's
of course,
Nakayoshi Elizabeth.
Oh yeah.
That I fully like detailed out.
Oh, that's cool. That's pretty. Man, look at that. Look at I love how crisp everything is.
Then there's Birdie.
Gotta love Birdie. I've thought about making a new wooden railway Birdie. Like, I think I'd maybe make him a little bit longer. I feel like you could get away with making him like longer somehow. I've considered making changes. Anyway.
Yeah, but the thing is, for road vehicles and aero gauge engines and the miniature scale engines, I don't use Wooden Railway. I use like Tomy Birdie, Nakayoshi, Elizabeth. Like, then I'm gonna get the capsule mic from Dax.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm using like take-alongs for the
Yeah, for me, I think whenever I do the narrow gauge stuff, I'm probably gonna like build like models that run on Wooden Railway track but are like kind of larger, and then I'm gonna build like double scale track for like large scale Thomas and Percy and Gordon and all those engines. I think I'm probably
Makes sense.
like second scale is my guess.
Whenever
And then you're gonna have to make an even bigger scale for like the small railway engines.
Yeah, exactly. Though I came up with names for them. So there's scale 1, which is just Wooden Railway. Scale
so
2
that's
is narrow gauge. Scale 3 is Arsdale. And it's basically just doubling and tripling the size.
And then you gotta make. Don't forget, you gotta make a scale 4 for the interacting with the pack characters.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Zip looks amazing. I love him with every fiber.
Also, that's devious.
Oh, so that's devious.
And then there's Riss and Ralph. Whenever these two get touched.
Your ever going E2 craze.
Yeah, I didn't know because like to start the main part of my actual series, I need to get all the E2s done because that's a whole Origins thing that I have to do. And then hold up, whoop, up we go. Then here's Castle that I have not touched in like 3 damn months. He just sits here. He just sits here. That's all he's good for. He just sits here.
Wow, man, that
looks
pretty
great.
Cheap. That's all he's good for. He's just here. Oh, here's
pretty cruel, but I do love the
well, here's my old Douglas face. Oh, here's my Trackmaster stuff. Doobie Industrial Percy.
I love that. That's great. These are so clean. I just love them. Anyway,
Toby's museum coach.
Would you like to see Gordon?
I would absolutely.
All right.
Adore
Here
he is entering the sea. Gordon the Big.
See, perfection like that, I don't see anywhere else.
Thanks so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. I also appreciate the accompanying score by Useful.
I feel like I could be a singer in the future.
I could see it.
Where is I have the thing for Patrick's face that I actually have not done. Actually have not made his face yet. Where is it? Okay, there it is. Fucking Mark.
I'm gonna line up the main engines with each other so that you can get a sense of scale, because Gordon and Henry really are much bigger. And
then there's so there's Mark, there's Pax, then there's Dan, and then there's Pat.
Danny.
There he is. I have not made Patrick's face yet. Patrick will sit here for a while just on the sketching board. Sketching piece of paper. On the sketching piece of paper. That's where he stands. On the sketching piece of paper.
It's interesting. How do you know where to draw the line, Big? How do you stop yourself from just making everything? Like just making a custom model of every single engine.
See, the thing is, I have not drawn the line. My bank account, my money is drawing the line. That's the reason why whenever I get money, I usually buy an item. I'm thinking of buying a Mavis, maybe next. I don't know, maybe.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for an artist to draw the line at all. I mean, the thing is, like, I love I think there's a few engines that I've decided not to tamper with. I think Thomas and James, I'm okay with keeping them the way that they are. Like here, let me attempt to. Can I flip the camera? Is that something that I can do?
Yes, you can. You have to go to cam/mic and then flip that.
Oh yeah.
But here's the one custom that I don't touch. The one custom I don't like and is willing to trade for something. I don't know. But my Duchess, I don't want it. I do not want this. It's not that it's bad, it's not up to my standards anymore.
Right. I understand that. A lot of models I feel that way about.
How do I? Can I not do this on a phone? How does?
I mean, I'm
I
on
think
my
you
phone and I
can.
have my back camera used.
How do I flip it?
See, you see the
Oh.
settings thing that says cam/mic.
I see cam.
Yeah. That's where you
there's
gotta go
mic
to.
cam.
Like,
there's
if I
the
click it, it's
little
just on
gear
off, on off, on off.
No, not that
Yeah.
one. It's right
See,
next
there's like
to
a
it.
gear. There's like a gear thing that says cam/mic under it. You click that, and then you turn it from front camera to back camera.
Settings, camera, and oh, there we go. Yeah, this is very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, camera done.
All right.
All
There
right,
you go.
There we go. So these guys, I am incredibly proud of.
Oh, and you got James too, and Thomas.
Yeah. And I made pretty good-
Absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. Let me, at the risk of being arrogant, let me make this solo layout just so people can see it in totality. But these are the models, and you can see Henry and Gordon are just huge. Like if you just put Thomas in between them, you can see really the magnitude of this guy.
James has his regular face. What's up with that? Where's the
Yeah,
face?
Hold on while I put on my face.
There you go.
I just okay, so that's how they exchange their face and mask. They just so I need to act angry. I better put on my angry face.
Oh my god. I can't wait to film with these. I really have been trying to get the models ready for a long time. I have most of the main cast. I just need Edward. I started with Toby too. Toby's fun. He's
Ooh.
Let's
What about will you ever do obviously Duck and Oliver in the future?
Yeah, definitely. And I'll probably for Duck, I'm planning on doing something a lot like what Dank has done. Making him wider, longer, overall duckier. So here's Toby. He's not painted yet, but you can see what the shape is going to be. It's pretty fun.
Oh wow!
Percy's looking at him like he can actually see him. He's like, "Hello, Toby."
I'm just gonna anytime I see a character, I'm gonna be humming their theme now.
Awesome. Scrapyard Studios says, I love how James has got one slightly raised eyebrow. Yeah, I love that too. It gives him a little bit of flair, I think.
He's a really grand engine with a bright red coat.
I'm gonna paint the dome gold. I've had this piece of tape on here for months, so that I don't forget to paint it and then start filming, and then halfway through be like, oh my god, I didn't paint the dome, damn it. So I'm meaning to do that for sure.
I see.
Let's see. Those are fantastic, Lemmy, says Will Thomas 199. Thanks so much. Let's see. What are other people saying? Stuff about Gordon. Let's see. I will prop this up, and James will entertain while I read the chat. Okay, that's not good.
Oh wow! I'm so close to 900 subscribers. How nice on my channel. I'm so close.
Wait! What are you doing? No, wait! Don't you dare! No, I am not equally important to those other people. I am the star here. I should take up the screen. Well, that may be true, but I've got to read the chat, and they're not even showing their cameras. Okay, well, thank you.
I'm showing mine. Look.
There. My camera's on.
There. They only did that to fight me.
It's right there.
By the way, James, here's your other red counterpart.
That is an imposter right there. There can only be one red engine, and we all know his name is James.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
his name is James.
You also got Ivo Hughes, Scarloe, Reneus.
Okay.
His name is James.
That James may be particularly dashing, but he is not me, so he doesn't get to be here right now.
Well, here we got these Jameses.
Well, at least mine has a gold dome.
Yeah, and I painted a gold dome on my black game.
Exactly.
I need to get a new James actually because it's kind of terrible though.
Here's my 1361.
It looks pretty cool.
1361 class.
That's neat. I love all these like engines that aren't even like specific characters necessarily, just like classes that can become characters. Let's see, what are people saying? Jamble says Into the Gordonverse, featuring all of Lemmy's Gordon models. I've made a lot. I've made over 10 in my life. So let's see. So what's the status with your series? Are you continuing it or revamping it? It says DTSH Productions. I'm revamping it. I might still call it the Fat Controllers Railway, but it's going to be TV series styled now. But I've written like dozens of stories that I really want to produce. So if I finally get the models off the ground at some point, I'm definitely going to start doing stuff again.
Yeah,
So,
I started writing episode 4 of my series so far for season 1.
That's great. I love the shortness. Like short Toby is best Toby.
Short Toby is
I don't know.
perfect Toby. Because even in the damn TV series, on the fucking ruler picks, he is the exact size as Percy, and everybody validates that he's supposed to be that big like Thomas. And it's
I don't know. I kind of like my Toby right here with like the extra details up top.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
That's nice. Where's my old Toby?
How did you do the bell?
Oh, the bell actually comes from the Adventures Lexi.
Oh, interesting. How'd you get it off of there?
Very, very carefully. I just like I teared the Lexi apart. I also recently made LNER Toby too.
I might make LNER.
I love how we can all just bust out like 5 Tobys at once. We're just like, oh yeah, I got Tobys. You want to see Toby?
Here's Toby and one of his brothers.
Okay, so Lem, the one question I have. When are you making Gordon's machine? When are you making his machine?
I will at some point for sure.
When is the machine coming?
I really love that thing. And think about it in this scale too, right? Thinking about how big Gordon is, his machine is going to be like that immense size as well. And so will his express code.
Jesus. Okay.
A lot of things like that. In fact, there's one other thing I haven't showed you yet. Is Annie and Clarabelle. Well, they're pretty cool as well.
Where is my machine?
I don't have enough wheels for them right now, and they don't have faces yet.
I'm over here.
But I made them really big, and I really like it. I knock me if you will, but I really like Thomas with big Annie and Clarabelle. I think it's a cool look.
Okay, it's like a TV RWS combo.
It's like, I mean, it's more like, you ever play what's the game? The one with the thing that goes on the keyboard. Railway Adventures, I think it's called. In that game, Annie and Clarabelle are huge, and I really love it, so I really wanted to incorporate it here. They just look really cool. I'm going to steal Toby's wheels. That's all the wheels I have right now.
I really like how you just used an old style Thomas and just gave him bullet bands.
Thanks. Yeah, I had to keep myself sane. I really had to like limit myself, and I was like, okay, I can handle Thomas. Thomas, I think I don't have to paint, but the others, I couldn't help myself. I just had to. But
Thomas looks beautiful. The old style Thomas just looks right. Just put some bullet bands on him, and he looks good.
Exactly. That's my thinking for sure. And I go a little bit simpler than you do. I don't put the red on the buffer beam, and then I also there's like a few details I omit. Like something I'm really proud of that I came up with for these, that is kind of based on like the Wooden Railway Murdoch and Arthur, is that the whole front is blue, but then like the kind of supports here are like in black. So like they've got this like kind of cool molded running board that kind of gives out that Gordon energy.
Whenever I get Murdoch, he will look like Arthur. But here's Arthur. Oh dear.
Oh, he looks great. That's beautiful.
That's all I actually did to him. Actually, no, I fixed the bullet bands. But other than
that's so pretty. That's so sharp too. Like that paintwork. Jeez.
It just seals it. Makes it.
Now there's one more thing about Annie and Clarabelle that I'm very proud of, and that is that they light up. And I think that's pretty cool. And this looks really good. This looks really good at night. Like you're
doing too much. You're doing too much.
Oh my goodness.
Tell me, Jane. Break that down for me. What does that mean?
You're going the extra mile when the extra mile is not needed.
Well, that might be true, but when you see the whole thing filmed, it'll be worth it. Trust me. When you see, I've taken some shots where Annie and Clarabelle pass by the camera, and you just see like the lights and the coaches and nothing else. They're like TV series shots, and they're really cool. Like eventually, I have a piece that goes on the bottom. It'll seal this whole thing up so the light in the bottom won't show. And also, I have like a special type of light that kind of like it bends forward, so it doesn't just shoot up here. It like expands.
It is time for my favorite OC, the cutest one. Here he is, Theodore.
Oh yeah.
I love him. The little tiny boy. He just sits here behind Thomas.
I didn't realize a wooden railway engine could be that small. I mean, I just love it.
See, this is for wooden railway track, but none of this is wooden railway. Here is one of those little German boys.
Huh.
Oh, one of those guys. Yeah, I remember that thing is in trains, like 2006, I guess. But like, I love that thing.
Tiny, adorable.
There's some engines. Thank you. There's some engines I wish I could put buffers on. Like, most of them I don't mind, but like that engine, I'm glad you're able to break the rules for that.
Like for me, I put buffers on all of my engines.
Yeah, I mean it's like I've gotten close to
here's
doing
Glenn.
it.
Here's Glenn. He doesn't have much.
However, though, like
Here's Glenn.
there's some engines like Duke that don't have buffers, so it's just a coupling chain.
The thing is, like, most of my engines don't have buffers, but like Bill Ben, the little German boy, or Glenn, they need buffers, or it just looks off.
Right. Yeah, I'm really a consistency just obsessed guy, so I like can't do it, But like it looks really good on a lot of these models. So let me read some more of the chat. Let's see. This is all the response. We have, oh my fucking god! We have Gordon! We have, holy crap, we have Pooh! No, I thought it was going to say Pooh. It says Pog. Why does everyone say Pog these days?
Because it's the new trend of today's generation, Lemmy.
Well, I at least appreciate it. I think it means something good in this context.
Is it time for shameless plug?
I mean, technically, you should save that until the end.
Lester says, Gordon actually gave me a tear in my eye. That's really touching. Thank you.
It's right here. It's Silver Caterpillar right here.
That's the thing about it, man. I'm surprised that you're not even in like our custom makers chat because I'm pretty sure everyone would love that.
Like, it's an 890 right here, that right there, right there.
That.
I can't believe you have so few. I mean, I guess you're still. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm trying not to say anything that feels like I'm starting another hierarchy.
Starting another hierarchy. We already have one useful. We can't afford a second one.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. I reached like over 1K around the end of the year.
Dank has disappeared. Let's see.
No. Oh no, was it something I said?
I do not think so. Let's see. Jamble says Emily looks really cool. Thank you. And then Carl Matthews 8 says, OMG, Gordon and Henry are huge compared to the others, and it's perfect. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Thanks. Like I really have that.
Oh
feeling.
yeah.
Will Thomas says, how did you make them light up? Those finger light things I showed earlier in the stream, if anyone saw those, they're the best. They're really good for this sort of thing. There's just like a cavity that goes in the bottom of the model, and this thing fits in there, and it really.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, no, I love these things. You can get them on eBay. They are the best. I really recommend them if you need to like light stuff up.
Huh. Actually, now that I think about it, I think my aunt gave me something kind of like that, but not totally. Here,
Right. Yeah, I'd like to see it.
In this little container thing here, it's like there's a pack of like lights that I can control. So let me see. Hopefully I remember. Like, she gave me like all these and I'm gonna put these in like sheds so I can like light them up.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I think there was like a remote control thing to them, but I can't remember where I put it. Let me see. All right.
Henry has spat his wheels across the room.
Oh, goodness.
Henry, have some decency. Your wheels must stay firmly below you. I know, Gordon.
There we go. Now they're lighting up.
Why do you keep taking off your face, James? No respect.
But I'm sorry, Gordon, but my face is slippery. I'm back here.
Yes, we can see that, Percy.
I'm back here.
Thomas would be like, "Oh my gosh, Percy, you're such the naive one out of all of us."
Oh my gosh, Percy, you're such the naive one out of all of us. I'm not. Yeah, you are.
I'm glad I'm not over there with them.
I love having these. It just brings me such joy to have these models.
Yeah, I will say, making something interesting like that, it really does give you pride that it just does show that you can make something incredible.
Right. Yeah, and it's like it's just nice to have that reaffirmed to you because it's like I'm constantly surprised, right? Like when I know I'm really great at this, but when I sit down to make a model, like when I was halfway through Gordon, I was like, oh man, I'm not going to make it as great as I want to. But then I finished it, and I'm like, wow, that's exactly what I wanted to make. But I'm always surprised, right? I'm like, and I enjoy the whole process, right? And so it's like even if it didn't turn out exactly as I intended, I wouldn't be crushed. But I've gotten to the point in my life where it always does turn out exactly as I drew it. Like I did blueprints of all these guys, and they turned out exactly the way their sketch looks. Like it's really cool that I finally reached that point. It took a lot of practice to get there.
Yeah. Like for me, I made like this large scale like Diesel 10 body for like here. Because here's Ertl, Mr. Conductor, and like pretend this is Junior.
Okay, I see what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm not trying. Okay, disclaimer: I'm not trying to copy Nikki at all, but I'm making my own future Magic Railroad movie myself.
Okay,
and I've already gotten.
You do realize that Nikki, literally, his whole thing was copying the Magic Railroad, right? Like that's
true, but his is a stoner comedy.
Okay, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I would say don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I kind of have that's why I'm trying to build a lot of props for the future movie.
Right. Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool.
Oh, Soda Caterpillar says that he's backstage.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's see.
hi.
Rolling Duck Studios says, how do the engines / rolling stock with tinfoil connect? Are they magnetic? No, I just put tape right underneath to connect them. For me,